Tang Yan's life, after experiencing emotional setbacks and the low point of being dumped at the beginning, unexpectedly bound to a mysterious pyramid, thus starting a magnificent journey of traversing the multiverse. His footsteps traveled across countless realms, crossing into a wasteland of another world, wielding his sword to slay mutated beasts and absorbing their life energy to strengthen himself, descending onto a battlefield engulfed in interstellar warfare, where he swept through endless swarms of insectoid armies using his cultivation spells, stepping into an ancient world of cultivation, where he summoned interstellar warships that transcended time, shaking the three races of humans, demons, and monsters. Even more astonishing, a unique skill called the Sutra of Yin-Yang harmony helped him attract beautiful companions throughout the realms, allowing him to pursue both cultivation and a life of pleasure without hindrance. With countless dimensional passages opening up for him alone, Tang Yan made a bold vow. This time, I want the multiverse to deeply remember my name, Tang Yan. His legend would no longer be confined to one realm, but would unfold magnificently across infinite dimensions. Chapter 1. Is this the beginning of good fortune? Purely a feel-good story. Don't bring your brain along. Multiple female leads. Please don't read if you don't like. The cold pressure nearly crushed him. Tang Yan's consciousness floated in the chaotic darkness, shocked as he gazed at the indescribably magnificent structure before him. A suspended pyramid, ancient and solemn, its surface flowing with a dim glowed, an irresistible force seized his consciousness in the chaos. The cold tip of the tower pointed directly at him, accompanied by a piercing, buzzing sound that nearly tore apart his thoughts. Spatial anchor point locked. Temporal anchor point solidified. Dimensional binding confirmed. The domineering stream of information surged into his mind without explanation, each word hitting like a heavy hammer. Immediately after, a drop of viscous, dark red liquid, thick like blood, coalesced from the sharp tip of the tower and dripped, hovering right in front of his consciousness. The droplets seemed to pulsate with life, emitting a heart-pounding energy. In the next moment, the droplets suddenly expanded and spun, transforming into a bizarre, blood-colored vortex. The outer layer was as thick as blood, while the center was a deep transparency, resembling a cold, giant eye. Leading into the unknown depths, the strange aura faintly wafted from it, mixed with the sense of grass and metal rust. On the other side of the passage was a brand new world. Ha! Uncontrollable joy and shock instantly overwhelmed Tang Yan's last shred of rationality. The heart-wrenching betrayal and despair from yesterday had now turned into the hottest fuel. Li Yuyan, do you see it? The person you look down upon has obtained an opportunity you could never touch in 10 lifetimes. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. The violent, emotional fluctuations blurred his consciousness, and the pyramid and blood-colored vortex gradually faded away. Young man, wake up. Why are you sleeping here? And you're covered in blood? A slightly hoarse voice accompanied by a gentle shake pulled Tang Yan back to reality. He groggily opened his eyes, the cold morning light stabbing his eyes painfully. An elderly man in an orange sanitation uniform was looking at him with concern, his brows furrowed. Tang Yan suddenly sat up, his heart racing. It wasn't a dream. A sharp pain radiated from his palm. The wound from the glass cut had scabbed over, but the surrounding dried black blood, the shards of glass scattered on the ground, and the lingering smell of alcohol on him all reminded him of everything that happened last night. More real was the clear sight of that ancient, chilling suspended pyramid standing deep within his consciousness. That bizarre blood-colored vortex quietly spun, a faint, mixed scent of grass and rust swirling around his nostrils, discordant with the air of the real world. Sir, I drank too much last night and accidentally cut myself. I'm fine, thank you. Tang Yan spoke rapidly, suddenly standing up, disregarding the dust and glass on him, and nearly stumbled away under the elderly man's astonished gaze. His heart was still racing. Everything was real. He ran along the cold streets of the morning, the images from last night uncontrollably replaying in his mind. The mall was brightly lit, and the woman he once thought would accompany him for a lifetime. The helpless and confused look she had when she came from a small mountain village to college was what compelled him to reach out and support her education. Now, she was exquisitely dressed, pulling out a thick envelope from an expensive bag and handing it to him. Those hands he had once held and kissed were now glaringly pale. Tang Yan, thank you for taking care of me these past years. I'm getting married the day after tomorrow, and I'm leaving this city tomorrow. Here's the money you used to support me. I'm returning it to you. Her once delicate and charming face, which used to smile at him, now held only polite detachment and a hint of barely concealed impatience, as if she were dismissing a bothersome stranger. Brother Yin, wait until I graduate and I'll marry you. Brother Yin, don't work too hard. Those gentle promises seemed to echo in his ears, but now they turned into the sharpest mockery, grinding at his heart repeatedly. Money, tuition, living expenses, clothes, mobile phones over the past 4 years. He hadn't counted closely, but he knew he had spent at least 200,000. That envelope felt as hot as a branding iron. Was it to humiliate his feelings or to buy off her pitiful guilt? Get lost. All the pent-up emotions exploded, and he shouted, using all his strength to swat her hand away. New bills exploded open, fluttering down like a ridiculous and humiliating offering, scattered on the shiny floor tiles. But a message from Lian's friend was like the final nail in the coffin, sealing all his fantasies. Tang Yan, forget it. Lian has actually been with Zhang Xiaoyang for a long time. Setting aside the facts, don't you have any fault? You just lost to reality. Reality is that only with money can one talk about feelings. The cold wind from last night sliced through the empty street corners that he staggered, cursing with a bottle in hand, ultimately smashing the bottle and curling up under a streetlight. Extreme anger and unwillingness finally transformed into a suppressed, beast-like roar as his hands unconsciously clawed at the ground mixed with alcohol and dust. Shoo! A sharp pain shot through his palm. The broken glass of the bottle mercilessly cut a gash, warm blood instantly gushing out, dripping onto the cold ground. Intense pain, alcohol, and utter despair. The last sensation before his consciousness sank into darkness was the feeling that his blood, as if carrying a curse of unwillingness, silently seeped into the earth, and then summoned that pyramid. Tang Yan returned to his tiny, oppressive rental room of only 10 square meters, firmly locking the door behind him. He leaned against the door, gasping for breath, staring at his still, bleeding palm, his chest heaving violently. But his eyes were no longer numb or despairing like before. They were sharp enough to burn, filled with a fierce determination and a hint of madness. T, 26 years old, having not finished high school, with no parents. Struggling at the bottom of society, like trash discarded by fate. The only warmth and support had instead stabbed him deeply, then turned and sped away in someone else's Porsche. He had once thought life would be like this, rolling in the mud, watching the person he once cherished walk into a world he could never touch. But now everything was different. That suspended pyramid, that blood-color vortex, was a power more fundamental and stronger than any money or power. This was a tremendous opportunity that belonged solely to him. Heaven doesn't drop pies, and the other side of the passage might be endless danger, perhaps leading to his demise. But it could also be infinite possibilities. Staying on Blue Star, his life was predictable, impoverished, looked down upon, rotting in memories. But on the other side of the passage, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth risking his life to fight for, whether it's a den of dragons or a pit of tigers or gold scattered everywhere. He growled softly, his eyes fierce like a wolf, filled with reckless determination. I will charge in. At worst, I'll die. I must arm myself, as quickly as possible, armed to the teeth. He only had one chance to prepare, glancing at the balance in his Taobao account and bank card, which added up to less than 5,000 yuan. He took a deep breath and decisively opened several lending apps, assessing limits, applying, dispersing. His actions were skillful to the point of being heartbreaking. Minutes later, looking at the 20,000 yuan he managed to gather, he grabbed the keys and rushed out of the house in the west of the city, the largest outdoor equipment store. Hello, sir, what do you need? The clerk instinctively stepped back, looking at the disheveled, bloodied young man whose eyes shone with a frightening brightness. A large-capacity hiking backpack, waterproof, anti-slip high-top hiking shoes, the best value roller compound bag you have, and a sturdy multifunctional tactical entrenching tool. Tang spoke rapidly, scanning the shelves, his targets clear as if on a mission, skipping over the high-priced brands. Okay, the backpack and shoes are over here, and for the bow. This Hunting Wind Basic Version is on sale for 2,899 yuan. Enough power and accuracy for everyday use. The clerk recommended an entry-level product. This one, and a dozen arrows. I also need the matching finger guard and quiver. He barely hesitated. There wasn't enough money for something better, but he must have a ranged weapon. Holding the cold, powerful compound bow, he felt a tangible sense of security. Next stop, a large supermarket. High-calorie chocolate, compressed biscuits, bottled water, a first aid kit, a powerful flashlight, nylon rope, a roll of transparent tape. His newly bought Expedition 65L backpack was quickly filled. Every penny spent was crucial. Back in the small room, he meticulously laid out all the gear. Weapons, food, water, medicine tools. Basically ready. Finally, his gaze fell on a few cheap trinkets on the windowsill. A makeup mirror with low-quality rhinestones bought from a street vendor. A glass cup printed with cartoon patterns, and a small metal model of the Eiffel Tower. These are worthless on Blue Star, but in another world. His eyes flickered as he carefully wrapped them in a soft cloth and stuffed them into the seams of his backpack. Maybe they can exchange for a life. These were the first bricks he pried open to the unknown world, the first stones he cast. Everything was ready. The heavy backpack pressed on his shoulders, the compound bow tightly gripped in his hand. Its cold touch kept him exceptionally alert. His heart raced with tension and excitement, blood surging. But more than that, it was a resolute determination to cut off his retreat. From an abandoned orphan to a struggling survivor at the bottom, fate had never treated him kindly. But this time, he would seize this only, possibly last chance for himself. He took a deep breath and glanced one last time at this narrow, shabby little room filled with failures and pain. Afraid? A little. But the pain of despair for the future was far more terrifying than the unknown dangers. His gaze sharpened again, focusing all his thoughts, communicating with the grand and bizarre inverted pyramid deep within his consciousness. The blood-red vortex sensed his call, its rotation suddenly accelerating, the deep passage at its center becoming clearly visible, and the energy mixed with the scent of grass and rust grew stronger. Even faintly, it seemed a distant, yet heart-pounding roar came from the other end of the passage. Whatever it is, a flash of mad determination crossed Tang Yan's face as he communicated with the pyramid, shouting softly, "Open." Chapter 2. Gene Evolution and Transcendence. With a thought, Tang Yan instantly disappeared from the room. A brief moment of dizzying vertigo. When he regained his senses, he was standing before the inverted pyramid. It hung in the void, pressing down so heavily it was hard to breathe. Beneath the tip of the tower, the blood-red vortex slowly spun, emanating an ominous light. Buzz. It seemed the pyramid had noticed his arrival. The entire space emitted a deep rumble, followed by a pure golden beam of light crashing down straight from the top of the tower, as if wrapped in the power of stars exploding and rebirthing. There was no way to avoid it. It was cold and domineering, directly pouring into his crown. Tang Yan didn't even have time to think about dodging. As the light pierced through him, his head buzzed, and his thoughts came to a halt. What replaced it was a terrifying sensation of being thrown into a furnace, his body being dismantled and then reassembled. This was not a gentle transformation. It felt like countless invisible giant hammers were mercilessly pounding on him. Muscle fibers snapped one by one, only to reconnect in the blink of an eye, becoming more resilient. Bones cracked and popped, impurities being forcibly squeezed out, density increasing wildly, a faint dark golden layer surfacing. Blood flowed like mercury, carrying explosive power. It hurt excruciatingly, but he could clearly feel every cell was undergoing a monumental change. Pure power was erupting wildly from the deepest parts of his body. He felt that he could punch a cow to death with a single blow. At the same time, his spirit was forcibly elevated, entering a state of cold, absolute rationality. The veil over his brain was completely torn apart. Fragments of memories from over 20 years flooded back. The cries of an infant, the sting of glass cutting his palm last night, fuzzy formulas from elementary school, textbooks, emotions fleeting in strangers' eyes. All the forgotten details were unearthed by a brute force from the deepest memories, rearranged, analyzed, and etched into his soul. This was not just an improvement in memory. It was as if he had been shattered and reshaped entirely. Just as his body and spirit reached the peak of transformation, a vast, ancient torrent of knowledge poured directly into his soul, not in words or images, but as direct imprints etched into his consciousness. Supreme methods and experiences about tempering the body and tapping into potential flooded into his newly expanded brain domain like a cascade of stars. This knowledge was ancient and powerful, pointing straight to the essence of power, showing him a path to transcend humanity, ultimately allowing him to traverse the stars with his physical body, break the genetic shackles. The inheritance was very clear. The evolution of life was shackled by invisible chains. And this inheritance was the method to perceive, shake, and ultimately shatter these genetic shackles. With each breakthrough, the life form leaped further into the realm of the non-human. First, it might not be able to fly or escape the earth, but at the end of this road, it would definitely achieve sanctity in the flesh and punch through planets. This gift from the pyramid had forged a key to unlocking this extraordinary path, and it came with a map pointing directly to the source. He didn't know how long it had been, but the transformation finally ceased. Tang Yan's consciousness returned. He slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking loudly. The power surging in his muscles felt like it could crush steel. According to the description of the inheritance, he had only just broken the first genetic shackle, just at the beginning. One star in the transcendence realm. His strength exceeded 1,000 pounds, as fast as a cheetah, with significantly enhanced nerve responses and senses, making ordinary poisons and bacteria nearly ineffective. And this was just the beginning. The path to transcendence has 10 stars, and each breakthrough requires energy several times that of the previous one. Tang Yan moved his body, joints popping all over. The originally well-fitting sports pants were now shorter, tightly constricting his visibly thicker thighs. This transformation was all-encompassing, from bones and internal organs to height and build. Everything had changed. His features were more defined, and his previously dull and rough skin was now smooth, with no traces of acne left. Now he had completely shed his former ordinary appearance, with sharp angles and a striking aura that was hard to suppress. Standing tall, his shoulders broadened, and beneath his clothes were lean, solid muscle lines. The most striking feature was his pair of eyes, calm yet sharp, making people feel uneasy. This feeling is fucking awesome. An indescribable shock and ecstasy surged from his heart. In the face of this transformative reality, where he had touched extraordinary power, the sense of despair and sadness from yesterday's trivial matter with Myriad felt like snowflakes thrown into a furnace, evaporating instantly. Laughably small in this modern world, fed by various novels and movies, who hasn't harbored dreams of transcending humanity. And now, this dream had truly found a cornerstone that smashed into reality. Fuck Myriad. My life is just beginning. This thought had never felt so resolute. Source of origin. Evolution. Devour. Fragments of inherited information flashed through his mind. The origin of the pyramid remained a mystery. All he knew was that this place was called the source of origin. But one thing was particularly clear. The pyramid's abilities were far from fully activated. It seemed to be either asleep or broken. The most direct way to awaken it and stimulate its deeper abilities was to devour. To devour everything that carried genes and biological energy. The interior of the pyramid formed its own space, but due to insufficient energy, Tang Yan could not enter yet. Thus, helping the pyramid to consume energy became his most urgent task. The method of consumption was simple and brutal. As long as he touched something with biological energy, the pyramid could directly absorb and decompose it. In return, the pyramid would feed back a bit of the purest source energy, pushing his own genes to evolve. Things are getting more interesting. Tang Yan licked his lips, a wild gleam flashing in his eyes. He looked again at the blood-red vortex, no longer afraid, only filled with excitement for the unknown. The strengthening of the pyramid had refined not only his body, but also his courage and will. He took a deep breath, suppressed the swirling blood energy, adjusted his backpack, gripped the compound bow tightly, and stepped into the swirling blood-red vortex. He stepped into the blood-red vortex. There was a brief sensation of weightlessness, but his enhanced body had an absurd level of coordination, stabilizing with just a slight sway. Almost at the same moment he stepped onto the foreign land. His body moved before his mind. His sharp gaze swept the surroundings, his feet pushing off like a cheetah, swiftly and lightly darting behind the nearest pile of ruins, perfectly hiding in the shadows. The entire set of movements was clean and smooth, completely surpassing his previous physical limits. He quickly took down the compound bow, knocked a carbon fiber arrow, held his breath, and cautiously observed this unfamiliar world through the gaps in the ruins. What kind of place is this? Ruined, destroyed, silent, desolate. Yet, it exuded a frighteningly immense vitality. It seemed to be daytime, but the sky was dark. From high above, enormous dark green plant leaves he had never seen before covered most of the sky, with only a few beams of light barely penetrating through the leaf gaps, illuminating the barren ground like searchlights, as far as the eye could see. It was all collapsed building ruins. Twisted alloy beams and columns pierced through the ground. Piles of rubble formed mountains, and thick dead branches and leaves emitted a strange smell of decay mixed with metallic rust, scattered boulders, and strange metal frameworks. In their scale and structural details, silently spoke of a civilization here that was no less advanced than Earth. The destruction seemed to have occurred long ago, the architectural style unrecognizable, but the traces of destruction were new and terrifying. Some appeared to be violently toppled and shattered, while others seemed to have been instantly melted or torn apart by high temperatures or some kind of energy, veering in frighteningly smooth. Preliminary observation shows no immediate danger. Tang Yan's brain processed the vast amount of sensory information like a high-performance computer, reaching a preliminary conclusion. Beyond the nearby building debris, a vast, suffocating dense forest stretched out further away. The trees here were absurdly tall. Even the thinnest ones required several people to hug, generally ranging from 50 to 60 meters high. Those giant trees, like skyscrapers, even exceeded 100 meters, looming over this graveyard of civilization like colossal beasts. After releasing the highest alert, Tang Yan carefully climbed down the ruins and lightly landed on the relatively flat ground. Underfoot was a patch of matte black gravel, remarkably hard, far exceeding Earth's granite. I wonder if it's useful. He casually picked up a piece, weighed it in his hand, felt its terrifying density, then stuffed it into his backpack as a sample, not thinking too much about it. The existence of these stones further proved his speculation about the level of civilization in this place. At least this wasn't a primitive society. The presence of an intelligent race meant there was a possibility of communication. Illo. At that moment, a roar filled with primal rage and terrifying intimidation suddenly erupted from deep within the forest to the west. The sound was wild beyond measure, far surpassing any beast Tang Yan knew, instantly shattering the silence of the forest. Tang Yan's pupils constricted sharply, his muscles tensed instantly, and a nerve that had just relaxed snapped back to their tautest state. His hunting instincts fully activated, his perception peaked. Almost simultaneously, countless oddly shaped birds of varying sizes in the sky panicked and flew chaotically, emitting piercing and chaotic cries as they desperately fled into the distance. Through the light filtering through the gaps in the leaves, Tang Yan's sharp gaze caught sight of a giant bird, its wings spread over 20 meters, resembling a pterosaur, but covered in metallic scales, soaring past like an out-of-control fighter jet. What the hell? Even though he was prepared, Tang Yan was still stunned by the size and ferocity of this beast, his palms sweating. Yet the surging power within him and the cold metal bow in his hand gave him an unprecedented sense of confidence. The body transformed by the pyramid did not frighten him. Instead, it ignited his desire to test his strength. Illo! The beast's roar came again, charging towards the ruins where he was hiding at an astonishing speed. The ground even trembled slightly, but distinctly. Without hesitation, Tang Yan agilely climbed up a nearby high wall. Crouching low, his eyes fixed on the direction from which the sound came, like an eagle. He saw 100 meters away, trees breaking and dust flying. A ferocious giant beast was running for its life. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, as massive as an elephant, covered in thick dark green skin, with a nearly 1 meter long sharp horn on its head, and legs as thick as pillars, stomping the ground with the sound of thunder. Small trees or ruins in its way were brutally smashed and trampled, showcasing its terrifying physical strength. But it appeared to be in a state of panic, its enormous eyes filled with fear, panting like a broken bellows, clearly being chased by something even more terrifying. What could scare such a monster this badly? What is chasing it? Tang Yan felt a tightening in his chest. If he were to be charged or stepped on by the unicorn, he had no doubt his newly enhanced body would be instantly obliterated. In the face of such an absolute disparity in power, he had to remain as cautious as possible. 50 meters, 30 meters. The unicorn beast reached the edge of the ruins, but suddenly stopped, its hooves digging deep grooves into the ground. It let out a desperate and frantic roar, no longer fleeing, staring intently to the east, its hooves scraping the ground, slowly retreating, preparing for a last-ditch effort. Tang Yan immediately followed its line of sight and held his breath sharply. There, leisurely emerging, was a peculiar creature. It looked like a lion, but was absurdly large, its shoulders absolutely exceeding 5 meters. Its light blue fur was as smooth as satin, covered in countless slightly glowing white spots like stars. The most eye-catching feature was the pair of pure white feathered wings on its back that seemed particularly miniature compared to its enormous body. However, paired with its cold, cruel, and emotionless amber eyes, and its tail, thick as a water barrel, swaying slowly with joints, those small wings were anything but comical. Instead, they added a sense of eeriness and danger. The two sides were locked in a brief, suffocating standoff. The air seemed frozen, pressing heavily against Tang Yan's chest. The unicorn under the tree was clearly at an absolute disadvantage, but it knew that turning around and running would lead to a quicker death. The instinct to survive and primal ferocity were completely ignited as it let out a deafening roar, thrusting its powerful hind legs and its massive body, as large as a mountain, surged forward with unexpected speed, charging at the blue giant lion in a suicidal attack. That terrifying horn was like a spear, thrusting straight ahead. Just when a unicorn was about 20 meters away from the blue lion, an unexpected change occurred. The starry spots on the blue giant lion suddenly lit up. Energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding air, and visible energy instantly gathered at its small white wings. At the tips of the wings, dazzling blue-white lightning exploded. Ziz! Boom! A bolt of twisted and violent blue-white lightning, about the thickness of a child's arm, tore through the air with a destructive screech, striking the unicorn's head with precision bang. The unicorn's massive body suddenly stiffened as if it had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. Its thunderous roar abruptly ceased, and its blood-red eyes instantly lost focus, leaving only extreme numbness and bone-deep pain. Its limbs convulsed violently, and its huge body staggered before letting out a mournful cry and crashing to the ground. A large amount of white foam and blood foam spewed from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears as its life force rapidly faded. The giant lion gracefully folded its wings, and the light from its starry spots seemed to dim slightly. It lowered its head to sniff its prey before beginning to enjoy its meal. Its sharp teeth easily tore through the unicorn's tough skin and flesh, staining the corners of its light blue mouth with blood. Now it was the absolute ruler of this place. Tang Yan held his breath, keeping his presence to a minimum as his heart beat heavily and slowly in his chest. This extraordinary battle, beyond imagination, filled him with both fear and a more direct, brutal understanding of the power hierarchy in this world. Tang Yan's gaze was fixed on the blue, giant lion below that moment. The inverted pyramid in the depths of his consciousness seemed to move slightly, emitting a hint of indescribable thirst. Chapter 3. The First Devouring. Tang Yan held his breath, hiding himself tightly as his eyes were glued to the blue, giant lion below. Just as the lion lowered its head to tear open its prey's chest and was focused on devouring the steaming entrails, the moment it relaxed its guard. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound suddenly shot out from the treetops behind him. It was not an ordinary arrow, but a searing, red-hot energy beam. What is this? Magic? Or some high-tech weapon? Tang Yan was startled. The red light was both hot and bright, not aiming for the lion's eyes or throat, but at a side of its body that was occupied with eating, making it difficult to dodge. The blue lion reacted with frightening speed. As soon as the sound reached its ears, the spots on the small wings on its back immediately lit up that a layer of crackling blue electric current shield appeared, enveloping it like half an eggshell. Boom! The red light collided with the electric current. The explosive shock wave burst outward, red and blue lights flashing chaotically, igniting the surrounding dry leaves and setting off a fire. The lion let out a painful roar, its body swaying before it steadied itself. The shield weakened, and the injured area had its fur scorched, releasing a burnt smell. It suddenly turned its head, its cold eyes fixated on the direction of the attack. Damn beast. Quick reaction. A strangely pronounced phrase. Someone, what are they saying? Tang Yan thought. A low, breathy curse echoed back. At the same time, a figure leaped out from the burning treetops, trailing sparks, flipping in the air, and landing on a slanted iron plate 50 meters away from the lion. It was a man, appearing to be around 30 years old. His face was rough and hard, as though it had been weathered by the wind, with several old scars that made him look particularly fierce. His eyes were gray, cold, and sharp, clearly the eyes of someone who had seen blood. He wore a dirty, tattered leather cloak over a tight combat suit. In his hand, he held a bizarre weapon that neither resembled a gun nor a stick, silver gray, about 1.5 meters long, with a glowing red crystal embedded at the tip. That deadly red light had come from this weapon. So there really is someone, and they're using an energy weapon. Tang Yan's heart sank as he looked on more closely. The lion was thoroughly provoked. It stopped eating, lowered its body, and with a loud roar, lunged forward. Its speed was so fast that it left only a blue shadow. The Scar Man clearly understood the danger of this beast and didn't dare to confront it head-on. He pushed off the ground, using the chaotic terrain of the ruins to quickly hide behind a pile of broken concrete, muttering incantations under his breath as the crystal on his strange gun began to glow again. Scorching flame beam, he shouted, and another red light shot out, this time seemingly weaker, aimed at the lion's path as it lunged, forcing it to dodge. The lion was not foolish. It realized this weapon was dangerous and twisted its body mid-air to avoid the attack. The red light struck a large iron pipe half buried in the ground behind it, instantly burning a large hole in it, with molten iron dripping down and emitting blue smoke. This power is terrifying. If it hit a person, what would happen? Tang Yan felt a chill down his back. This weapon was far more powerful than the compound bow he had brought. Not hitting the target did not change the scarred man's expression. He seemed used to this life-or-death fighting style. He kept moving, using the metal debris and broken walls as cover, rolling and dodging the lion's electric claws and teeth. His speed and reflexes far surpassed those of an ordinary person, and his body was definitely enhanced, but compared to the lion's brute strength, he primarily relied on his gun. Experience and the terrain. The battle grew increasingly intense. The lion was fierce and powerful, both electrifying and engaging in close combat. Each lunge and clawing shook the ground, sending rocks and metal shards flying. The scarred man moved like he was walking on the edge of a knife, slippery and agile, always managing to evade lethal attacks at the last moment. His strange gun continuously fired red beams, and when he couldn't dodge the electric light, the gun would flash with runic-like brightness, deploying a small energy shield too. Block, but with each block, the light at the tip dimmed slightly. It was clear he aimed to wear down the lion, waiting for a chance to strike hard. The ruins had become a battlefield for the two of them. Lightning and fire flashed chaotically. The lion's roars, the man's heavy breathing, and the buzzing of the energy gun blended into one cacophony. Tang Yan watched with his heart racing. This was true extraordinary combat. He also became more cautious. After about 10 minutes, both sides were in a dire state. The scarred man was in a worse condition. His cloak had several tears, his combat suit had burn marks, blood was continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth, indicating internal injuries, and his movements had slowed. His gun was firing increasingly slowly, and the crystal's light was nearly extinguished. The lion was not faring any better. Its beautiful blue fur was scorched in several places. There was a deep wound bleeding on its side, and one of its front paws seemed off, with its breathing sounding like a broken bellows. The light spots on its body had also diminished and darkened, indicating it was running low on energy. Both sides were nearing their limits. Now, a glint of desperate determination flashed in the scarred man's eyes. He suddenly stopped retreating, slammed the gun against the ground, and rapidly pressed several times on the gun's body. The nearly extinguished crystal at the tip of the gun burst into an abnormal white light, as if it were about to burn off its last bit of energy. Die for me. Overload impact, he shouted hoarsely, betting all his remaining strength and life that a beam of energy, several times thicker than before and glaringly white, tore through the air with a suicidal momentum. crashing toward the lion's head. The lion sensed its impending doom and let out a reluctant roar. All the remaining light spots on its body suddenly lit up, gathering all its energy as it opened its mouth to unleash an unprecedented, pure white bolt of lightning, clashing. Head on with that white beam, boom! The two terrifying forces collided violently. The blinding explosion instantly swallowed everything. Tang Yan hurriedly closed his eyes and pressed his body tightly against the cover. The shockwave from the explosion spread out like a tsunami, breaking all the trees within dozens of meters, easily flipping and shredding metal and concrete debris like pieces of paper. The strong light took several seconds to slowly dissipate, and the smoke and energy remnants gradually settled like fog. The scene was utterly tragic. The scar-faced man knelt on the ground, his hands covered in blood. The crystal at the tip of his gun was shattered, the gun body cracked, rendering it completely useless. Blood flowed from all his orifices, his chest dark and grim, as if his bones were exposed, his gaze vacant, clinging to the last breath of life. The arrogant lion had lost a large part of its head and shoulder to the explosion, its massive body lying in a pool of blood and ash, only its legs still twitching on the brink of death. Both sides were mortally wounded, perishing together. Suddenly, the area fell eerily silent. Only the crackling of burning twigs and the sound of labored breathing remained. Behind the ruins, Tang Yan slowly stood up, shaking off the dust from his body. He looked at the dying man and beast below, his heart pounding, blood rushing to his head. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. He never expected this sudden, deadly confrontation to end like this. A tremendous opportunity lay right before him. He took a deep breath of the charred and bloody air, suppressing the excitement and a hint of fear in his heart. After cautiously scanning the surroundings and confirming there were no hidden threats, he quietly slid down the wall like a seasoned hunter, quickly and carefully approaching the chaotic battlefield. Great rewards were within reach, but there were also dangers that needed to be resolved swiftly. He first approached the scar-faced man. The other's eyes were already lifeless, only exhaling without inhaling. Tang Yan picked up a small stone and threw it from a distance, hitting him, but there was no reaction. Without hesitation, Tang Yan quickly stepped forward, crouched down, and touched the still warm body of the man. The warmth at his fingertips made his stomach twitch slightly. But the despair trampled upon yesterday and the vast extraordinary path before him instantly crushed this discomfort into dust. Devour. The scar-faced man's corpse, along with his tattered cloak and broken weapon, instantly vanished as if they had never existed. Then, he quickly walked to the lion and the unicorn's corpses, touching each in turn. Devour. Devour. The two massive beast corpses also disappeared in succession, leaving only a large pool of blood and some charred marks on the ground as proof of what had just transpired. The entire process took just over 10 seconds. Tang Yan gasped heavily, not from exhaustion, but from tension and excitement. He carefully glanced around again, confirming safety before relaxing slightly. Next, it was time to see what he had gained. Without hesitation, he felt a surge in his heart, and he vanished from the ruins. In the land of origin, Tang Yan had just steadied himself and hadn't yet taken in his surroundings when that familiar, irresistible force surged back. Buzz! On the inverted pyramid's apex, golden light gathered once more. This time, it wasn't one beam, but 3 beams of energy, differing in thickness and color, like precise surgical knives, simultaneously plunging into the top of his head. The energy erupted within him, fiercer and more chaotic than the first time. The energy from the lion and unicorn was wild and fierce, violently washing over his muscles, bones, and organs, painfully tearing him apart while continuously growing stronger. The energy from the scar-faced man was somewhat gentler, but mixed with a plethora of chaotic informational fragments and a kind of mental nourishment. Purer primal energy was extracted by the pyramid and fed back to him, pushing his body toward the mid-stage of the transformation realm. At the same time, that cold, observing perspective reappeared. But this time was different. A massive flood of external, fragmented memories rushed into his mind. His head throbbed, as if it would explode, feeling like he was being forcefully crammed with someone else's experiences. It was the shattered memories of the scar-faced man, Corey. Incomprehensible words, fragmented images, a dark refuge, terrifying mutated monsters, companions dead, a clumsy method using crystal core energy, a basic understanding of this. Broken world, gathering places, evolvers, mutated beasts, ancient ruins. These memories were a chaotic jumble, yet like a jigsaw puzzle, they quickly helped him piece together the cruel and real appearance of this apocalyptic world. The intense feedback process lasted about 5 minutes before gradually coming to a halt. Tang Yan slumped on the cold ground, soaked through, his flesh still trembling, but his eyes shone with excitement and understanding. Corey, level 3 evolver, fire lizard potion, crystal core weapon, starlight beast, level 2. No, just evolved to level 3. Unicorn bison, level 2, black stone refuge. Civilization gone. Humanity struggling to survive. He digested the most crucial fragments of memory in his mind, feeling both heavy and heated inside. This was a terrifying world where civilization had collapsed and the strong preyed upon the weak. Those who survived could only huddle in underground fortresses or a few safe gathering places, barely hanging on to life to escape various terrifying mutated monsters and harsh environments. The scar-faced man Corey was an experienced level 3 evolver, relying on killing mutated beasts and digging for crystal cores to exchange for food. He had a technique for triggering specific crystal core energy using the energy circuit within his body, releasing energy. According to Corey's memories, he was supposed to hunt a level 2 starlight beast this time, but unfortunately, he encountered this newly evolved level 3 beast with abundant energy, miscalculating and losing his life in the process. Evolution. Devour. Tang Yan murmured softly, feeling a clear surge of power within his body, having reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm, with his strength probably exceeding 2,000 pounds. His body felt sturdier, his reactions quicker, and his senses sharper. Moreover, Corey's memories were invaluable. Language, the nature of the world, the power system, these were exactly what he needed right now. He looked down at his smoother, sturdier skin, feeling the vigor within his body, and compared himself to the ordinary evolvers in Corey's memories, realizing the difference. What the pyramid grants is far superior to this world's pseudo-evolution. According to Corey's memories, there should be precious crystal cores within the mutated beasts and that weapon. Were they also broken down into the most primitive energy by the pyramid or human gathering places lacking supplies, especially food? Recalling Corey's memories of synthetic food blocks as hard as rocks, mixed with sawdust and unknown substances, and the desperate situations in gathering places where people would do anything for food, Tang Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. Selling food, there's definitely profit to be made. Thinking of food, his stomach rumbled loudly like thunder. The energy feedback for the pyramid had consumed too much energy, and his body urgently needed to replenish nutrients. First, I need to go back, eat to my fill before thinking about anything else. Chapter 4. Return and Preparation. Tang Yan returned for the other world and finally understood some of the rules of the origin land. The time flow ratio was 10:1, and it could also be freely adjusted in both directions. He pondered this, realizing that he could adjust the time flow between the other world and the real world at will. 1 day in the real world could mean 10 days in the other world. Conversely, 10 days in reality could equal just 1 day there. After spending a few hours in the other world, less than half an hour had passed in reality. He looked down at the time. It was already noon. The side effects of his body enhancement began to manifest, and a wave of intense hunger surged over him. He felt he could eat an entire cow right now. He needed to fill his stomach first. As for work, forget it. Delivering takeout wasn't as interesting as exploring the other world. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Brother Wong. It's me, Xiao Tang. I'm not going to deliver anymore. Can you help me with my resignation when you have time?" On the other end was Wong, the station manager of the takeout service where Tang Yan worked, a veteran known for his straightforwardness. Wong was a bit surprised. "Little Tang, what's going on? If you're in trouble, just tell me. There's still more than 10 days left this month. Quitting now means you won't get a fair wage." Tang Yan had managed to deliver more than 10,000 in the past month, making him the top performer at the station, and Wong was genuinely concerned for him. Tang Yan replied, "Brother Wong, thank you for taking care of me all this time. I plan to start a small business with some friends, so I'm going to stop delivering takeout for now." "That's great. I'm happy for you if you have a better path. I wish you wealth. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Your brother Wong might not be much, but I do have a few brothers. Wang said cheerfully. I'll help you with the paperwork, don't worry. Thanks, Brother Wang. When I make money, I'll definitely treat you to drinks. It's a deal. After hanging up, Tang Yan felt warm inside. He packed his things, hopped on his electric bike, and rode out into the midday sun. The old neighborhood where Tang Yan lived was well located, right in the city center, about 5 kilometers from the business district. Surrounded by malls and office buildings, he had chosen this place for the convenience of deliveries. He headed straight to a newly opened upscale buffet restaurant on the 5th floor of Shun Plaza, where lunch cost 468 yuan per person. He had passed by several times while delivering, but had never gone inside. Now, with not much money on him, the all-you-can-eat buffet seemed the most cost-effective option. As soon as he entered the restaurant, a waitress approached him with bright eyes. A table for one? Do you have a reservation? The young waitress, dressed in professional attire, was not particularly beautiful, but had a good figure and a pleasant voice, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Tang Yan knew his appearance had changed significantly and felt a bit unaccustomed to such enthusiasm. So he simply replied, just one, no reservation. Wow, a cool type. I like it. 2 other waitresses nearby giggled softly. With his enhanced hearing, Tang Yan could hear them clearly. The boost in strength gave him a strong sense of confidence, and he just smiled at their comments. Although he wanted a date, Lu Rian's betrayal had left him a bit jaded. Moreover, he had undergone a complete transformation, and his mindset was different now. With top-notch looks and extraordinary abilities, he had little to complain about other than being temporarily broke. He didn't even look at ordinary women anymore, ignoring the gazes around him. He was led to a table for 2. After paying and leaving a deposit, he headed straight to the food area. The buffet was quite busy at noon, mostly filled with young couples. Tang Yan quickly grabbed his food, eating ready-to-eat dishes and tossing hot pot ingredients into the pot. As he looked at the mountain of food piled up on the counter, memories of people in his past chewing on black synthetic grains flashed through his mind, and the stark contrast made his heart tremble. Selling food. There must be a profit to be made. In less than half an hour, the cleaning lady had already come to collect plates 3 times. 20 empty plates were stacked beside him, drawing the attention of other diners. And even the waitstaff were left stunned. Tang Yan felt about 70% full, but when he looked up, he noticed that the surrounding area had fallen silent, with countless shocked gazes fixed on him. The air in the restaurant seemed to freeze. Feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, he initially wanted to eat a bit more, but decided to get up and leave instead. Sir, please wait a moment. Tang Yan turned back, his eyes lighting up. The person calling him was a girl in her mid-20s, with fair skin and striking features. Her bright, watery peach blossom eyes were smiling at him. She wore a pearl-white business suit that accentuated her slim waist and long legs, exuding a capable yet feminine aura. Her slightly curly black hair was casually pinned back, with a few strands framing her face, adding to her mature charm. She looked like a rich girl. She approached him, her high heels clicking crisply on the floor, and he caught a faint, spicy, woody scent from her. You have quite an appetite, sir. I'm the owner of this restaurant, and we have a little rule here. For guests who truly enjoy our food, we offer a small gift. Tang Yan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that his eagerness to eat would earn him such treatment. Isn't it said that buffets dislike big eaters? The gazes around him shifted from surprise to envy. He composed himself and quickly understood the beautiful owner's intention, responding generously, "Your ingredients are indeed excellent, fresh and varied. I couldn't help but eat a bit more." As soon as he finished speaking, a low chuckle erupted from the surrounding crowd. You call that eating a bit more? Even pigs can't eat as much as you. The beautiful owner was pleased with Tang Yan's response and smiled as she handed him a card. This is a small token from us. I hope you like it. You're welcome to come often. Tang Yan didn't refuse, taking the card without looking at it and putting it in his pocket. My surname is Wang. This is my business card. Next time you come to dine, please let me know in advance, the beautiful owner added, her face slightly flushed as she spoke softly. Tang Yan glanced at the card. Wang Jingshu, general manager of Shanghai Pinjin Chain Restaurant Company, Limited. Jing girl, how polite. I'll definitely call ahead next time. Tang Yan had a photographic memory and recited poetry he had read in the past effortlessly. Sir, would it be convenient to add each other on WeChat? Wang Jingshu was momentarily stunned, feeling a sudden loss of her usual restraint after years of maintaining it. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to add a stranger on WeChat. After saying that, she carefully glanced at Tang Yan, as if afraid of being rejected. Tang Yan had no reason to refuse. It would be my honor. He took out his phone, and they added each other as friends, thanking each other before he left. Wang Jingshu stood at the restaurant door, watching Tang Yan's retreating figure, her face already flushed. Coming back to her senses, she murmured softly to herself, "Oh no." For 26 years, she had never lost her composure like this in front of man. While studying in the UK, many had pursued her, but she had always remained cold, earning the nickname Iceberg Beauty. After returning home and focusing on starting her chain business for a year, she had treated the wealthy suitors with the same indifference. It wasn't that her standards were too high. She had simply never met anyone who stirred her heart. With her background, looks, and education all exceptional, she had long lost her filter for so-called excellent men, especially after seeing their exaggerated and fickle natures. Thus, she had remained single until now. Today, when a restaurant manager told her there was a customer with a remarkable appetite, she had come to see what was happening, only to be struck by Tang Yan's looks at first sight. Oh no, it felt like love at first sight. Her heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her impulsive actions just now. Tang Yan's response was just right. Not only did he generously praise the dishes, but he also made their first encounter perfect. "Jing girl, how polite." He actually knew that line of poetry. Remembering Tang Yan's words, Wang Jingshu felt even warmer. "Next time you come, I'll let you know." Is this considered a date? She only felt her face heat up, her heart pounding like a drum. Is this the power of top-tier looks? On the way home, Tang Yan once again experienced what it meant to have a 100 turnback rate. The glances from young women and wives clearly showed that. They were tempted. Handsome is handsome, but looks can't be eaten. Tang Yan touched the shriveled wallet in his pocket, feeling the invisible pressure of Huabei and Jibei. Ultimately, he still needed to make money, big money. The life of the poor is merely about surviving, while the life of the rich is colorful and vibrant. Tang Yan went to the supermarket to buy a batch of groceries, 20 pounds each of rice, millet, and flour, plus a large bag of fruits and vegetables, as well as various snacks. He prepared these first to test the waters and would consider bulk purchases later. When he returned home, he packed the items into sturdy plastic bags and stored them all in the source of origin. This source of origin seemed like a personal space, with fog surrounding it like a boundary. By absorbing energy, the fog would gradually disperse. Now the space had a diameter of about 30 meters and a height of 20 meters, forming a cylinder with a considerable capacity. Items stored inside would not spoil. At 3 in the afternoon, Tang Yan took a 1-hour nap to regain his energy, then entered the source of origin again. The ground in the space was neatly arranged with various supplies: food, fruits and vegetables, snacks, backpacks, weapons. This way, Tang Yan wouldn't have to carry anything during his adventures. He could think of what he needed and have it in hand, which was particularly convenient. He even had the thought to use this space for smuggling. Better stop there. With an alternate world available, engaging in such lowly affairs would be beneath him. However, it was still very necessary to go to some small countries to acquire bigger items to store in the space, like sniper rifles, RPGs, and so forth. The biggest problem with weapons from the alternate world was their range. They were fine at close range, but their power and accuracy dropped significantly at a distance. Their energy weapons lacked aiming functions, relying entirely on combat experience. After a battle, the energy within an evolver could only activate a crystal core 50 to 100 times. If they activated an energy shield, the number of uses would be reduced. Afterwards, they would need to absorb the crystal core to slowly replenish energy, with a particularly long cooldown time. Therefore, the casualty rate when hunting mutated beasts had always been high. Ordinary evolvers generally only dared to fight mutated beasts 1 or 2 levels lower than themselves. When encountering a pack of beasts, they could only run away quickly. Many weak mutated beasts survived because they lived in groups. If humans fought together, but their energy fluctuations were too great, it would attract even more powerful mutated beasts to attack, making survival particularly difficult. For thousands of years, humanity could only defend and not attack. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they simply had no means. Chapter 5: Hunting in the Ruins. The sensation of spatial distortion returned again. But this time Tang Yan had adapted much better. His vision gradually cleared, and before him lay the same desolate ruins. Dim light filtered through the dark green leaves above, and the air was thick with the smell of burnt flesh, blood, and a faint odor of decay. Tang Yan quickly hid behind a familiar cover, his gaze scanning the surroundings like a scanner. After confirming temporary safety, he did not act immediately, instead crouching low to carefully sense the movements around him. His enhanced senses picked up subtle sounds in the wind. Something in the distance seemed to be chewing, accompanied by the heavy sound of dragging, but should be quite far away. In this primordial jungle, hunting could occur at any moment, and it was clearly not a safe place. He needed to leave quickly. Such a strong smell of blood and energy residue would eventually attract more troublesome creatures, as Corey's memories reminded him. His target was a location from Corey's memories. A small shelter ruin at the edge of this large wasteland, codenamed Black Rat's Nest. It was a temporary resting place, occasionally used by independent hunters like Corey and small scavenging teams, and it was the closest place to here. Following the directions in his memory, he moved like a ghost through the massive ruins, swift and silent, each step carefully placed on stable ground, avoiding loose rubble and twisted metal. His evolved body's coordination and reaction speed allowed him to easily navigate this complex terrain. The deeper he ventured into the ruins, the more the scars of civilization became strikingly apparent. Some massive metal structures bore clear claw marks and dents, not the work of natural forces. Occasionally, he could see some scattered, non-human pale skeletons, grotesque in shape. Unfortunately, the bones had lost their value for consumption. Otherwise, he would not have let them go. He remained highly vigilant, his composite bow half drawn, an arrow knocked on the string, his fingers poised. The terrifying descriptions of various lurking, mutated creatures in Corey's memories constantly reminded him. Some mutated beasts could disguise themselves, blending into their environment like chameleons. Fortunately, those were generally small in size and had limited lethality. After walking and stopping for about 2 hours, judging by the position of the sun and landmarks, he should be nearing the edge of the ruins. According to Corey's memory, he would find a half-collapsed underground entrance to the Black Rat's Nest after climbing over the small hill ahead. Just as he was about to climb up, a suppressed whimper and heavy panting reached him on the wind. Tang Yan immediately became alert, pressing his body against a moss-covered tree. The sound came from a left. He cautiously peeked out, his pupils constricting sharply. In an open area 100 meters to the left, the scene was gruesome. 3 human corpses, dressed in tattered leather armor and covered in blood, lay in a pool of blood, their weapons scattered nearby. Their packs had been torn open and dark. Unappetizing food chunks and miscellaneous items littered the ground. Beside the corpses were several mutated beasts resembling hyenas, each the size of a calf, with rotting skin oozing pus, exposing dark red muscle, and their uneven fangs dripping with foul saliva. They had no eyes. Where eyes should be, there were only 2 writhing flesh tumors, relying mainly on smell and hearing for location, having evolved their eyes into energy-sensing organs. At that moment, one of them was standing on the chest of a corpse, its decaying head tearing at the intestines. Tang Yan quickly surveyed the battlefield, assessing the situation. Corrupted howlers, first-level mutated creatures, sensitive to energy fluctuations, with excellent smell and hearing, degraded vision, and a preference for eating entrails, usually active in groups. Corey's memories surfaced automatically. A group? Tang Yan's heart tightened, his sharp gaze immediately scanning the surrounding shadows. Sure enough, behind a few trees further away, he could vaguely see several more writhing flesh tumors and low figures moving. At least 3 more. Were they gnawing on another corpse? Aji, a voice calling from the distance, sounding like a girl's voice. The call interrupted the beasts' feeding. The 4 beasts raised their heads in alertness, listening intently to the source of the sound, their noses twitching. One of them clearly caught a scent and disappeared into the jungle in a few swift bounds. Tang Yan silently observed everything, calculating his chances against the 4 corrupted howlers. The corrupted howlers had low defense. With his current strength, the alloy arrows would be sufficient to inflict effective damage. The main concern was not to let the 4 surround him. Their fangs were venomous, and although he had some resistance to toxins at the 1-star transcendent level, Tang Yan did not dare to take risks. Life was precious, and it was better to be cautious. Aji, where are you? The call came again. The remaining 3 corrupted howlers had confirmed the position based on the sound, silently running towards it. The corrupted howlers made no sound while running, which was why they could often succeed despite their relatively weak strength. Tang Yan's gaze remained fixed on the 3 corrupted howlers, agilely following them from 100 meters away. The corrupted howlers moved swiftly, and Tang Yan soon saw that the 3 had surrounded a woman not far ahead. The woman wore a black mask, revealing only her eyes and mouth, appearing petite at about 1.60 meters, dressed in a black bodysuit, with purple hair tied in a ponytail. She held a uniquely shaped long sword in her left hand, glowing red, and her right arm bore a silver bracer that shimmered with light. She also had other weapons strapped to her back, but she hadn't drawn them yet. The woman watched the 3 corrupted howlers warily, not panicking. Long sword, bracer. Dan dan honda. In this world, evolved beings found it troublesome to replenish energy. They relied on absorbing crystal cores for gradual recovery. And those potions that could quickly replenish energy were particularly expensive. Therefore, in combat, especially in prolonged battles, evolved beings generally preferred to use melee weapons. Although melee weapons also needed to channel crystal core energy to enhance their lethality with sharpness, burning, and freezing properties, the consumption was much lower compared to ranged attacks. According to Corey's memories, there were firearms in this world, but due to power and resource issues, they were not widely used. Most guns were salvaged from ancient ruins. It seemed that the world 1,000 years ago did not lag behind Earth in terms of technological level. Just as Tang Yan was lost in thought, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The 3 corrupted howlers stopped their standoff and assumed attacking postures. No, these 3 were feigning an attack. Tang Yan saw that the largest corrupted howler, which had disappeared earlier, had quietly appeared on a branch not far behind the girl, waiting for the opportunity to pounce. These beasts could coordinate as well. Tang Yan had no time to think further. He dashed out from behind cover, his incredible arm strength pulling the composite bow to its limits, the bowstring creaking under the strain, stretched into an exaggerated, nearly breaking oval. This was the bow's limit, but it was more than enough to deal with the thin-skinned, corrupted howlers. To save or not to save? That thought flashed through Tang Yan's mind in an instant. Once he acted, he would expose himself and might get caught in greater danger. But this was the best opportunity to make contact with a local and gather information. Watch your back. In the next second, he made his decision, releasing the arrow while loudly warning. Whoosh! The alloy arrow shot through the air with a sharp whistle. Tang Yan's shout alerted the woman and caused the 4 corrupted howlers, poised to attack, to pause momentarily. The alloy arrow struck true, hitting the neck of the corrupted howler standing on the branch. Howl! The wound provoked a howl from the corrupted howler, marking the beginning of the battle. The woman immediately sidestepped a few meters in response to Tang Yan's warning, then used her long sword and bracer to block the attacks from the 3 corrupted howlers in front of her. The long sword was empowered with a burning effect, which the corrupted howler clearly feared. The woman used the long sword and arm shield to block attacks, her footwork exceptionally agile, performing small yet efficient dodges within a confined space. Each movement perfectly avoided the most lethal bites, showcasing her high level of combat skill. After reminding her, Tang Yan drew another arrow, his movements as swift as lightning. He raised his bow, aimed, and released. Whoosh! The alloy arrow once again struck the relatively weak belly of the wailing, corrupted howler. Thud! The powerful kinetic energy of the arrow nearly penetrated its body. Foul, dark blood splattered everywhere. Oh! The corrupted howler let out a piercing howl, suddenly jumping down from the tree branch, frantically shaking its head to dislodge the arrow from its neck. Hold on! Tang Yan shouted to the woman, simultaneously knocking another arrow in a flash. His gaze sharp, his enhanced dynamic vision reached its peak. Move, shoot! Move again, shoot again! The enhanced strength allowed him to wield the powerful bow effortlessly, with accuracy far exceeding that of ordinary people. Each arrow was like a death knell, biting deeply into the corrupted howler's body. But their vitality was tenacious, Unless a vital point was hit, it was hard to kill them immediately. Only one unfortunate creature was shot in the head and died on the spot. Another corrupted howler, shot through the chest, actually dragged the arrow and abandoned the woman, turning to madly pounce on him. Without hesitation, Tang Yan discarded the bow and drew the engineer's shovel from his back. His body slid to the side, avoiding the pounce, and the heavy, sharp engineer's shovel came crashing down with all his strength. Crack! As the heavy, sharp edge of the engineer shovel shattered the bones. A distinct shock reverberated from the handle to his arm bones, accompanied by a painfully dull sound. The corrupted howler's head was cleaved in half, killing it instantly. With 2,000 pounds of force, using the sharp edge of the engineer's shovel, he effortlessly killed this calf-sized corrupted howler. Foul blood and brain matter splattered all over Tang Yan. He didn't pause, sweeping the engineer shovel horizontally to smash another corrupted howler that lunged at his calf. With his other hand, he pulled out the dagger from the end of the shovel's handle, precisely stabbing into the vulnerable area behind its eye socket. The movements were ruthless, efficient, and devoid of any unnecessary flair. The last corrupted howler, with an arrow in its neck, was also swiftly and neatly pierced through the head by the woman with the long sword, killing it. The battle ended in just a minute or two. All 4 corrupted howlers turned into corpses, emitting an even stronger stench. The intense smell of blood that had been suppressed during the fight surged into Tang Yan's nostrils, making him feel nauseous. He suppressed his panting, but his ears were once again perked up, alertly capturing any unusual sounds in the jungle. Shaking off the blood from the engineer's shovel, his gaze swept across the battlefield, finally landing on the woman in the tight black suit. Chapter 6. Gourmet Food, Crystals, and Mia Thank You. The woman's voice was as clear as the moonlight on an autumn night, cold and transparent. Although she wore a half-mask that obscured her features, Tang Yan had already imagined a stunning face from her voice, not a vulgar beauty, but one like distant mountains covered in snow, cold and solitary, like an orchid facing the wind on a sheer cliff, independent from the world. This voice, along with her sharp skills just now and the crisis-laden wasteland environment, created a strange and captivating contrast. Tang Yan's interest was instantly piqued. After all, she was a beauty from another world. "Are you alone?" he asked. The woman was skillfully extracting the crystal core from the skull of a howling dog with her long sword. Hearing his question, she looked up and replied, "Yes. I accidentally stumbled into this place while looking for my pet. My name is Mia, and you?" "Mia, that's a beautiful name," Tang Yan smiled. "I'm Tang Yan." Mia took a few steps closer. As the distance closed, her cheeks unexpectedly flushed slightly under the mask. She quickly suppressed the odd feeling and asked curiously, "Tang Yan? From the East State? How did you come all the way to the North State?" This world was racially mixed, but most people with East Asian features still lived in the major shelters of the East State. It was almost impossible to traverse thousands of miles alone in the wilderness filled with mutated beasts. Tang Yan was prepared and replied smoothly, "I have Eastern blood, but I don't live in the East State. Our base is in a concealed location, closer to the North State. This time, I came out to establish trade routes with the large gathering places in the North State to exchange goods." "Trade?" Mia's eyes lit up instantly. "Do you have food?" Her eyes widened with anticipation. "Of course," Tang Yan nodded. "We not only have plenty of food, but also fresh fruits and vegetables." "Really?" Mia unconsciously swallowed. The pitiful look on her face indicated she hadn't eaten anything good in a long time. "Of course, I brought some samples just behind me," Tang Yan said smoothly. "Could you help me deal with these crystal cores? I'll go get the supplies." Crystal cores were also a source of energy, and consuming them had a similar effect to directly consuming the corpses. With someone else present, dealing with corpses would be too conspicuous. But collecting crystal cores was much more discreet. Mia nodded obediently and immediately continued to swing her sword to extract the crystal cores. These things were hard currency in the wasteland. Nobody overlooked them. Tang Yan turned and returned to the spot where he had found the human corpses, activating his devouring ability to quietly absorb the 5 corpses into his space. At the same time, he summoned a portion of the stored supplies, including food, fruits, instant hot pot, mineral water, drinks, ham sausages, chocolate, and so on. As for the packaging, No one in this other world would recognize the writing on it. As for the source, he could attribute it to some well-preserved ancient ruins where strange items occasionally emerged. Moreover, with the source of primordial land as his backing, he could travel between the two worlds at any time, which was his greatest confidence. He organized the items and stuffed them into his backpack before returning to the original spot. Mia spotted him from a distance and immediately obediently handed over 4 white crystal cores the size of glass balls. Tang Yan didn't hesitate. These energy crystal cores were always in demand. He accepted them and casually stuffed them into his pocket. The size of a mutated beast's crystal core was an important criterion for judging its level. The smaller the crystal core, the less energy, lower purity, and correspondingly lower value. And vice versa. Level 1 and 2 crystal cores were usually used as currency, with 10 level 1 cores equivalent to 1 level 2. However, for level 3 and above, there was no fixed exchange ratio. The value depended on market scarcity. Typically, 1 level 3 core could be exchanged for over 1,000 level 1 cores. Level 1 and 2 cores were small and easy to carry for transactions, while those above level 3 had added value, useful for making potions, quickly replenishing energy, forging weapons, etc., and had a wide range of applications. Under Mia's eager gaze, Tang Yan opened his backpack and pulled out a piece of chocolate, handing it over. This bag is full of samples. Meeting is a fate, so you should try it. Mia's eyes curved into crescents as she happily took the chocolate. However, her fingers instinctively checked the packaging, and after confirming there was no unusual smell of poison, she asked with some confusion, "This is also edible? Why is it black?" "Chocolate. It tastes good. Give it a try." Tang Yan broke off a piece and put in his mouth. Mia, imitating him, carefully broke off a small piece and put it in her mouth. After chewing a couple of times, her clear eyes widened suddenly, and a layer of moisture instantly filled them. She mumbled, and when she looked at the chocolate in her hand, her gaze was as if she were looking at a divine treasure. She devoured it like a starving little beast, chewing and swallowing, murmuring, "Oh, this is so delicious. I've never eaten anything so fragrant." The rich, milky, and cocoa flavors exploded on her long-neglected taste buds. "Try this." Tang Yan, amused by her reaction, pulled out a red apple from his backpack. "This is called an apple. It's crisp and sweet." He took a crunching bite, and the juice burst forth with a crisp sound that echoed in the silent wasteland. Mia's eyes widened again as she carefully took the apple. Her fingers brushed over the smooth, cool, brightly colored skin. The most she had eaten in the wasteland were hard compressed cakes and the bitter roots of mutated plants. She had never seen such a beautiful, fragrant fruit. Tentatively, she took a bite. Crunch! The sweet juice instantly burst in her mouth. That indescribable crisp sweetness, mixed with a fruit fragrance she had never experienced before, stunned her. Unlike the rich and dense chocolate from earlier, this was another kind of pure, natural, and vibrant sweetness. Her cheeks puffed up, and her lips involuntarily curled upward, her cold demeanor melting slightly, revealing pure satisfaction and joy. "Water, so much. So sweet," she exclaimed, and continued to munch on it eagerly. Tang Yan seized the moment and suddenly placed his backpack on the ground. "And look at this." He pulled out an instant hot pot box, deliberately waving it in front of Mia's curious gaze. "This thing doesn't need fire. It can produce a steaming, fragrant meat soup in just 1 minute." He slowly opened the package, poured in water, and covered it. Mia's attention was completely captivated by this magical little box. In less than a minute, steam began to hiss out from the vent. A powerful aroma, mixed with beef tallow, chili, spices, and the scent of vegetables and meat, suddenly spread out. To a wasteland survivor who could only eat cold and bland food, this aroma was simply a deadly temptation. Mia froze for a moment. She greedily inhaled deeply, her stomach betraying her with a loud growl. She could smell the meat. "Oh my God, hot and fragrant meat soup." She held the apple in her hand, frozen in midair, her gaze entirely drawn to the steaming, bubbling little box. Mia instinctively squatted down next to the backpack, her eyes shining like a child discovering treasure. How? How is this possible? It can heat itself without fire? And it smells so good. She watched as Tang Yan opened the lid, revealing the red, oily soup bubbling with tender vegetables and pink meat slices, which looked like prime cuts to her. The dual impact of sight and smell completely stunned her. Tang Yan suppressed a laugh and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Give it a try. Be careful, it's hot. Mia almost held her breath, clumsily picking up a slice of luncheon meat. The moment her lips touched it, the hot, salty, and savory temperature enveloped her mouth. The rich, explosive flavor sent a shiver through her body, and she couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. So, delicious. She no longer hesitated, disregarding her manners as she quickly grabbed vegetables, even stuffing them into her mouth without waiting for them to cool, gasping from the heat but unwilling to stop. Just then, an accident occurred. As Mia was focused on eating, her hair unintentionally caught on the metal spikes on the side of her mask. When she abruptly lifted her head to tell Tang Yan how delicious it was, the sudden pull caused a faint mechanical click. The metal mask that covered most of her face unexpectedly slipped from the side, hanging crookedly by her ear, completely revealing the hidden half of her face and her complete features. Tang Yan's gaze involuntarily followed the falling mask. Time seemed to stand still. Even Mia, who was focused on eating, felt the unusual atmosphere. She gasped from the spiciness and subconsciously looked up at Tang Yan, just in time to meet his stunned gaze filled with astonishment. It was then she realized the cold mask had fallen from the side of her cheek. The half of her face that Tang Yan saw was even more breathtaking than the cold and beautiful image he had imagined based on her half face and voice. With the metal cover removed, a face capable of stopping breath was fully revealed. Her skin was a rare, translucent white, appearing incredible amidst the wasteland's dust and sand. Neither sickly pale nor ordinary, but resembling pure, exquisite jade. The clear yet soft lines of her oval face, with a high and straight nose, were striking. But the most captivating feature was her eyes. Previously, through the mask, he could only see that her eye shape was beautiful. Now fully revealed, they turned out to be standard almond-shaped eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, filled with breathtaking allure. The most astonishing part was the color of her pupils, which were not the common black or brown, but a deep blue resembling the clearest, most profound lake water. At this moment, due to the spiciness and the sudden exposure, her eyes glistened with a thin layer of moisture, and as her gaze shifted, they appeared both clear and deep, as if they could capture one's soul. Her lips, slightly swollen from the spice, looked as if they had been coated with a layer of luscious, dripping rouge, forming an extreme contrast with her porcelain white skin and azure eyes. This was not the face of someone struggling for survival in the wasteland, but rather that of an art piece, carefully protected and untouched by dust. The face beneath the mask had smooth and graceful lines, delicate and flawless skin, without a single blemish or trace of hardship. Paired with her cool demeanor was an exotic yet exquisite beauty, strikingly aggressive, instantly impacting Tang Yan's visual senses. Ah, Mia exclaimed softly, flustered as she hurried to adjust the mask, her eyes flashing with confusion. But that breathtaking glance of unparalleled beauty had already deeply etched itself into Tang Yan's mind. Tang Yan quickly regained his composure, suppressing the shock in his heart, politely averted his gaze, and bent down to pretend to organize his backpack to give her time to adjust. Cough. The hot pot is spicy enough, right? I have some drinks, he said, handing her a can of herbal tea, trying to keep his voice steady. Mia hurriedly put the mask back on and tightened it, her fingers trembling slightly. She took the herbal tea, the cool touching her hot lips, and quickly gulped down several big sips. The icy sweetness instantly relieved the spiciness and eased some of her embarrassment. She stole a glance at Tang Yan, seeing him appear nonchalant, and let out a small sigh of relief. Phew, this is also very special, Mia said, shaking the can of herbal tea, trying to break the awkwardness, but the redness in her ears betrayed her, revealing that she had never drunk such sweet and herbal-flavored water. As long as you like it, Tang Yan said, straightening up and adjusting his backpack. Tang Yan couldn't help but smile, shaking his backpack and saying, there are plenty of delicious things inside. If you can help me establish a safe trade route, all of these will belong to you. With Mia as a local guide, it would save him a lot of trouble. Mia's gaze was glued to the backpack, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, leave it to me. I'm most familiar with the nearby gathering points, power areas, and danger zones. I guarantee to find you the best partners. Migu. A cheerful chirping came from the sky. Aji, over here. Mia immediately looked up and waved. Tang Yan followed the sound and saw a colorful shadow swooping down from high above. It was a bird slightly smaller than a wild chicken, but its feathers looked like an overturned palette, dazzlingly vibrant. Its long tail was composed of multiple layers of color, shimmering with iridescence, resembling an alien phoenix. Its black bean-like eyes were filled with spirit and curiosity, sizing up Tang Yan, its little head tilting as it emitted a soft cooing sound. This was Aji, the rainbow featherbird. Mia affectionately rubbed the little bird's head, saying, "It has saved me several times by spotting dangers ahead." The rainbow featherbird is a first-level mutated creature capable of flying at high speeds and sensitive to energy fluctuations. Its colorful tail feathers can activate energy shields, providing temporary protection. Tang Yan recalled relevant information from Cole's memory fragments. He noticed Aji had something in its long beak, which was softly emitting a gentle purple light. "What treasure is this?" Tang Yan asked, pointing. "Purple plum fruit," Mia exclaimed excitedly, gently taking the thumb-sized berry from Aji's beak. The purple glow flowing in her palm, a key ingredient for crafting high-level potions. "It's very precious." She excitedly kissed Aji and hurriedly took out some dried fruits from her waist pouch to feed it. "Mia, you can brew potions?" Tang Yan's heart suddenly stirred. A potion maker. This was an extremely rare and valuable auxiliary profession in Cole's memory. Although I'm just a beginner potion maker, I can brew basic potions." Mia mumbled while eating hot pot. She was no longer the calm person from earlier, but was now a little foodie. However, Tang Yan understood. The other world had experienced a cataclysm thousands of years ago, causing humanity to lose a large number of traditions, retreating into underground fortresses, struggling to grow crops, and relying on nutrient paste or inedible mutated beast meat to survive. Suddenly tasting Blue Star cuisine was undoubtedly a revolutionary shock to her taste buds. The people of this other world had truly suffered, and they needed me to save them. Chapter 7. Old Tang. Do you want a woman or not? As dusk settled, the wind in the forest grew stronger. Tang Yan and Mia had just found a cave to shelter from the wind, planning to spend the night there. The cave was relatively dry, and they could still see signs of fire that had been lit there before, which saved them some trouble. The two sat around the newly lit fire, the flickering flames casting light on one half of Mia's mask, revealing her hesitant expression. Throughout their journey, she had shared bits and pieces of her story. 19 years of life, half bright and half stained with blood. She was originally the daughter of a leader in a gathering place, living a carefree life, cherished and raised, until her beauty caught the attention of a leader from another faction. The man was older than her father, fierce and brutish. After being rejected when he came to propose with gifts, he brutally slaughtered her family overnight. She escaped amidst the chaos. From then on, she wore a mask to hide her face, concealing the once cheerful self that had existed. For 4 years, she had wandered, barely surviving with her abilities as a second-level evolver. She had slept in ruins, evaded beast packs, and had nearly died several times, yet she struggled to survive. But she was truly tired. This world had never been kind to women. Being beautiful without support was a disaster. How many so-called shelters quickly turned into places of manipulation and bullying? She had seen too much, so she was even more cautious. And Tang Yan was different. He was clean in a way that didn't fit this wasteland world. His gaze towards her lacked the suffocating greed. It held only equality and respect. He was strong, but not despicable. He had so much food that others could only dream of, yet he was willing to share it with her. More importantly, he had seen her face, but was not controlled by desire. Instead, there was an attraction about him that Mia couldn't help but want to draw closer to. A crackling sound came from the fire, and Mia suddenly looked up, her hands instinctively clutching her clothing tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She looked at Tang Yan, her voice not loud but clear in the still night. "Tang Yan, do you want a woman or not?" Tang Yan's hand, which was tending to the fire, paused slightly. The firelight flickered in his deep eyes, first showing a hint of surprise, then turning into deep understanding. He raised his gaze, looking calmly yet seriously at Mia, as if seeing all the unease and anticipation hidden behind that cold half-mask. Good. One word, clear and steady, without a hint of frivolity or hesitation, sank like a stone into the quiet lake of Mia's heart. He looked at her slightly widened azure eyes, his voice softening yet carrying an undeniable strength. This world is too cruel. Walking alone is too lonely and dangerous. From now on, follow me. With me around, you won't go hungry. With me here, no one could bully you again. His words were few, but they flowed like warm currents, breaking down the last defenses in Mia's heart. Her shoulders, which had been tense, relaxed slightly, and she unconsciously released her grip. Tang Yan extended his hand towards her, not as a forceful gesture, but as a sincere invitation. Come here. Mia hesitated for a moment, but slowly moved closer to him. Tang Yan took hold of Mia's icy hand with one hand and gently placed his other hand on her somewhat frail back, patting it reassuringly twice. Rest now. I'll keep watch tonight. The warmth of the fire cast their shadows on the stone wall, as if they were merging together, inseparable. The wind outside the cave gradually lessened, leaving only the crackling of the fire and their steady breathing. Mia took off her mask. Draped in the thin blanket Tang Yan had given her, a sense of security she had never felt before quickly lulled her to sleep. For the first time in 4 years, she let go of all her vigilance and defenses, allowing herself to truly relax. Tang Yan stood guard nearby, his gaze sweeping over the woman's curled-up figure as she slept, finally looking out at the deep night beyond the cave. The long night stretched out, yet he felt no fatigue. His thoughts drifted from Mia's past to the rules of this world, where the strong preyed upon the weak in chaotic disorder. With the ability to traverse the origins and cross between realms, he was destined to be more than just a bystander. Establishing a stronghold and gathering power seemed like a good choice, and Mia was his first member. As dawn broke, Mia awoke. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt a bit dazed, only to see Tang Yan sitting quietly by the fire, smiling at her. Everything from last night came rushing back, bringing her peace, though her face flushed slightly. Awake? Tang Yan's voice was husky, typical of the morning, as he gently ruffled her hair. Get ready. We're setting off. Mia nodded, quickly getting up to tidy herself, though the redness in her ears remained. The two had a simple breakfast, still consisting of food that made Mia's eyes shine, soft bread and fragrant ham. During this time, the rainbow-feathered bird Aji, responsible for the night watch, flew back happily, landing on Mia's shoulder and curiously tilting its head to observe Tang Yan, who seemed to have become much closer to its owner. Where are we going next? Mia asked, her demeanor naturally taking on a hint of intimacy. Tang Yan stood up, looking towards the other side of the mountains. We need to find a place to settle temporarily or establish a trade point. You know this area best. Do you have any suggestions? Mia thought for a moment, her eyes lighting up. There's a place. If we head east for half a day, there's a small gathering place called Valley of Streams. It originally developed from a large shelter's remnants. Not many people, and it's relatively orderly. Moreover, she paused, there's a deep water well there, and the nearby mutated beasts are relatively fewer. In the apocalypse, the importance of water goes without saying. Securing a stronghold with a water source has too many benefits. All right, let us go to the Valley of Streams. Tang Yan nodded. You lead the way. The two, along with the bird, exited the cave and welcomed the rising sun. The sunlight dispersed the morning mist and illuminated the path ahead. Mia instinctively tried to tighten her mask again, but Tang Yan raised his hand to stop her. You don't need to hide while you're with me. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable weight. Mia was taken aback for a moment, then slowly lowered her hand, allowing the morning light to shine on her startlingly white face, her azure eyes resembling a freshly washed sky. She stepped forward half a pace in front of Tang Yan, earnestly taking on the role of guide. This time, she straightened her back, no longer deliberately concealing her breathtaking beauty. Tang Yan followed behind, watching the slender and determined figure in front of him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The journey through the apocalypse seemed to truly begin at this moment, and his first partner looked quite promising. As the morning light brightened, the thin mist in the mountains had not yet completely dissipated, and dewdrops hung on the grass blades, reflecting cold and transparent light. Mia walked half a step ahead of Tang Yan, the sense of ease she hadn't felt in 4 years almost making her steps light. No longer needing to cover her face with a mask, the feeling of the mountain wind brushing against her cheeks was oddly unfamiliar. Yet it brought a strange sense of freedom, like being reborn. Climbing over a steep ridge, a relatively open valley appeared before them, surrounded by mountains. A murky but flowing creek wound through, nourishing the sparse yet resilient plants around it. On the north bank of the creek, dozens of makeshift huts built from scrap metal, construction debris, and stones were haphazardly clustered together, surrounded by rough wooden fences and rusty barbed wire. This was the Valley of Streams. From a distance, it looked calm, but as they got closer, a suffocating noise hit them, a cacophony of arguments, crying children, the sounds of metal clashing, mixed with a faint smell of decay. This is the Valley of Streams. Mia's voice habitually lowered under the mask, and then she remembered she wasn't wearing it, relaxed, and pointed to the north bank where the well was located deep within the settlement, guarded personally by Old Joe. The Old Joe she referred to as the nominal leader of this Valley of Streams. Mia quickly introduced the basic rules here. An entry fee must be paid, generally a small found object or metal scrap. Water is rationed, requiring an exchange of goods or labor. Accommodations are inside the fence, and outsiders can only stay near the fence or in nearby caves overnight. Old Joe has a dozen armed subordinates to maintain order while also collecting protection fees. It sounded more like a group of parasites occupying a water source. Tang Yan's tone was calm, devoid of emotion, as if stating a fact. This was the way of the world, Mia nodded. In her past experiences of wandering, this was indeed considered a good place. As they approached the main gate, Mia whispered quickly to Tang Yan, "Be careful of the one with the shotgun. His hand is always on the trigger guard. He's very impatient." Two thin men with fierce looks, holding crude shotguns, blocked their way, their greedy eyes lingering on Mia's stunning beauty before scanning Tang Yan warily. Tang Yan's clean and sharp attire, along with his composed demeanor, made them hesitate to act recklessly. "New faces? What do you want?" One of the guards barked, his eyes glancing repeatedly at Mia. Mia's appearance was too striking. "Just passing through, looking to talk to Old Joe," Tang Yan replied simply, tossing a small pack of compressed biscuits. The guard's eyes lit up, greedily snatching it and tearing it open. Inhaling deeply, his attitude improving considerably. "Wait, I'll go inform him." The other guard jogged inside. While waiting, Tang Yan's gaze swept over the even more dilapidated living areas outside the fence. People in tattered clothing huddled in tents made of cloth scraps, their eyes vacant. A starving child, skin and bones, stared longingly at the biscuits in the guard's hand, swallowing hard but too afraid to speak, only extending a dirty little hand in a futile grab before being firmly pulled back by an old woman who covered his mouth. Not far away, two men were fighting over a small piece of jerky, with no one intervening, only indifferent onlookers. This was another side of the Valley of Streams. Two worlds inside and outside the fence. Soon, the guard returned with a man dressed in slightly better leather armor, looking like a small boss. Upon seeing Tang Yan and Mia together, especially Mia's uncovered face, he showed a flash of astonishment and desire in his eyes. "Boss Joe is willing to see you." The small boss's gaze lingered on Mia's face. "Follow me. Mr. Joe is quite interested in pretty girls and collectibles." His words carried a self-satisfied arrogance and a subtle threat. Mia's body tensed immediately. However, Tang Yan seemed oblivious to the implication, simply stepping forward with steady and powerful strides. He casually turned to block the small boss's gaze glued to Mia, his voice cold. "Lead the way." Inside the settlement was even more crowded and chaotic than outside. Walking down the narrow streets, various looks of scrutiny, curiosity, jealousy, and even greed shot towards them, especially focusing on Mia. Mia faced those gazes, silently repeating Tang Yan's words about not needing to hide, forcing herself to stand tall, her blue eyes looking ahead, focusing only on Tang Yan's solid back, which was her safe support at that moment. Chapter 8: The New King of the Valley. When Tang Yan and Mia were brought to the makeshift council hall built by Old Jock with old iron sheets by the small leader in leather armor. The filthy air and greedy gazes almost suffocated Mia. Old Jock slouched awkwardly in a chair covered with dirty animal skins, idly fiddling with a rusty gear in his hand. As soon as the two entered, his murky eyes were glued to Mia, as if magnetized, unable to look away despite the apocalyptic dust covering her. Even under such conditions, her stunning beauty could not be concealed. Old Jock's raspy voice emitted a sticky sound as his gaze swept over Mia from head to toe like a searchlight, almost completely ignoring Tang Yan beside her. Good. Really good stuff. To find such a beauty in this dump. He grinned widely, revealing his jagged black and yellow teeth, and smiled lecherously. Kid, I'm very satisfied with this gift you've sent. He clearly regarded Mia as a tribute offered by Tang Yan. Mia's knuckles turned white as she clenched her fists, and humiliation burned in her azure eyes. Tang Yan's gaze, however, was as cold as ice, as if he were looking at a pile of dead things. He spoke calmly, his voice low but cutting through the musty and filthy air. Let's make a deal. I need a temporary place to stay and stable water supply. In exchange, food. Food. Old Jock seemed to have heard the greatest joke, his fat body shaking with laughter, causing dust to fall from the chair. You? With that little frame of yours. How many moldy biscuits can you pull out of that broken bag? He disdainfully waved the rusty gear in his hand, pointing directly at Mia. Water? I can give you that, as long as you leave this little beauty behind to keep me company for a few days. Then, water and a place to stay. All yours. His subordinates burst into a round of lewd laughter, and the small leader in leather armor leered, reaching out to grab Mia. A wave of suffocating fear and disgust washed over Mia. Tang Yan's expression remained unchanged, as if Old Jock's filthy words were nothing more than dust. He didn't even spare Old Jock a second glance. He moved, without any warning. Old Jock only felt the figure of the young man, standing there blur for a moment. The target was the small leader in leather armor. Bang! A dull thud that made one's heart skip a beat was followed by the sickening sound of a neck snapping. The small leader was struck as if by an invisible hammer, flying off the ground like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the iron wall a few meters away. The hard metal wall instantly caved in, forming a human-shaped dent. His body was embedded in the iron wall at an unnatural angle, his head twisted at an impossible angle, eyes bulging, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, dripping down the twisted metal into the dust below. He didn't even have time to reach for the weapon at his waist. Tang Yan's body had been enhanced by pyramid transformation, far surpassing ordinary humans. Although he was only at the mid-stage of the first star of the Transcendence realm, his strength, speed, and reflexes were already worlds apart. Before he struck, he scanned the subordinates. In his perception, these people's life energy was pitifully weak, barely stronger than some random thugs, not even close to the level of a first-level evolver. He didn't even need to use his shovel. To say it was a dimensional suppression would be no exaggeration. They might have guns, but in front of Tang Yan's speed, they didn't even have time to pull the trigger. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Silence. Heavy breathing, the sound of wind outside. All noises vanished. Old Jock's greedy and lascivious smile froze completely, then shattered like broken glass, leaving only pure fear and disbelief. His bloated body trembled in the animal skin chair like chaff blown in the wind, and the rusty gear slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground, rolling next to a pool of blood. His remaining subordinates, their faces still twisted in residual sneers, now contorted into horrified masks. Cold sweat drenched their backs, and their hands holding guns trembled like leaves in the wind. The closest guard, terrified, dropped his gun with a clatter. Mia gasped. She knew Tang Yan was strong, but what he displayed at that moment was pure, overwhelming physical power. Fast as a ghost, immensely strong. The terrifying pressure that erupted from their difference in life levels made her soul tremble. Tang Yan slowly turned around, his movements as calm as if he were just dusting off a shelf. His icy gaze swept like a knife over each trembling person, finally stopping on the pale face of Old Jock. Now answer me. How do we trade for water? Old Jock's throat rattled as he struggled to force out a plea for mercy. But from Tang Yan's motionless eyes, he saw nothing but utter coldness and murderous intent. It was not a question, it was an ultimatum. I. Old Jock's voice shattered in fear. Tang Yan didn't give him a chance for more words. Boom! His figure blurred again, This time the target was old Jock himself. The fat body, along with the chair, was sent crashing to the ground as if hit by a truck. The makeshift throne disintegrated in midair. Old Jock's bloated body, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, slammed against the iron wall at a height even higher than the small leader. The dent was deeper. Blood and shattered entrails splattered violently, painting a hideous flower of death on the mottled iron surface. The face that once bore the marks of greed and cruelty was left with only the final shock and confusion, deeply embedded in the twisted metal dent. Kill him. Shoot. Quick, shoot. The remaining subordinates finally snapped back from the extreme fear, letting out desperate howls as they attempted to resist. However, in the face of absolute power and speed, all resistance was futile. Tang Yan moved. It wasn't teleportation, but his speed had exceeded the limits of what their eyes could catch. He was like a black whirlwind, wreaking havoc in the cramped space. One subordinate had just raised his gun when his wrist was caught by an iron claw-like hand, and terrifying power erupted. Crack! The wrist bone shattered instantly. Then that hand snatched the shotgun, the heavy barrel sweeping like an iron rod, accurately smashing into his temple. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, like a ripe watermelon bursting. Another came from the side, and Tang Yan executed a simple spinning side kick. Bang! Right to the chest. The clear sound of ribs breaking echoed like exploding beans. The man bent at a grotesque angle, spewing blood as he flew backward, crashing against the wall and sliding down, leaving a long blood trail, with chunks of entrails mixed with blood pouring from his mouth. The third person was utterly terrified, turning to flee towards the door. Tang Yan flicked his toes, and the fallen shotgun was in his hand. He didn't even need to aim, raising the gun with one hand, his index finger brushing the trigger. Boom! Flames shot from the gun, and the upper half of the fleeing figure was almost shattered by the close-range buckshot, leaving only the lower half collapsing weakly to the ground. The guard at the door, who had dropped his gun earlier, had just bent down to pick it up when Tang Yan's figure approached him like a ghost, delivering a swift hand chop that was only a blur in the air, striking precisely at the back of his neck. Crack! The vertebrae broke with a sound. The guard crumpled as if his bones had been pulled out. The last remaining subordinate was completely broken in spirit, throwing down his weapon and collapsing to his knees, desperately banging his head on the hard ground, making a loud thud, blood and flesh mingling. Spare me. Please spare me. I surrender. I surrender. I'll listen to you. The entire iron shed had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse in a very short time. The heavy smell of blood completely overwhelmed all previous foul odors. All that remained was the heavy and fearful breathing of the kneeling subordinate, whose head was banging against the ground like a pestle, sounding especially piercing in the deathly silence. The bonfire was still burning, the flickering flames illuminating the splattered blood, the twisted corpses, the deeply dented metal walls, and the young man standing quietly in the center of the blood pool, nearly untouched by blood. Aji casually groomed his feathers in the corner, emitting a few unintelligible gurgles. Mia suppressed the turmoil in her stomach. For the first time, she intuitively understood what Tang Yan meant by follow me. It was not a simple promise, but a silent and powerful backing capable of crushing all obstacles in this apocalyptic world. She saw Tang Yan's cold gaze sweep over the last living person. The surrendering man felt the gaze, instantly stopped bowing, his body stiffened, and he didn't dare to breathe, his eyes filled with desperate pleading. Tang Yan's gaze lingered on him for about 2 seconds. That cold scrutiny seemed to freeze the surrenderer's soul. Then, Tang Yan looked away, as if the other was just a trivial speck of dust beneath his feet, not even worth the effort to crush. What is your name? Tang Yan's cold gaze fell on the surrenderer. Pega. They all call me Big Tooth, the man stammered, revealing his 2 prominent front teeth. Pega, clean this place up, then go out and call everyone over. Pega felt as if he had received a reprieve. He knew that this new name's inquiry was his first permission to live. He paused, his tone leaving no room for doubt, and declared from now on, I will set the rules here. He turned to Mia, who was still in shock, and said, Go find the supplies that old Joe hid, and see if there's anything valuable. The last surrenderer felt as if he had received a reprieve, scrambling to his feet. Drenched in cold sweat and blood, eagerly carrying out the order as if it were a holy decree. He clearly understood that he had just snatched back a life from the gates of hell, and now only absolute obedience could exchange for a glimmer of hope to survive. Tang Yan walked to the pit where old Joe's corpse lay, his gaze sweeping over the grotesque death scene, then glancing at the collectibles on the nearby shelf, which were nothing more than rusty scraps and garbage. He kicked away a blood-stained gear that was rolling on the ground. The gear tumbled, clanging as it rolled into the shadow of the corner. A new order was ruthlessly established in this filthy valley, illuminated by blood and fire, through absolute power. Outside the tin house, the clamor of the valley seemed to sense the internal upheaval, inexplicably quieting down, leaving only the sound of the wind wailing, as if mourning the end of an old era, and also fearfully welcoming an unknown new beginning. Chapter 9. Gold Nuggets. As the first bucket of gold, the gathering point in the valley welcomed its new master. Dozens of emaciated survivors, dressed in rags, were summoned to the small central square, anxiously awaiting the new leader's speech. They watched helplessly as several former guards carried out the corpses of old Joker and others from the terrifying council hall. The bloody scene did not cause much of stir. In this apocalypse, life and death had become commonplace, and most people's eyes reflected only numbness and emptiness. They were more concerned about how their fates would change under new ownership. Tang Yan had confiscated all weapons in the gathering point and stored them in his space. After the guards finished clearing the bodies and returned to the square, Tang Yan stepped forward to address the crowd. At that moment, Mia was in old Joker's cave sorting through the hidden supplies. There were not many valuable items: a bag of crystal cores, 2 heavy metal pieces, several rounds of ammunition suitable for firearms, and the rest were dried beast meat and a large amount of compressed rations. She picked up the crystal cores and metals and returned to the square. "Hello, everyone. My name is Tang Yan." His voice was clear and calm, resonating throughout the square. "As you can see, old Joker has become a corpse because he harassed my woman. I advise some of you to put away those dirty thoughts." He had keenly noticed many men casting covetous and naked glances at Mia when he entered, so this display of power was absolutely necessary. If you are willing to obey management, I guarantee that everyone will have enough to eat and no longer live in fear. He scanned the crowd, pointing at a few men who appeared slightly stronger. "You guys go get the food that old Joker hid and distribute it." Immediately, the square erupted into a clamor and commotion. No amount of talk could truly move these people, but the tangible food instantly ignited a spark in their eyes. The few men quickly brought out all the food hidden by old Joker, piling it into a small mountain on the ground. However, seeing its dark color and suspicious smell, Tang Yan immediately abandoned the thought of trying it. Is this really food? No wonder Mia seemed like she hadn't eaten anything before. "Be quiet." With a single command from Tang Yan, the noise in the square gradually subsided. From now on, everyone line up. Food will be distributed fairly per person. Anyone who dares to cut in line or grab will not receive anything in the future. Additionally, from today onwards, the well will no longer have usage restrictions. You can fetch water freely. Go back and wash yourselves. The smell is quite strong. The crowd obediently began to line up for food, and at that moment, no one dared to cause trouble for fear of being disqualified. When they heard they could freely use the well water, many faces showed expressions of disbelief and excitement. During old Joker's reign, well water had always been distributed in strict portions, allowing only a meager amount each day. The new leader was so generous, providing food and opening up the water source, which truly surprised everyone. The valley was a barren gathering point with scarce resources. The capable had long since flocked to larger bases, leaving behind the elderly, the weak, and women. The only advantage of this place was its unique terrain, a natural depression where large mutated beasts rarely ventured, making the living environment relatively safe. Tang Yan understood that giving a little sweetness at the start would prevent these people from causing trouble easily. He and Mia left the square and entered the cave where old Joker had lived. The cave was quite spacious, with a sturdy wooden door at the entrance, and the walls were embedded with glowing fluorite for illumination, making the interior not dark at all. Several rooms had been excavated inside, including 2 bedrooms, a spacious storage room, and 2 side rooms filled with miscellaneous items. Mia, as if presenting a treasure, handed Tang Yin the bag of crystal cores and 2 heavy metal lumps. Her face beaming with a bright smile. This is all of old Joker's wealth. She blinked and added, "Now it's yours, my lord." Perhaps due to their close relationship or because of Tang Yan's earlier declaration in the square about her being my woman, Mia's face radiated happiness at this moment. This smile was warm like a spring breeze, gently stirring Tang Yan's heartstrings. Tang Yan embraced Mia's slender waist and leaned down to kiss her lips. This sudden assault made Mia's eyes widen in surprise, her body instinctively stiffening for a moment. The bag of crystal cores and metal clunked to the fur-covered ground. The man's breath was domineering and hot, carrying a faint scent of blood and the dust of the wilderness, yet strangely provided her with an unprecedented sense of security. Her tense body gradually softened. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she closed her eyes, responding shyly yet courageously to this possessive kiss. After a long while, Tang Yan finally released her slightly. Mia's cheeks were flushed, her breathing rapid, and her azure eyes shimmered with water. The previously cool and aloof demeanor completely replaced by the shyness and fluster of a young girl. Unconsciously, she raised her hand to touch her burning cheek, her movements appearing somewhat clumsy yet adorable. "Why you? What are you doing suddenly?" Her voice was softer than usual, laced with a hint of breathlessness, her gaze avoiding Tang Yan's. Tang Yan chuckled lightly, gently stroking her smooth chin with his fingers, his eyes burning with intensity. "Just making a mark from now on. You are my woman." His reasoning was domineering and straightforward, but there was a hint of subtle tenderness hidden deep in his gaze. Mia's heart raced like a drum, sweetness flooding her heart, yet she muttered softly, Who is your woman?" Her tone held no trace of disgust, sounding more like a playful complaint. Earlier in the square, everyone had heard it. Tang Yan raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly teasing. "Want to take it back?" Too late. He bent down to pick up the bag of crystal cores and metal lumps from the ground, weighing them in his hands. The crystal cores numbered around several dozen, mostly white, interspersed with a few light green second-level cores about the size of pigeon eggs. It seemed he could replenish a lot of energy for the pyramid with these. The 2 metal lumps were very heavy, gleaming with a golden hue, their pitted surfaces looking unremarkable. Struck gold. "This is natural doghead gold." Tang Yan felt a surge of joy. Doghead gold was a good thing, and he had been worried about how to obtain starting funds. But now it had come to him like a windfall. The 2 pieces of doghead gold were of different sizes. The smaller one was about the size of a fist, shaped peculiarly like a vividly detailed lion's head, complete with nose and eyes, even resembling the lion's mane. The larger piece was about the size of an adult's head, weighing several dozen kilograms. This larger doghead gold had no special shape, which would certainly reduce its value. However, Tang Yan was not disappointed. Gold itself was a precious metal, and simply selling the gold could be worth millions. With this money, the initial development of the base should be sufficient. Thinking of this, he asked, "Mia, have you seen this kind of metal elsewhere?" Mia's eyes were large, her eyelashes long. If she were in modern society, she would definitely be a top goddess in terms of looks. Upon hearing Tang Yan's question, she pondered slightly before answering. "This yellow metal is relatively common. There are some in the stream. I have seen a few pieces larger than these 2 before, but they had no practical use, so I didn't collect them." "Do you need this metal?" "Yes, Mia, I really need it." Tang Yan could not hide his excitement. "If you find this kind of metal in the future, please help me collect it. I have great use for it. In this world, gold has little value due to the lack of a corresponding industrial system, and its soft texture makes it unsuitable for crafting weapons. It can only be used for play or making jewelry. But in the apocalypse, who has the leisure to wear gold and silver?" This has all benefited Tang Yan. There should be some in this valley, otherwise old Xiao wouldn't have found such large pieces. "There must be," Mia said confidently. Her years of wandering have given her a wealth of experience, making her judgment quite valuable. "All right, I'll notify everyone that whoever finds this metal can exchange it for food. I'll gather some supplies tonight and start the exchanges tomorrow. The more of this metal, the better." Tang Yan took the small piece of gold and exited the cave. Arriving at the deep well next to the square, he saw many people using various containers to collect water. With the water source restrictions lifted, these people looked noticeably more spirited. Upon seeing Tang Yan arrive, Some bold individuals even greeted him. Leader Tang, hello. Boss Tang. In the apocalypse, everyone understands the rule of the survival of the fittest. Their demands are not high. Being able to eat their fill and having a place to shelter from the wind and rain is enough to satisfy them. Tang Yan's arrival gave them hope. No one is inherently cold-hearted, and they will be grateful. Hello, everyone. It's great that you're all here. I have something to announce. Tang Yan said loudly from now on. Whoever finds this metal can come to me to exchange for resources, including but not limited to food, clothing, medicine, and weapons. As soon as Tang Yan finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golden medal that Tang Yan held high. A frail man eagerly shouted, Tang, Leader Tang, is this for real? Of course it's real. No deception. Tang Yan replied firmly. But in his heart, he thought, you might make a fortune, but I'll never lose. I have one at home. Leader Tang, can I go get it now? The frail man asked urgently. Go ahead, come back to the cave in 2 hours, and I'll prepare supplies for you. Tang Yan raised his voice to ensure everyone could hear. I keep my word. As long as you find this metal, you can exchange it for resources to survive. Tang Yan planned to buy bones with gold, and as for the supplies, he intended to return to the real world to gather more and then store them in the storage room. First, he needed to find the 6 bodies dealt with by the guards. Tang Yan touched and devoured them one by one. Then, satisfied, he found a quiet corner, his figure flickering back to the origin land, still holding the small piece of gold. He understood that all the gold pieces couldn't appear on the market at the same time. Some with poor shapes and no significance could be directly melted down into gold bars for sale. Although this would result in some loss of value, Tang Yan didn't mind. The entire other world was his gold reserve, and he could easily afford this loss. Chapter 10. The initial formation of the 2-star body refinement divine sense in the source initial land. As Tang Yan appeared, the pyramid suddenly lit up, and 11 beams of light instantly enveloped him. Although the energy contained in human corpses is not as abundant as that of mutated beasts or crystal cores, when the quantity accumulates to a certain level, it can also trigger a qualitative change. The evolutionary energy converted from these 11 corpses surged violently, propelling Tang Yan's level upwards rapidly. 1-star transcendence realm, mid-stage. 1-star transcendence realm, late stage. Buzz. It felt as if an invisible shackle within him shattered in response, and he sensed a miniature universe beginning to gestate within him. 2-star body refinement realm, early stage. The gap between each star level is immense. Upon entering the 2-star body refinement realm, the changes Tang Yan felt were even more intense. According to the inheritance information, this realm breaks the natural limits of muscle fiber and bone density. The muscle fibers are rewoven by energy, becoming as tough as steel cables. The bone density increases sharply, surpassing that of high-quality steel, with mysterious patterns already forming on the surface. His strength and defensive power skyrocketed. Now he could tear steel apart with his bare hands, as if it were paper, and even withstand the fire of small kinetic weapons unscathed. His stamina became incredibly long-lasting, and his self-healing ability was several times stronger than before, sufficient to support prolonged high-intensity battles. Now, Tang Yan no longer feared ordinary small firearms. It could be said that on Blue Star, as long as he didn't actively seek death, he was basically invincible. Of course, who would casually use missiles to bomb him? The process of physical transformation was still painfully torturous, as every cell felt as if they were being torn apart and reassembled, over and over again. Fortunately, while providing energy, the human corpses also fed back nourishment on the spiritual and soul levels. His soul was once again sublimated. The 11 soul fragments, while flowing into some memories, also greatly enhanced Tang Yan's soul strength and mental power. The transformation finally ended. Tang Yan clearly felt the earth-shattering changes. The power raging within him was self-evident. Now, the force of his punch was no less than 10,000 pounds. If he fully unleashed his strength, he could withstand a head-on collision with a speeding dump truck without any pressure. What delighted him most was that his mental power could now be projected outward. Although the range was only about 10 meters, this was undoubtedly a huge leap. Wasn't this what is often referred to in cultivation novels as projecting divine sense? Having read countless web novels, he understood very well what this meant. Projecting divine sense had endless benefits. It was equivalent to a panoramic radar with a 10-meter range that was always active. Any movement within his perception was completely exposed. In modern society, its usefulness might not be too obvious, but in a perilous otherworld, especially in battle, this was an undeniable godlike perspective. It was like having a built-in cheat. Wind Spirit Moon's shadow activated. It was becoming increasingly difficult to kill. Among the mixed memories, a segment from old Xiao Ku's obsession was particularly clear. There was actually a treasure hidden. It seemed that after returning to the otherworld, he would have to dig into this so-called treasure. He adjusted the time flow rate of the source initial land to Otherworld 1, present World 10, so that when he returned next time, the time that had passed in the otherworld would be shorter, making it easier for him to handle matters. With a thought, Tang Yan exited this space and returned to reality. He subconsciously expanded his 10-meter range of divine sense, and in an instant, the sounds of the television from the neighbor's house, the cries of children downstairs, and even the buzzing of a mosquito flying outside all flooded into his perception, forming a three-dimensional panoramic view. This feeling was too miraculous. He had spent nearly 2 days in the otherworld, while only over 3 hours had passed in the real world. He entered the otherworld at 3 in the afternoon and returned at 6:30. A familiar, strong hunger pang emerged in his stomach, the aftereffects of energy consumption from evolution reappearing. His gaze swept across the table, and he saw that membership card. Remembering his appointment with Wang Jingshu, picking up the card, he found it was actually a 10-time free card. At that moment, he noticed his phone screen lighting up, showing an unread WeChat message. Wang Jingshu, hello, are you there? The message was sent at 6 o'clock, and half an hour had already passed. Tang Yan pondered for a moment, but did not reply immediately. He put down the phone, decided to take a shower first. After 2 consecutive days of fighting in the otherworld, the mixed smell of blood and dirt on him was quite overwhelming. He had gotten used to it during the apocalypse, but back in modern civilization, the smell felt particularly jarring. Standing naked in front of the bathroom mirror, looking at his nearly perfect body, Tang Yan couldn't help but smile. His physique was robust, with well-proportioned lines, and his skin was glowing. Wow, even his second brother looked quite impressive. Indeed magnificent. At the same time, on the other side of the city, in Longhu Garden, a standalone villa covering 6 acres, Wang Jingshu was holding her phone, curled up on the living room sofa, somewhat absent-minded. Ever since their first encounter at noon, she felt enchanted, and Tang Yan's figure kept unconsciously appearing in her mind. She had thought that, after adding each other on WeChat, he would take the initiative to contact her, but she waited and waited, and that avatar remained quiet, as if it didn't exist at all. Not a single message. She had lost her focus on work and unusually left the office early at 5 o'clock to go home. His image kept replaying in her mind, and she didn't feel like eating or drinking. In the end, she made up her mind to take the initiative, sending the message at 6. Hello, are you there? And then it sank into silence. He must be busy with work and didn't see the message. Such a career-driven guy is really rare. Wang Jingshu began her self-strategy. After suffering for nearly an hour, the composure, steadiness, and reserve she had been trained in since childhood were about to snap. Her phone was tightly gripped in her hand. The screen lit up repeatedly as she checked it. Ding dong. A message came. Her heart skipped a beat, and she eagerly unlocked the screen. The message came into view, but the sender was, Feng Jixia, Mom, good girl. Tomorrow Xiao Gao is asking to meet you for lunch. Make some time to see him. Your uncle Gao and your dad have mentioned it several times. You have to give them face. Another blind date. The excitement and anticipation that had just surfaced on Wang Jingshu's face instantly faded, leaving only helplessness and displeasure. Quickly unlocking her phone, she typed out a line of text, clicked send. Wang Jingshu, Mom, how many times have I said it? I don't want to go on blind dates. I don't want to. I want to choose my own marriage. I want to fall in love freely. And besides, I already have a boyfriend, so please stop pushing me. This sentence, I already have a boyfriend, was like poking a hornet's nest. Feng Jixia, who was accompanying her little sister for beauty treatments in Shanghai, sprang up from the massage table, startling her friend lying next to her. Xiao Xiao, what is wrong? What happened to make you so nervous? Her friend, still wearing a facial mask, hurriedly asked, Ruo Tang, my daughter said she has a boyfriend. Do you think it's true? She wouldn't be lying to me again, would she? If Wang Jingshu were present at that moment, no one would believe that this woman was her mother. Feng Zhixiao was 45 years old this year, well-maintained, and dressed in a trendy and youthful manner. Saying she was in her 30s would not be an exaggeration, as time had left little trace on her. Wang Jingshu undoubtedly inherited her mother's excellent genes. When the two walked together, they were often mistaken for sisters. The woman called Ruo Tang, Lu Ruo Tang, was Feng Zhixiao's best friend. Their families had been close for generations, both being daughters of wealthy families, and they shared everything with each other. Lu Ruo Tang peeled off her facial mask, revealing a beauty that was no less than Feng Zhixiao's. She sat up and replied, Since Jingjing said she has one, she probably does, right? If not, I can have Shuemo ask her. Then let's ask. If there's anything, I need to go to the West City with Lao Wan to check on my daughter. We can't be at ease with someone we don't know well. Feng's mother said anxiously, She's at the right age, and I'm worried that my daughter isn't dating. But if she is dating, I'm still not at ease. She's the only treasure in our family, and it really worries me. Lu Ruotang took out her phone and sent a message to arrange for her daughter to gather information. Xia, your daughter is doing well. At least she's dating. Our family's Shu Mo, on the other hand, has no signs at all. Every day, she just plays extreme sports with those friends. Skydiving today, rock climbing tomorrow. If it weren't for my healthy heart, I might not have been able to handle it. Every family has its own difficulties, and Lin Shu Mo, who is also at the age for marriage, is giving Lu Ruotang a headache. Ding dong. Wang Jingzhu excitedly opened her phone again. Lin Shu Mo. Jing, my mom sent me to ask you. I heard you have a boyfriend? Wang Jingzhu rubbed her forehead, feeling speechless about her mother. Wang Jingzhu. Yes, I really have a boyfriend now. Just reply to them like that. Lin Shu Mo. No way, are you serious? Didn't we agree to be single nobles? What's so good about stinky men? Wang Jingzhu. Just kidding, Shu Mo. That was just a joke. I have changed my mind now. Lin Shu Mo. Crying. Our Jing doesn't love me anymore. She's found someone else. Wang Jingzhu. Hey Shu Mo, you're too cheesy. I've been normal all along, okay? What about you? Are you really not planning to get married for life? Lin Shu Mo. Men are all big pig trotters. Same-sex love is true love, okay? You don't understand. Wang Jingzhu. I don't want to understand either. Shu Mo, I really am in love now. Please stop teasing me. I'm afraid my man will get jealous. Lin Shu Mo. So aggrieved. Let's break up. Just as the two were joking, another message popped up. Tang Yan. Sorry, Jingzhu. I was busy all afternoon and didn't reply to your message in time. Seeing this, Wang Jingzhu quickly set aside her best friend and clicked into Tang Yan's chat box. Wang Jingzhu. It's okay. I just wanted to ask if you're coming for dinner tonight. I can arrange a private room for you. After sending it, she checked it several times to confirm there were no mistakes before clicking send. Tang Yan finished showering, changed into a comfortable outfit, packed his dog head gold into a plastic bag, slung a backpack over his shoulder, and left the house. Seeing Wang Jingzhu's reply, and feeling a bit hungry, he replied, Sure, I'll be there in half an hour. Thanks. Wang Jingzhu. Smiley face, see you at the restaurant. Yay. Wang Jingzhu jumped up from the sofa and immediately returned to her bedroom and dressing room to carefully tidy up her appearance. Lin Sha Montak, Yin-Yang. Why aren't you replying? Moses. In the end, it was a wrong investment. Chapter 11, Do you want a girlfriend? Shishir is located in the south, and although winter has arrived, the weather is still relatively mild, with a hint of chill in the mornings and evenings. Cold weather no longer bothers Tang Yan. He casually wore a set of casual clothes, which, upon closer inspection, were a bit ill-fitting due to the growth of his muscle lines, making the original cut appear slightly tight. Fortunately, he had bought this outfit one size larger back then, so he could still wear it out. He wore black casual pants on the bottom, a black turtleneck fitted top on the inside, and a simple casual blazer on the outside. Even just riding an electric bike through the streets, his presence attracted nearly 100% of the attention. Anyone who saw such a charming and tall young man couldn't help but look back a few more times. Half an hour later, he returned to the Pinjin Buffet restaurant. As soon as he walked in, he saw Wang Jingshu personally welcoming him at the front desk. Tang Yan felt good seeing the beautiful woman and said generously, "Please have Jingshu personally take care of me. Thank you." Upon seeing Tang Yan, Wang Jingshu's beautiful face suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling with charm. She waved at him shyly, her eyes dancing with laughter. She wore a black velvet casual outfit, the soft fabric shimmering under the light like a deep pool under the moon, exuding a subtle luxury. The inward curve at her waist and the slightly wide pants created a perfect balance, relaxed yet elegantly accentuating her figure. The color of her outfit complemented her snow-white skin, making her appear cool and outstanding. "Tang Yan, I've reserved a private room for you, with dedicated service staff. You can eat as much as you want today," Wang Jingshu said, covering her lips with a light touch, seemingly recalling the shocking scene from lunchtime. With such arrangements by the beautiful woman, Tang Yan naturally felt honored to comply. He preferred to eat in a private room to avoid scaring others with his hearty appetite. Following Wang Jingshu's guidance, they walked into the reserved private room and took their seats. Just as Wang Jingshu said, two servers continuously brought various ingredients to the table. Having experienced Tang Yan's astonishing appetite before, Wang Jingshu had made ample preparations. As long as Tang Yan didn't signal to stop, the dishes would keep coming. The private room was very spacious, with a large table that could seat about 10 people, but it was now filled with various delicacies. Australian lobsters, plump oysters, full-size crabs, rich salmon, seared steaks, grilled lamb skewers. Almost everything the restaurant had was served up one after another. Even if Tang Yan were slow-witted, he could clearly feel Wang Jingshu's meticulous hospitality. Tang Yan picked up his chopsticks, flashed a light smile at Wang Jingshu, and spoke gently, "I've been exercising a lot lately, so my appetite has increased. Usually I don't eat this much, don't really see me as a big eater." He paused slightly, turned his gaze, and winked at her. "Only occasionally. Do I need to supplement my energy like this?" That one glance made Wang Jingshu's heart skip a beat, as if a gentle breeze had brushed against her heart, leaving her a bit dazed, staring at him in a trance. Seeing her in such a state, Tang Yan didn't say much and just began to enjoy the feast. His body had long been craving energy, reaching its limit. At the dining table, it seemed that the silent magic of food disappearing was being performed again. Tang Yan ate quickly, yet his movements were not crude, displaying a certain elegance and efficiency. Wang Jingshu snapped back to reality, feeling her ears slightly warm, and her heartbeat still hadn't slowed. She secretly watched him, thinking, it turns out someone can look so good even while eating. The clear movement of his jaw is mesmerizing. "Mom, I think I've really fallen in love." Unknowingly, she also picked up her utensils and started eating in small bites. It seemed that just sitting next to him made her appetite inexplicably better. Tang Yan. Wang Jingshu's voice grew softer, her eyelashes fluttering. "Do you want a girlfriend?" Before she finished speaking, her entire face quickly flushed a layer of crimson, and she hurriedly averted her gaze, instinctively gripping the hem of her clothes. Cough, cough. This abrupt question nearly made Tang Yan choke. He took a tissue and slowly wiped the corner of his mouth. And when he looked up again, there was a hint of playful amusement in his gaze as he smiled at her. Wang Jingshu, however, was already overwhelmed, her eyes darting around, unable to sit still, wishing she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes right then and there. Why did she impulsively ask such a question without thinking? She had only wanted to tentatively ask if he had a girlfriend, but unexpectedly, it turned into a shameless, "Do you want a girlfriend?" Although it was just a word away, the meaning was entirely different, making her ears burn as if they were on fire, feeling flustered and annoyed, wishing she could turn back time 3 minutes to swallow her words back. Just when Wang Jingshu was at a loss for how to handle the awkwardness, Tang Yan's gentle voice rang out. "Do you believe in love at first sight?" His tone was soft, like the evening breeze brushing past her ears, making her heart feel soft. Without even thinking, Wang Jingshu nodded vigorously. "I do." In the past, she might not have believed it, but now she had no choice but to believe it. Otherwise, how could she explain why just that one glance had thrown her into turmoil, making it impossible to calm down? This damn charm. Tang Yan Sayin Wali, gaining a deeper understanding of the impact of his current appearance. He used to be an ordinary person who couldn't be found in a crowd. Not to mention someone as stunning as Wang Jingshu. Even a girl with slightly better looks probably wouldn't have glanced at him twice. The girl Lu Ruyan, who just barely met the threshold of attractiveness, didn't hesitate to turn and follow someone else. Now, having transformed, he didn't even need to take the initiative to win the hearts of the world's top beauties. The saying that looks are justice applied to men just as well. Some say that love at first sight is merely lust at first sight. He looked into Wang Jingshu's eyes, his tone becoming serious, his smile carrying a candid clarity. Jingshu, we haven't known each other for long. I don't want to recklessly disappoint any girl has feelings, so you need to think it through. He paused, finally voicing his concerns. I'm an orphan, with no parents, and dropped out of high school to make a living. I used to be a delivery driver. The social gap is vast, and I'm afraid your family will oppose. I don't care. The response he received was a decisive and unwavering voice. Wang Jingshu raised her head, meeting his gaze directly, her beautiful eyes now burning with an almost stubborn fire. She understood his unspoken worries. He feared her affection was superficial, worried that after passion faded, the reality of their differences would be hard to bridge, and concerned about societal judgments and obstacles. But none of that mattered to her. Meeting someone who stirs her soul at the right time was a rare stroke of luck. This man who had burst into her heart at first sight. If she missed him, she would regret it for a lifetime. Low education? No problem. She could accompany him to study, explore the world. The breadth of knowledge has never been limited to a piece of paper. No family ties? Perfect. She would turn her softest heart into his armor and support. Family opposition? Nonsense. In the script of her life, only she could write the chapter on love. No matter what background or family status, nothing could stop her from pursuing happiness. That gaze was too fierce and determined, like the blazing sun at noon. Tang Yan looked at the stubborn flame in her eyes, and his heart, which had grown slightly cold from the struggles of the apocalypse, seemed to be gently warmed by her courageous spirit. In the end, he conceded. The curve of his lips deepened suddenly, spreading a gentle ripple, and he slightly nodded towards the brave girl. So, his clear voice carried a solemnity. Congratulations. You have acquired a boyfriend. The tense atmosphere shattered like ice melting in the sun. Wang Jingshu's serious mask instantly fell apart, blooming brightly like summer flowers after rain, her eyes flowing with a dazzling brilliance like a galaxy. As you command, my boyfriend, she smiled sweetly, her tone filled with the unique sweetness and playful pout of a girl in love, casually picking up a piece of tender salmon and holding it to his lips. This is a special service from your girlfriend. If any familiar staff outside were to witness this scene, they would surely drop their jaws at the sight of the renowned ice-cold beauty, whose smile now radiated enough charm to melt the entire winter of the Dragon Kingdom. Click! A teasing voice came from the doorway. So you've stolen my Jingjing away, huh? Not bad looking. As the words fell, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a figure stepped in with grace. The newcomer wore a charcoal gray velvet casual suit, the fabric draping smoothly, reflecting a delicate and gentle sheen under the lights. The minimalist cut blurred gender boundaries, unexpectedly highlighting a strikingly handsome face with neat short hair and an air of aloofness in her expression. She casually waved her phone, and as her gaze swept across the room, the silver earring on one earlobe flashed a cold light, much like the aura she exuded, free-spirited, exquisite, with a hint of unintentional coolness and flair. Shuma, what are you doing here? Didn't you go on a trip? Wang Jingshu hurriedly stood up, feeling a bit guilty as if she were caught stealing. She noticed that beneath Lin Shumo's seemingly teasing smile, her eyes were sharper than usual, like a small leopard on alert. Tang Yan initially thought the newcomer might not be friendly, but he relaxed when he realized they knew each other. Tang Yan observed the newly arrived girl with interest. In his perception, this girl's vitality seemed more vigorous than ordinary people, and her steps were unusually light. My Jingjing, he recalled her earlier words and her attire. This clearly was another interesting person. The short-haired girl spoke up. Jingjing, don't change the subject. Hurry up and introduce me to your boyfriend. Wang Jingshu sighed helplessly, feeling exasperated with her best friend. Their nice date was being disrupted, and it was spiraling out of control. Tang Yan, this is Lin Shumo, my childhood friend and bestie. We've grown up together, and are practically inseparable. But she's a bit carefree, so don't mind her. Then she turned to Lin Shumo. Shumo, this is Tang Yan, my boyfriend. Tang Yan had already politely stood up when Wang Jingshu began the introduction. Now that the introductions were complete, he extended his hand courteously. Nice to meet Jingjing's best friend. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Shumo gracefully extended her hand, her fingers long and her skin smooth as jade. She lightly touched his before withdrawing. She maintained a composed smile, but her heart was already stirred with silent waves. She never expected that this impromptu visit would lead her to such a scene. It was indeed Jingjing, the one who never showed any warmth to anyone and always kept her distance, actively feeding a man. If this were to get out, it would surely shake the entire circle. What complicated her feelings even more was that she instinctively captured that moment. Jingjing turned her face, her eyes and brows adorned with a softness and shyness she had never seen before. Such an expression, if it were to spread, would surely break countless hearts. But the next second, a clear pang of bitterness spread in her own heart. No, perhaps it was her own heart that was breaking. Chapter 12, the first step to monetization, her Jingjing. From now on, her eyes will hold others, her fingertips will serve food for others, and her smile will bloom for others. She will no longer sneak into her blanket in the deep of night, nor will she softly complain. Allow her to hold tight and then let go. Lin Shumo slightly pursed her lips, locked her phone screen, and hid that glaringly sweet image. She still smiled, but no one noticed the silent heartache she felt at that moment. When Lin Shumo turned her gaze to Tang Yan, it clearly carried a hint of scrutiny and coldness, as if appraising an unwelcome guest who had suddenly intruded. Let us talk, she said, her voice steady but carrying an undeniable tone that wouldn't allow for casualness. How long have you known each other? What did you do to make our Jingjing so infatuated? Tang Yan did not answer immediately. He met Lin Shumo's scrutinizing gaze with calm, yet determined eyes, the corners of his mouth even holding a hint of a faint, knowing smile. We just met at noon. He finally spoke, his voice not loud, but every word clear, carrying an undeniable steadiness. As for infatuation, there's no particular method. He paused briefly, his gaze unintentionally sweeping over the blushing Wang Jingshu beside him, his tone growing a bit more serious. Feelings are a mutual pursuit. When she walked towards me, I was also walking towards her. No one stole anyone. It was just that both recognized each other at the same time. He looked back at Lin Shumo, summarizing, the timing was right, the people were right, so everything just fell into place. Wang Jingshu's heart skipped several beats at his words. She and T expected him to define her initiative as a mutual pursuit. This attitude of not taking credit and fully accepting and valuing her feelings moved her more than any sweet talk. She instinctively tightened her grip on his hand, the love in her eyes nearly overflowing. Lin Shumo looked at Wang Jingshu, whose heart and eyes were filled with Tang Yan, and couldn't help but press her forehead, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment. Jingjing, rein in a bit. You're still a girl, whereas your modesty. She could see at a glance that the girl had already fallen head over heels, her expression mirroring that of her love-crazed mother, hopeless. Noticing the subtle awkwardness in the air, Tang Yan timely coughed lightly and naturally turned his attention to Lin Shumo, extending an invitation. Miss Lin, if you don't mind. Shall we sit down together and eat something? The three of them resumed their seats at the dining table, and the atmosphere subtly continued through the dinner. Lin Shumo, already hungry, didn't hold back and began eating briskly. Having known Jingjing for many years, she was used to being unreserved in front of her. Her manner of eating, while not rude, was natural and casual, completely devoid of the aloof persona she usually maintained. However, after just a few bites, her movements unconsciously slowed down. Her gaze was entirely drawn to Tang Yan across from her. She had never seen anyone eat so quickly in such an efficient yet non-annoying manner, the actions oddly unembarrassed, as if he was focused on enjoying the food itself. Exuding a generous, carefree spirit, Lin Shumo watched, somewhat dazed, her chopsticks suspended in midair as she forgot what she was going to pick up. An interesting scene emerged at the dining table. Two exceptionally beautiful girls were both fixated on the same man. Wang Jingshu rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy and delight. while Lin Shumo's eyes widened slightly. Her red lips unconsciously parted, revealing unmasked surprise, even forgetting to close them. Tang Yan let out a satisfied breath, finally suppressing that gut-wrenching hunger. It felt as if his stomach were connected to another dimension. After downing dozens of plates of meat, he had merely laid a foundation. His eating style throughout could be described as a whirlwind, leaving Lin Shumo beside him dumbfounded, her hand holding the chopsticks motionless for a long moment. Fortunately, this lengthy eating battle finally came to an end. They had unknowingly spent nearly 2 hours on the meal. The three returned to Wang Jingshu's elegant and spacious office, sitting down on the soft sofa. However, Lin Shumo showed no sign of relaxing. She crossed her legs, her gaze like a spotlight locked onto Tang Yan, clearly still in shock from the restaurant. "I still don't believe it," she said straightforwardly, her beautiful brows slightly raised. "The human stomach has its limits. What you've eaten, physically, is unscientific. Where did it all go?" Just as Tang Yan was about to brush it off with a comment about high physical activity, Lin Shumo immediately interrupted with a scoff. "High physical activity? Are you kidding, child? No matter how low my basal metabolism is, I know that amount of food cannot be explained by exercise." Seeing that conventional reasoning wouldn't convince her, Tang Yan half-jokingly attempted to introduce a bit of unconventional concepts. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lin Shumo not only didn't have an epiphany, but instead looked at him as if saying, "You might as well just tell me the truth." "Cultivation?" She elongated her tone, her voice filled with absurdity and teasing. "This is getting more ridiculous. Really, you might as well just say you're an alien or that you have a dimensional pocket in your belly. I might find that more acceptable." No matter how Tang Yan explained, Lin Shumo had a look that said, "Go ahead, keep making things up. Let us see what you can come up with." Clearly not believing a word. Faced with Lin Shumo's rapid-fire questioning and her look of skepticism, Tang Yan knew that ordinary reasoning would absolutely not suffice. He smiled helplessly, raised a hand to touch his nose, and decided to change his approach, using part of the truth to divert her attention while laying a foundation for some of his anomalies. Okay, he feigned surrender, his tone carrying a hint of forced honesty. "Actually, my ability to eat so much might also be related to my recent side job. The physical consumption is indeed quite large." "Side job?" Lin Shumo was indeed attracted by this more realistic yet still mysterious new term. She leaned slightly forward, asking, "What side job could make you so hungry? Moving bricks?" Her tone still carried teasing, but the focus of her curiosity had clearly shifted. Tang Yan did not answer directly, but instead casually reached into his bag. Wang Jingshu looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was up to. What Tang Yan pulled out from his bag was not any documents or credentials, but a heavy object simply wrapped in soft cloth. He placed it casually on the coffee table in the middle of the sofa, the cloth unfurling to reveal its true form. It was a piece of natural gold, the size of an adult's fist, radiating a pure and dazzling golden sheen under the bright office lights. Its rough and primitive form only highlighted its heart-stirring natural impact. The golden light nearly blinded Lin Shumo. "Here," Tang Yan pointed to the piece of gold with his chin, trying to sound nonchalant. "I've been messing around with these things. I often need to go out into the wild, doing physical labor." In an instant, the office fell into a brief silence. Lin Shumo's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an incredible glow. Coming from a well-off family, she could immediately tell that this was no ordinary craft, but a valuable piece of natural gold. All her previous questions and doubts about his appetite were instantly shattered by this sudden, hard evidence. She instinctively reached out to touch it, to verify its authenticity, but her fingertips stopped midway. She looked at the gold, then at Tang Yan's seemingly ordinary yet undeniably upright demeanor, and finally at Jingjing, who had a proud expression as if to say, "Isn't my boyfriend amazing?" All the clues forcibly pieced together formed an explanation that, while absurd, seemed to be the only reasonable one. Your side business is digging for gold?" Tang Yan brought the conversation back on track. His gaze landed on the eye-catching gold nugget on the coffee table, which was one of the important reasons he had come today, to liquidate it. Although he had already become lovers with Wang Jingzhu and knew her family was well off, Tang Yan had his own principles and was not someone who wished to rely on others. He held the opportunity to traverse two worlds, and becoming wealthy was just a matter of time. What he needed now was to take a steady first step based on his own strength. Therefore, converting the gold into cash to purchase supplies for the exploration of the other world, in order to exchange for more gold and crystal cores, was a clear and efficient path, a perfect closed loop in his plan. Jing, Miss Lin, Tang Yan's gaze lifted from the gold nugget to the two ladies beside him. His tone serious. Jing, Miss Lin, as you can see, I do intend to liquidate this item for cash to prepare funds for subsequent activities. I wonder if you are aware of reliable and efficient channels? Rest assured about the source. It's absolutely clean, but my channel is rather private. Wang Jingzhu immediately looked toward her best friend Lin Shumo, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Shumo, your family must have a way, right? The fastest and safest kind. Her eager expression almost silently urged. Lin Shumo took a deep breath, trying to calm her feelings. Her professional instincts overtook all previous doubts and teasing. Although her question about his capacity to acquire such an item had not completely dissipated, it was replaced by an even bigger mystery. Where did he get this? She uncrossed her legs, leaned forward, and examined the gold nugget more closely, then looked up at Tang Yan, her gaze becoming sharp and professional. The channel is not a problem. The Lin family has their own jewelry company and partnered appraisal institutions. For this kind of item, as long as the purity and content are verified, it's always a seller's market. There is no worry about finding a buyer. The key is how to operate it to maximize value while keeping it as low profile as possible. How much are you planning to sell? What is your psychological price? She leaned slightly forward, her eyes revealing unreserved admiration. Its form is so unique. This is almost a natural artwork that is hard to come by. Tang Yan, are you sure you want to sell it so urgently? If handled properly and presented at the right auction, its premium potential is quite considerable, far beyond simple gold price calculations. If you encounter a collector who is fond of it, it's not impossible for the price to multiply several times. Wang Jingzhu, hearing the words urgent to sell, immediately chimed in with concern. Yeah, Tang Yan, are you in a hurry for money? If it's not that urgent, why not wait for a better price? Or, if it's temporarily inconvenient for you, I can help. You can use it for now. She showed no hesitation in her willingness to help. Listening to their considerations, especially Wang Jingzhu's unwavering support, a warmth surged in Tang Yan's heart. This first bucket of gold must be earned by myself. Tang Yan smiled, his attitude firm yet gentle. Thank you both. However, I do hope to complete this first transaction with it as soon as possible. Miss Lin, since you have connections, I would appreciate your help in facilitating this matter. Chapter 13, The Cat that can only flip in the air under the warm yellow light in the office. The atmosphere became slightly different due to that golden stone. Tang Yan wasn't in a hurry. He gently pushed the gold nugget another half-inch toward Lin Shumo, the action as casual as if he were pushing a plate of snacks. He raised his eyes, looking calmly at Lin Shumo, his tone devoid of any bragging, instead carrying a kind of candidness in discussing business. Forget about the markup for now. It's enough to securely convert it into cash. I can't elaborate on its origins for now, but I can guarantee it's completely clean. He paused, lowering his voice a bit, which made it sound even more steady, and similar items. I might be able to find more. So, rather than a one-time high price, I'm more interested in establishing a long-term, discrete channel for cooperation. I understand the principle of not attracting attention. Lin Shumo's fingertips unconsciously rubbed against the cool wall of the teacup. Her gaze moved back and forth between the valuable gold and Tang Yan's calm face. Her feelings complex and hard to articulate. Rationally, she quickly realized the weight of Tang Yan's words. If what he said was true, this would be an astonishing and ongoing wealth. The Lin family is fully capable of absorbing this, which would be beneficial for the family business and could attract high-end clients. But emotionally, a subtle sourness and sense of loss wrapped around her. Wang Jingzhu, on the other hand, was not overthinking. She listened to Tang Yan's words, only seeing the certainty and composure in his eyes. She quietly reached out, holding Tang Yan's hand under the sofa, her fingertips lightly scratching his palm, conveying unconditional trust and support. When Tang Yan looked at her, she immediately returned a brilliant, proud smile, as if to say, My boyfriend, is this amazing? Lin Shimo noticed her best friend's small action and expression, and the slight bitterness in her heart deepened. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her personal emotions, allowing her professional demeanor to take precedence. I understand. She spoke, her voice returning to its usual cool professionalism. I will first take the gold nugget back for professional testing and valuation. This is a necessary procedure. As for the channel, she looked at Tang Yan, her gaze adding a few degrees of formal scrutiny. The Lin family can do that, and can keep it discreet enough, releasing it into the market in batches. But just as you said, the premise is that everything must be clean, and we need a more concrete framework for long-term cooperation. That's natural. Tang Yan nodded, acknowledging Lin Shimo's professionalism and calmness. Friends are friends, and business is business. How about a 10 commission? For the first time, consider it a trial. Thus, the matter was initially settled. Lin Shimo took on a professional attitude, photographing the gold nugget, weighing it, and recording its features, her movements meticulous. But occasionally, when she glanced at the couple sitting closely together, whispering to each other, her gaze would flicker with an elusive complexity. In the end, she carefully stored the heavy gold nugget. As she left, her silhouette remained upright and elegant, but inside, it felt like a tangled mess, an invaluable piece of gold, a mysterious man, and a feeling she could only keep buried in her heart, unable to share with anyone. In the spacious room, only the two people on the sofa remained. Wang Jingzhu's heartbeat was clearly audible as she slowly leaned her weight against the solid arm beside her. A warm current of mixed safety and strange excitement spreading in her chest. As she got closer, a unique, indescribable scent that belonged only to him wafted in her nostrils, causing her fingertips to unconsciously curl slightly. Was it an illusion? Or was her body honestly making a choice? The distance silently shortened, and their gaze unintentionally focused on each other's lips. The air felt like thickened honey. An unspoken attraction pulled them together, testing, drawing close, and then they tenderly kissed. There was no deliberate rehearsal, nor any excess embellishment. Everything seemed like a continuation of breathing, naturally falling into place. The warmth and softness between their lips intertwined to form a small, closed universe. Breathing apart, Wang Jingzhu felt her entire ear area burning. A thought rapidly took shape in her mind, one that could both relieve the sweet, nearly suffocating intimacy and extend it. She lifted her eyes to him, her eyelashes fluttering, her voice carrying an imperceptible softness and anticipation. I have a little cat, fluffy and especially cute. Would you like to come see it? Every word seemed to carry the blush that had risen on her cheeks, the warmth spreading down to her delicate collarbone. Her eyes were moist, like petals in early spring covered with dew, filled with silent invitation. Tang Yan sensed the cautious anticipation in her words and the straightforward yet shy charm, and his heartstrings were gently tugged. Going to see the cat was obviously a clear metaphor. He paused, returning her gaze filled with light, and finally replied with a brief affirmation. Okay. Longhu Gardens snuggled against the tranquil lakeside, recognized as the top luxury residential area in the West City. A true symbol of wealth. Here, the threshold of a standalone villa could reach tens of millions. Maserati cruised down the tree-lined avenue, and Wang Jingzhu brought Tang Yan to a stop in front of Villa number 6. The intelligent recognition system operated silently, and the door slid open quietly. It was Tang Yan's first time entering such a place, and his curious gaze swept around. Quietly, there's someone over there, waiting for you, he gently reminded. His awareness had long enveloped the anxious man outside the door, and every emotional fluctuation was crystal clear in his perception. Not far away, an Audi S door opened, and a young man holding flowers stepped out. Wang Jingzhu's joy instantly froze, replaced by frost. This man, Gao Chong, had always seen her as a trophy to claim, leveraging his family background to prove his status in the circle. The car window lowered only a narrow slit, and her cold gaze pierced through the gap, landing on the approaching man. Jingzhu, I waited for you for an hour. Why are you back now? The displeasure was evident in a man's voice. Gao Chong, Wang Jingzhu replied flatly. I've said it before, we are not suitable. Don't waste any more time. She turned to indicate beside her, This is my boyfriend. Gao Chang's anger surged violently, his fierce gaze shooting toward the passenger seat, where Tang Yan remained composed, even offering a slight, almost imperceptible smile. Kid, how dare you touch my woman? Gao Chang's eyes seemed to ooze poison, silently conveying that meaning. Tang Yan's calm gaze met his, chilling yet filled with naked disdain. He didn't speak, but the implication pierced Gao Chang's eyes like ice shards. Friend, what do you call yourself? Gao Chang suppressed his anger, his voice squeezing through his teeth. Very unfamiliar? Where are you from? Wang Jingzhu knew the Gao family's power and felt a tightness in her chest. Gao Chang, who he is none of your business. Put away your spoiled brat demeanor. This will only make me look down on you even more. With that, the vehicle drove straight into the villa. Gao Chang slammed the flowers he was holding to the ground, crushing them underfoot. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Gao Xiao, what can I do for you? A fawning voice came through the phone. Gao Chang tugged at his shirt collar and said, help me take care of someone. Chapter 14. Kitty Cat and her knight stepping into her warm and bright world. The gloom brought by Gao Chang seemed to be instantly dispelled. Wang Jingshu was once again full of enthusiasm, holding Tang Yan's hand like a girl sharing a treasure for the first time, leading him through the three-story castle. Expensive artworks, understated luxurious decorations, and spacious, comfortable living spaces filled her vision. She was not showing off. She simply wanted to open up her territory to him, allowing those invisible barriers to quietly dissolve in this intimate sharing. Finally returning to the spacious living room on the first floor, the two of them sank into the large sofa together. The gravity of being in love made them habitually snuggle against each other, sharing each other's warmth and tranquil moments. Stay with me. Have some red wine? Wang Jingshu leaned against his shoulder, her voice soft like the evening breeze outside. Okay. Tang Yan nodded, his gaze gently resting on her face, casually asking, but what about that cat you mentioned? Wang Jingshu's cheeks turned slightly rosy, her eyes shimmering with a hazy light, but she forced herself to remain calm. Don't rush, you'll see it soon. Surrounded by rules and etiquette since childhood, Wang Jingshu had never been this bold and intimate with a man. But the surging desire inside her was like thawing spring tides, completely washing away the dam of rationality. Her heart and eyes were filled only with Tang Yan. The rich red wine slid down her throat, bringing a slight warmth. Wang Jingshu drank another half glass, her cheeks reddening even more like blooming peach blossoms. She gazed at Tang Yan with a dreamy look in her eyes, filled with desire, resolute courage, and a hint of shy invitation. It's on the second floor in my master bedroom, she said, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor as she looked straight into his eyes. Carry me up, and you'll see it. Tang, you no longer held back. Their mutual affection made everything fall into place. Any hesitation was unnecessary. A couplet flashed through his mind. If there are flowers to pick them right away. Don't wait until there are no flowers to regret. Leaning forward, his strong arms effortlessly lifted her up in a standard princess carry. Wang Jingshu pressed her flushed and burning cheeks tightly against his solid, warm chest, hearing his strong heartbeat like a beating drum, further intoxicating her already slightly tipsy consciousness. Pushing open the master bedroom door, warm light cascaded down gently. I never expected. Our Jingshu is actually a kitty fan at heart. Tang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. The scene before him truly opened his eyes. All around were fluffy kitty cat dolls, exquisite kitty cat ornaments, and even the bedding and pillows were drenched in overwhelming pink and cute imagery. Who would have thought that the queen, who usually exuded an icy demeanor and controlled a vast business, hid such a whimsical dream of a little princess deep within her? Hearing his teasing, Wang Jingshu decided to let it go, not bothering to explain. Instead, she lifted her face in his arms and sealed his lips with a passionate kiss. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted. Wang Jingshu's breath was slightly unsteady, her eyes glistening with water. Avoiding his fiery gaze, she spoke with a hint of playful reproach and deep shyness. I need to take a shower first. The crisp sound of running water soon echoed in the bathroom of the suite. Tang Yan lay alone on the incredibly soft bed, surrounded by a pink kitty cat world, his heart racing and breathing becoming heated. 26 years. Finally. a place to unleash his potential. How could Tang Yan not be excited? Yet the experiences of the past few days had calmed his tumultuous emotions like tidal waves gradually subsiding, returning to a state of steady calm. The ordinary was now in the past. He had been completely transformed. That night of drunkenness had become a sharp turning point, completely rewriting Tang Yan's predetermined life trajectory. The long night is boundless, filled with enchanting allure, too delicate to share with outsiders. As dawn broke and the morning light began to show, Tang Yan had already awakened. His enhanced body did not require long hours of sleep. Just a moment of rest was enough to restore his vibrant energy. He lowered his gaze and saw Wang Jingshu curled up in his arms like a docile cat. Tang Yan couldn't help but smile, gently planting a kiss on her. Wang Jingshu was awakened from her hazy dreams. Her eyes initially filled with confusion, but upon seeing the handsome outline before her, she immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Does it still hurt?" Tang Yan asked softly, his tone full of affection. He knew better than anyone what incredible strength his body possessed. At this moment, she simply shook her head lightly, her cheeks flushing. Her usual running and yoga had trained her supple body, so she didn't feel too much discomfort. Moreover, that incident seemed to carry a captivating magic, making her feel both shy and delighted, leading to a sense of longing. Wang Jingshu reached under the pillow to find a hair tie, sitting up with a slight bend. She tilted her head, gathering her silky long hair, revealing a section of her fair swan neck, and then neatly tied it into a refreshing ponytail. 10,000 words omitted. 2 hours later, the two of them got dressed and went downstairs. There was a maid in the villa responsible for Wang Jingshu's meals and cleaning, who usually did not live in. Seeing Wang Jingshu come out of the bedroom with a man, the maid was shocked, her mouth agape, secretly muttering to herself, "This is big news. I need to tell Madam quickly." But she quickly masked her surprise. "Auntie, prepare an extra serving of breakfast. Make it a bit larger." "All right, Jingshu, just wait a moment. It'll be ready soon." The breakfast was light, consisting of seafood congee and soup dumplings. The maid's cooking was quite good, and the taste was excellent. Just as they finished breakfast, Wang Jingshu's phone rang. "Mom." Wang Jingshu answered the call with a hint of guilt, glancing at Tang Yan beside her and walking into the villa's garden. "Oof, don't call me Mom. I'm not your mom." Mother Feng's tone was clearly not good. "Oh, Mom, what's wrong? Are you still angry about Gao Chong?" "Don't mention Gao Chong. You need to honestly tell me what you've been up to." "Mom, I don't understand what you mean. Last night, Shuamo sent me the photos of you and that man. I'm not stopping you from dating. That's your freedom, but why did you bring him home?" Wang Jingshu cursed inwardly, realizing that Lin Shumo had betrayed her, and even Aunt Wang had secretly reported to her mother. After the initial panic, Wang Jingshu took a deep breath, her tone becoming firm. "Mom, you don't need to worry about my affairs. He is my boyfriend, and it's only natural for me to bring him home." Mother Feng sighed, her tone slightly weary. "Girls grow up and can't be kept. All right, your dad and I are on the way. We'll be there in about an hour. Let's have lunch together. If Annie Tang comes, Shu Mo will arrive later too. We'll talk when we meet." "Jingshu this time. You were too impulsive. How much do you know about him?" After hanging up, Wang Jingshu took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and walked back to Tang Yan with her head down like a child who had done something wrong, whispering, "Tang Yan, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Tang Yan couldn't help but smile, reaching out to gently stroke her hair, asking with a smile, "What's wrong? What made our Jingshu unhappy?" In fact, he had already quietly released his consciousness, listening to her conversation with her mother clearly. "Let me guess," Tang Yan continued playfully. "Is it that uncle and auntie are coming over later?" Wang Jingshu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. "How did you know?" "I also know that they have already heard about us, so you were a bit nervous, right?" Wang Jingshu first nodded, then hurriedly shook her head. "I'm not nervous. I'm just afraid you might feel pressured, after all." Tang Yan felt warmth in his heart, reaching out to pull her into his arms, his palm resting on her slender waist. "Don't worry," he said softly, his gaze steady and gentle. "Just leave it to me." Wang Jingshu leaned against him, nodding vigorously. Chapter 15 Examination of a Billionaire Giant. Let's go. I'll take you to pick out some new clothes. Tang Yan looked down at his outfit, which was clearly too small, tightly wrapped around him, and rather inappropriate. The two of them drove to the mall, and Wang Jingshu, with a clear goal in mind, led Tang Yan directly into Armani. Tang Yan's physique could be described as a walking clothes hanger, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with clean lines. Whether it was a formal suit or a casual style, once worn, it instantly exuded an extraordinary elegance. They quickly selected 2 sets of formal attire and 3 sets of casual outfits, along with matching shoes. After changing into a charcoal gray casual suit, the effect was stunning. The top-notch tailoring perfectly accentuated his tall figure, and his originally cold and deep features, against the backdrop of luxurious fabric, added an undeniable, powerful aura. The gaze of the sales associates and a few scattered customers silently focused on him, the air filled with restrained admiration. Wang Jingshu, listening to the lowered whispers around her, couldn't help but smile. This radiant man was hers. The bill arrived, 5 outfits, totaling 38 million. Tang Yan caught sight of the number, his brows slightly moving. These top brands were indeed not easily accessible to ordinary people. Tang Yan had no obsession with such luxury items. He had always worn cheap clothes since childhood, and these expensive outfits had never appeared in his life, so he had no concept of their prices. However, he was unwilling to go against her wishes and accompanied her calmly. Several sales associates eagerly helped them carry their purchases, but Wang Jingshu naturally linked her arm with his. Smiling as they walked toward the adjacent Patek Philippe store, Wang Jingshu's eyes scanned around, ultimately selecting a platinum Nautilus for him. When she swiped her card for 48 million, there was no hesitation at all. The Wang family was truly a wealthy family. Her father helmed a massive shipping and multinational trade empire, with a fortune nearing 100 billion. Since Wang Jingshu turned 18, she had started receiving dividends from the group, with an annual amount no less than 100 million. Over the years, her personal savings had surpassed 1 billion. The several million spent earlier was merely a routine expense for her, as easy as buying a cup of coffee for an average person. Her decision to start a restaurant company was not driven by the need to make a living, but rather a desire not to waste her top education from Wharton Business School. It deserved to be utilized. Moreover, Wang Jingshu was a food enthusiast herself. She loved food and enjoyed traveling around the world to seek out new tastes, making this endeavor an elegant way to integrate her passion into her life. After their shopping was complete, the return trip took only an hour, showcasing high efficiency. As the car drove into the courtyard, they noticed 2 unfamiliar vehicles parked there. One was an imposing and steady Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the other was a sleek Lamborghini sports car. There was no need to ask. The owner of the Lamborghini must be Lin Shumo. Just stepping into the living room, 3 scrutinizing gazes fell upon him like a tangible force. Tang Yan's senses stirred slightly, instantly capturing the middle-aged man's steady yet curious gaze from the main seat, the gentlewoman's concern beside him, and the sharpness and subtle bitterness hidden within the complex gaze of the short-haired girl nearby. Tang Yan's expression remained unchanged. He calmly nodded to the elders in the sofa area, his demeanor relaxed, showing no signs of unease. He changed into indoor shoes and walked steadily toward the reception area. His aura calm as usual. Tang Yan politely greeted the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat and the woman beside him, saying, "Uncle, Auntie, it's a pleasure to meet you. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare a gift in advance. I apologize for that." His voice was steady and unhurried, carrying a natural composure, as if he were not facing a billionaire business magnate, but just an ordinary elder. Father Wang Chunyue praised the young man before him. He stood tall like a pine tree, with bright and deep eyes, showing no signs of evasion. That calm demeanor, which surpassed his age, made him nod slightly in his heart. His daughter's taste was indeed exceptional. The brand-new Armani casual suit he wore and the shiny Nautilus on his wrist were obviously his daughter's choices. But the young man wore them without any sense of being overshadowed by the clothing and jewelry. Instead, it seemed that his own aura perfectly commanded these external items. "Please sit." Wang Qinyue's voice was steady, revealing no trace of emotion as he pointed to the sofa beside him. Wang father actually had a good impression of this young man. For the Wang family, choosing a son-in-law was never about social status, but rather focused on the character and capabilities of the other party. Hearing Shimo mention that this child had no parents, Wang's father saw this not as a flaw, but rather as a rarity, almost akin to being adopted, which also reduced many family ties. Ultimately, the Wang family's business would be handed over to his daughter. As long as this young man was reliable and caring, he would have no further concerns. Lin Shimo sat on the side in a single sofa, her gaze complex as she looked at Tang Yan, especially at the dazzling new watch on his wrist. The corner of her mouth seemed to twitch slightly, harboring a significant hostility toward Tang Yan's encroachment. Just by watching Jinjing walk, Lin Shimo knew that her Jinjing would never come back. You're Xiao Tang, right? Don't just stand there, sit down. Wang Jingshu's mother, Feng Jixia, spoke, her temperament gentle and somewhat resembling Wang Jingshu. Mom, I didn't even have a chance to say it before someone sold me out. Wang Jingshu naturally sat beside Tang Yan, affectionately linking her arm with his, her posture declaring strong intent, though her gaze toward Lin Shimo was somewhat unfriendly. Wang Qinyue's sharp gaze slowly opened. I heard from Xiao Mo that you only met yesterday. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingshu instinctively wanted to explain, but Tang Yan gently squeezed her hand under the table to stop her. Tang Yan naturally picked up on the probing tone in the other person's words. It was entirely normal for a father to harbor doubts about a man who had just met his daughter the day before and was close to her. He did not show any signs of awkwardness. Instead, he met the other person's gaze calmly, his expression as calm as ever, exuding a subtle composure that transcended his age. He did not avoid the question, but responded openly, his voice steady and powerful. Uncle, you are correct. Jingshu and I indeed only met yesterday. However, for me, the time it takes to judge whether someone is worth befriending is never the most important measure. His tone was firm, as if stating not a personal feeling, but a certain belief. Perhaps it's because I have experienced some things and seen many people that I trust my intuition more than most. Jingshu has a very pure and clean energy about her, honest, bright, and unpretentious. This is very rare in my past environment. Therefore, it is indeed I who took the initiative to want to get closer to her and understand her. If this comes off as abrupt and has offended you both, that is my fault. I hope you can forgive me. A hint of mild appreciation flickered in Wang Qinyue's eyes. This young man was quite interesting. He did not evade or shift blame, openly admitting his initiative and attributing the reason to his daughter being good. Such words sounded pleasant and showed sincerity and restraint. Feng Jixia's smile became more genuine upon hearing this. What mother wouldn't like to hear someone praise her daughter as unique and excellent? She cast a playful glance at Wang Jingshu. You girl, you really kept it tight-lipped. Though she said this, her tone had long lost any trace of reproach. Wang Jingshu's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart sweet as she leaned against Tang Yan, softly murmuring, I just wanted to wait until things were a bit more stable before telling you. Who knew someone would be so quick to spill? She shot another glance at Lin Shimo. Lin Shimo's hand, resting on her knee, tightened slightly. But when she heard Tang Yan say that Jingshu had a very pure and clean energy field, her gaze flickered imperceptibly, and her tightly clenched hand relaxed a bit. Wang Xinhua picked up his teacup and took a sip, slowly saying, Young man, it's common for feelings to come quickly. Your aunt and I are not that rigid. With these words, he seemed to initially acknowledge Tang Yan's explanation. Thank you, uncle, for your understanding. Tang Yan slightly bowed, his demeanor humble and polite. However, Wang Qinyue shifted his tone, his gaze steady yet meaningful, saying that feeling is one thing and long-term interaction is another. Jingshu is a bit impatient at times and has a bit of a temper. If there are any conflicts in the future, more tolerance will be needed. This was both a reminder and an implicit test. Tang Yan nodded seriously. What you say is true, uncle. Relationships need to be nurtured with care. Mutual tolerance and understanding are fundamental. Jingshu's true nature is rare. I will cherish it and learn how to get along better with her. His response was still impeccable, accepting the reminder while expressing his appreciation for Wang Jingshu once again, with an attitude that was beyond reproach. Feng Jixia, increasingly satisfied, smoothed things over. All right, let's talk about the future later. This is Tang's first visit, so let's not discuss serious matters. Jingshu, quickly pour some tea for him. Just then, an aunt from the household brought in freshly brewed tea and exquisite snacks, and the somewhat stagnant atmosphere in the living room began to flow and ease. Wang Jingshu cheerfully complied, personally pouring a cup of tea for Tang Yan, her eyes and brows filled with sweetness. Tang Yan accepted the teacup, thanked her, and his movements were natural and elegant. This initial meeting, though it had small ripples, passed smoothly under his calm response, overcoming a hurdle. Chapter 16, The Rebirth. In the valley, Lu Ruotang sat quietly to the side, her gaze constantly following Tang Yan, paying close attention to his every move. This young man indeed had a well-proportioned appearance, with a naturally cool demeanor that didn't create a sense of oppression. She began to understand why Jingjing had developed feelings for him. At certain moments, she couldn't help but think, if this is truly the person her daughter has chosen, it doesn't seem bad at all. However, the investigation report she had seen before didn't match up with the image before her. How could an ordinary food delivery person possess such poise? And how could someone so outstanding be treated that way by an ex-girlfriend? Wang father and Wang mother exchanged glances with Lu Ruotang, both recognizing a degree of approval. Tang Yan's performance was far better than they had anticipated. They had come here to keep an eye on their daughter. As parents, they feared that she might make a hasty decision and choose the wrong person. But this young man was calm and composed, his demeanor measured, every word and action evoking goodwill. They couldn't help but nod secretly, finally feeling relieved. Their daughter rarely liked someone. As long as the other person was of good character and treated her sincerely, how could they possibly stand in her way? Moreover, Tang Yan's appropriate responses and sincere gaze made them feel that believing Lin Shumo's claim that Jingjing was pursuing him was truly laughable. Their daughter was bright and generous, exceptionally beautiful. Why would she need to chase after anyone? During lunchtime, everyone took their seats one after another. The round table was filled with a sumptuous spread of dishes, no less than 20, each one made with solid ingredients. Wang father usually didn't drink, so no one raised a glass during the meal. The atmosphere, though not boisterous, was warm and attentive. At this point, Tang Yan no longer needed extra energy. His appetite had returned to normal. Faced with the table full of delicacies, he felt a bit of pressure, but still picked up his chopsticks calmly. Feng mother occasionally served him dishes while gently inquiring about his family and past. Tang Yan didn't conceal anything and simply recounted his background. He understood that being open at this moment was the most appropriate response. No one mentioned his past relationship during the meal. Everyone laughed and chatted harmoniously, making the dinner enjoyable. Lu Ruotang glanced at her daughter and then at Wang Jingzhu, who was smiling as she served food to Tang Yan. She couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, feeling a bit envious and indescribably melancholic. In the end, Tang Yan felt a bit full. Fortunately, his physical condition was far beyond average. He digested food quickly and didn't feel burdened. This lavish family dinner also subtly brought everyone closer together. Feng mother was extremely satisfied with her future son-in-law, her eyes full of smiles. Wang father maintained a stern face, wanting to project some authority. But each time he saw the bright smile and happiness on his daughter's face, something he had never seen before, all his pretended sternness crumbled in an instant, ultimately turning into a sigh of compromise. After the meal, Wang father and Wang mother, who had settled in Shanghai, left together with Lu Ruotang, leaving only Wang Jingzhu and Lin Shumo behind. Lin Shumo received a phone call midway and returned with a hint of mystery in her eyes. She leaned closer to Tang Yan and lowered her voice, saying, "That piece of gold nugget has been sold. Guess how much it sold for?" Tang Yan felt a surge of joy. He finally wouldn't have to spend a woman's money anymore, which was quite uncomfortable for him. He thought for a moment and replied, "A tenfold premium, right?" It was indeed uninteresting. He guessed it correctly. Lin Shumo chuckled, exactly 10 times. This piece of gold nugget weighed 120 grams, sourced from a meteorite mine, with a gold content of 92. It had a lucky shape and happened to meet a boss who genuinely liked it, so he bought it without hesitation at 10 times the price. If calculated at the ordinary gold price, this piece would be worth about 3.8 million. At a tenfold premium, it would be 38 million. Tang Yan was very satisfied with this price. Lin Shumo continued, "After deducting channel commissions and taxes, 28 million remains. And the finance department has already transferred it to your card. It should arrive soon." Just as she was speaking, Tang Yan received a bank SMS notification. The The money had arrived. Next, it was time to procure supplies and strive in the other world. Jingzhu, I need to step out for a while to handle some matters. I'll come back to accompany you after I'm done. Wang Jingzhu didn't think much of it and nodded. Okay, you go ahead and be busy. Message me when you're done resting. After bidding farewell to the two women, Tang Yan took a taxi to the suburban agricultural market to start his large-scale procurement. He first rented a 200-square-meter warehouse near the market for 5,000 a month. Then came the purchasing, with various supplies arriving in truckloads. 10 tons of rice, 5 tons of flour, 1 ton of bulk salt, a variety of fruits, vegetables, and many durable canned meats. He also bought a pile of different meats, including pork, beef, and chicken. He bought a bunch of snacks, including dozens of crates of cola. Additionally, he procured clothing, shoes, hats, and a batch of labor protection supplies. Thinking of Mia, Tang Yan went to a boutique to buy several sets of different styles of clothes for her based on her figure, including underwear, shoes, and socks. All the supplies cost nearly 2 million. By the time Tang Yan transferred all the supplies into his storage space, it was already 6 in the afternoon, just in time. After returning to his rental apartment and changing clothes, he crossed back into the other world. Only a little over 2 hours had passed here. Tang walked into the large storage room of the cave and selected some supplies to put inside, a few hundred kilograms of each type, along with clothes and shoes that were sturdy and durable. In the side room, he found Mia busily organizing miscellaneous items. The girl seemed to be on a treasure hunt, rummaging through the piles of old items in the 2 stone rooms, most of which were just useless junk. He handed her a bottle of cola and said, "Try this. It's a very special drink that you'll like." The girl curiously took it and cautiously sipped. In an instant, countless bubbles burst on her tongue, bringing a subtle tingling sensation, followed by a complex and rich sweetness she had never tasted before. Mia's eyes widened, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, and she unconsciously let out a satisfied gurgle from her throat. Without thinking, she gulped down another large mouthful until the bubbles made her nose tingle. Only then did she stop, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her eyes even misted over with a faint sheen from the unfamiliar, intense stimulation. "What is this? Water?" she asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. "It's so delicious. I never imagined that water could taste like this." After saying this, she eagerly tilted her head back for another big gulp, completely conquered by this modern industrial creation. Tang Yan laughed heartily. He didn't know what the reaction of the first person to drink cola on Blue Star was, but in the other world, he could see it clearly. Happy water truly lived up to its name, capable of conquering even the taste buds of this foreign realm. "Mia, don't worry about this for now," he gently interrupted. "Go to the bedroom and take a look. I brought you some gifts, just place them on the bed. There are a few new clothes and some snacks you Haven Tea tried, along with other interesting little things." Mia looked up, her eyes glimmering with brightness and still concerned. She asked Tang, "Thank you. Did you go alone to get these supplies? It's too dangerous outside. You must be careful." "Don't worry," he replied steadily, smiling at her. "You know my abilities. I want to do anything I'm not sure about." Nowadays, Tang Yan was Mia's only support in this unfamiliar world. Only with him around could her wandering heart find peace. "Chief Tang, are you there?" A man's voice came from outside the cave. Tang Yan stepped outside and saw the previously frail man struggling to carry a piece of gold nugget toward him. This gold nugget was particularly large and flat. Tang Yan took it and weighed it. It was about 100 kilograms. He felt a surge of joy. This was nearly a small target. "Good. This is exactly the metal I need. What supplies do you want in exchange? If you Haven Tea thought of anything, I'll decide the distribution." Tang Yan smiled as he looked at the other party. "Chief Tang, you decide. Just make sure there's enough food," the thin man replied. "All right, please wait a moment." Tang Yan returned to the storage room and took out a large bag of 50-kilogram rice, along with a big bag of apples. He placed them outside the cave and said, "This is food that can be cooked, and this bag is fruit. You take this back first. There are other things. Come back again later." Leader Tang, are all these for me?" The frail man couldn't believe it. "Yes, all for you. Go back first. There is still a lot more." Tang Yan watched as the man expressed his gratitude, struggling yet excited as he carried the supplies away, and he pondered in his heart. Controlling a settlement requires more than just military deterrence. Being able to provide tangible resources for survival is the true way to win people's hearts. Afterward, Tang Yan organized 2 more large bags of supplies, including canned meat, salt, sugar, clothes, shoes, soap, towels, socks, and underwear. All essential items for living. In this other world, even ordinary supplies are extremely scarce. They eat mineral salt, which contains toxins, and have never tasted such pure white salt. As for towels, socks, and soap, the people here have never even seen them, except for some large gathering points that still retain a basic industrial system capable of producing some goods. Most small settlements rely on scavenging, using whatever they can find or trading for what they need. Thank you, Tang, for the gifts. I really like them. At some point, Mia had quietly come to Tang Yan's side. Before she finished speaking, she quickly gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek, filled with joy and gratitude. Then, feeling a bit shy, she lowered her head slightly, her fingers unconsciously curling around the edge of her new clothes. It turned out that when she returned to the cave bedroom, she immediately saw the bed filled with things she had never seen before. Unable to contain her curiosity, she began to unpack them one by one, the most numerous being various types of clothing. Although she had never encountered such soft and special materials, the feel of the fabric against her fingertips told her that wearing them would be very comfortable. The tight combat suit she usually wore was made from the leather of exotic beasts. Although breathable, its style was monotonous, unchanged for many years and quite expensive, costing 10 first-level crystal cores for one set. At this moment, faced with these colorful and uniquely styled clothes, Mia's youthful heart could no longer be suppressed. She could no longer bear that dull black combat suit. Almost without hesitation, she quickly chose a set and changed into a pair of jeans paired with a fitted, emerald green cotton long-sleeve shirt. The tailored fit accentuated her flexible yet strong body lines, and the modern minimalist style created a wonderful and captivating contrast with her slightly exotic, delicate features. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of comfort and ease enveloped her. Chapter 17, The Path of Evolution in Another World. When Tang Yan saw Mia in her new outfit, he felt a sudden brightness before his eyes. She usually wore that black tight combat suit, exuding a cool and sharp demeanor, with movements that were clean and brisk, her aura as fierce as a blade. But now, standing before him, she looked like a refreshing and lively girl next door. The simple long-sleeve shirt paired with jeans made her appear even more youthful. At just 19, her striking blue eyes were clear and bright, and her purple hair was tied into a high ponytail, casual yet playful. Very nice, Mia. Come a bit closer. Let me take a good look, Tang Yan said softly, stepping closer to her. He observed her for a moment and vaguely felt that she was somewhat different from usual, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. It wasn't until his gaze inadvertently swept across her chest that he suddenly realized that the previous combat suit had tightly wrapped her figure, making her look neat and proportional. Whereas now, under the long-sleeve shirt, her curves naturally expanded without any constraints, appearing even fuller and more captivating, inadvertently adding a touch of softness and allure to her. Mia blinked her big eyes, somewhat confused. Tang, what's wrong? Did I wear something incorrectly? Come on, Mia, he said gently, taking her hand and leading her towards the bedroom. There's still a few pieces of lingerie you haven't put on. Let me get them for you. Tang Yan took out a set of light purple lingerie from the bag and carefully explained how to wear it. Once Mia changed, she stood even taller and more poised, her figure more balanced and her curves clearer. Then, Tang Yan continued to take out stockings, other styles of lingerie, and many snacks she had never seen before. Mia curiously tried on each piece and tasted each snack. She had no qualms about showcasing herself in front of him, wearing each new outfit with ease and confidence. That complete trust and pure innocence made Tang Yan's emotions stir. The daylight in this other world was still long, with quite a while until nightfall. Tang Yan sat on the edge of the bed, gently wrapping his arm around Mia, his voice warm yet clear. Starting tomorrow, I estimate that people will gradually come to exchange supplies. I've prepared everything in the storage room of the cave, and I'll leave this matter to you to handle. He paused and added, the supplies are quite sufficient. No need to be stingy. Give freely what should be given. He gazed toward the faint light filtering in from outside the cave, his tone gradually growing heavier. Once these people have regained their strength, we will start building this place. We need to construct this base into a solid fortress, so we won't have to live in constant fear of mutant beasts attacking. Upon hearing this, Mia's eyes slightly reddened. It had been 4 long years, and more than anyone, she yearned for a home that could shield her from the wind and rain. A place where she wouldn't have to wander anymore. She gently leaned against Tang Yan's shoulder, the two of them leaning on each other for a moment. Suddenly, Mia seemed to remember something and lifted her head to say, "Tang, I found something in that pile of junk, but I can't open it. I don't know what it is." After saying this, she turned and brought over a square object from the stone cabinet beside her. The object was extremely peculiar in shape, completely out of place in this rough and primitive cave. How to describe it? It was made entirely of some unknown metal, its surface smooth as a mirror, with no seams or keyholes to be found. This was definitely not something that could be created in this era. It was a technological product, and its level of technology far exceeded current understanding. It likely came from a world thousands of years ago. Tang Yan took it, gently shook it, and could feel that there was space inside, with a faint vibration coming through. He attempted to probe inside with a thread of his consciousness. But it was like a stone sinking into the sea. His consciousness was completely blocked outside and could not penetrate that smooth outer layer. "Mia, perhaps I know what this is." Tang Yan remembered seeing in old Xiao Ke's memories that he had mentioned a treasure vault whose entrance remained tightly closed. And old Xiao Ke had tried countless methods to open it. Ironically, the key to opening the treasure had been lying in his junk room all along. "Tang, what is it?" "I'm really curious," Mia asked eagerly. "Do you know where the City of Dawn is?" "The City of Dawn? Let me think. Right? Old Xiao Ke used to be from the City of Dawn, but it's quite far from here, probably a 5-day journey to the west." "Well, there's no rush. Let's set this matter aside for now. Once we have settled here, we can go visit the City of Dawn." Tang Yan suppressed his excitement and then asked, "By the way, Mia, tell me about energy potions. What kind are there? Were there specific uses? You haven't used energy potions before? I thought you were an evolutionist above level 4. Turns out you're not." Mia was puzzled. She could feel Tang Yan's strength, but this power didn't seem to come from the evolution of energy potions. "My power doesn't come from energy potions. It's from a different and more special training method. However, I can't teach this method to others yet. Perhaps when I grow stronger, I'll find a way to pass it on. Practicing this method consumes a lot of crystal cores, which is why I'm eager to trade with other gathering places to get more crystal cores back." "I understand," Mia nodded, her expression becoming serious as she began to explain in detail. "Energy potions are key to awakening our powers and stepping onto the path of evolution. Their core and greatest function is to develop the elemental affinity hidden within a human body." She extended her finger, pointing to herself. "For example, I successfully activated my fire elemental affinity by taking the fire element energy potion. This affinity is fundamental. With it, I can construct energy circuits in my body and, during combat, drive the compatibility crystal cores embedded in my weapons, specifically the fire-type crystal cores, to unleash powerful fire abilities. Of course," she added, "the quality of the weapons and crystal cores varies, and the energy intensity and control precision required to activate them also differ, which all need to be mastered through continuous practice." Tang Yan keenly grasped the key point. "So, how can one accurately determine which element is suitable at the initial stage? What happens if one chooses incorrectly? This is indeed the most critical step in the awakening process," Mia explained, her tone becoming more serious. "Before taking the potion, we have a set of inherited testing methods. Different types of crystal cores need to be placed on specialized sensing bases or embedded into specific guiding stone plates." She continued to elaborate. "The tester needs to suspend their hands above the crystal cores, hold their breath, and concentrate, attempting to sense the flow of energy within. Crystal cores with different elemental properties will resonate with the tester's latent energy field in different ways. This resonance can manifest in various ways," Mia enumerated. "For example, the crystal core corresponding to your affinity element may display a unique halo on its surface, where the surrounding air may produce subtle energy ripples, and the tester themselves may feel a deep sense of attraction and comfort, as if the energy is naturally merging. The consequences of choosing incorrectly are far more serious than one might imagine, she added, her expression grave. Taking an elemental potion that is completely incompatible with oneself can lead to energy conflicts, causing bodily harm, permanent stagnation, or even regression of strength. In severe cases, it may trigger energy loss of control, endangering life. Therefore, the elemental affinity test before the formal awakening must never be skipped. I see, Tang Yan nodded, continuing to ask, so, is there anyone who fundamentally cannot activate elemental affinity? Of course there are. Mia's tone revealed a heavy reality. Those who can successfully connect with elements and construct energy circuits are always a minority among the crowd. The vast majority of people will spend their entire lives unable to cross this threshold, living as ordinary people. Whether one can awaken depends on whether the latent affinity genes are significantly present and whether the subsequent guidance is accurate. Both talent and opportunity are indispensable. If evolutionists weren't so rare, the threat of mutant beasts wouldn't have spread to this extent today. I understand. Tang Yan shifted the topic to the core. How is the level system of evolvers divided? Can energy potions directly increase levels? No. Mia shook her head and systematically explained. The level assessment of evolvers is a comprehensive system based on biological energy and physical strength. There are two rigid and interrelated criteria that must be met simultaneously to be recognized for promotion. The first is the completeness and energy flux of the biological energy circuit within a body. You can think of it as the output power and stability of the energy center. This is mainly achieved by taking high-purity energy potions of the corresponding sequence, which provide the specific energy matrix needed for the construction and upgrading of the circuit, combined with continuous energy utilization training to optimize and expand it. The second is the strength of the physical body, which is the basic container that carries the energy circuit. Seeing that Tang Yan understood, Mia continued. The physical enhancement provided by the potions is a temporary biological stimulation effect that significantly increases the body's vitality and endurance limits, providing a valuable window period for body modification. If one does not convert this temporary state into permanent physical enhancement, such as strengthening bones, muscle elasticity, and reaction speed, through high-intensity targeted training during the potion's effectiveness, then once the effect wears off, the body's functions will decline. A container that is not strong enough cannot carry or output higher-level energy. Forcing a promotion will only lead to circuit collapse or bodily harm. Therefore, rigorous training and potion intake are equally important. Those without perseverance will never reach a higher level. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan realized that the strength of his transcendent body had probably long surpassed the so-called level standards of this world. Understanding it clearly, and explained very systematically and thoroughly. Mia, you explained it well. Tang Yan nodded, his eyes filled with appreciation for the girl's serious attitude. Only at this moment did he truly understand what evolvers were all about. It must be said that this was quite different from the images of evolvers he had seen in novels in the past. The path of evolution in this world seemed more like a very primitive and superficial application of energy, merely staying at the level of stimulation and driving, without touching deeper mysteries. Perhaps it was also because Mia herself lacked the strength and had not encountered a higher system. But in any case, compared to the vast and profound methods passed down from the mysterious pyramid in his mind, this evolutionary system relying on potions and crystal cores felt like child's play. That inheritance was directly imprinted in the depths of his soul, exquisite and unparalleled, as if locked by some supreme rule, making him only a user, not a teacher. Thus he found it difficult to articulate or impart. Every rune, every insight seemed to be locked away. He knew of their existence, but could not express them in words or forms. However, this did not discourage Tang Yan. Instead, it ignited a strong sense of anticipation within him. He had a vague premonition. The inability to teach now was simply because the mysteries of that pyramid had not fully opened to him. Once its internal space was unsealed layer by layer, what lay dormant there might be far more than mere insights. Perhaps by then, there would be real secrets that could be written and imparted. For now, The most important thing was to make good use of this batch of resources and stabilize the hearts of the people in the valley completely, with a solid base. He could then plan for what comes next. He suppressed the heat in his heart. Chapter 18. Treasures from Another World and Urban Iron Fist. The night was dark, enveloping the surroundings, and not long after dinner, the cave gradually fell silent. This other world had no nightlife. People worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, which was the most habitual way of living. Tonight, Mia was more proactive than yesterday, gently snuggling into Tang Yan's embrace. The two were entwined, their breaths mingling, lips warm against each other, sharing a deep and lingering kiss. Her skin was fair and delicate, like high-quality mutton fat jade. Perhaps due to her evolved physique, there was not an ounce of excess flesh on her body. She was firm and smooth. Her entire being was flawless, beautiful as if crafted by nature. The long night was naturally filled with warmth and reluctance to part. The intimacy they shared needed no further elaboration. In the silence, the cave faintly echoed with suppressed gasps. After just 2 rounds, Mia was already a mess, softly resting on his chest. With a smile at the corner of his lips, Tang Yan softly murmured how loneliness was the price of invincibility, then held her and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, daylight broke. When Tang Yan woke up, Mia had already risen and efficiently prepared breakfast. Simple bread, milk, and a plate of fruit salad she had made herself. Ever since he learned that Mia liked fruit, Tang Yan had deliberately stocked up on plenty, all kept in a side room he specially arranged for her. Apples, pears, bananas, strawberries, grapes, cantaloupe, watermelon. A dazzling array that always made the little girl's eyes light up. In her 19 years of life, she had tasted wild fruits, but those were often sour and astringent, some even poisonous, causing stomach troubles. The wild fruits, untended, returned to their original taste. She could hardly imagine that there were such juicy and sweet fruits from Blue Star in this world. After breakfast, Tang Yan planned to carefully explore the surroundings of the valley, gauge the base's situation, and estimate how many materials would be needed for construction. He instructed Mia, "If anyone comes to trade later, you handle it. I'll take a look around, don't worry." "Okay," Mia nodded. "Be careful." The valley was indeed not large. Surrounded by mountains, only about a square kilometer in size. A stream wound its way through the center of the valley, the water slightly murky, shallow enough that no fish could be seen. As a small base, this place was sufficient. As for construction, it was primarily about practical things like steel, concrete, and reinforced iron plates, so there was no need to make it too complicated. The stream flowed gently, reflecting the light of the sky, while several bare-chested men were laboriously moving stones by the shore. Tang Yan strolled over, his gaze sweeping over the stones they were carrying, and was slightly taken aback. The stones were warm to the touch and glistened delicately in the sunlight. Good heavens, could this be jade? Although he wasn't an expert, he knew that jade felt cool and smooth to the touch, carrying a certain oiliness. Squatting down, he picked up a stone that had been tossed aside, rubbing his fingers over its surface, and indeed felt a familiar warmth. "Hello, Chief." "Boss." The men called out from a distance, putting down their stones respectfully. Tang Yan stood up, dusting off his hands, and asked, "What are you moving these stones for?" One man grinned, revealing a mouthful of blackened teeth. "Chief, these stones are large and regular in shape. We want to take them back to build a house." Tang Yan looked thoughtfully at the pile of stones nearby and slowly said, "Building houses can wait. In a few days, I will bring a batch of materials specifically for building, which will be sturdier than this. Houses made of these stones might not be stable." Upon hearing this, the man immediately wanted to throw the stones back into the stream. Tang Yan quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Don't throw them. How about this? You move all the smooth stones to the cave over there. They could be used for trading materials. Also, tell others that any such stones found will be collected by me." The men's faces instantly lit up with joy. There weren't many other things by the stream, but these kinds of stones were everywhere, and with a little effort, they could gather a lot. They eagerly agreed, their motivation suddenly heightened. Tang Yan strolled along the stream, occasionally bending down to pick up a few uniquely colored stones. He wasn't sure if they were jade, but he collected them as long as they looked appealing. There were deep green ones, blood red ones, and others that shimmered in blue or pale purple, all vibrant and beautiful. The other world was filled with treasures. The ancients were not deceiving him. After walking and stopping, he had gathered quite a pile of stones. The area around the valley had sparse trees, with only a few oddly shaped ones growing here and there. Approaching a broken tree trunk, Tang Yan picked up a branch. It felt heavy in his hand, completely unlike ordinary wood. This was iron star wood, a species unique to this world. It glimmered with specks of golden patterns, subtle yet brilliant, and when brought close, he could smell a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the mind. If this were used to make beads, Tang Yan habitually weighed the value of each item. Bringing iron star wood back to blue star in bulk would be too conspicuous, but making a few bracelets to play with or give as gifts would be quite good. He casually collected several fallen pieces, each as thick as his arm, more than enough to make beads. He wondered if this other world also had rare woods like rosewood and mahogany. The vastness of the other world was boundless. If it weren't for the lurking, violent, mutated beasts everywhere, Tang Yan would have set off to explore. Strength, after all, still required strength. It seemed that the accumulated crystal cores could no longer be hoarded. They needed to be absorbed quickly and transformed into real power. With his mind made up, Tang Yan turned back to the cave. Sure enough, a long line had formed at the cave entrance, as people were bringing in various shapes of doghead gold and warm, bright jade stones. Amidst the respectful calls of Chief, Tang Yan merely nodded in response. As a leader, it was essential to maintain a necessary air of authority, not to be too casual. Mia was busy directing everyone to move goods, counting supplies, and categorizing the stones in gold. Seeing her so occupied that she couldn't turn around, Tang Yan didn't disturb her and walked directly to his living quarters. He took out the small bag of crystal cores and unhesitatingly consumed them all. Immediately afterward, he re-entered that mysterious origin land. More than 40 beams of light, varying in thickness, fell from the void, enveloping him. He underwent another thorough, evolutionary baptism. However, although he absorbed a significant amount this time, the actual increase in strength was far from what he had expected. 2-star body refinement realm, mid-stage. 2-star body refinement realm, late stage. No breakthrough had occurred. He clearly felt that the energy required to break through each realm was increasing exponentially. The early stages might be easy, but the further he went, the more it felt like an ocean. From now on, each breakthrough would likely require tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of crystal cores. Trade must be expedited. Although this promotion did not break through a realm, it still brought a qualitative leap. To put it simply, he was stronger. Returning to reality, Tang Yan opened his eyes to find himself still lying in the narrow bedroom of his rented apartment. With a slight thought, he felt that his control over his own strength seemed more precise and agile, as if he could clearly sense and mobilize every muscle's power. 20 hours had swiftly passed in the other world, while only 7 hours and 40 minutes had elapsed in reality. The phone screen lit up, displaying several unread messages. Wang Jingshu's message popped up. I miss you so much after just a little while apart. What should I do? Then another message followed. Tonight, Shu Mo1TB coming home. Crying a lot. She is enforcing family rules on me. Tang Yan, my butt hurts so much, save me. Tang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. What on earth had Lin Shumo experienced to develop such a strong possessiveness and a different orientation? I'm coming to save my little princess, he replied, after taking a shower and changing into clean clothes. Tang Yan looked around the old rented room and suddenly felt it was time to move to a different place. Holding 26 million in cash, along with a continuous supply of gold and jade from another world, buying a villa is nothing. At the entrance of the community, Tang Yan waved to stop a taxi. To Longhu Garden. His bag contained several carefully selected pieces of jade with a lustrous color and delicate texture, meant as a gift for Jingshu. Especially that piece of pink jade, translucent and crystal clear. She would definitely cherish it. Tang Yan was thinking that next time he should find a larger piece of jade to carve into her favorite Hello Kitty. Just thinking about her surprised expression made the corners of his mouth involuntarily curve up. The taxi slowly moved through the traffic. With about 20 minutes to go to Longhu Garden, Tang Yan leaned against the somewhat worn-out seat, closing his eyes to rest. Just as the car passed an intersection, There was a sudden hard brake, and the tires screeched against the road, causing Tang Yan to lurch forward due to inertia. He opened his eyes to see a black Grand Cherokee blocking the way, completely cutting off their path. Through the rearview mirror, a silver-gray van had also tightly sealed their retreat. The corners of Tang Yan's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a barely discernible smile. He had already sensed the situation from Gao Chang's fierce eyes. He just hadn't expected the other party to act so quickly. The taxi driver, clearly startled by the scene, rolled down the window and shouted, "What's going on? Can you drive? Move aside." "Master, don't shout," Tang Yan said calmly. "They're coming for me. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back." The driver nervously glanced at the four burly men getting out of the car opposite and lowered his voice to advise, "Young man, there are too many of them. You can't handle alone. Should we call the police? You look too weak to take a punch from them." Tang Yan didn't respond. He simply opened the door and got out of the car with composure. Behind the four strong men stood Gao Chang, sharply dressed in a suit. He looked disdainfully at Tang Yan as he stepped out of the taxi and sneered, "Damn, I wasted a whole day checking you out, only to find out you're a poor delivery guy without a decent place to live. Is this all you've got?" Tang Yan got out of the car and casually glanced at the four burly men surrounding him, finally fixing his gaze on Gao Chang, speaking in a flat tone. "Oh? Is a delivery guy bothering young Master Gao?" Seeing Tang Yan's calm demeanor, Gao Chang grew even angrier. He thought Tang Yan should be trembling and begging for mercy. He spat angrily, "Damn it, don't try to act tough. Wang Jingshu is not someone lowlifes like you can touch. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and bow your head right now. Swear to get out of West City and stay away from Jingshu. If I'm in a good mood, I might just break one of your legs." The taxi driver inside was terrified, secretly reaching for his phone to call the police. A sharp-eyed thug immediately glared at him menacingly, slamming his hand on the car hood with a loud bang. "Driver, stay put. This is none of your business. If you dare call the police, I'll smash your car too." The driver trembled in fear, almost dropping his phone, and immediately dared not move, anxiously watching Tang Yan's somewhat slender figure. Tang Yan seemed to have not heard the commotion, casually moving his wrist and smiling at Gao Chang. "What if I say no?" "No?" Gao Chang laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke, his face full of mockery. "Then let's waste him. Teach him a lesson. Make him understand who he can never afford to mess with in this lifetime." The four burly men received the order, their faces revealing sinister smiles as they cracked their knuckles and stepped closer, clearly experienced and coordinated, blocking all of Tang Yan's escape routes. The first to strike was the one on the left, with a face full of flesh, throwing a heavy punch straight at Tang Yan's face, creating a gust of wind. This punch was incredibly powerful. If an ordinary person were to take it, their nasal bone would definitely break. The taxi driver couldn't help but exclaim, "Watch out." But before his warning could finish, the scene before him left him gaping. Tang Yan seemed to casually raise a hand, reacting faster than the punch, accurately grabbing the thug's wrist. That punch, which seemed destined to land, was abruptly halted midair, no matter how much the thug strained and turned red in the face. It couldn't move an inch further, as if it had hit a block of steel. A flash of astonishment crossed the thug's eyes, but before he could react, Tang Yan lightly shook his wrist. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. "Ah!" The thug let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, his whole body stumbling backward as he clutched his obviously deformed wrist, rolling on the ground in agony. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The other three men didn't even see how their companion fell. They instinctively roared and rushed forward. Tang Yan's gaze sharpened, and his body moved. His movements were so fast that only an afterimage remained as he sidestepped the steel pipe swinging from the right, his elbow striking the second thug's ribs with pinpoint precision, like a cannonball leaving the chamber. Ugh! The second thug's eyes bulged, letting out a muffled groan, clutching his ribs as he collapsed to the ground, unable to scream, only gasping for breath. Almost simultaneously, Tang Yan ducked to avoid a sweeping kick from behind, pivoting on his right foot, and his left leg whipped out like a whip, sweeping the third man's supporting leg. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed as the thug lost balance, his body flying a short distance before crashing heavily onto the Grand Cherokee's hood, creating a noticeable dent, and he was out cold without even a groan. The last thug rushed in, but before he could throw a punch, He saw all three of his companions lying on the ground. The ferocity on his face instantly turned to terror. He halted in his tracks, staring at Tang Yan, who was slowly retracting his leg, looking as if he had seen a ghost, instinctively retreating. Tang Yan, however, did not give him the chance. He stepped forward, moving with astonishing speed, grabbing the thug's collar and pulling him towards himself, while simultaneously driving his knee upward. Ugh! The last thug's stomach took a heavy hit, his eyes rolling back, and saliva mixed with stomach acid spewed out as he crumpled to the ground like a boiled shrimp, completely losing his fighting ability. From a start to the finish, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. The four professional thugs, who had been so aggressive just moments ago, were now all lying on the ground, either unconscious or groaning in pain, completely incapacitated. The scene was left with the dented Grand Cherokee and an eerie silence. The taxi driver's mouth was agape, his eyes nearly popping out, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Tang Yan straightened his clothes, which had become slightly disheveled from the action, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He stepped over the moaning bodies and walked towards the dumbfounded, pale-faced Gao Chang. The car's headlights shone on Tang Yan, casting a long shadow in front of him, enveloping Gao Chang, who was starting to tremble violently. Cold sweat soaking through his shirt, his face drained of color, with only pure terror left in his eyes. Tang Yan stopped in front of him, still wearing that faint smile, and softly asked, "Young Master Gao now, who is teaching whom a lesson?" Chapter 19. Purple and green smoke and pink intentions. The arrogance and mockery on Gao Chang's face had long since disappeared, replaced by an incredible shock and a pallor born of fear. He watched as Tang Yan approached step by step, as if he were not seeing a person, but an ancient beast crawling out of the abyss. He instinctively stepped back, but his calf collided with the front of his own Grand Cherokee, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. "Why you stay back?" Gao Chang's voice trembled noticeably, sounding fierce but weak. "Tang Yan, I warn you, do you know who my dad is? If you dare lay a finger on me, I guarantee you won't be able to survive in Shi City. No, I'll make sure you don't even know how you died." Tang Yan stood still in front of him, almost able to hear the sound of his teeth chattering. He reached out his hand and gently brushed away the non-existent dust from Gao Chang's suit collar, causing Gao Chang to instinctively shrink his neck, nearly crying out. "Gao Xiao." Tang Yan's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of amusement. "It seems you still haven't figured out the situation." He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to ensure only Gao Chang could hear right now. "It's you and your bunch of useless trash lying on the ground who should be worried about whether I will let you go. As for your dad..." Tang Yan paused, his gaze sweeping over the expensive custom tie clip on Gao Chang's chest, continuing meaningfully. "He may hold a high position, but some troubles are not worth his trouble, especially after his precious son provoked me first and kicked a steel plate. The price for angering me is something he may not be able to afford." Gao Chang's pupils suddenly constricted. He had relied on his father's power for so long, always threatening others. When had he ever been countered like this? The other party not only had terrifying skills, but seemed utterly unconcerned with his greatest reliance. This feeling of losing control sent a chill deep into his heart. "What do you want?" Gao Chang's momentum completely collapsed, his tone carrying a hint of pleading he was not even aware of. "Very simple." Tang Yan's tone was unyielding. "Take your people and immediately disappear from my sight. From now on, keep your distance from Wang Jingzhu and don't bother me again. As for today's incident, just pretend it never happened." "Of course." Tang Yan's lips curled into a cold arc. "If you feel dissatisfied and want to play again, I'm always up for it. Just know that next time, the cost won't be so simple." After saying that, he no longer looked at the pale-faced Gao Chang, turning to walk towards the taxi, opening the door and sitting inside. He gently said to the completely petrified driver, "Master, it's all right now. Let us continue." The taxi driver seemed to awaken from a dream, hurriedly shifting gears, cautiously navigating around the vehicles blocking the road and the groaning strong men on the ground, almost tiptoeing through this stretch until he had driven far away, finally letting out a long sigh of relief, looking at Tang Yan through the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with awe and disbelief. Watching the taxi disappear into the traffic, Gao Chang seemed to be drained of all his strength, sliding down to the ground beside the car's front. His expensive suit covered in dust without a care. A slightly injured strong man struggled to crawl over. Gao Xiao, are you okay? That kid is too sinister. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Gao Chong exploded, roaring hysterically as his fist slammed into the ground, his knuckles instantly scraping open. After extreme humiliation and fear, a more surging resentment and hatred followed. He pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling with anger and residual fear, dialing a number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and a calm, yet slightly authoritative middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Xiao Chong? What is the matter? I have a meeting soon. Dad! Gao Chong's voice twisted with excitement. I was beaten, almost killed. He didn't even put you in his eyes. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, the voice turning cold. What happened? Who is it? A guy named Tang Yan, a damn delivery boy. He is very skilled and hurt all my men. He even threatened me, saying that even if you. Gao Chong exaggeratedly recounted the situation, emphasizing Tang Yan's arrogance and disdain for his father's authority. The man on the other end listened quietly, not immediately exploding with anger, but instead spoke in a deep voice. A delivery boy? With such skill and courage? Have you been provoking that girl from the Wang family again? I told you, the situation with the Wang family is complicated. Keep a low profile. Dad, I'm the one being bullied. Gao Chong yelled unwillingly. If he hits me, he is hitting your face. I can't swallow this. Another silence ensued, as if weighing something. After a long pause, the calm voice spoke again, carrying an undeniable chill. All right, I understand. You don't need to worry about this matter. Just keep a low profile recently and don't cause me any trouble. I will have someone handle it. Handle it? How will you handle it? Dad, I want him dead. Gao Chong gritted his teeth. Shut up. The voice on the other end suddenly grew stern. Some things you should never say out loud. Just do your own thing. The call was hung up. Gao Chong held the busy signal phone, his facial muscles twitching violently. His father hadn't given a clear answer, but he understood that his father's brief silence and final cold tone meant that the guy named Tang Yan had already been marked. What his father referred to as handling was never a small matter. It would be thorough, clean, and silent. Struggling to stand up, he looked in the direction Tang Yan had left, his eyes burning with a crazy and resentful flame. Tang Yan, you're dead. 10 minutes later, the taxi smoothly stopped at the entrance of Longhu Garden Villa area. As soon as Tang Yan got out of the car, he immediately saw Wang Jingzhu waiting at the door. The warm light intertwined with the cool night, outlining her slender figure in an especially captivating way. She wore a soft beige long dress, and upon seeing Tang Yan, her face immediately blossomed into a bright smile as she quickly approached. Her joyful demeanor resembling that of a little wife finally waiting for her beloved to return home. Tang Yan, her voice was filled with delight. However, a cold yet resentful gaze came from beside her. Lin Shumo crossed her arms, leaning against a Roman column, her tailored women's suit accentuating her tall figure. But her expression clearly conveyed her displeasure. You promised to sleep with me tonight. Lin Shumo's voice carried a hint of accusation. Jingzhu, you've changed, prioritizing romance over friendship. Wang Jingzhu shot her a playful eye roll. Shumo, I think you really need to find a man, so you don't have to compete with me for a spot in bed every day. Lin Shumo, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately retorted. What's so good about men? Although she said this, her gaze involuntarily flicked to Tang Yan again, filled with complex emotions. Wang Jingzhu ignored her, tightening her grip on Tang Yan's arm. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly said, Let us go inside, don't mind her. Tang Yan smiled at her, allowing her to pull him along as they walked side by side into the warm and elegant living room of the villa. Wang Jingzhu, like a happy little bird, dragged Tang Yan to sit on the sofa, eagerly displaying, Shumo, look at the gift Tang Yan brought me. ISNT, it's super beautiful. She held in her palm a palm-sized, pink and translucent piece of raw jade, its uncarved natural shape appearing even more simple and lovely. Lin Shumo glanced at it, her tone carrying a subtle hint of sourness she was unaware of. Oh, a raw stone. The color is quite bright. She sat down on a nearby velvet armchair, her posture elegant, but her expression somewhat gloomy. Tang Yan looked at her clearly concerned, yet trying to appear in different expression, and couldn't help but smile. He didn't defend himself, simply taking out another piece of jade carefully wrapped in a soft cloth from his backpack. When the soft cloth was unfolded, revealing the jadeite inside, the gentle light in the living room seemed to pause for a moment. It was also an uncarved raw stone, about the size of a fist, with a soft and high-end light misty purple hue. The color was even and the texture was delicate and warm, as if enveloped in a layer of hazy mist. Most notably, within the purple base, there were faint, delicate light green veins that resembled icy silk, winding through it. Rather than appearing chaotic, they added a touch of elegance and ethereality, as if capturing a piece of the misty rain of Jiangnan within the jade. This, Lin Shimeo's originally discerning gaze was involuntarily drawn to it. This purple-green intertwined raw stone did not have the flashy ostentation of a nouveau riche, but possessed a high-end, artistically natural beauty that completely matched her aesthetic. It was also an accidental find. Tang Yan, with a gentle tone, handed the jade over, feeling that its color was quite special and had a natural nobility that resembled the impression Miss Lin gave. Although it had not yet been carved, the base was excellent, and Miss Lin could design it into any accessory according to her preferences. Lin Shimeo was slightly taken aback. She was used to receiving various finished luxury jewelry pieces, but rarely received a gift that required her imagination and creativity. This gift was not only unique and high-end, but also gave her great respect and choice. She hesitated as she took it, her fingertips touching the jade's warm and delicate surface. The dreamy purple-green hue looked even more fresh and refined in her fair palm. "Thank you," she whispered, the previous slight sharpness and pickiness unknowingly dissipating. She couldn't help but run her fingers over the jade's texture, her eyes revealing genuine appreciation. This purple-green mixed material was indeed quite rare. Wang Jingshu also leaned over, exclaiming, "So beautiful, like an ink wash painting. Shimo, this really suits you. Tang Yan, you have a good eye." "Humph, I suppose. It's somewhat discerning," Lin Shimo lightly huffed, her tone softening considerably, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible delight. She secretly glanced at Tang Yan, seeing his honest gaze filled with a smile. Her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Quickly lowering her head, she pretended to continue examining the jade, but only the slightly upturned corners of her mouth and her less cold profile betrayed that she was pleased by this perfectly fitting gift. She suddenly felt that this Tang Yan seemed to understand her very well. The soft lighting in the living room created a subtle change in the atmosphere. Lin Shimo carefully held the purple-green intertwined jade raw stone in her hand, feeling that the slight rejection and awkwardness she had towards Tang Yan was being replaced by a subtle fondness born from being understood and appreciated. Chapter 22 Heartbeats, separated by a wall of the bedroom, was lit only by a warm yellow bedside lamp, and the air was filled with the unique, enchanting scent that lingered after intimacy. Wang Jingshu lay steadily on one side, her face pale as frost, tiny beads of sweat dampening her fringe. Breathing lightly like a satisfied yet weary kitten. She lifted her watery eyes, a hint of lazy satisfaction mixed with a small, unwilling grievance in her gaze. Her voice soft and sticky, almost like she was being coy. "Doesn't the book say, there's only a dead cow, not a ruined field?" She paused, her fingertips unconsciously drawing circles, her tone more aggrieved. "How come you're so amazing?" After saying this, she seemed to realize her words were too blunt and embarrassing, burying her flushed cheeks deeper into his embrace, leaving only the delicate tip of her ear, tinged with pink, facing him, silently expressing her small dissatisfaction and playfulness. Tang Yan chuckled softly at her words, feeling the vibrations that came from her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. His tone filled with a hint of indulgence and obvious pride. "There's nothing I can do. I'm just exceptionally talented." The two tidied up briefly and lay back down on the clean bed. Wang Jingshu instinctively curled up in Tang Yan's arms, searching for the most comfortable position. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Tang Yan's fingers traced her scattered long hair, casually asking, "By the way, how's the soundproofing in this room?" Wang Jingshu was still a bit dazed, not thinking much, and softly replied, "It should be okay." Is that so? Tang Yan's tone took on a hint of teasing, but your voice just now seemed a bit loud. I'm worried the neighbors might hear. Wang Jingshu instantly reacted, her body slightly stiffening, the blush that had just faded from her ears rapidly returning. She shyly nudged against him, her voice barely above a whisper. Really? Was it really loud? Hubby, I didn't do it on purpose. Tang Yan loved her shy appearance. Lowering his head to affectionately rub his nose against her upturned nose, his laughter deep. It was a bit loud, but hubby likes it. Meanwhile, in the other bedroom, just a wall away, Lin Shumo was not asleep. She sat barefoot on the cold floor, her body slightly leaning against the wall, tightly gripping a crushed disposable cup, the bottom pressed firmly against the chilly wall, her ear glued to the cup's bottom, a makeshift yet classic listening device. Her beautiful face was a mix of complex expressions, curiosity, embarrassment, a touch of inexplicable heat, and a hint of indignation for Wang Jingshu. Hearing Tang Yan's last low, chuckling hubby likes it, she suddenly jerked the cup away as if scalded, her cheeks uncontrollably flushing. That Tang Yan. Really? She muttered softly, her tone a bit weak, her mind replaying the subtle sound she had just heard, including Wang Jingshu's undeniable loudness. Who would have thought Jingshu's voice was so good? After shouting for so long, wouldn't she be hoarse? She mumbled to herself, the good feelings that had just arisen from receiving a gift instantly overshadowed by a complex emotion akin to watching her own cabbage being bullied by a pig. Oomph. Always picking on my Jingshu. She put down the cup, her mind in disarray, and the wall seemed unable to block out certain imaginings any longer. Lin Shumo and Wang Jingshu had been friends since they were toddlers, born in the same month and year, with comparable family backgrounds. They had never been apart from kindergarten to high school, making them the most involved people in each other's lives. At some point, this inseparable friendship quietly transformed in Lin Shumo's heart. Perhaps it was during one afternoon nap, watching Jingshu's serene sleeping face, when she suddenly felt her heart race. Or perhaps it was after watching films depicting special feelings as adults, when some buried, naive emotions began to grow wildly, like weeds fertilized, impossible to ignore. She couldn't articulate it, only that she was uncontrollably drawn to Jingshu. She adored the way her eyes curved when she smiled, the faint sweet scent that always surrounded her. And even more, she was infatuated with her fingertips, since discovering that Jingshu wouldn't firmly reject her little actions while sharing a bed. Lin Shumo felt as if she had become addicted. Each time she made an excuse to stay over, squeezed onto the same bed under the cover of darkness. She couldn't help but reach out, filled with both trepidation and greed, lingering cautiously. Sometimes it was wrapping her slender waist. Sometimes it was feigning indifference to rest her hand on her smooth back, the warmth beneath her fingertips, making her heart race like a drum. Sinking deeper into it, Wang Jingshu was not completely oblivious. She vaguely sensed that such intimacy between best friends seemed to cross a line. But the other person was Shumo, her closest and most trusted companion since childhood. She was used to her company and indulged her dependence. The deep feelings akin to family made every time she nearly rejected her turn into silent acquiescence and a hint of helpless indulgence. She would gently push away Shumo's excessive hands, mumbling for her to stop playing around and get some sleep, then turn away, leaving Shumo with a slender back and endless space for imagination, also allowing this ambiguous emotion to quietly spread in the dark night. As the night deepened, the breathing in the master bedroom gradually became even and prolonged, and Wang Jingshu finally fell into a deep sleep in Tang Yan's arms. However, Tang Yan did not immediately fall asleep. His senses were far beyond the ordinary, and even through a wall, the subtle, deliberately suppressed sound from next door did not completely escape his perception. He looked down at the person sleeping in his arms, then glanced at the wall separating them from Lin Shumo's bedroom, a glimmer of understanding and a hint of amusement flashing his eyes. In the adjacent bedroom, Lin Shumo was still sitting on the floor, leaning against the cold wall, her knees drawn up, burying her flushed cheeks into them. The paper cup was tossed aside, but those sounds, especially Wang Jingshu's cry with a hint of sobbing, and Tang Yan's deep, sensual laughter, echoed in her mind like an enchanting melody, impossible to erase. Her heart felt like it had been turned upside down, a mix of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, ultimately settling into an indescribable feeling of sourness and dull pain. That was Jing Shu, whom she had protected for over 20 years. Someone she couldn't even bear to rub too hard. A precious treasure she could only approach under the guise of friendship. Yet at this moment, she was in another man's arms, bullied into a hoarse voice, crying for mercy. And that man had even gifted her a piece of jade that made her heart flutter. This intense possessiveness and the sense of betrayal, even though she knew it wasn't truly betrayal, mixed with the budding feelings she had for Tang Yan that were now brutally suppressed by the current situation, made her restless to the point of nearly going mad. She abruptly stood up, pacing barefoot on the soft carpet like a restless little beast trapped in a cage. In the end, she couldn't help but quietly open her bedroom door, inexplicably sneaking to the door of the master bedroom. The corridor was silent, only her heart beating like a drum. She held her breath, gently pressing her ear against the cold door. Inside, it was incredibly quiet, with only a faint, extremely steady, and prolonged breathing sound, indicating that the people inside were already fast asleep. They fell asleep? After such intensity, they are now sleeping soundly. Lin Shamo's sense of imbalance surged again. She was a mess outside, while they were peacefully dreaming inside. She stared at the closed door, as if she could see the scene of them sleeping together through the door. An intense impulse drove her. She wanted to go in, to pull Jing Shu out of that man's arms, to confirm whether she was really okay, whether she was truly happy. This thought startled her, and her fingers instinctively curled up. She ultimately did not have the courage to push open that door. She just stood at the entrance for a long time, until she felt a chill under her feet. Then she, like a thief, quietly slipped back into her room, disheartened. Lying back on the cold bed, she found herself unable to sleep, staring at the ceiling with wide-open eyes, her mind repeatedly flashing back to Tang Yan's calm and deep gaze. The beautiful stone he gave her that blended purple and green, the joyful expression on her face where she received the pink jade, and the embarrassing live broadcast from earlier. This night was destined to be long and sleepless for Lin Shamo. That wall seemed to not only separate space, but also placed her in an awkward, bittersweet, and inexplicably attractive triangular zone. The balance in her heart wavered, quietly tilting in a way she hadn't even realized. Her feelings for Tang Yan. Did she hate him for taking someone she loved? Resent him for not being gentle enough? Or envy him? It seemed to be a bit of all, complex enough to leave her confused and entangled. Chapter 21. Mia's shock the next day. Wang Jingshu still needed to go to the company to handle affairs, so Tang Yan said goodbye to the two women and began to procure materials for the construction base. He had previously worked on construction sites and had done various jobs, so he was very familiar with the process. The procurement process went even more smoothly than Tang Yan had anticipated. Years of experience on construction sites made him well-versed in this field. He knew where to find quality goods at reasonable prices and understood how to use a professional tone and an unquestionable attitude to make suppliers realize that this young man was not an easy target to fool. He moved through the building materials market and hardware and electrical city, contacting several professional machinery and equipment suppliers. The items on the list were efficiently checked off one by one. Rebar? Yes, high-strength threaded steel from XX factory, specifications as I wrote, delivered directly to the warehouse. Cement? The grade cannot be low, start with 50 tons, plus 10 tons of quick drying. Generator? Yes, a silent type, sufficient power, plus 10 barrels of diesel. Tools? The list for manual and electric tools is here, brand to this one, and double the backup drill bits and saw blades. His words were concise and precise, without unnecessary emotion, just like when he was checking the material list on the construction site years ago. The suppliers quickly shifted from initial probing to cooperation, their tone even carrying a hint of awe at how knowledgeable this young man was. The key step was to inspect the goods. He had rented a relatively secluded warehouse in an old industrial park on the outskirts of the city through an intermediary. It had an independent yard and a large rolling door. The rent was cheap, vehicle access was convenient, and most importantly, the privacy was good enough. In the afternoon, the first batch of goods began to arrive sequentially. Tang Yan stood in the spacious warehouse, directing the trucks to back in and watching the workers unload the goods. His sharp eyes scanned every item delivered, confirming the specifications and models were correct, checking the packaging for any damage, and then quickly settling the final payment. When the last delivery truck's roar faded away, he pulled down the heavy rolling door with force. The rumbling echoed in the warehouse for a moment before plunging into complete silence, with only the dust dancing and the beams of light streaming in from the high windows. This batch of materials cost a total of 12 million. The most expensive was steel, with various rebar, profile steel, and steel plates consuming nearly 4 million at once. Next was a complete off-grid photovoltaic energy storage system, including a photovoltaic panel array, large-capacity energy storage battery packs, high-power silent diesel generators, along with supporting wiring, backup diesel, and various lamps, which also amounted to a large sum. There were also heavy machinery and professional tools like fuel-powered cutting machines, water pumps, and a large number of high-spec electric and manual tools, each worth a considerable amount. In comparison, miscellaneous expenses like cement, tents, and walkie-talkies seemed trivial. In the vast space, bags of cement piled high, neatly bundled rebar, stacked boxes of tools, generators, photovoltaic panels. Various materials stood like a silent army, exuding the cold breath of industrial products. Tang Yan strolled among them, his fingers brushing against the cold rebar and rough cement bags, feeling the heavy foundation. He took a deep breath, the air mixed with metal, oil, and dust, a smell that gave him an inexplicable sense of stability. With a slight movement of his mind, he released his consciousness. Quietly, an invisible vortex seemed to form around him. The mountain of materials before him began to vanish one by one, as if being erased by an invisible giant hand, as if they had never existed. Cement, rebar, generators, tools, all items were precisely absorbed into his consciousness space, neatly suspended, categorized, and stored in that void. The entire process was faster than he could imagine. Within just a few breaths, the large warehouse became empty, leaving only the fine dust in the air that had yet to settle, proving that a large amount of goods had once been stored here. Tang Yan closed his eyes and sensed the small mountain in his consciousness space, nodding slightly. The capacity used was less than 1/10. After the previous absorption of over 40 crystal cores, the space had increased significantly. The current diameter of the space was over 100 meters. With a height of over 50 meters, enough to stack and store a lot of materials, and the space could still grow. With the first batch of materials in place, the next step was to send them to another world and lay the first foundation pile. Having stayed in the real world for nearly 20 hours with nothing to do, Tang Yan directly returned to the other world from the warehouse. 2 hours had passed in the other world, and it was still not noon. Tang Yan found an empty plot far from his residence and systematically placed batches of materials on the ground from his space. Back in the cave, Mia had just finished her tasks and hurriedly came forward to report. Tang Yan, look, we receive a lot of things you need today. Walking into the storage room, he was surprised to find that half of the space was already filled. At least 1,000 pieces of jade and over 200 pieces of doghead gold. The jade and doghead gold were all large pieces. The smaller ones had not been delivered. Tang Yan looked at Mia, speechless. Just these doghead gold pieces were probably worth tens of billions. 200 pieces of doghead gold, with an average weight of 50 kilograms each. The value of the gold alone exceeded 7 billion. How long would it take to sell this? It seemed necessary to set up a smelting facility here to turn this batch of doghead gold into gold bars for gradual selling. On the other hand, the jade was an even more remarkable discovery. As the saying goes, gold has a price, but jade is priceless. Tang Yan knew that if handled properly, these extraordinary stones from the other world could leverage value far beyond that of the golden yellow gold. Picking up a few sample pieces casually, he was already showing off their enchanting diversity. They generally had a unique texture characteristic of the other world, their delicate and smooth quality far exceeding the recognized top-quality Hutian jade from Long Country, feeling like holding a solidified light in hand, incredibly soft. Even more astonishing was their color. They were not single tones, but resembled a spilled palette from the gods. Pure white like mutton fat, mysterious and noble dark purple, vibrant emerald green, deep sea blue, and fiery bright red. Each color was saturated, pure, and dazzling, their appearance rivaling the top gemstones on Earth. Yet they contained the unique, warm charm of jade, not at all gaudy. Their shapes also varied widely. Some had thick internal structures, their texture rich and creamy. Their halos restrained and deep. Others were nearly colorless and transparent, pure as the clearest ice of the other world, with light easily penetrating and refracting the delicate internal structures. These stones, each one seemed like a treasure formed from the essence of heaven and earth, silently telling the extraordinary nature of this world. Mia, do these stones have any significance? Tang Yan asked. Aren't these just ordinary stones? Although they come in various colors, there's nothing special. They're everywhere. Mia replied with a wry smile. What good are these stones that are everywhere? In this perilous world, such things are of no concern. However, she did mention one use. Before, my dad made me a guardian stone with this kind of stone, and I often wore it. When I slept, I could have sweet dreams. What is a guardian stone? How can it help with dreams? It's making the stone into a multifaceted pendant, then carving some patterns on it to activate the stone's weak energy field. After wearing it, you can have sweet dreams, and those dreams can be controlled. When I was young, I often dreamed of eating delicious food. Is your guardian stone still around? Tang Yan's voice became a bit urgent. His gaze fixed intensely on Mia. Mia gently shook her head, her eyes dimming for a moment. I lost it 3 years ago during a fight with a mutated beast. She changed her tone, the corners of her lips rising in a gentle arc, but I still remember how to make it. The patterns on it are quite simple. I remember them all. That's great. Tang Yan's eyes lit up as he took her hand. Help me make one, Mia. I want to try the taste of a beautiful dream. Mia, however, lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible right now. I already feel like I'm living in a beautiful dream. I'm even afraid to fall asleep, fearing I'll wake up to find this is all an illusion. Tang Yan said nothing, only reached out and pulled her into his embrace. His palm was warm and strong, gently stroking her back. It's not a dream, Mia. His voice was calm and gentle, imbued with undeniable certainty. This is all real. With me here, you won't suffer anymore. He released her and smiled slightly. Let me show you. Under Mia's astonished gaze, the gold and jade in the storeroom instantly disappeared. In the next moment, more fresh supplies appeared out of thin air, neatly filling the space that had just been emptied. Mia instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, her voice trembling. Is this a miracle? Tang Yan gently held her hand, his fingertips warm and real. It is heaven that sent me to protect you. He looked into her eyes, speaking word by word, so don't doubt anymore. From now on, every dream you have will only be a beautiful dream. Mia did not speak again, only nodded gently, her fingertips instinctively clutching the hem of her clothes, then slowly releasing. At that moment, she finally believed that everything before her was not a fleeting illusion. Tang Yan's sudden arrival, the delicious flavor she had never tasted before, the vividly colored clothes that seemed out of this world, and this home that brought her endless warmth. In just a few days, she felt as if she had fallen from a cruel survival game into a carefully guarded fairy tale. He was not like a passing hunter, but more like the knight from ancient ballads, crossing ruins and long nights just to find her. What she did not say out loud was that she had even quietly pinched her wrist. When the pain came, she lowered her head and smiled quietly. Chapter 22, The Effect of the Guardian Stone. Tang Yan held his breath and focused, his gaze closely following every movement of Mia. Mia's slender fingers picked out a stone no larger than a thumb from a pile of jade. It radiated a calm azure hue, with fine, stardust-like natural crystals embedded within, refracting subtle sparkles under the light, as if capturing a piece of the clear night sky. The power of the Guardian Stone must be activated through precise shapes, she said softly, picking up the polishing tool. A polyhedron is the best structure. There were no dazzling lights or chance of incantations. The entire process resembled a meticulous craft practice. She first secured the stone blank in a vise, grinding it from coarse to fine with different grits of grinding stones. The air filled with a continuous and even hissing sound. Gradually, a double-pointed shape with 12 perfect facets was born in her hands, each facet as smooth as a mirror, with precise angles, the light flowing gently over it, creating a soft and continuous halo. Mia worked with utmost seriousness, even using the calipers Tang Yan brought to repeatedly measure and verify the dimensions and angles of each facet. Such precision was not necessary. An ordinary guardian stone only needed to be roughly shaped. But this was the first gift she wanted to give to Tang Yan, and she hoped it would be flawless. Next, she switched to finer files, carefully refining every edge, removing all tiny burrs and sharp angles until the entire stone felt rounded and smooth like jade, ensuring it would not scratch the skin when worn close to the body. The most crucial step was engraving. She switched to a fine steel engraving needle, its tip thinner than the finest sewing needle. She took a deep breath, her eyes instantly becoming incredibly focused, like an engineer performing microsurgery. The engraving needle moved slowly under her steady control, etching an extremely complex geometric pattern on one of the crystal faces. These were not mystical magical symbols, but rather a precise microcircuit diagram, composed of countless intersecting angles, grooves of varying depths, and accurately calculated nodes. These patterns could guide and amplify the energy field of the stone itself. She explained softly, her tone as calm as if describing a simple physical phenomenon. Just as valleys can gather the sound of the wind, and lake surfaces can reflect starlight, it makes your own thoughts clearer and easier to be heard by yourself, subconsciously. Finally, she drilled a small hole at the top and threaded a sturdy black leather cord through it. When she finished, she gently placed the guardian stone in the open palm of Tang Yan. The pendant was small and exquisite, feeling icy to the touch, more like a micro-sculpture from a high-end laboratory. The engraved patterns were almost invisible under normal light, only revealing their stunning precision at specific angles. "Give it a try," Mia said, raising her eyes with a smile, her gaze filled with anticipation. "May it take you to any dream you wish to reach." Tang Yan held it in his palm, the cool crystal quickly absorbing his body temperature. Soon, a reassuring warmth, as if alive, gently emanated from within the stone. Tang Yan rubbed the cool guardian stone in his hand, his eyes reflecting curiosity and a hint of incredulous doubt. "Can it really be this magical?" he murmured to himself. The concept was too extraordinary. Self-controlling dreams sounded more like something from a sci-fi novel. He quickly searched in his memory, eventually locking onto a relatively scientific term, lucid dreaming. He was not without experience. He remembered that sudden self-awareness of waking up in bizarre dreams, realizing he was in an illusion, even being able to try and influence the plot. That feeling was subtle and fleeting, mostly occurring in carefree childhood. After growing up, the heavy pressures of life had thickly draped a curtain, isolating that magical perception. If this small stone crafted by Mia could truly stabilize and effectively guide someone into a state of beautiful dreams, Tang Yan's thoughts instantly transcended personal experience, unfolding a much larger picture in his mind. The potential and value it represented were immense and hard to estimate. It was certainly not just an interesting toy. The desire to practice stirred within him, but he glanced outside at the still early daylight and forcibly suppressed the impulse to try it immediately. He carefully wore the guardian stone around his neck, its cool touch feeling like a promise yet to be validated. He then turned to Mia, his tone returning to its usual calm and practical demeanor. "Let us go, Mia. I've placed the first batch of building materials in the open space outside." As he spoke, he walked outside, where cement, steel generators formed the foundation of the base. "I'm going to plan out how our new home should be built." He looked towards the area piled with materials, his gaze becoming distant and determined. It wouldn't be long before this place would be completely transformed. The atmosphere of this outpost had changed dramatically in just 2 days. There was no longer a need to risk venturing far to hunt dangerous low-level, mutated beasts for food, nor did they have to scavenge in the depths of ruins with constant anxiety. With ample food security, everyone felt safe staying within the outpost. Tang Yan scanned the crowd, clearly sensing a revived energy replacing the previous lethargy. Everyone's posture seemed a bit straighter, their eyes shining with light. And there was more strength in their movements and tasks, an internal vitality returning to them. This change was largely due to the supplies he had brought. Many people were eating food that was not mush or tough jerky for the first time in years. Fresh grains, rare vegetables, and even well-seasoned meat filled their bellies, seemingly nourishing their long-exhausted vitality. Their faces began to show a hint of liveliness, looking more human at last. They all wore the work clothes Tang Yan had brought, the thick and durable fabric unifying their attire, and subtly marking a new order. The temperature in this other world was not low, roughly equivalent to spring on Blue Star, making the work clothes fit just right for efficient work. The entire outpost was visibly shedding its despairing gray tone, radiating a rough yet resilient vitality. The small square was teeming with people, whispers rising and falling like tides. They stroked the new, sturdy work clothes on them, discussing the ample food they had received not long ago, their words filled with incredulous gratitude and genuine respect. In just 2 days, the atmosphere of the outpost had turned upside down. Gone was the oppressive bullying of the past, and no longer was there a need to pay suffocating tributes. A genuine and simple hope, like tender sprouts in early spring, quietly grew in everyone's hearts, reflected in their eyes and demeanor. At that moment, Tang Yan's figure appeared at the edge of the square. The noisy discussions abruptly ceased, as if the source had been cut off. "It's Leader Tang," someone with sharp eyes shouted first. "Hello, Leader. Leader Tang." Greetings rose and fell, and although there were only about 20 people, the fervent momentum felt as if hundreds were shouting simultaneously, filled with unabashed trust and support. Tang Yan raised his hand to gesture for silence, and when the noise quieted down, he spoke clearly and powerfully. "Everyone who can move and work, come over to the square for a gathering." The command was concise and clear. At this moment, his prestige in the outpost was unmatched. As soon as the words were spoken, without needing a second prompt, the people immediately sprang into action, calling out to each other and hurrying to gather their companions. Before long, the small square was filled with a dense crowd of people. Apart from one severely injured person who could not move and a toddler who was only 2.5 years old and still unsteady on their feet, everyone in the stronghold, regardless of age or gender, had gathered here, their eyes fixed on Tang Yan, waiting for his next command. In the square, everyone's gaze was focused on Tang Yan. He nodded toward a tall, slightly frail mixed-race man with deep features. "Peichi, take a head count." Peichi, who had been called out, jumped in surprise and immediately responded, "Yes, boss." He was a former subordinate of Old Jock, kept around because he surrendered quickly. For the past couple of days, he had been anxious, fearing retribution, so he worked extra hard. He was the one who helped Mia distribute and transport supplies that morning. Now that he had received the order, he moved swiftly through the crowd, confirming the count one by one. Soon he jogged back, standing straight as he reported to Tang Yan, "Boss, the count is complete. There are 31 men, 12 women, and 4 children in the square, a total of 47 people. 47 people. Adding in one injured person who had T-Com and the toddler, the entire stronghold had fewer than 50 people. It was indeed a trivial little stronghold. Tang Yan understood this, but with 31 strong men, assisted by modern tools, it would be sufficient to complete the initial construction. He scanned the crowd and spoke in a steady voice. "Each of you has your reasons for being here. Perhaps you were marginalized or oppressed in the large gathering places. Or maybe you have been wandering in the wilderness. No matter what the past holds, now that I have become your leader, your future is in my hands." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the lingering uncertainty on the faces of the crowd. "Are you worried that the supplies distributed today will run out once you finish them?" Silence fell over the square as people exchanged glances, no one daring to respond, but this silence itself was an answer. Everyone had seen the meager supplies in the storage room. What would they do when they ran out? Such concerns were unwarranted. Tang Yan's voice was resolute. "The supplies in the future will only be more and better. What you receive today is merely an appetizer. The food you haven't tasted and the sturdy clothes you haven't worn will continuously arrive, long-term." His words hit like a boulder dropped into water, instantly stirring up tremendous waves. And incredulous gasps and discussions erupted among the crowd. "Quiet." Tang Yan raised a hand, his voice not loud, but extremely penetrating, instantly silencing all the noise. "I, Tang Yan, keep my word." Once the scene quieted again, he shifted his tone, becoming stern, but merely being well-fed and clothed is far from enough in this world. Outside, mutated beasts run rampant. This stronghold is temporarily safe only because we haven't attracted their attention. If a powerful one comes, or just a large group of low-level ones, do we have what it takes to withstand them in our current state? The harsh reality cooled the excitement that had just risen. and fear and agreement surfaced on everyone's faces. Therefore, we must build this place into a fortress with our own hands. A home where you can sleep soundly without constantly worrying about being torn apart. He raised his voice, his gaze piercing through every face. Tell me, do you want to build such a place with your own hands? Yes. After a brief silence, the response exploded forth, chaotic yet deafening, filled with long-suppressed desire and a determination to go all out. Chapter 23, Planning-Based Construction. Okay. Tang Yan's voice was firm and decisive, overpowering the responses from the crowd. Starting today, let's build our home with our own hands. He swept his gaze over the chaotic traces of survival at the edge of the square. Makeshift huts made from rags and animal skins, and lowly shelters built from twisted metal plates picked up from ancient ruins, along with piles of stones by the river. The first step is to clear all of this. He pointed at the haphazardly built structures. These would no longer be useful. A brief moment of hesitation and unease appeared in the crowd. Tear down? Where will we sleep tonight? This question surged in everyone's mind, but no one dared to voice it. Tang Yan noticed their hesitation, but did not explain. He simply waved his hand decisively. Follow me. I'll take you to your temporary homes. With that, he turned and stepped forward. Mia silently followed at his side, while Peggy quickly took a few steps ahead, following like a dutiful guard. A large group of people, filled with confusion and curiosity, hesitantly followed the leader's footsteps towards the area where supplies were stored. From afar, the mountain-like piles of unfamiliar goods entered everyone's sight. Oh my! What is that? My gods! Am I seeing things? Where did all this come from? When was it delivered? How do we not hear a thing? Incredible exclamations and whispers spread through the crowd. They looked at the suddenly appeared, miraculous mountain of supplies, then glanced at the tall, steady figure of their leader walking at the front. The last shred of doubt in their eyes was completely washed away, replaced by a near-blind shock and admiration. Tang Yan did not offer much explanation. He walked directly to the neatly stacked square packages and casually pulled one out. Under the curious gaze of everyone, he skillfully unfolded the thick base fabric and connected it to a small air pump with a hose. Pressing the switch, the pump emitted a steady hum. An astonishing scene unfolded as the originally flat material rapidly expanded as if infused with life, standing tall and forming its own structure. In just a few minutes, a large, regular, square tent rose from the ground, its thick waterproof fabric slightly billowing in the foreign wind, exuding the unique texture of industrial products. This inflatable tent, designed for disaster relief or temporary medical use on Earth, now displayed a shocking sense of timelessness on the open ground of another world. The crowd fell silent, many instinctively rubbing their eyes, staring in disbelief at this suddenly grown temporary residence. Oh, my heavens! How did this? Stand up? Whispers filled with awe and confusion regarding the miracle before them. The tent's interior space was spacious, measuring about 60 square meters. Tang Yan then brought in matching folding beds, tables, and chairs, arranging them neatly, even laying out clean bedding and a set of brand new cooking utensils, creating what appeared to be a fully functional temporary home. He gestured, and the crowd immediately rushed inside the tent, unable to contain their excitement as they touched the sturdy, flat beds and shiny tableware, with exclamations ringing out. Once the crowd quieted down, Tang Yan spoke loudly. Do you all understand? Now, each family can come to collect a tent, a set of furniture, and daily necessities. A thunderous cheer erupted instantly. After collecting your new homes, set them up neatly away from the square area. Work is about to begin here. He turned to Peggy. You're in charge of distribution. Clean up all the old makeshift shelters this afternoon, and we'll officially start work tomorrow morning. Peggy quickly agreed and began organizing the line. Mia curiously touched the tent fabric and folding furniture, her eyes filled with eagerness to ask, but not daring to. Tang Yan took her hand and smiled. Once the base is built, I'll let you see what a real castle looks like. Mia nodded vigorously, her eyes full of anticipation. Tang Yan no longer paid attention to the distribution scene. He turned back to find a silent generator, cables, and high power lights from the supply pile. He returned to the center of the square, selected a 10-meter tall tree, and began setting up a temporary lighting system. As the sky darkened, he skillfully connected the wires and adjusted them, with the generator humming steadily. The indicator lights on the connected energy storage battery lit up one by one. Finally, he closed the circuit breaker. With a whoosh, a bright beam of light suddenly poured down from the lamp head, instantly tearing through the thickening dusk and illuminating the entire square as bright as day. The people, who were about to disperse, were stunned by this sudden artificial sun, stopping in their tracks and looking up with expressions of disbelief and shock. Tang Yan adjusted the light angle to ensure that the illumination covered the entire work area. He looked at the camp, protected by the strong light, with satisfaction, then picked up another set of lighting equipment and headed toward the cave where he lived. It was time to brighten that darkness too. The lighting system inside the cave emitted a stable, soft white light, completely dispelling the previous cold and damp darkness. Dinner consisted of Mia's heated meat cans, crispy toasted bread, fizzy drinks, and a fruit platter. Although it was just emergency food, it was undoubtedly an unprecedented, delicious experience for Mia. The rich aroma of the canned meat and the complex spices made her unable to stop eating, each bite accompanied by an exclamation of surprise. Seeing her satisfied expression, Tang Yan couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, "This girl is so easily satisfied. Next time I go back, I must remember to stock up on some real delicacies to let her experience what true culinary enjoyment is." He had already begun planning to collect various dishes upon returning to Earth, as these canned foods were hardly considered delicious for someone accustomed to various flavors. Once the base was built, electricity connected, and all kitchen equipment was set up, he would definitely cook personally to let her taste what real good food is. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to life after the base was completed. The photovoltaic power generation matrix operating, all kinds of electrical appliances coming into play, making life in another world as comfortable and convenient as on Earth. Air conditioning, refrigerators, washing machines. These products of modern civilization would be recreated here. Mia, put on some black stockings for me to see. Yes, and wear this sailor suit. I'll teach you how to tie 2 ponytails. It will look nice. Tang Yan coaxed her patiently. Mia was completely devoted to Tang Yan and naturally wouldn't oppose him. Whatever he said was what it was, and she cooperated fully. Moreover, discovering what her man liked, Mia often made some moves that left Tang Yan unable to resist. In this world of the survival of the fittest, the traditional marriage system did not exist. It was perfectly normal for a powerful individual to have multiple partners. Because of this, Mia's wholehearted dependence on and efforts to please Tang Yan felt so natural and sincere. Another absurd night passed. Those lessons learned from movies were practiced with Mia. Despite her shyness, Mia cooperated fully, giving her all. This unreserved reliance and purity made Tang Yan, in his dazed state, feel as if he had touched a kind of ancient and distant privilege that belonged to emperors, not derived from power, but based on one person's complete surrender and submission to another. As the night deepened, Tang Yan sank into an unusually clear dream. In the dream, both Wang Jingshu and Mia were by his side. Clearly, they were women from 2 different worlds, yet at this moment, they were astonishingly real companions. Their personalities and reactions were identical to those in reality. Even more wondrously, Tang Yan found he could vaguely dominate this dream. Some thoughts that were difficult to articulate or realize in reality could be freely attempted here. The entire night was bizarre, yet immensely enjoyable, as if he had spent a time that belonged solely to him, doing as he pleased. As dawn broke, Mia got up as usual to prepare breakfast. Tang Yan also woke up. He actually no longer needed much sleep. Just a couple of hours of light rest each day was enough for him to recover his energy. But he willingly indulged in such sweet dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he felt no fatigue or daze, but rather refreshed with clear thoughts, in a state of fullness that was hard to describe. He subconsciously touched the guardian stone he wore close to him, and a smile couldn't help but rise at the corners of his mouth. This thing is even more powerful than I imagined, he murmured to himself, a glimmer of brightness flashing in his eyes. He truly found a treasure this time. After finishing his meal, Tang Yan said to Mia, "Mia, help me make a few more guardian stones. I have use for them." Mia readily agreed, as the production of guardian stones was not complicated, and several could be made in a day. As dawn broke, Tang Yan brought a bucket of lime powder to the center of the square. He had already planned the complete blueprint of the base in his mind. The valley was roughly a circular depression, so a concentric circle defense layout was the most reasonable. It was divided into defense zones, production zones, living zones, and core zones, built against the mountain, maximizing the utilization of the area. With a sense of assurance, he calmly followed the preset route, the lime powder in his hand, drawing clear white lines on the ground. The outermost layer of his planned defensive wall was designed to be 5 meters thick and 12 meters high, a sturdy structure capable of withstanding most mutant beast attacks in this world. The wall was wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, with walkways and watchtowers, while reserving shooting holes. Peichi, he turned and instructed, take people to the supply area and distribute the tools. Then gather all the able-bodied men to start digging along the lines I drew. We need to dig a trench 3 men deep and 2 men wide. Peichi immediately took orders and went to arrange it. This trench would serve as the foundation for the future wall. Tang planned to pour concrete into it and embed rebar and steel plates to create an insurmountable barrier. The sturdiness of the outer wall was of utmost importance, and he was uncompromising in this regard. At the same time, he meticulously planned the locations of drainage outlets, reserving paths for sewage treatment pipelines and electrical conduits. These engineering details were quite tedious. Fortunately, after enhancement, his thoughts became exceptionally clear, and all the data and details seemed etched in his mind, precise and accurate. Tang Yan left the last white line on the ground, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his hands. The semicircular outline of the wall had clearly framed out the future base's area, leaving an imposing main entrance in the center. As for the houses in the living area, he had long given up hope that these native inhabitants of another world could build anything decent. Fortunately, he never intended to let them build. The solution was actually quite simple, albeit a bit costly. Just buy ready-made ones. After planning the general layout, he turned and returned to the cave. Mia was focused on arranging 5 newly made guardian stone pendants, the different colored stones glowing softly in her palm. After putting away the finished pendants, Tang Yan said, "Mia, I need to go out for a while." He said, "Have lunch by yourself first, and when I come back later, I'll bring you something really delicious." "Great." Mia's eyes lit up, and she playfully blinked. "Then I'll eat a little less and wait for your surprise." Tang Yan smiled, turned, and found a secluded corner. With a thought, his figure vanished from the other world. When he set foot on solid ground again, he had returned to the bustling Blue Star. This time, he had a clear goal: make money by houses. He calculated clearly: all integrated houses made of high-strength steel. Residential buildings, functional buildings, warehouses, all could be customized in Blue Star and directly transported to the other world. There they just needed to lay a good foundation, and these ready-made modules could be placed on top, ready for immediate use. What concerned him most was the castle he promised Mia. That was a home for both of them, solid as a fortress, yet comfortable to live in. Of course, he knew that it wouldn't come cheap. Chapter 24, Who Really Suffers? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the night sky of Blue Star was just beginning to spread. Tang Yan walked out from the shadows of the warehouse, instantly enveloped by the glow of the streetlights and the sound of traffic. Having not seen Wang Jingshu for a day, he found himself surprisingly missing her. He raised his hand to hail a taxi, opened the door, and sat inside. "Driver." "To Longhu Garden." The car merged into the night traffic, and the brightly lit city outside was like a completely different world from the valley in the other realm, which had just lit a solitary lamp. Meanwhile, in the villa at Longhu Garden, Lin Shuimo was lying on the pink bed with Wang Jingshu, saying, "Come clean. Last night, what was it like with him?" Wang Jingshu had long been accustomed to the straightforward conversations between close friends, but upon hearing this, her cheeks couldn't help but flush, and she hesitantly said, "Shuimo, things like this can't be described without personal experience. It's like finding a home for the soul." I think you're just infatuated. You fell so quickly. What happened to the Ice Queen CEO you used to be?" "Shuimo, you don't understand. When you meet someone who makes you yearn for them, you'll know what love is." Lin Sha Montauk pouted in silent protest. Wang Jingshu turned around and continued, "The moment I saw him, I knew I was doomed." "Shuimo, don't you feel anything? My man is so outstanding. Doesn't he attract you?" Jing, that's your man. His excellence has nothing to do with me. Am I supposed to fight for love? Besides, I don't like smelly men. They're all big bores. Sigh, Shuamo, it's been so many years, and that person still has such a big impact on you. He's been in for 15 years now, and you still can't move on. Lin Shuamo fell silent, and a painful memory from a rainy night when she was 16 began to invade her thoughts. Robbery, attempted rape. Although he was sentenced to 15 years, it made Lin Shuamo lose interest in men as a group. All right, Shuamo, don't think about those unhappy things. You were asking me what it felt like, right? How about I lend you my husband for a bit? Let you experience it too. Maybe you won't be so resistant to men. Wang Jingshu coaxed. You, Jing, don't you feel jealous? Lin Shumo's eyes widened in disbelief. One is my good sister, and the other is my husband. Both sides are flesh and blood, and my husband won't suffer any loss. So why should I feel jealous? Besides, my godmother has approached me many times to help you, but you never listen. What else can I do? I can only offer my husband. But seriously, Shuamo, my husband is really amazing. You can give it a try, really. Jing, stop talking. I want to be alone. Lin Shuamo was speechless, wondering what kind of absurd idea Jing had come up with. Was she being kind, or sacrificing her husband for a friend? Or was it that she was giving her friend to her husband? It seemed like the one who was suffering was herself, seeing her friend lost in thought. Wang Jingshu continued, So, Shuamo, think about it. When he comes, I'll discuss it with him. He will definitely agree. Ding dong. The doorbell of the villa rang. Wang Jingshu and Lin Shuamo both shivered, hearing Tang Yan's voice from the remote control by the bedside. Wang Jingshu jumped up in delight and quickly pressed the remote. Shuamo, my husband is here. Hurry and think it over. There's only this chance. Lin Shumo's mood was mixed. Looking at Wang Jingshu's concerned eyes and thinking about her mother's nagging, she gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. I'll try. Just try. Jing, we agreed not to feel jealous, and you can't tell anyone. After saying that, she immediately got up and ran back to the bedroom next door. Lying on the bed, covering herself with the quilt, Lin Shumo's heart was still pounding. What kind of thing was this? How did she agree so confusedly? When that guy comes over, should she cooperate or resist? She bit her lip, feeling like this ridiculous agreement was driving her crazy, unaware of the good things about to come. Tang Yan walked familiar steps toward Wang Jingshu's bedroom. Wang Jingshu was dressed in pajamas and didn't go to greet him, instead waiting eagerly on the bed for his arrival. When Tang Yan pushed open the bedroom door, he saw Wang Jingshu standing there in a silk nightgown, her pretty face flushed as she welcomed him. Tang Yan said, Jing, I have a gift for you. After that, he took out a pink pendant from his pocket and handed it over. Wow, is this a gem? It's so beautiful. Wang Jingshu happily accepted the guardian stone and excitedly gave Tang Yan a kiss. This is a guardian stone, a kind of, a magical treasure that can make you happy. Ah, husband, I feel so happy right now. It's really magical. Wang Jingshu's words made Tang Yan smile. He was afraid she wouldn't believe its real function, so he decided to wait for her to experience it herself. By the way, this one is for your friend, Purple. She should like this color. Make sure to give it to her when you have the chance. Tang Yan then took out a purple pendant from another pocket, and under the light, its flowing brilliance was even more dazzling. Ah, there's one for Shuamo too? Husband, Shuamo is next door. Just give it to her directly. Tang Yan shook his head and said, It's so late. Your friend should be asleep by now. Just give it to her tomorrow. Husband, do you mind having multiple women? Wang Jingshu blinked her big eyes and asked weakly, What? Jing, are you sleepy? Tang Yan was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Wang Jingshu lowered her head, leaned closer to Tang Yan, quietly recounted what had just happened, and shared Lin Shumo's experience with Tang Yan. Tang Yan said, Sigh, that's a mental issue. She needs to see a psychologist. I'm not good at this. Husband, if Aunt Ruatang is my godmother, she's been so worried about Shuamo. She's seen a psychologist many times, but it hasn't worked. You're the only man she doesn't dislike. Maybe you're the remedy for her. Husband, please help. She's my close friend. Wang Jingshu bowed and acted cute, leaving Tang Yan at a loss. Not helping was difficult because this was the first time Wang Jingshu had asked him for something. Helping was also a dilemma. Why does Wang Jingshu only have this one close friend? After pondering for a long time, Tang Yan said lightly, Jing, I can only say to give it a try. But if this gets out. Wang Jingshu smiled and planted a kiss on him. I knew you were the best, husband. Don't worry, no one will find out. Then she pulled Tang Yan toward the bathroom. Husband, let's take a shower. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the bathroom heated up again. After a passionate encounter, Wang Jingshu was already exhausted. Curled up, she looked at Tang Yan with dreamy eyes. Husband, I don't want to move. Can't we just leave the sheets as they are? Baby, you need to move over a bit. If we don't change them, how will we sleep? You'll catch a cold tomorrow. Wang Jingshu had no choice but to turn over, allowing Tang Yan to change the sheets. Husband, go next door. Don't keep Shu and Mo waiting too long. Tang Yan used his spiritual sense to check the next room and found that Lin Shu Mo was eavesdropping. He smirked and said loudly, All right, Jing, I'm going to find Shu Mo now. If you're tired, just sleep. Tang Yan's spiritual sense kept monitoring the situation over there, and he saw Lin Shu Mo hurriedly return to her bed and cover herself with the quilt, making him laugh. Walking into the next room, Tang Yan tried the doorknob, finding it unlocked. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. The room was completely dark, but Tang Yan could see in the dark, so he didn't turn on the lights. When he approached the big bed, he heard a rapid heartbeat, not his own, but Lin Shu Mo's. In the quiet night, the sound was particularly loud. Shu Mo, here is a gift for you, a treasure that can make you happy. Tang Yan spoke softly, his words especially clear in the stillness of the night. Oh, what is it? Lin Shu Mo couldn't hold back any longer, uncovering the blanket to reveal her head. Looking in Tang Yan's direction and asking, Tang Yan took out a purple pendant. Even though the room was dark, the faint moonlight still illuminated the pendant, which sparkled with shimmering light, its brilliance like twinkling stars, dazzling and charming. Lin Shu Mo snatched it away, playing with it fondly. This is a guardian stone. You have to wear it all the time. It really can make you happier. Thank you. At this moment, Lin Shu Mo took off her mask, revealing a softer side. Her tone gentle and sincere. No need to thank me. If you want to thank anyone, thank Jingjing. She arranged for me to have a little wife. Oh, what? What little wife? Lin Shu Mo felt her face burning, her body trembling slightly. Is that what you meant by thank you? Please. Tang Yan didn't wait for her reaction, directly pulling Lin Shu Mo into an embrace, his lips pressing against hers. Lin Shu Mo wanted to resist, really, but she felt weak all over, as if immobilized, her mind going blank. The kiss lasted for a minute, and the feeling of suffocation nearly made Lin Shu Mo faint. She forgot to breathe. You. She couldn't even complete a sentence. Tang Yan didn't give her a chance to catch her breath. A second kiss followed. Lin Shu Mo seemed resigned, giving up her struggle. Since she couldn't resist, she decided to enjoy it. The intense response was reckless. Jingjing was right. He really had a unique body scent, and it was quite pleasant, a bit intoxicating. No, she was getting dizzy. Lin Shu Mo gradually felt her emotions stir by the kiss. Her eyes, a blush colored her face. Unexpected, yet expected. Tang Yan didn't anticipate that Lin Shu Mo would be so wild. Her nails left marks on his back. Fortunately, he had strong recovery and physical defense. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have bled out. This girl insisted on being the knight, saying she wanted to take the initiative. As a result, in one round, she became a soft shrimp. Lin Shu Mo's figure was indeed impressive. Moreover, unexpectedly, there was no. Although Lin Shu Mo was inexperienced, her body recovered quickly. It seemed she was not finished yet and bravely rode up again. Stinking man, you must submit to. I say, are you addicted to role-playing? Who is just begging for mercy? Humph, stinking man, that was because this king had no experience. You'll have good fruits to eat in the future. Half an hour later. Kiss, husband. I won't dare again. Please spare me. Jingjing will always be your big sister, you know? You can only be small, and now that you're in my bed, you can't escape. Okay, husband, I understand. Jingjing will always be my big sister. Lin Shu Mo rolled her eyes. Wang Jingzhu was already 10 days older than her, okay? Chapter 25. Purchasing supplies as night fell. All was quiet. That dream was truly a gentle haven. Tang Yan dreamt of Wang Jingshu, Mia, and Lin Shu Mo, the four of them sharing a large bed. But that's not worth mentioning. Wang Jingshu dreamt of fighting alongside Tang Yan for a day and a night, finally avenging herself. And when she woke up in the morning, the corners of her mouth were lifted. Lin Shu Mo experienced an unexpected transformation. A dream from last night quietly unraveled the knot in her heart that had been tangled for many years. In the dream, she repeatedly swung her fists, completely defeating the person who had bullied her. The opponent was left in a pitiful state, unrecognizable, lying on the ground like a pile of mud, completely lost. She allowed herself to vent freely, moving only according to her heart's desire. The long-standing gloom that had weighed on her heart dissipated quietly with this dream. Those recurring nightmares finally vanished. From then on, nothing could easily disturb her emotions. So much so that when she woke up the next morning, there was still a tear at the corner of her eye. It was not sadness, but a trace of relief. Get up, little lazy pig. The sun is already shining on your backside. The two women were still lingering in bed. It was 8 o'clock, and they were still immersed in their dreams. Tang Yan could only wake them up one by one. This wake-up service was naturally quite enchanting. Half an hour later, the three of them sat around the dining table having breakfast. Despite the continuous dreams throughout the night, everyone appeared radiant, clearly having rested well. Their complexions much rosier than usual. Aunt Wang was tending to the flowers and plants in the yard, and Tang Yan took this opportunity to speak up. You should have experienced the effects of the guardian stone, right? How do you feel? Honey, are you saying the dream I had last night was because of this guardian stone? Wang Jingshu asked in surprise. Lin Shuemo also showed a look of astonishment. She had thought that the reason she had such a dream was because she had fought alongside Tang Yan, overcoming her inner fears. She didn't expect it was the effect of a stone. That's right, this kind of stone can guide people to have beautiful dreams, Tang Yan explained. I can't clarify the specific principles since I'm not a scientist. But as I understand it, it contains a special kind of energy, and it is this energy that becomes the key to beautiful dreams. What do you think? Does this guardian stone have a market? Tang Yan continued. Let me tell you, I am the only one who can obtain this source. It's absolutely unique. Of course it does. Lin Shu Mo gently stroked the pendant on her chest, her eyes shining. Such a magical treasure. Once promoted, I don't know how many people will be fascinated by it. All right. You take charge of sending it to an authoritative institution for component testing to confirm there are no harmful elements. Remember, just test the components. Don't reveal its special effects yet. Tang Yan calmly assigned the task, then turned to Wang Jingshu and said, Jing, hurry up and register a company. Just the three of us as partners. The company name will be Shu Jingyan Jewelry, which has a good meaning and is also fitting. Shu Jingyan? Wang Jingshu repeated softly. Yin is the woman character, meaning beautiful, which perfectly matches the image of our guardian stone, Tang Yan added. Shu Jingyan. This name is really nice. It includes all three of us. Lin Shuemo nodded with a smile. As for the business operations, I'll leave that to you two strong women. A one-team medal, Tang Yan said. After all, we are in an exclusive business. Others can't imitate us even if they wanted to. Saying this, he took out 3 pendants. Here are 3 samples for you to operate with. Once the testing is fine, quickly build up the product and brand popularity. Wang Jingshu, being a top student from Wharton, immediately pointed out the core issue. Honey, can the supply be stable? This thing is too precious. The market demand will definitely be high. My biggest worry is that we won't be able to supply it later. Tang Yan nodded in approval and analyzed calmly. First of all, it is positioned as a top-tier jewelry. Even without the beautiful dream effect, the quality of the jade material itself is no less than Hutian jade, destined to attract only high-end customers. Coupled with the unique characteristic of dream making, it will surely cause a sensation in the upper circles. After a brief pause, he continued to emphasize the strategy. So we won't go for volume. Even if we have a large stock, we must actively control the supply to make it scarce. Seeing the two women seriously agree, Tang Yan then proposed. Regarding pricing, I suggest we first hold a small auction, using the auction results as a reference for market pricing. The 3 quickly reached an agreement. Although Tang Yan initially insisted on an equal split of equity, Wang Jingshu and Lin Shu Mo firmly opposed it. After several rounds of pushing back, it was finally decided that Tang Yan would hold 60, while Wang Jingshu and Lin Shu Mo would each hold 20. Considering they were all family, He didn't insist further, especially since they didn't truly care about that share. The three then split up, each diving into their busy work. Among them, Tang Yan might be the busiest one. He picked up the phone and contacted the first high-end restaurant. Hello? Is this XX restaurant? I would like to book 50 tables for a banquet needed tonight. Can they be packed and sent to the designated warehouse? If so, I'll place the order immediately. After hanging up, he dialed the next one. Hello, I'd like to book 100 tables for your best banquet. Yes, 100 tables. Is it convenient to pack and send to the warehouse? He contacted 5 high-end restaurants in succession, booking a total of 500 banquet tables. Each table averaged nearly 20,000 yuan, excluding drinks, with just a few phone calls costing a total of 8,080,000 yuan, with nearly 20 dishes per table. 500 tables meant over 10,000 dishes. Although there were some repeated dishes, the scale was still astonishing. This was enough for Mia to eat for 3 years. After handling the dining order, Tang Yan hurriedly took a taxi to inspect a modular housing factory. At 1 p.m., he arrived punctually at the entrance of Jishu Modular Housing Company, Limited. At the factory gate, a slightly plump middle-aged man had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw Tang Yan get out of the car, he immediately approached with a warm smile. You must be Mr. Tang, right? Oh, you're truly young and promising, even younger than I imagined. This boss son was the head of the factory. He had already learned from the phone that Tang Yan was a big client, so he was particularly attentive in his reception. As he led the way, he secretly admired Tang Yan's well-tailored suit, which highlighted his tall figure, handsome face, and composed demeanor, and couldn't help but internally praise. What a handsome young man. I wonder which family he belongs to. Arriving at the meeting room, both sides took their seats, and Boss Sun asked his secretary to bring in tea. Tang Yan directly stated, Boss Sun, I need to purchase a large number of modular houses to build a community for about 1,000 people. The community must be fully equipped, including shops, warehouses, hospitals, public canteens, public baths, schools, and of course residential buildings and villas. All buildings must be fully decorated, with furniture and appliances included, meeting the standards for move-in readiness. Boss Sun gasped upon hearing this, his voice changing tone. How? How many people? A community for 1,000 people. Mr. Tang, are you planning to develop a large-scale project in some remote mountainous area? This is a huge undertaking. Don't worry about the location, Tang Yan said in a calm tone that carried an undeniable weight. Just tell me, can you do it? I require the highest standards for all buildings. The main structure must use the best steel, with earthquake resistance, wind resistance, and fire resistance meeting or exceeding national standards. Especially the exterior walls. I want them to have the texture of medieval castle stone, but lightweight, suitable for rapid installation. Yes, it must be possible. Boss Sun's voice instantly filled with unprecedented excitement. This was a high-value order he had rarely encountered in his career. Our company specializes in modular construction. Don't mention just residential buildings and villas. We can customize the hospitals, schools, and canteens you mentioned. As long as the blueprints and requirements are in place, we can start the production line. However, Mr. Tang, the budget. Money is not an issue. Tang Yan interrupted him. I can pay a 20 deposit first, but I have 2 requirements. First, the quality must be impeccable. I will personally inspect it, and if there is any defect, it needs to be redone. Second, the speed must be fast. All components will be produced in batches, and once a batch is assembled, notify me, and I will pick it up from the warehouse and settle the remaining payment. Absolutely no problem. You can rest assured, Boss Tang. Boss Sun patted his chest, his voice trembling with excitement. I will personally oversee this project and ensure it is done perfectly. Don't mention the castle quality. Even if you want it wrapped in real copper and iron, I will find a way. I will organize the design team immediately and get the proposal and quotation to you as soon as possible. Tang Yan handed Boss Sun a blueprint. This was a detailed terrain and survey map of the otherworldly base that Tang Yan had drawn up in his spare time, including clear markings for land size, residential areas, functional zones, and detailed planning layouts. Boss Sun just needed to come up with a plan based on the blueprint, such as the types and specifications of integrated houses and the necessary foundation drawings. After sending off Tang Yan, Boss Sun still felt as if he were dreaming. He couldn't understand what kind of project this mysterious Boss Tang was working on, but the 10 million deposit that had arrived in his account was very real. He immediately roared to gather all department managers for a meeting, and the entire company began operating at the highest priority. Tang Yan walked out of the factory with an expression as usual. For him, backed by the resources of an entire otherworld. Using Earth's industrial system to create a ready-made home was the simplest and most efficient way. What he needed to do was to be a good mover and payer. Half an hour later, Tang Yan was already sitting in the spacious and bright reception room of Buajin Integrated Housing Company, Limited. Facing the castle customization requirements proposed by Tang Yan, the representatives of the other company appeared very confident. Boss Tang, your request is completely feasible. A technical manager wearing glasses enthusiastically introduced while sketching on a tablet. A castle-style integrated villa is essentially the same process as a high-end custom villa, just with a more unique exterior design and internal structure, and generally larger and taller. After a brief estimation, he provided a satisfactory time frame. If you finalize the specific design requirements, our factory will work at full capacity. Within a week, we guarantee that the castle you want will be completely finished, packaged, and ready for shipment. The greatest advantage of integrated housing lies in its efficiency, which Tang Yan was very satisfied with. This matter was settled. They just needed to wait a week to receive and organize the installation on the other side. As for the supporting foundation, there was no rush. Large-scale foundation excavation on the otherworldly construction site had just begun, so there was plenty of time. After leaving Buajin Company, Tang Yan immediately turned to his next target. He contacted the equipment suppliers with ease and urgently purchased several sets of large medium-frequency induction melting furnaces, along with matching graphite molds, a full set of heavy protective gear, refractory crucibles, and flux borics. He had a clear plan in mind. The relatively precise and safe work of melting doghead gold could be entirely handled by the women in the otherworld. Turning these gold nuggets into standardized ingots for easier trading will become his most solid currency on Earth. Chapter 26. City of Miracles. 10 days of intense construction passed in the blink of an eye, and the main project of the otherworldly base was nearing completion. For the local indigenous people, it was less about participating in the construction and more about witnessing a rapid revival. They followed Tang Yan's instructions to dig foundations, pour concrete, and erect steel structures, each step clear and precise. However, it wasn't until Tang Yan repeatedly brought back those massive prefabricated building components from the other side that they truly understood what they were involved in. When elegant, precisely structured buildings and villas rose up from the ground within days, seamlessly fitted into their designated bases. The glimmer in the eyes of the indigenous people was not one of ignorant worship of miracles, but rather a complex mix of shock, awe, and deep nostalgia. They could vaguely sense that this was not magic, but rather an ultimate mastery over materials and energy that they had long lost, an advanced skill that was far closer to the glory of their ancestors than their current tribal way of life. The true climax of the shock came as the night of the 10th day fell. Tang Yan completed the final circuit check and calmly closed the main power switch. With a low humming sound of the energy storage equipment starting up, the high-power LED lighting system, pre-installed throughout the base, was instantly activated. A dazzling artificial light burst forth, tearing apart the deep night that had remained unchanged for 1,000 years. The battlements of the city walls were illuminated by clear, cold light, outlining an absolute defensive silhouette. The windows of the new homes radiated a stable and warm glow. On both sides of the main road, streetlights extended out in an orderly manner, forming a guiding light corridor. The entire base seemed like a gem of civilization that had suddenly descended upon a lost land, bright, orderly, and powerful. The valley, originally shrouded in darkness and danger, was redefined at this moment by a long-lost force called order. A crowd gradually gathered in the square. They did not cry out or kneel in worship, but instead fell into a solemn silence. Several elders looked up, their murky eyes reflecting this magnificent light, their lips trembling slightly. They might not understand the principles of electricity, but they deeply grasped the level of civilization represented by such scale and stability of lighting. One of the oldest elders murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief, "Artificial light. so stable, so vast. Even at the height of our ancestors, only the largest temple could maintain this. This light illuminated not only the night, but also seemed like a key, subtly unlocking certain shared memories sealed within their bloodlines and legends, evoking their hazy recollections and deep reverence for a glorious old era. Mia stood closely beside Tang Yan, gazing at the fully illuminated homeland, her eyes sparkling. What she felt was not only a sense of security, but also a strong, intense thrill of returning to a certain rightful order. Tang Yan looked down upon this civilization fortress forged by his own hands, feeling the mixed emotions of shock, nostalgia, and reignited hope from the crowd below. A strong sense of satisfaction surged within him. This act of forcibly reshaping order in this lost world with blue star technology, igniting the sleeping memories within the indigenous bloodlines, was the most exquisite achievement and enjoyment at this moment. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable strength. From this night on, darkness will no longer mean danger and dormancy. From this night on, this place will no longer be called the Valley. Tang Yan's voice clearly echoed throughout the square as he raised his hand, pointing to the brightly lit, towering city behind him. Its name is City of Miracles. The square first fell into a brief silence. Then a deep, heartfelt murmur of agreement arose from the crowd. Some older elders looked at the towering city walls, the unquenchable light at night, and the buildings that seemed to emerge from legends, their eyes sparkling with complex emotions. City of Miracles. An elderly man with white hair murmured, stroking his sturdy new work clothes, then looking towards the villas that no longer leaked wind. Apartment. Besides the glory recorded by our ancestors, I can think of no other word that describes all this better than miracle. For those who witnessed and participated in the creation of this city from nothing, this name was not an exaggeration, but a simple statement of fact. It was not a celebration of the divine, but a declaration of a tangible reality brought forth by that mysterious leader. Everyone look over here. Tang Yan's voice clearly echoed throughout the square. He raised his hand, pointing to the neatly lined new villa area, his gaze sweeping over every indigenous person with dust and anticipation on their faces. You are the earliest founders of the City of Miracles. Every inch of land here has been watered with your sweat, as a reward and a right that you deserve. I announce that each family can freely choose an independent villa as your permanent home. He paused for a moment, his tone slightly heavier, as if to establish an unshakable rule. Remember, this honor belongs only to those who contributed earliest. Those who join later will no longer have this qualification. They will reside in the boarding houses at the back. Now, go choose your new home. In the innermost circle, backed by the rugged mountains, stood the core and symbol of this newly born city, the Lord's Castle. It was not an exquisite ornament, but a true fortress that combined the functions of governance and residential comfort. The entire castle rose majestically, divided into 5 levels, each large enough to rival a grand banquet hall, covering an area of over 15,000 square meters, imposing and awe-inspiring. The interior of the castle resembled a vertical miniature city. Hundreds of rooms were meticulously laid out according to function, including essential living quarters, a conference hall, and guest rooms, along with comfort designs far exceeding the understanding of this era. A central kitchen equipped with large modern appliances, a professional laundry room with drying functions, and even a private gym area equipped with various equipment. Everything that could be enjoyed in Blue Star was available here. To transform this massive structure from blueprints into reality, Tang Yan even used spatial abilities to transport a large crane from Earth. At this moment, the steel giant arm still stood silently at the side of the castle, wordlessly narrating the construction method that transcended the times. And it itself became a part of the miracle, deeply imprinted in the eyes of every citizen who gazed upon it. In the ancient songs and vague memories passed down among the indigenous people, there always remained a fragment of the ethereal legend about the golden age of their ancestors. It was said that 1,000 years ago, towering metallic buildings once stood upon this land, and at night there were points of artificial light that shone like stars, never extinguishing. Massive flying vehicles swept across the sky, and intricate mechanical creations traversed the earth, representing an unimaginable prosperous era far beyond their current state of existence. However, everything ended in a world-consuming catastrophe. The glorious civilization collapsed in an instant, and magnificent cities turned into ruins, ultimately buried under dust and time, sinking into the ground. What they could occasionally unearth from the quicksand now were fragments of metal with faint energy or strange structures, reverently referred to as relics. These ruins buried underground served both as silent tombstones for past glory and as treacherous treasures filled with danger and ancestral divine power in the eyes of today's survivors. Only the bravest explorers dared to venture into them, attempting to seek the meager gifts that would allow them to survive in the harsh reality from the remnants of those ferocious steel giants. Tang Yan held Mia's hand and slowly walked through every corner of the castle, patiently explaining the uses of various novel appliances to her. From the smart lighting in the living room to the multifunctional food processor in the kitchen, every detail made Mia's eyes sparkle with curiosity and joy. She flitted between the rooms like a cheerful little bird, sometimes touching the smooth marble countertop, and sometimes curiously examining the decorative paintings on the walls. This would be their shared home, a truly safe and warm home that belonged to them, and this realization filled her with an indescribable sense of happiness. The luxurious suite on the top floor, over 1,000 square meters, was a private space reserved by Tang Yan for the two of them. The entire area was cleverly divided into several functional zones: a spacious private living room, a well-equipped workspace, a cozy dining room, a stylish little bar, a fun entertainment room, an immersive audiovisual room, a walk-in closet comparable to those in shopping malls, a bright and spacious bathroom, and a luxurious bedroom bathed in sunlight. The most refreshing feature was the large terrace connected to the suite. Standing here, the entire landscape of the territory was in full view. The tidy streets, warm lights, and distant mountains formed a breathtaking picture. Perhaps feeling tired from the tour, Mia gently nestled into Tang Yan's arms, tilting her face up to look at him, her azure eyes filled with unabashed love and gratitude. "Thank you, my knight," she said softly, her voice carrying a dreamlike tenderness. "The castle you built for me is more beautiful than I ever imagined, even in my dreams. Mia, you deserve the best. Trust me, everything will be all right." They embraced passionately and shared a deep kiss, with Mia responding indulgently. That night, on the luxurious big bed, Mia shyly agreed to Tang Yan's request. "Daddy, sweet dreams." In the past 10 days, Tang Yan had frequently shuttled between the other world and Blue Star, busy yet organized. During this period, he had traded several larger pieces of gold nuggets in 3 transactions, and the substantial funds he received easily covered the remaining payments for the integrated housing project. Meanwhile, a batch of otherworldly treasures known as Guardian Stones had quietly held a small auction of considerable scale, organized by Lin Shumo and Wang Jingshu a few days ago. Tang Yan had not yet had the chance to inquire about the specific auction results. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, he immediately returned to Blue Star, carrying with him 100 Guardian Stone pendants that Mia had carefully crafted. Chapter 27: First Trip Abroad on Blue Star. The night was deep. The door of the villa was gently pushed open, and as Tang Yan's figure appeared in the entrance, 2 joyful voices almost simultaneously rang out. "Hubby, you're back. Hubby." Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo were cozily nestled on the sofa in the living room, and upon hearing the voices, they both looked over. Over the past few days, their complexions had noticeably improved, with a relaxed and bright glow in their eyes. This was partly due to the strange experiences brought by the protective stone they wore closely, and perhaps even more so because the long-standing misunderstandings between the sisters had finally been resolved, making their relationship more intimate and harmonious than ever. They shared a brand new, hopeful beginning, along with an unspoken bond among the 3 that made the atmosphere exceptionally harmonious. Upon seeing Tang Yan, their joy naturally flowed out. Tang Yan nodded slightly at them and set the bag he was holding aside. "It seems the first auction received a good response," he said calmly. "I have brought a new 100 protective stones. They are all here. So many. Enough to sustain the sales for the next month." Wang Jingshu said with a bright smile as she looked at him. "You should have seen it. The client's feedback on the protective stones was extremely enthusiastic, and inquiries have been constant. What was the final transaction price? Tang Yan asked. Lin Shimo took over the conversation, her tone carrying a hint of professionalism and satisfaction. For the first auction, we adopted the best strategy. On one hand, we provided an authoritative laboratory's appraisal report. And on the other hand, descriptions like significantly improves sleep quality, alleviates mental stress, lucid dreaming sparked strong interest among high-end clients. Ultimately, all 3 lots were successfully sold, with a total hammer price of $340 million. $340 million? This number clearly exceeded Tang Yan's expectations. He raised his eyebrows slightly. That's much higher than I imagined. We invited experts from top auction houses to collaborate and let some key clients experience the effects in advance, which made the premium very obvious, Wang Jingshu added calmly, showcasing her solid business planning skills. But we do not recommend maintaining such a high price for the long term. The plan is to release 100 stones each month, gradually stabilizing the terminal price around $50 million, which is more beneficial for the long-term market stability and brand building. That's a reasonable strategy. $50 million is already a very good price range, Tang Yan acknowledged. Lin Shimo smiled and looked at Wang Jingshu. This time, we owe it to Jingjing for her thorough planning and early structural isolation. Otherwise, we might have been overwhelmed by calls asking for information. Structural isolation? Tang Yan asked. It's a common VIE structure, Wang Jingshu explained, where assets are held by an offshore holding entity and domestic entities handle operations and financial matters. This allows us to operate in compliance while maximizing the protection of our personal information from external tracking. Tang Yan looked at Wang Jingshu with approval in his eyes. Well done, Jingjing. Acting low-key and making money quietly is indeed the safest way. At this moment, Lin Shimo continued, her tone becoming more serious. There's another matter that requires your decision. Several international auction houses have sent collaboration invitations to our professional managers, hoping to represent the global sales of the protective stones, and they're offering a very sincere commission rate of only 5. Should we consider entering the international market? We can test the overseas market appropriately. Tang Yan pondered briefly before making a decision. But for now, we should prioritize domestic demand. In the initial phase, we can allocate 20 of the share to the international market, pricing it at double the domestic price. The premium space in foreign markets is high. We should take advantage of it. Understood. The two nodded almost simultaneously, expressing their agreement with his decision. Tang Yan suddenly remembered something and casually asked, by the way, regarding the protective stones I gave to my uncle and aunt after they wore them. They didn't ask anything, did they? Like where the things came from? Wang Jingshu and Lin Shimo exchanged glances, and it was Wang Jingshu who spoke first, her tone gentle yet candid. We didn't hide this from them. We told the family the truth. She paused, observing Tang Yan's expression, and continued, they didn't oppose it. Anyone couldn't help but shed a tear at that time. Seeing that Tang Yan was not displeased, she relaxed and smiled slightly. Don't worry. We handled it well. They actually sort of tacitly approved and one team make things difficult for you. My parents even said that if there's a chance, they'd like us to go to Las Vegas together and conveniently get the certificate. Note, in this parallel universe, polygamy is allowed. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan felt a slight relief in his heart. The initial concerns quietly dissipated. Things had not developed in a complicated direction, but had instead proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. As the night deepened, the clamor in the villa gradually returned to tranquility. In the softly lit bedroom, Tang Yan relaxed and spent an intimate time with Wang Jingshu and Lin Shimo. That night was filled with warmth and a hint of carefree abandon. Lin Shimo might have been the one feeling the most relieved and joyful. She had always harbored an indescribable complex emotion towards Wang Jingshu, encompassing deep friendship and subconscious affection. Now, through Tang Yan, a subtle yet strong bond had formed among the three. In a sense, she felt that she not only possessed Tang Yan but also, in a new way, regained Jingshu. Tang Yan quietly watched them, occasionally whispering, playing around, and smiling at each other, and he couldn't help but grin. For the first time, he clearly realized that once the intimacy between women was unrestrained, its fervor and abandon were not in the least inferior to that of men. Jingjing, the water has flowed a lot. Jingjing, you're shaking. Tang Yan's thoughts wandered. It had been only a short time since he obtained that mysterious pyramid, yet the trajectory of fate had turned upside down. With his arrival, a new order and vitality were sprouting in that once-forgotten otherworldly land. Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo seemed to be infused with new brilliance, becoming even more vibrant and bright. As for himself, he stood at the core of all these changes, becoming the ultimate beneficiary of all converging causes and effects. What he possessed now was no longer the ordinary wealth or power, but a richer life experience. Diverse, vivid, and full of flavor. What kind of scenery is there at a high place? What does the vast land of the otherworld look like in the distance? However, he also knew that with his current strength, he indeed wasn't enough to wander around everywhere. When he built the base earlier, he had managed to exchange for some first-level crystal cores, but the quantity was too scattered and simply insufficient. He roughly estimated that to break through to the 2-star body-tempering realm, he would need hundreds or thousands of first-level crystal cores. Otherwise, it was not even worth thinking about. Fortunately, the base had finally taken shape, and it could be considered to have found its footing. But before that, he needed to arm his own place. Without guns and cannons, even the best territory is just a piece of fat meat that anyone passing by would want to gnaw on. The shooting ports and defensive points had been left quite ample, but now they were all empty, with not a single decent weapon. Where to get the arms? At first, he thought about simply using gold to exchange for some equipment from small countries, but upon further reflection, most of the things that came out of those places were old, broken, and small, with mixed models and average performance, which was simply not worth it. As he thought, his mind turned to Japan. There, the bases are numerous, and the goods should be good. Besides, as a Dragon Country person, going there to get some things could be considered a kind of traditional skill, right? Shouldn't he go over to collect some interest? The next day, Tang Yan drove the new sports car that Wang Jingshu had given him, smoothly making his way to the West City Airport, and with one ticket, he headed straight to Tokyo, Japan. After all, there were several military bases of the ugly country over there, you know. To be honest, this was Tang Yan's first real trip abroad. Although he had seen this place many times in movies and TV shows, he realized upon arriving that it was quite different from what he had imagined. As soon as he got off the plane, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "The Japanese flight attendants aren't as amazing as rumored. Their makeup is so heavy it looks like they painted on, and when they bow, their powder almost falls off. This is still first-class treatment." Wandering the streets of Japan, he had to admit that the scenery here was indeed unique. In the middle of winter, the streets were filled with girls in short skirts and bare legs, making him feel cold just looking at them. At 185 meters tall, he stood out in the crowd, while most of the girls around him were petite and delicate, giving him an inexplicable feeling of being a crane among chickens. Of course, he couldn't compare to the tall and burly Westerners. However, trouble soon followed. His outstanding face attracted a lot of attention, and after just a few steps, several bold girls approached him to strike up a conversation, chattering in Japanese and asking for his contact information. Tang Yan had no choice but to play dumb, putting on a look that said he didn't understand and to leave him alone. To his surprise, some even switched to English to chat him up, so he simply continued the language barrier game, speaking Mandarin to confuse them further. In the end, with no other choice, he took out a mask and put it on, and at last, the world became quiet. It wasn't that he didn't want to communicate friendly, but there were really not many who caught his eye on the street. Most of the girls who came to greet him could only be considered cute little girls, far from the ideal type he had in mind, which really didn't pique his interest. He walked along, stopping occasionally, and bought a few local snacks and delicacies, secretly storing them away to bring back for Mia to try. Chapter 28. Unleashing Divine Power. Tang Yan turned into a secluded alley, intending to find a place away from prying eyes to take out a bottle of water from his space. Just as he made a move, a few voices speaking in a slurred Japanese came from behind him. He turned around to see 3 men in flashy shirts and gold chains blocking the alley entrance. The leader, a scar-faced man, was eyeing him like a fat sheep, smoking a cigarette and mumbling something indistinctly while rubbing his fingers together in a universal gesture for money. Seeing that Tang Yan had no reaction, a blonde-haired thug beside him suddenly yelled in broken English mixed with Japanese, "Hey, chink, money, hand it over. Can't you understand?" The term chink pierced through Tang Yan's casual demeanor like a needle. His expression suddenly turned cold. The scar-faced man seemed to think he had the upper hand, and with a sneer, took a step forward, reaching out to grab Tang Yan's collar. The other two men closed in, completely blocking his escape route. Tang Yan suddenly smiled and said softly in perfect Mandarin, "Just right, I've been lacking energy lately." The three men were taken aback, not understanding what this lamb to the slaughter was saying. But in the next second, they realized. Tang Yan moved. His actions were so fast that only a shadow remained. The scar-faced man felt a sharp pain in his wrist, realizing his outstretched hand had been twisted into a bizarre angle. The sound of bones cracking was clear. Before his scream could escape, he was struck hard in the abdomen, his body flying back like a shrimp and crashing against the wall, collapsing down. The blonde thug and another henchman didn't even see what had happened. They only felt a flash before their companion fell. In a panic, they tried to draw their weapons. But before their hands could reach their waists, each received a brutal elbow strike and whip kick, their vision darkening as they lost consciousness without a sound. The entire process took only 2 or 3 seconds. The three members of the Yakuza, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, were now all lying on the ground, groaning or unconscious. Tang Yan crouched down and rummaged through the scar-faced man's belongings, finding a wallet and a mobile phone. He unlocked the phone using the scar-faced man's fingerprint and quickly browsed through the recent contacts and chat groups, soon pinpointing an address labeled Yoshida Group Office. He stood up and dragged the three thugs deeper behind a pile of garbage in the alley, where there were no people and no surveillance. Without a second thought, he snapped their necks and directly consumed them. Yoshida Group, huh? He muttered to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just right. After saying that, he entered the source of origin, and 3 thin beams of light flowed into his consciousness. The memory fragments of the 3 men were easily obtained, and Tang Yan's grasp of Japanese and English deepened significantly. He also gained a very familiar memory about this area. His mental power increased slightly, and the range of his externalized spiritual sense expanded by a few meters. This greatly enhanced Tang Yan's upcoming actions. He changed into a tight black Spider-Man suit underneath a loose tracksuit. Once he exited the space, Tang Yan adjusted his clothes and walked out of the alley calmly, heading in the direction of the address on his phone. Based on the memories he had absorbed, he easily arrived in front of a seemingly ordinary office building. On the surface, it was a small trading company, but underground was the Yoshida Group's base. He circled around to the back of the building, confirming that no one was around before effortlessly climbing up the fire escape like a ghost. Through the ventilation ducts, he directly entered the core area of the building. Below, the sounds of chatter and the clattering of game pieces could be heard. A group of Yakuza members was gathered together gambling, completely unguarded. A cold smile curled at the corners of Tang Yan's mouth. He took off his outer tracksuit, revealing the fully covered Spider-Man battle suit underneath, and donned a mask. In the next moment, he descended like a phantom, landing directly in the middle of the crowd. Before the Yakuza members could react, Tang Yan was already in motion. His speed was lightning fast, his strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Each strike landed precisely on vital points, resulting in instant kills. He showed no mercy to the Japanese, especially the black forces. What person? Enemy attack. Cries of terror and anger erupted instantly, with some panicking and reaching for their guns. But Tang Yan's speed was even faster. Using his externalized spiritual sense, he predicted each movement in advance, weaving through the crowd, leaving chaos in his wake. A man who looked like a leader had just drawn a katana when he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. His wrist was caught, and with a crack, it was broken. The katana fell into Tang Yan's hands. With a reverse swing, he struck the back of the blade hard against the man's temple, instantly killing him. The battle was a complete one-sided massacre. In just a few minutes, over 20 members of the Yoshida Group in the underground office had all fallen cleanly and efficiently. Tang Yan showed no hesitation and began to consume them one by one. Entering the source of origin once again, streams of energy flowed into his body, and the points of light in his consciousness flickered as large amounts of memory fragments were absorbed and organized. His mental power increased at a noticeable rate, and his understanding of Japan deepened further. After absorbing the memories, he walked into the group leader's office. Based on the memories he had gained, he moved the heavy boss's chair aside, lifted the carpet, revealing a hidden electronic keypad. He entered the password he had just obtained from the leader's memory. With a click, a bookshelf slowly moved aside, revealing a secret vault behind it. Inside, bundles of Japanese yen and US dollars were neatly stacked, alongside several gold bars. But what caught Tang Yan's eye even more were the several gun racks against the wall, which prominently displayed multiple handguns, submachine guns, and a large amount of matching ammunition. There were even a few grenades. Not bad, Tang Yan nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he swept everything in the vault into his space. After doing all this, he left silently, just as he had come, leaving behind an empty vault. It wasn't until he had been gone for a while that a faint alarm began to sound within the building. The memory fragments he had just absorbed in his consciousness were still swirling and intertwining. His brow furrowed slightly as he caught a more important clue from these fragmented pieces of information. This was merely a small outer base. The real big fish was hidden in a heavily guarded private estate on the outskirts of the city, which not only served as the true nest for the higher-ups of the Yoshida group, but also seemed to involve some shady special business. What made his gaze turn icy was that within the fragmented memories, he glimpsed several terrified Asian faces who were imprisoned, along with a few scattered conversations. Those tourists from the Dragon Country. The goods are good. We can squeeze out another profit. Truly, seeking their own demise. Tang Yan muttered to himself, his killing intent undiminished, but rather intensified with a layer of coldness. He had initially planned to scavenge resources, but now it seemed he would have to clean up the garbage as well. Based on the address and the memories, Tang Yan moved like a ghost through the night, quickly arriving at the estate located in the suburbs. High walls, electric fences, and a dense network of surveillance cameras surrounded it, with guards at the entrance. The defenses were far more stringent than that of the office in the city. But for Tang Yan, who could externalize his spiritual sense and move like a ghost, this posed no challenge at all. He easily avoided all surveillance and patrolling personnel, blending into the shadows as he entered the estate. His spiritual sense scanned the area, quickly locking onto the location in the basement of the main building, where faint cries could be heard, laced with fear and despair. He silently took out the guard at the end of the corridor, retrieved the key, and opened the heavy iron door. Inside was a shabby cell, reeking of filth. About 10 ragged men and women with scars on their faces were huddled in the corner. Hearing the door open, they looked up in terror, their eyes filled with numbness and fear. There were people from the Dragon Country, as well as a few faces from other countries. When they saw Tang Yan's strange Spider-Man outfit, they were even more frightened and shrank back. Tang Yan's gaze swept over these terrified individuals. He spoke softly in clear English. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." This one sentence instantly brought a reaction in the previously silent cell. A few people suddenly raised their heads, looking at him in disbelief, and a young girl even covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. You really? There's no time to explain. Follow me and stay quiet." Tang Yan interrupted them, his tone leaving no room for doubt. With a wave of his hand, he accurately severed the chains that bound them. He had them follow closely behind him, fully aware, guiding them silently along the route he had infiltrated to leave the cell area. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered guards, all of whom Tang Yan took down in the blink of an eye, not even giving them a chance to sound the alarm. After bringing the group to a safe, hidden spot in the woods outside the manor, Tang Yan turned to look at the still brightly lit main building of the manor. "Wait for me here. Don't make a sound. I'll be back soon." After saying this, without waiting for their response, Tang Yan's figure once again melted into the darkness, like a vengeful ghost, rushing toward the core building of the manor. The subsequent process was almost a replica of the underground operations office, but even more efficient and ruthless. These Japanese people had actually kidnapped Chinese nationals, extorted money, and trafficked organs, committing all sorts of atrocities. Who knows how many compatriots have been harmed by them? Tang Yan was furious. Death enveloped the entire manor. Relying on his mental foresight and overwhelming strength, Tang Yan began to clear the place from the top floor down. Gunshots occasionally rang out, but quickly ceased. Cries of anguish, curses, and pleas for mercy rapidly drowned under the absolute force. Every member of the Yakuza he encountered became his prey, turning into pure energy and fragments of memories. The resistance within the manor was stronger than expected. with a few well-equipped bodyguards suspected to have military backgrounds appearing, but in the face of his superhuman strength, they were still easily crushed. Over 50 people were transformed into Tang Yan's energy. Eventually, he found the core vault of the manor, which was several times larger than the previous one. Inside were not only piles of cash, gold bars, and ledgers, but also an independent armory, which included sniper rifles, bulletproof vests, and other military-grade equipment. Tang Yan took everything without hesitation. After finishing all this, he returned to the woods. The rescued compatriots were anxiously waiting, and when they saw him return safely, their eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. Tang Yan said little, and after leading them a distance away in batches, he helped them flag down a taxi, stuffing each of them with a stack of yen he had looted from the Yoshida group. Forget what happened tonight. Go straight to the airport. Return home or seek help at the embassy. Don't mention me. Watching the taxi drive away, Tang Yan stood in place, feeling the increase in his mental strength and power. Having cleared 2 strongholds, not only resolved the weapon issue and obtained a huge amount of funds, but he also unexpectedly did a good deed. The interest is just beginning, he murmured softly, his figure disappearing once again into the night of the capital. Chapter 29. Spider-Man. Tang Yan's figure blended into the night like a drop of ink, swiftly departing the now-dead estate. He believed his actions were clean and efficient, and he was aware of destroying all visible cameras. But he never imagined that a miniature camera hidden in the eye of a samurai statue in the estate owner's study would capture his strange figure in Spider-Man attire while he was clearing the main house. This brief yet impactful video did not vanish with the silence of the estate. Instead, it was transmitted in real time to the tablet of Yoshida Yuichi, the true leader of the Yoshida gang, who was vacationing overseas through an automatic backup system. In the video, the shadow moved like a ghost, striking fiercely and accurately, exhibiting inhuman strength and speed, leaving Yoshida Yuichi feeling cold and furious. His losses included not only loyal subordinates and vast wealth, but also years of foundation for the Yoshida gang. His powerless roars and tantrums were of no use. It dawned on him that this was not an ordinary enemy or a case of black-on-black violence, but something beyond his comprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, Yoshida Yuichi used his deepest political connections to send this video in an urgent report to a high-ranking official in the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office. The report did not mention gang rivalries, but rather emphasized the infiltration of an unknown superhuman entity into Japan, conducting indiscriminate terror attacks and plundering, posing a serious threat to national security. The next day, as Tang Yan prepared for a zero-cost acquisition operation on the rooftop of his target location, his powerful sense suddenly captured anomalies around him. Tense figures appeared at the street corner, and signals from professional equipment came from a black van across the street. He was locked onto by a sniper's scope. Interesting. Tang Yan smiled instead of panicking. His sense expanded, and he had full control over the area within 100 meters. SAT team members were closing in from the fire escape, and the elevator had been secured. He calmly walked to the edge of the terrace, overlooking the encirclement below, as if facing a formidable enemy. Is this all they have? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pushed off the ground. The concrete floor cracked instantly as his figure shot up like a cannonball, leaping nearly 50 meters to crash onto the rooftop of the adjacent building on the 5th floor. The massive thud upon landing created spiderweb-like cracks in the asphalt roof. Spider moved. Fire. Gunfire erupted, bullets whistling towards him. Tang Yan did not flinch or evade. Ordinary rifle rounds sparked off his body as if striking high-strength alloy. He casually picked up a steel water pipe from the rooftop, his gaze locking onto a rocket launcher aiming at him. Whoosh! The RPG streaked towards him. Tang Yan swiftly sidestepped, throwing the steel pipe like a javelin. Boom! A fireball erupted in the air as the rocket was intercepted and detonated. The shockwave knocked nearby police officers off their feet, but Tang Yan merely swayed slightly. The wounds from shrapnel visibly healed beneath his battlesuit. It's my turn. He sneered and leaped off the rooftop, no longer hiding but actively charging towards the nearby police cars, like a tiger entering a sheepfold. Each punch and kick carried immense force, easily overturning vehicles and sending roadblocks flying. creating instant chaos. He did not linger, using the confusion to traverse the streets at a speed far exceeding that of cars, sometimes leaping onto rooftops, sometimes sprinting on the ground. Behind him, more police cars, special vehicles, and even light armored vehicle from the self-defense forces joined the chase. Helicopters circled above to scout, and the entire violent machinery of the city was mobilized. It was like hunting a true ghost, always a step behind him. Tang Yan led the massive pursuit like walking a dog, both fighting and retreating. His sense had already locked onto a vertical field base at the city's edge. He deliberately exposed his whereabouts, charging towards the perimeter of the base. The soldiers on patrol saw this shocking sight. A figure in a Spider-Man suit charging at incredible speed, followed by a cacophony of police sirens and explosions. Alert! Alert! Intruder! The base's alarms blared as soldiers hurried to combat positions. Tang Yan, relying on his speed and defense, braved the bullets from the guard tower, crashing through a barbed wire fence like an out-of-control war vehicle, bursting into the base. His target was clear, the arms depot. Taking advantage of the soldiers being caught off guard by the external pursuers and internal assault, Tang Yan avoided most of the soldiers and headed straight for his goal. Finding a semi-underground arms storage facility, he smashed open the heavy metal door with a punch. Inside was a treasure trove: M4 carbines, M249 light machine guns, Javelin anti-tank missiles, at-4 rocket launchers, and even several sets of interceptor bulletproof vests along with various calibers of ammunition. A good haul. Tang Yan since swept like a gale, collecting all the equipment and supplies in sight into his space. He visited several connected arms depots, gathering supplies one by one. Without pausing, he turned and charged out, using his speed to once again break free from the encirclement, disappearing into the chaos outside the base. All that was left behind was a plundered arms depot, a chaotic base, and soldiers staring at each other, completely bewildered. Tang Yan's figure flickered through the intricate alleys of the city, completely shedding the noise and chaos behind him. He found an abandoned industrial warehouse. The rusty iron door twisted open silently in his hands and quietly restored itself after he entered, as if no one had ever stepped inside. The interior of the warehouse was spacious and silent, with only dust dancing in the sunlight streaming through broken windows. Tang Yan leaned against a large rusty tank, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. Only at this moment did he truly have time to examine the gains from this wild operation. His consciousness sank into the primordial space that belonged solely to him. Even though he was mentally prepared, the sight before him still caused him to catch his breath slightly. The meager belongings he had collected from the Yoshida gang paled in comparison, like a firefly against the bright moon. The space before him was nearly filled with a cold steel jungle and mountains of boxes, exuding a strong smell of oil, steel, and gunpowder. His gaze was first drawn to the massive vehicles, a full 15 military Humvees, lined up quietly, their rugged lines and added light armor exuding a fierce aura. Beside them were 10 enormous heavy military trucks, capable of easily transporting large amounts of supplies or personnel. Even more to his delight were 5 specialized fuel tankers, meaning he wouldn't have to worry about fuel for a considerable time. There were also several all-terrain forklifts and 2 armored rescue vehicles that looked extremely sturdy. These steel behemoths would form an unstoppable convoy in another world. Moving his gaze away, the other side was a heart-pounding pile of weapons. Anti-tank rocket launchers of varying lengths were stacked like firewood in astonishing quantities. The 8 complete Javelin anti-tank missile launch systems exuded a deadly allure. Truly the ace capable of dealing with super-spec monsters. Thousands of heavy 50 caliber machine guns and general-purpose machine guns stood like silent fortress guards, alongside countless boxes of heavy bullets the thickness of a finger. The most abundant were various boxed ammunition, from standard rifle bullets to sniper rounds, as well as crates of grenades, landmines, and hundreds of kilograms of C4 explosives and detonators stored in special containers. If these explosives were detonated simultaneously, they could flatten a good portion of a hillside. In addition, there were mountains of individual rations, medical supplies, bulletproof vests, helmets, and communication equipment. Everything almost encompassed what a small army would need for combat and survival. Tang Yan couldn't help but smile. With these, the miracle city of another world would no longer be a bastion in a corner, but would have the capital to take the initiative, clear the surroundings, and even expand its territory. He could almost envision the scene of machine guns blazing from the city walls, a convoy of Humvees roaring out of the city gates, tearing apart those arrogant, giant, mutated beasts with rocket launchers and anti-tank missiles. Now, let's see who dares to provoke my city, he murmured to himself, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. As his consciousness exited the space, the wailing of the sirens outside seemed to become distant and unimportant. Chapter 30 My Rules Are Rules. Tang Yan was unaware of the tremendous waves his reckless actions in the capital had stirred globally, including his final intrusion into a military base and the subsequent looting. He had merely completed a larger-scale, zero-cost purchase, not realizing that he had become a symbol that could disrupt the world order. The first to feel the shockwave were, of course, the intelligence agencies of various countries. The top-secret alert from Japan's Cabinet Intelligence Research Office, CIRO, was quietly placed on the desks of the heads of major global intelligence agencies, such as the CIA, MI6, MSS, Ministry of State Security of the Dragon Nation, and FSB, Federal Security Service of Russia, within hours of the incident, marked with the highest priority. The unclear, yet spine-chilling video became the nightmare of all analysts. Speed assessment far exceeds the known limits of any individual equipment. Strength assessment, suspected to withstand RPG attacks and show signs of instantaneous self-healing. Behavior pattern, incomprehensible. Its material transferability does not conform to existing scientific understanding. Threat level, highest. Recommend activating the highest response plan. Similar assessment reports echoed in various secret headquarters. Analysts racked their brains to label it. Is it the latest biomodified soldier? Is it some unknown extraterrestrial life form? Or a real manifestation of some supernatural power? Whatever the answer, a consensus had been reached. The underlying logic of world security might have been completely rewritten. A superhuman who could ignore conventional military force, move stealthily, and whose motives were unclear had appeared. Today he could loot the gangs and military bases in the capital. Where would he appear tomorrow? Washington? London? Moscow? All secret laboratories lurking in the shadows, regardless of whether their projects were mature, were activated, urgently awakened, and summoned. At any cost, regardless of the consequences. Although governments around the world tried hard to seal off the news, such large-scale gunfire, troop movements, and military base attacks could not be completely concealed, especially since countless citizens of the capital witnessed the figure in the spider suit leaping between skyscrapers, followed by a city-wide manhunt. Fragmented information, blurry mobile phone videos, and so-called eyewitness testimonies quickly spread across the internet. A real-life Spider-Man appears in the capital, violently dismantling the Yakuza organization. Is he a hero or a villain? The mysterious figure sparks a city-wide police versus criminal battle. Military seals off information, suspected of supernatural forces intervening. Various sensational headlines flooded news pages and social media. People excitedly discussed, argued, and feared. The figure referred to as Spider rapidly evolved from an attacker into a global cultural symbol and enigma under the combined catalysis of official silence and public imagination. Some viewed him as a vigilante punishing evil, while others saw him as a dangerous terrorist. But without exception, everyone acknowledged one point. He possessed powers beyond mortal reach. The Japanese government found itself in unprecedented embarrassment and anger. The homeland was thrown into chaos, and an American military base was looted right under their noses, leaving them helpless. The immense pressure forced the cabinet to convene an emergency meeting, strengthening internal intelligence control while having to seek understanding and support from allied countries, simultaneously secretly increasing investments and searches for supernatural or super-technological research in an attempt to find a means of restraint. While the American government was enraged more than that, they were terrified. The attack on the Takeda base and the loss of a large amount of active equipment was nothing short of a loud slap in the face. The CIA and the Pentagon formed a joint task force with high authority, determined to uncover Spider-Man's true identity and the source of his technology at any cost. They firmly believed that there must be a country or organization supporting this and turned their suspicious gaze towards several major strategic competitors. Covert investigations and probing actions quickly unfolded globally. Other major powers also activated the highest-level emergency assessments. On one hand, they closely monitored the domestic situation to prevent similar incidents. On the other hand, they utilized all intelligence channels to attempt to extract real information about Spider-Man from the chaos between the Yakuza and the Japanese. A secret intelligence war surrounding extraordinary powers had quietly begun. The underground world and extremist organizations were stirred by the appearance of Spider-Man, like a boulder dropped into stagnant water, creating countless ripples. Many organizations viewed him as an idol or a target, a mix of fear and admiration. The bounty for information related to Spider-Man on the black market skyrocketed, while some began frantically seeking any possible means to gain similar powers. Tang Yan's one action seemed to have toppled the first domino, and the chain reaction it triggered was sweeping across the globe. He remained hidden in the background, but what he represented as the unknown had already made the power elite of this world feel deep tremors and fervor. And all of this was just the beginning. Hours after the incident escalated, Tom Holland, far away in Hollywood, faced a barrage of media questions about the event while promoting his new film Spider-Man: Rebirth. The actor who played Spider-Man in real life initially tried to defuse the situation with humor, but as the reporters continued to press, he put away his smile and his expression became unprecedentedly serious. "I know what everyone is talking about," Holland said into countless microphones, his voice clear and firm. "First, I must emphasize that is not me, nor is it any marketing tactic from our crew. That is a real event that has occurred, and it is deeply unsettling." He paused briefly, as if weighing his words. "Having played Spider-Man for these years, I understand the significance this character represents: power, responsibility, and the belief in doing the right thing as much as possible. The Spider-Man on screen fights crime, but he never indiscriminately kills. His core is to protect the innocent." As for what happened in the Capitol, Holland's tone turned heavy based on the limited information that has been publicly released. The level of violence exhibited and the destructiveness to social order is contrary to the spirit of Spider-Man. We all long for heroes, but the hero we expect should not be a symbol that brings fear and chaos. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he added a layer of depth. But we must also consider what extreme environment and events could give rise to such an existence and behavior that transcends common reasoning. What happens when people feel despair or are pushed to the brink? Perhaps that is what we should focus on and reflect upon, rather than simply labeling them as terrorists or heroes. Under Spider-Man's mask could be you, or me, or anyone. He quoted that famous comic line, but gave it a new meaning. It represented a possibility. Now, someone has put it on in a very extreme way. I hope everyone can take a more rational view of this phenomenon. Think about its underlying roots, instead of succumbing to panic or blind worship. Holland's remarks both delineated the boundary between reality and comics, condemned violent actions, and cleverly guided public thought without completely denying the complexity that Spider-Man might embody. His speech was quickly reprinted by global media, adding a thought-provoking perspective from the official performer to the global Spider-Man storm. This also caused the heat of the event to soar again, with people speculating whether Holland knew any insider information. Or perhaps this is simply a brilliant public relations response that combines the actor's profound understanding of the role with sharp observations of real events. Tang Yan had no time to pay attention to the online uproar. He edited a video of the previous rescue of several kidnapped individuals, pixelating the key parts. At the end of the video, the screen froze on the terrified eyes of the imprisoned people, followed by a line of simple white text: "Only against threats and injustices." Immediately after, Tang Yan's figure appeared in the center of the screen, dressed in a black, tight-fitting Spider-Man suit. He stared directly at the camera and spoke in fluent, authentic English, his voice processed to be deep and magnetic, carrying an undeniable power. This video is a truth for those blinded by lies. I am not an extraordinary individual who delights in creating panic. My actions have clear goals and boundaries. What I target is the festering sore hidden under the shadows of civilization, the violent groups that kidnap the innocent and act with impunity. At this point, his voice suddenly rose. the suppressed dominance emanating through the screen. I act without needing to explain myself to anyone, nor am I bound by any rules. My rules are the rules. Remember, do not attempt to seek me out, do not attempt to define me, and do not try to constrain me with your ridiculous rules. Otherwise, he leaned slightly forward, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the screen to gaze into the soul of every viewer. I wouldn't mind letting more people witness firsthand what true beyond comprehension is. As his words fell, the screen instantly went black. This meticulously edited and processed video, like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly triggered an even more frenzied tsunami of public opinion across the global internet. This time, there was still panic, but more importantly, there was curiosity, awe towards its powerful force, and a deep shock at its words. My rules are the rules. This phrase, filled with extreme personal power and dominance, along with those cold eyes, was deeply imprinted in the minds of countless people around the world. The Japanese government was pushed to the forefront of public opinion by the content of the video. Countless condemnations and insults rained down on this island nation. The high-ranking officials of Japan wished they could sacrifice Yoshida Yuichi. Chapter 31 Cataclysm. From 1,000 years ago, the slight dizziness from the spatial transition quickly faded, and Tang Yan's feet were already on the solid and familiar ground of another world. The noise of the capital city on Blue Star behind him, the sirens, and the frenzied discussions across the global network were completely isolated by an invisible barrier, instantly becoming distant and unreal. He had appeared on the highest terrace of the central castle of Miracle City. The morning mist had not fully dissipated, and golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the city below, which was beginning to take shape. Wisps of smoke rose, and faint sounds of residents at work could be heard, creating a scene of tranquility and hope. I'm back. Tang Yan took a deep breath of the crisp air of this world, and his mood quickly calmed down. Here was his foundation, his kingdom. Without any hesitation, his consciousness immediately sank into the source of origin. In the next second, a dramatic change occurred in the largest central square in front of the castle. Like a divine miracle, a cold, enormous object, exuding the scent of oil and steel, appeared out of thin air. 15 military Humvees lined up in 3 neat rows, like silent steel beasts, their rugged lines and added light armor gleaming with a hard sheen in the sunlight. Following them were 10 even larger heavy military trucks, their towering bodies seemingly capable of crushing all obstacles. 5 specialized fuel tankers and several engineering vehicles were lined up behind, forming a mini but fully functional convoy. But that's not all. In the adjacent open space, even more alarming weapons began to pile up. Long anti-tank rocket launchers, heavy machine guns with tripods, crates of ammunition, and high explosives stored in special containers. Especially notable were the 8 complete Javelin anti-tank missile systems, which directly elevated the military strength of this city to a terrifying dimension. All of this filled more than half of the square in an incredibly short time. As if by magic, such a massive commotion instantly attracted the attention of the entire Miracle City. Residents rushed out from their houses and construction sites, staring in shock at the steel jungle and mountain of weapons that had appeared out of nowhere in the square. Among the crowd, an elder dropped the tool in his hand with a thud, completely oblivious, only staring with his mouth agape, murmuring, "A miracle. This is a true miracle." The leader, he really is sent by the gods. Beside him, an old woman directly knelt on the ground, continuously bowing towards Tang Yan, tears streaming down her face, a mixture of extreme awe and ecstasy. The young people instinctively clenched their fists, their bodies trembling slightly with excitement. They couldn't understand the origins of these steel beasts, but they could feel the overwhelming sense of power. One young man whispered excitedly to his companion, "Look, with these, we no longer have to fear those damned mutated beasts. The leader can actually summon heavenly soldiers out of thin air." More people were engulfed in immense shock and confusion. Their limited understanding could not grasp this, and they could only attribute it to the most powerful divine force they knew. Fear still existed, but more was an indescribable sense of security and belonging, following a leader who could create things out of nothing. What could offer more safety in this apocalyptic world? Mia, Paige, and a group of core personnel were the first to arrive at the square, equally stunned into silence by the sight before them. They knew more about Tang Yan's wonders than ordinary residents, but each time they witnessed it, they still found it hard to believe. "Oh, boss, these are..." Paige stammered for a long time before finally regaining his voice. The look in his eyes towards Tang Yan was not only filled with awe but also a fervor akin to viewing a deity. Tang Yan leaped down from the terrace, landing lightly before the crowd, his expression calm as water, as if he had just accomplished something trivial. "A small harvest," he said lightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone, taking in all the shock, fervor, and awe. "From today onward, our miracle city can truly be said to have fangs." His gaze swept over the crowd, his voice suddenly becoming resounding and forceful. "Paige." At this, Paige jolted as if injected with a shot of adrenaline, immediately standing tall, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. "Choose a group of the smartest, most loyal, and most steady-handed people to form a combat readiness team. Your first task is to take them and learn how to drive and maintain all these vehicles." "Yes, boss. I will ensure the task is completed." Paige's face flushed with excitement as he looked at the Humvees and trucks, his eyes bursting with unmatched thrill and glory, as if he had received a sacred mission. "Mia." Tang Yan turned to her, "Register and catalog all weapons and ammunition. Strictly manage them. Without my orders, no one is allowed to use heavy weapons." "Understood." Mia nodded firmly, her eyes filled with unparalleled pride and absolute trust in Tang Yan. She was increasingly convinced that the man she followed was destined to change this world. Tang Yan walked to the pile of heavy weapons, patting the cold body of an M2 heavy machine gun, the metallic chill contrasting sharply with the heat in his words, his voice resonating throughout the area. "In the past, we could only hide behind the city walls, praying that the mutated beasts would not come to attack us. But now, it's different." He suddenly raised his voice, the powerful sound like a war drum striking every heart. "With these, from today onward within 100 miles, all mutated beasts that dare to bare their teeth at us, all enemies that dare to have designs on us." He paused, his gaze sweeping the entire area like a cold lightning bolt, speaking each word clearly. "Annihilate them all, not a single one left." Roar. Everyone was completely ignited by these words filled with dominance and power. The long-accumulated fear and humiliation transformed into boiling battle intent and fervent loyalty at this moment. And the thunderous cheers and shouts echoed throughout Miracle City, reaching the skies. Tang Yan looked at the passionately stirred crowd, gazing at this steel torrent he had forged with his own hands, filled with ambition. Now, it was time for this other world to feel the industrial power from another world and the will of a ruler with divine miracles. On the outermost city walls, 8 heavy machine guns were set up, with firepower sufficient to cover all directions. Military walkie-talkies were also used, making communication much more convenient than before. A grand training exercise was lively underway in this other world. The natives here were not primitive. They had heard some tales from their ancestors, so they accepted new things quite quickly. Paige learned to drive and quickly became proficient, even teaching others. Today's vehicles are simple to operate. As long as one understands the basic methods, it's not difficult to learn. The vast land and sparse population of this other world, along with the lack of traffic regulations, made it easy to drive around without worrying about hitting trees. The training was arranged in an orderly manner. Tang Yan asked Mia, "How far is the nearest human settlement?" Mia was well prepared, pulling out a hand-drawn map filled with notes, clearly marking distances and locations. The nearest large gathering point had about 10,000 people, approximately 130 kilometers away, not too far. The Blackstone camp had been having a tough time lately, facing great survival pressure. They had repelled several waves of attacks from mutated beasts, losing several hundred people, most of whom were young and strong. But that wasn't the worst. The beast tide that came every 3 years was approaching again. By then, it was unknown how many people would die. Originally, the Blackstone camp had over 20,000 people, but now only around 10,000 remained. Leader Hawk is the only level 5 evolved being, but he can only manage to protect himself against the beast horde. Counterattacking is beyond his strength. In the camp, there are 3 level 4 evolved beings, over 50 level 3, and more than 200 level 1 and 2. This is all their defensive strength. Hawk silently thought to himself, as long as I have another year, I can become an awakened one. By then, all problems should be resolved. Gem, take some people to reinforce the outer defenses. The next beast tide won't be so easy to deal with. Hawk ordered the guard beside him. Understood, Chief. I'll arrange it right away, came the reply. Hawk's thoughts drifted as he looked at the sky, trying to find solutions from the experiences left by predecessors. Mutated beasts. 1,000 years ago, a catastrophe descended from another world, similar to the end of the dinosaurs on Blue Star, but far longer and more bizarre. The disaster began from the sky, initially with sporadic meteors streaking across the heavens, followed by larger impacts as if the wrath of the heavens had not ceased. The earth cracked, and living beings suffered. Once mighty buildings collapsed in pieces, and life withered like grass. And this was just the beginning. Tsunamis swallowed the coasts. Earthquakes tore apart the plains, and volcanoes erupted with ash that blocked out the sun. Temperatures plummeted, and acid rain poured down. It was as if the world had entered a cycle of demise. Only a small portion of people, hiding in underground shelters, survived by chance. Human civilization on the surface fell almost completely silent. The Great Disaster caused a sharp decline in global population, with only over 1 million survivors remaining. Continuous natural disasters further reduced the population. Even after 1,000 years of recovery and development, the total population of the planet still hadn't surpassed 50 million. Then, the mutations began. The surviving creatures, later known as mutated beasts, underwent violent evolution due to the unknown energy brought by the meteors. Some bodies expanded and their strength surged. Others evolved the ability to control elements. Regardless of the direction they took, they far exceeded the fragile humans of that time. The core contradiction faced by human survival lies in the reproductive capacity of mutated beasts far surpasses that of humans, and their activity range continues to expand, severely encroaching on human living territory. Therefore, the human population was forced to retreat underground and into hidden environments. In the long and dark years, humans finally discovered a unique path of evolution by harvesting the energy cores within mutated beasts. The end of this path is known as the Awakened One. The Awakened One represents both a leap and the pinnacle on the evolutionary path. They have achieved perfect control over elemental power, thus they are also referred to as controllers. They generate their own energy tides within, no longer relying on external energy cores, capable of unleashing immense elemental power with a mere wave of their hand. Energy gradually follows its own path, resonating faintly with heaven and earth, slowly yet continuously. The strength of the physical body is enhanced through the tempering of elemental power, and with the aid of elemental energy, they can briefly navigate the air. True transcendence lies here. Without relying on external objects, individual life enters a new level. However, the road to becoming an awakened one is fraught with thorns. It requires not only a vast accumulation of energy, but also a physical body as strong as tempered steel to bear such great power. For this reason, each awakened one can be considered a pillar of humanity. Once accomplished, they can protect a massive city of hundreds of thousands, even millions of people. For example, the City of Dawn in the West, which stands firm in the twilight of the apocalypse, is supported by 3 awakened ones. Chapter 32 bounty of 100 bitcoins. The military training in the City of Miracles has not slackened, but there is indeed a shortage of usable talent. After layers of screening, there are only 28 males who can be trained as frontline combat personnel. The rest are either too old and frail or have disabilities that make them unable to withstand high-intensity combat tasks. Among the females, a few young and strong candidates have been selected. They mainly receive training in firearms operation and battlefield first aid to serve as logistics or medical personnel, which they should be able to handle. Paige has been promoted to squad leader, commanding 4 fully staffed combat teams. Each team consists of 8 members, structured as 7 men and 1 woman. The teams are built entirely according to modern military standard from Blue Star, with very clear divisions of labor. The 7 male team members each have specific roles. The driver is responsible for operating the vehicle. Two gunners operate heavy machine guns to provide suppressive cover. Two marksmen take on the crucial tasks of precise strikes and sniping at medium to long ranges. And two others are responsible for mortars, providing heavy fire support. As mortars are powerful enough to deal with large mutated beasts. One reconnaissance soldier goes ahead to scout for dangers. One female team member serves as the medical personnel, carrying first aid equipment and always ready to respond to casualties. Although the four teams still seem thin and somewhat shabby, they at least have taken shape. Moreover, Tang Yan has issued them a full set of equipment, from standardized combat uniforms, tactical helmets, and goggles to wireless headsets to maintain communication. Everything is complete. At first glance, this small team, despite its size, is well-equipped, serious, and exudes a professional aura that cannot be underestimated. During his explorations in the other world, Tang Yan has encountered large mutated creatures, such as star beasts and unicorns, which possess tremendous strength and speed. He knows very well that if the team encounters such targets in the wild, it will be extremely tricky without resorting to heavy weapons like javelin missiles. These giant beasts often have tough hides and thick flesh, making conventional assault rifle bullets incapable of posing a lethal threat. Even heavy machine gun bullets may not effectively penetrate their hardest parts. Missile. The most effective means of countering them is a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle equipped with armor-piercing or high-explosive rounds, which has a chance of achieving a one-shot kill or causing effective damage. Therefore, each team's composition specifically includes two marksmen who use heavy sniper rifles as the core for dealing with high-intensity threats. The secondary weapon is a standard-issue assault rifle used for handling conventional conflicts and providing fire support. Each combat team is assigned a heavily modified military version of the Humvee, which are the spoils Tang Yan collected from the military base. They have clearly received a reinforced kit tailored by the American military, with the most notable feature being two circular machine gun mounts welded to the rear of the roof, resembling the horns of a beast, allowing two gunners to provide powerful suppressive fire for the team while on the move. The vehicle body has undergone comprehensive armor reinforcement, with sharply defined steel plates exuding a rugged and practical violent aesthetic, capable of effectively resisting light weapon fire and shrapnel attacks. More importantly, the internal space has been optimized, allowing this originally standard vehicle designed for 4 or 5 occupants to carry 10 fully armed soldiers. This perfectly fits Tang Yan's 8-person combat structure for each team, while leaving some space for essential supplies and ammunition. These specially modified models for enhanced transport and firepower delivery are currently parked quietly in the square of the City of Miracles, becoming an indispensable mobile core for his forces. The teams have been training together for 5 days. Chief Instructor Tang Yan personally leads them in practicing tactical coordination, organizing attack formations, and teaching them how to provide alternate cover and retreat in an orderly manner. He demonstrates one by one how to cross fire with heavy machine guns, how to measure distances and clear areas with mortars, and how to accurately kill key targets with sniper rifles. The trainees are quick learners and not slow-witted. After covering the key points, Tang Yan lets them train independently, with Paige overseeing them, and everyone practices diligently. Gunfire continuously echoes on the training ground, with rounds of shooting and target practice. Real combat experience is accumulated shot by shot. Thinking about his real self still in Japan, Tang Yan has a thought and returns to Blue Star. At this moment, Blue Star is already deep in the night. Tang Yan changes into a clean outfit and walks out of the dilapidated warehouse. After booking a flight for the next day, he suddenly feels that since he has come to Japan, he should experience the local specialties. So he hails a taxi on the street and tells the driver in fluent Japanese to Shinjuku. In just over 10 kilometers, he arrives in no time. With curiosity, Tang Yan walks into this street, known for being the most characteristic of Japan, Kabukicho. On both sides of the street, scantily clad hostesses enthusiastically solicit passers-by, try to attract customers into their establishments. The road is not clean, with clutter and garbage piled up in corners. The narrow street is bustling with people, making it almost impassable. Wearing a mask and dressed in ordinary sportswear, Tang Yan walks discreetly among the crowd. Even so, several brightly dressed women approach him. mistaking him for a host. The host culture here is extremely prevalent and reportedly contributes significantly to Japan's tax revenue each year. Tang Yan strolls along, occasionally expanding his consciousness to observe the scenes inside the taverns. What he sees truly opens his eyes. The performances in the establishments are hot and bold, with all sorts of bizarre plays emerging, some even using special props. The scale is so large that it is not suitable for detailed description. As he walks and stops, eating and looking around, he unknowingly wanders into a spacious square. In the center of the square, many newly adult men and women gather, dressed in colorful clothing, clearly a group of rebellious youth. Some sway their bodies to the loud music, while others are already drunk, slumped on the street, and unconscious. Japan is indeed a country full of contradictions. The citizens generally face immense life pressure, leading many young people to rebel, run away from home, and linger on the streets, even becoming so-called God's waiting girls. This trip has allowed Tang Yan to witness many bizarre sights. He doesn't linger any longer and instead finds a 5-star hotel to check in, quickly falling into a deep sleep. To be honest, the women here did not impress him much. Their looks are quite ordinary. The next day, Tang Yan takes the vehicle arranged by the hotel to the airport and boards his flight smoothly. Long Country, West City. The streamlined sports car glistens in the warm winter sun as it heads toward Long Lake Garden. Tang Yan grips the steering wheel with one hand, enjoying the quiet driving experience of the electric car. Suddenly, an extremely familiar yet sharper sense of crisis pierces his mind, colder and more lethal than that time in Japan. The shadow does not dissipate. Tang Yan curses inwardly, and his body reacts almost before his thoughts, suddenly leaning toward the passenger side. Crash! The window on the driver's side shatters in response. A sniper bullet, carrying the scent of death, grazes past his ear. A burning pain instantly follows, and it eventually embeds deep into the passenger seat. Tang Yan does not hesitate for a moment. He floors the accelerator with his right foot. The sports car's engine roars, and the vehicle instantly bursts forth with powerful momentum. But instead of fleeing in a straight line, he maneuvers it in a wildly erratic, sharp S pattern, making the car the hardest moving target to lock onto. Bang! Bang! 2 more bullets follow. One misses, while the other accurately shatters the left rear tail light. The target is evading at high speed. The vehicle's performance is exceptional, making it hard to predict. Black bears, coyotes intercept him. He must not enter the dense traffic area. A suppressed and urgent male voice resonates on a certain encrypted channel. Before the voice fell, the back door of a seemingly broken-down box truck on the emergency lane ahead suddenly slid open. 2 burly men in disheveled combat gear, armed with modified submachine guns, leaped out of the truck, showing no tactical pause, and immediately began to spray bullets at Tang Yan's sports car. Hot, 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 hot. A dense hail of bullets instantly enveloped the car. The non-bulletproof windshield shattered into a white spider web in an instant, and the hood was pierced in multiple places, billowing thick black smoke, causing the vehicle's speed to plummet. Damn it, my car! Tang Yan cursed under his breath, knowing full well that his ride was finished. Just before the vehicle completely lost power, he kicked open the slightly deformed door and rolled out like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, swiftly taking cover behind the sturdy metal guardrail of the highway. He abandoned the car. To the right of the guardrail. Surround him. 100 bitcoins are right in front of us. That hoarse voice echoed in the channel again, filled with greedy excitement. Chaotic footsteps immediately approached from both sides. The 2 men coming were clearly not professionals. They resembled desperate fugitives lured by the exorbitant bounty. Indiscriminately firing their weapons toward the guardrail as they approached, bullets striking metal and sparking bright flashes. Idiots! Tang Yan's eyes turned cold as he silently counted the rhythm of their shots. Just as the gunfire from the left shooter, Black Bear, abruptly ceased, signaling a magazine change. Tang Yan moved. He suddenly leaned out from behind the guardrail, his right hand striking out like lightning. Whoosh! A sharp-edged piece of car debris he had picked up earlier flew through the air, accurately embedding itself in Black Bear's throat. Oof, oof. Black Bear's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his gushing neck, falling heavily backward. The coyote on the right was horrified, instinctively turning his gun around. But Tang Yan's speed exceeded his imagination. While dealing with Black Bear, Tang Yan dashed out from behind cover like a ghost, instantly closing the distance between them. Just before Coyote could pull the trigger, Tang Yan's hand had already clamped down on the hot barrel like a vice, lifting it sharply. Tot. A burst of bullets shot straight into the sky. Coyote barely had time to react before a heavy side kick, as forceful as a war axe, slammed into the outside of his knee joint. Crack! The clear sound of bone breaking was enough to make one cringe. Coyote let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. Taking advantage of the momentum, Tang Yan snatched the submachine gun, pressing the muzzle directly against Coyote's forehead. His voice cold and devoid of any fluctuation. Who sent you? The dark web, public bounty, 100 bitcoins for your life. Coyote's face twisted in pain and fear. Who is your employer? Tang Yan pressed. I don't know. I really don't know. Coyote wept and begged. Anonymous postings, only recognize the outcome. Anyone can take the job. Who provided my whereabouts? I'm not sure. The bounty information had your photo and the license plate number of this car. It also said you recently appeared in Japan, and you might return to the city. Tang Yan's eyes glinted with cold light. The only one who knows his whereabouts, and has such motive and financial power, is undoubtedly Gao Chong. Although there was no solid evidence, it was almost certain. Where's the sniper? Tang Yan asked the most critical question. Over there, to the east, about 500 meters away at that abandoned water tower. Coyote struggled to lift his finger in a direction. Having obtained the desired information, Tang Yan wasted no more words. A faint gunshot rang out as he used the weapon he had taken to end Coyote's suffering. The gunfire would attract trouble. He needed to act quickly. He didn't first deal with the two corpses by the roadside, but using the guardrail and terrain for cover. Swiftly and low to the ground, like a ghost, he stealthily moved toward the abandoned water tower that Coyote had indicated. The 500 meters distance was covered in an instant by Tang Yan's full-speed sprint. Beneath the water tower, a sniper in gray camouflage, anxiously searching for targets through his scope, just sensed something was off when a shadow loomed over him. Eagle Eye, startled, reached for his handgun, but a cold hand had already silently emerged from behind him, precisely gripping his throat, while another hand firmly locked down his gun-holding right hand. Immense strength, rendering him breathless and completely unable to resist. For 100 bitcoins? Tang Yan's cold voice echoed in his ear. Eagle Eye's eyes were filled with desperate fear. Tang Yan gave him no chance to respond. With a powerful grip of his fingers. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the sniper's neck was easily snapped, his body going limp and collapsing to the ground. After swiftly eliminating the most threatening long-range killer, Tang Yan returned to the highway battlefield. He piled the three corpses together, pressing his palm on top, activating his devouring ability. The life, energy, and fragmented memories within the bodies flowed into him like a faint warm current, further confirming the information about the public bounty and Gao Chong's suspicion. Then, he stored the wreck of the damaged sports car in his space, completely erasing all traces of the scene. After doing all this, his figure quickly vanished into the shadows of the greenery beside the highway, as if he had never appeared. Gao Chong. Tang Yan murmured this name softly. His killing intent solidified. This viper hiding in the dark, constantly using others to kill, must be uprooted, otherwise there would be no peace. Chapter 33. Looking for a new home at Taihu Manor, when Tang Yan returned to the villa at Longhu Garden, it had already been half an hour. He slammed the door shut, temporarily isolating himself from everything outside. As for Gao Chong, he could bounce around for a few more days. Originally, he thought that the last display of force would be enough to make that guy realize the reality and shrink back into a more humble life. Unexpectedly, the other party surprised him instead. Quite interesting. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Tang Yan's mouth. Want to play? Let's see who can play until the end. As for that bounty, 100 bitcoins for my life. He scoffed, filled with disdain. This amount of money, in the eyes of real international black market players and top mercenaries, probably isn't even enough to pay for their equipment deposits. It seems Gao Chong has such limited vision and financial capability. He carefully recalled the equipment and tactics of the three assassins he encountered earlier, shoddy combat uniforms, outdated modified weapons, their lack of coordination, and their easily extracted information. A bunch of reckless fools who care more about money than their lives, Tang Yan concluded. Anyone with real strength knows that Longhua is recognized as a forbidden land for mercenaries and a graveyard for assassins. Any top-notch expert with a bit of brains would never risk stepping into this territory for a mere $5 million, equivalent to 100 bitcoins, to carry out such a high-risk assassination. Judging by their style and equipment, those three guys were most likely third-rate mercenaries or desperate rogues active in Southeast Asia or the Golden Triangle, who were blinded by the huge bounty and dared to come here to test their luck. That's fine. A hint of sharpness flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. He had been worried about not having any entertainment. He wanted to see how many clueless fools this bounty would eventually attract. Tang Yan took out a special portable computer acquired from a base, and after several jumps and encryptions, he completely concealed his real address before slowly connecting to the hidden world of the dark web. He casually registered an ID named Yama, then, like a calm observer, began browsing the true nature of this underground world. The information here was bizarre and more complex than imaginable. Bounty assassinations, illegal transactions, information trading, various black industries that touched the bottom line of human nature. It was almost all-encompassing, like a massive digital abyss. It indiscriminately showcased the most twisted and dark sides of humanity. Tang Yan scrolled through the pages, his gaze calm, with little emotional turbulence in his heart. Reflecting on his 26 years of life, Tang Yan was well aware that he could never become a hero. The heavy lessons from life and the indifferent glances from others had long sunk into his heart, solidifying into a silent response to the outside world. He was not a savior and had no interest in playing the role of a hero upholding justice. The injustices and wrongs in the world were vast. How could he manage them all alone? The earlier act of saving those people was merely coincidental, more of a casual gesture than a deliberate act of kindness. His goal had always been clear and defined, to continuously grow stronger, step by step climb higher, and witness the scenery at the peak for himself. With a different world as his base and support, he just needed to take steady steps and build his foundations, and one day he would reach that unattainable height. Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo had almost been living in their new company these past few days, although the daily operations were left to the hired professional managers. They had their own insistence and considerations regarding the overall image of the core product, the Guardian Stone. While the initial version of the Guardian Stone pendant had extraordinary effects, its appearance was indeed too simple, even somewhat rough. To better align it with the high-end market positioning, Lin Shumo personally designed a minimalist and exquisite platinum setting, along with necklaces of different specifications. The smooth platinum base perfectly embedded the Guardian Stone, preventing it from damage due to everyday bumps while greatly enhancing the product's artistic beauty and luxurious attributes. The different specifications and designs of the necklaces also greatly satisfy the aesthetic needs of different people. They also put significant effort into the packaging. The customized boxes were made from thick pure gold material, polished to a mirror finish, with precision magnetic clasps at the opening, giving a heavy, luxurious feel as soon as you held it. Each box was engraved with a unique global identity code, elevating the sense of exclusivity and nobility to the extreme. They understood the psychology of their target customers well. For true wealthy individuals, price was never an issue. What mattered was the style conveyed by the product, its rarity, and the sense of identity it provided. Once the samples were ready, the results were surprisingly good. Even Tang Yan couldn't help but nod in approval after seeing them. He knew that the core competitive advantage of the Guardian Stone lay in its extraordinary effects. But such outstanding external packaging undoubtedly gave it a significant boost, truly making it a coveted piece of art. Honey, all 100 Guardian Stone pendants for this month have been pre-sold. Wang Jingshu smiled as she leaned over, her tone filled with excitement. Now many people outside are raising their prices to buy them. I heard that the wealthy who bought the first 3 pieces are praising their effects and have actively helped us promote them. As expected, Tang Yan smiled and nodded in response. Although the effects of the product couldn't be called miraculous, it provided a unique experience that was hard to give up once tried, an experience of stability, relaxation, and even controlling dreams. The guardian stone, which could effectively relieve stress, improve sleep quality, and bring about lucid dreaming experiences, was destined to become a sought-after luxury among the top wealthy circles. If he didn't understand the principle that rarity increases value, Tang Yan might have considered processing all the thousands of jade stone materials in his space into guardian stones. But he quickly dismissed that thought. Once flooded into the market, the product's rarity and high-end positioning would cease to exist, and the price would naturally be hard to maintain. However, this was not a concern. Being able to accurately earn money from the wealthy class, Tang Yan felt no psychological burden. Rather, he thought it was only natural. An ordinary stone from another world could sell for sky-high prices here. This was the significant advantage that the other world brought to Tang Yan. In his space, Tang Yan also stored several tons of refined gold bars. They took up no space and served as a silent confidence booster. For someone who had experienced a difficult life, wealth represented a sense of security, and it was never too much. Those with fortunes in the hundreds of billions or even trillions were still striving. What reason did he have to stop? Tang Yan had already identified a new residence and was currently negotiating. It was a private manor covering 20 acres, quietly located by the shores of Taihu Lake, surrounded by mountains and water, with breathtaking scenery. Although the villa at Longhu Garden was comfortable and convenient, it was ultimately Wang Jingshu's property. For someone like Tang Yan, who inherently carried a bit of stubbornness and pride, owning a territory that completely belonged to him was essential. He already had a clear plan for the future manor in his mind. He intended to use wood from the other world for the interior decoration, especially the uniquely grained, refreshing, and invigorating Iron Star wood, which was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Additionally, he planned to hire skilled sculptors to carve the jade stones from the other world into various ornaments and everyday utensils such as cups, teapots, wash basins, tea tables, even a complete jade bathtub. He could almost foresee the scene after the manor's decoration was completed. It would not be ordinary luxury, but a level of top-tier style that was almost beyond imagination. Who could use an entire block of natural dog gold as a decoration in the living room? And who would be willing to use a piece of luminous jade, full of spiritual energy, to carve into an everyday wash basin? Chapter 34. The mansion worth 18 billion. The owner of the mansion was quite mysterious. Not appearing in person, but sending a representative in white gloves to negotiate on his behalf. The price was straightforward, a flat 18 billion. This included 20 acres of land and all buildings, along with a small dock and yacht. However, the other party had a very tough condition. Payment must be in foreign currency and transferred to a designated overseas account. This request put Tang Yan in a bit of a bind. Transferring such a large amount of foreign currency to an overseas account was somewhat complicated. Although he had some Japanese yen and US dollars in his space, it was not enough to cover the transaction. If it were in local currency, the company had already received advance payments for the guardian stones, and with his shareholding ratio, he could pay in full. After some contemplation, Tang Yan proposed an alternative solution: to conduct the transaction using an equivalent amount of gold. The two sides remained deadlocked for 2 days. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, the other party nodded in agreement to this hard currency transaction. After all, at times, gold can be more valuable than paper currency, and an equivalent amount of gold takes up far less space than mountains of cash, making it much easier to store and transfer. This was, in fact, a good deal for the seller. On the day of the transaction, everything went exceptionally smoothly. Over 2 tons of gold were packed by Tang Yan into 10 exceptionally sturdy metal boxes. The other party sent a professional appraisal and financial team to open the boxes, check the contents, weigh them, and count them, with each step being meticulous. After confirming that the quantity and quality were flawless, the responsible person on the other side revealed a satisfied smile and immediately instructed his subordinates to start handling the property transfer procedures for the mansion. Tang Yan had no interest in this mysterious person and did not want to know who he was. As long as the property was transferred, there would be no further intersection in their lives. On the first morning after the transaction, while the mist over Taihu Lake had yet to fully dissipate, Tang Yan stood alone on the top terrace of the mansion. The property title documents lay quietly in the study safe, and this piece of land had completely changed hands. The 18 billion price was worth it. Looking out, The wooden walkway of the private dock quietly extended into the lake, and the streamlined white yacht gently rose and fell with the ripples, like a resting swan. The distant rolling mountains served as a natural barrier, completely isolating the hustle and bustle of the world. Apart from the occasional chirping of birds skimming over the water, it was so quiet that one could hear the faint sound of the wind rustling through the pine needles. The main building was elegantly designed in a new Chinese style, with white walls and gray tiles cleverly combined with large floor-to-ceiling windows, blending tradition and modernity. The interior space was expansive, with over 2,000 square meters divided into dozens of rooms, each window resembling a custom picture frame, precisely cutting in the lake and mountain views. The surface of the constant temperature swimming pool reflected the morning light, shimmering with glimmers. The attached guest room building was built by the water, providing excellent private space for future visitors. However, in Tang Yan's eyes, this grandeur and luxury was merely an excellent vessel waiting to be infused with soul. His consciousness lightly swept over the pile of otherworldly treasures in the space. The deep-textured, fragrant iron star wood, the lustrous and translucent extraterrestrial jade, and those few wild-shaped, dazzling natural gold nuggets. A clear plan quickly took shape in his mind. The first-floor hall, the entire wall facing the lake view, would be crafted from the widest pieces of iron star wood, its natural deep texture and aroma becoming the tone of the entire space. Beside it, the largest piece of natural gold would serve as a raw sculpture, unadorned, intimidating all visitors with its natural form. In the main bathroom, he envisioned carving a huge bathtub from a whole piece of warm white jade, so that bathing would feel as if wrapped in spiritual energy. The lakeside tea room would feature a complete jade tea table he was conceptualizing, where the lake view, fragrant tea, and the jade's luster would shine together. He let out a long breath, the white mist quickly dissipating in the cool air. In the coming days, he needed to personally supervise. He would find the best craftsmen, but only as executors of his will. Every piece of wood cut, every piece of jade polished, must completely meet his requirements, allowing for no compromise. Here, it would no longer just be a valuable property. It would be a harbor for him and the two women, a home belonging to him. Tang Yan turned and walked down the stairs, his footsteps echoing clearly on the smooth marble floor. The empty mansion awaited him to use wonders from another world to imbue it with a unique soul. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "It's me." "Yes." "The transaction is complete. Send me the list of the best carpenters and jade sculptors you know, with a simple requirement: top-notch skills and discretion." Lin Shamo's efficiency was exceptionally high. Almost on the same day Tang Yan finalized his intentions, a professional team began to assemble. She wasted no time, swiftly contacting a construction team experienced in high-end private residences, and simultaneously invited several top craftsmen renowned for jade carving and traditional woodwork through her connections, offering generous compensation that would entice any master. However, before any money changed hands, a strict confidentiality agreement was presented to everyone. The core of the agreement was simple and clear. Everything seen and heard here, whether materials, techniques, or final products, must remain confidential and not be disclosed to the outside world. When the first batch of materials arrived at the mansion, these seasoned craftsmen revealed expressions of disbelief. An elderly carpenter trembled as he touched the cross-section of the iron star wood, his voice quivering. "This grain, this density. I've been a carpenter for 60 years and have never seen wood like this. Smell this fragrance. It's fresh and lingering, refreshing. This is definitely not ordinary wood." Next to him, a national-level jade sculptor stared at a piece of extraterrestrial jade, his hand holding a flashlight slightly trembling, transparent and flawless, with inner brilliance. "It feels warm to the touch. This is simply the legendary spirit jade. When I was young, I saw a piece of tribute jade in the Forbidden City, thinking that was the best, but I never expected." He shook his head, too excited to speak. The most exaggerated was the master responsible for appraising the gold nuggets. Wearing reading glasses, he repeatedly examined the largest natural gold piece, mumbling to himself. "Naturally formed so perfectly, and with such high purity. This is unscientific. This is unscientific." The craftsmen exchanged glances. finally understanding why the employer insisted on such a strict confidentiality agreement. Any one of these materials, if leaked, would be enough to cause a sensation in the industry. After the preliminary renovation plan received Tang Yan's approval, this tranquil lakeside mansion transformed from its previous silence into an orderly and bustling construction site. Heavy trucks carefully transported tools and materials. Craftsmen arrived with professional equipment, measuring, discussing, and laying out. Every sound indicated that this mansion was undergoing a transformative rebirth. The masters worked with more silence and focus than usual, for they knew they were handling what might be the once-in-a-lifetime ultimate treasure of their careers. Chapter 35, Opening Trade Routes. Tang Yan entrusted the decoration matters of Blue Star to Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo while he stepped once again onto the land of the other world. In just a few days of training, the atmosphere in the camp had undergone a complete transformation. After days of rigorous training, the previously disorganized survivors were now lined up for drills with a sense of order beginning to show their potential. The most significant change was evident in their bodies. Thanks to the recent ample and even luxurious food supply, everyone's faces had regained color. Their cheeks were fuller, and they had noticeably developed strong muscles, completely shedding their previous malnourished appearance. At this moment, they were all dressed in camouflage special operations uniforms, tactical vests, and armed belts tightly secured around them, making these warriors appear tall and powerful. A sense of resilience forged through hardship emanated from them, making them seem like entirely different individuals. Mia did not miss any opportunity to improve herself. She actively participated in daily training, working on two fronts. With Aji's help, she continued to carefully mix energy potions to nourish and accumulate energy within her body. Simultaneously, she gritted her teeth and persevered through modern military training, honing her endurance, strength, and reflexes on various equipment. The high-intensity effort quickly bore fruit. She could clearly feel that the energy within her was surging, the previous bottleneck starting to loosen. As if an invisible membrane was about to be broken through, a clear sign that she was on the verge of becoming a third-level evolver. This discovery filled Mia with joy. The growth of her strength not only meant an improvement in her self-defense capabilities, but also represented that she could finally keep pace and truly share more of the burden with Tang Yan, becoming a more valuable support by his side. Peiqi. Tang Yan's voice was clear and decisive. Gather the first and second combat teams immediately. The second team will drive the transport vehicles, load supplies, and accompany me to the Blackstone camp. He paused briefly, scanning the training crowd, and continued issuing orders. The third and fourth teams will stay at the base, commanded entirely by Mia, responsible for defense and vigilance. Everyone move out. Yes. The command was met with a unified, crisp shout. The entire camp instantly operated like a well-oiled machine. The transport vehicles quickly drove out from the warehouse, their cargo beds filled with easily preserved canned goods and various grains. The main trade supplies. Due to the difficult travel conditions in the other world and limited storage capabilities, other items that were not easily stored were not loaded this time. This heavy-duty transport vehicle had a maximum load exceeding 20 tons, but considering the lack of established roads ahead, Peiqi ultimately only cautiously loaded over 10 tons of goods to ensure the smooth progress of the convoy. The Blackstone camp was over 130 kilometers away. In this primitive land, that distance meant several hours of bumpy travel. Tang Yan sat in the lead vehicle, in the passenger seat of a modified Hummer, with Peiqi driving. The remaining team members were in the back compartment and on the other transport vehicles. On both sides of the vehicle's roof, two gunners were already in position. Heavy machine guns firmly mounted, their dark muzzles vigilantly aimed at the wilderness and jungles on either side of the road, their sharp eyes scanning any direction that might conceal danger, ready to respond to unexpected situations at any moment. As the two vehicles drove out of the Miracle City, surrounded by mountains, they quickly merged into the wild plains. There were no roads ahead, only endless trees and thick layers of fallen leaves covering the ground. The wheels rolled over the soft humus layer, making progress extraordinarily slow and difficult. Without precise map guidance, the convoy advanced based on a rough direction. Fortunately, there were a few survivors in the team who originally came from the Blackstone camp, and they vaguely remembered the way they had come, becoming the most reliable living guide for this small team in the vast sea of trees. The roar of the engine shattered the ancient silence of the jungle, disturbing the dwellers along the way. Occasionally, one could see small animals startled and flashing through the bushes, fleeing far away. Flocks of birds were startled by the unfamiliar steel beast, flapping their wings as they soared from the treetops, letting out panicked cries as they flew off into the distance. The vehicles jolted violently across the roadless wilderness, and even though Tang Yan held onto the handrail tightly, his body swayed uncontrollably from side to side. This level of jostling made even his robust physique feel somewhat uncomfortable. This damn road condition. He frowned inwardly, thinking that once the trade line stabilized, the first thing he needed to do was to bring in several bulldozers to clear a passable road. The only consolation was that the current terrain was relatively flat, albeit overgrown with grass and trees. If it were real mountainous terrain, these vehicles would have long been unable to move an inch. About 2 hours later, the convoy stopped in a relatively open clearing in the woods for a brief rest and resupply. The vehicles were loaded with supplies, and food and water were naturally abundant. Tang Yan jumped out of the vehicle, stretching his somewhat stiff body from the bumps, preparing to take a breath of fresh air. Just then, Pei Chi's calm, yet urgent voice came clearly through the wireless headset. "Boss, multiple large heat source signals detected rapidly approaching. It's a group of mutated beasts. Not a small number. Expected contact within 1 minute." All team members instantly set down their food, without any hesitation, immediately acting swiftly according to their training. The gunners quickly chambered their weapons, the heavy machine gun barrels turning ominously. The other team members used the transport vehicles and Hummer as cover, quickly forming a simple circular defensive position, their guns all pointing towards the direction of the approaching heat sources. Throughout the entire process, no one panicked or shouted. Only the hurried and orderly footsteps and the faint clicks of weapon safeties being disengaged filled the air, creating an atmosphere that tightened instantly. Thanks to the military modification of the Hummer by Myriad, this batch of military off-road vehicles was equipped with an integrated multi-spectral detection system. Among them, the most critical long-range thermal imaging detection module could capture and analyze the thermal radiation signals of biological entities within 3 kilometers using high-precision infrared sensors. The system's built-in algorithms could automatically filter environmental heat sources, and once it detected thermal signal spectra matching specific characteristics, it would immediately trigger an alarm on the tactical terminal, real-time marking the target's location, quantity, and movement trajectory. Almost simultaneously as Pei Chi issued the alarm, at the edge of the distant forest, the trees began to shake violently, accompanied by a heart-pounding low growl, as a group of colossal creatures suddenly charged out. These giant beasts were comparable in size to armored vehicles, covered in rock-like heavy shells, with dark red, lava-like lights swirling between the gaps in their armor. Dangerous arcs of electricity leapt from their massive horns. These were the fearsome, thunder-armored rhinoceros that made this area infamous. They could harness the power of earth and stone to enhance their defenses and could release deadly lightning chains from their horns, but their attack range was indeed limited. Chapter 36 Blackstone Campfire. Free fire. Prioritize attacks on joints and eyes. Tang Yan's calm voice came through the headset, showing no signs of panic. In an instant, the violent aesthetics of human industrial civilization were fully revealed. The 2 heavy machine guns on the roof roared first. The 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds lashed out like 2 blazing steel whips, striking precisely at the leg joints and head of the charging thunder-armored rhinoceros. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. The thick shell appeared unusually fragile in the face of firepower capable of tearing through light armor, instantly shattering into pieces. Dark red blood and lava-like energy material sprayed out as the giant beast let out a painful howl, its front legs buckling, crashing to the ground. And the arc of electricity gathering on its horn dissipated in an instant due to the excruciating pain. The other team members, using vehicles as cover, also opened fire with their crossfire network. The assault rifles fired precise bursts aimed specifically at the gaps in the armor and the eyes it tried to protect, with bullets drilling into the relatively weak spots of the giant beast like venomous bees. Although not lethal, they greatly interfered with its movement and elemental concentration. Another thunder-armored rhinoceros ferociously gathered a massive rock to throw, but the team members easily dodged, as the speed of its throwing attack was far slower than that of the bullets. It wanted to continue gathering lightning, but a sniper hiding on the flank seized the moment it raised its head to roar. Bang! A crisp sound of the sniper rifle echoed. A specially made large-caliber armor-piercing round sliced through the air, hitting its gaping mouth precisely and exiting from the back of its head. The massive body suddenly stiffened. The half-gathered lightning crackled and dissipated, and then it crashed to the ground like a landslide, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire combat process was intense yet brief. The charge of the beast herd was easily shattered in the death net constructed by modern firepower. Their renowned elemental power and solid defense became a sad joke under the precise and concentrated firepower that vastly exceeded their attack range. As the smoke gradually cleared, only a few massive corpses of beasts and the lingering smell of gunpowder remained in the clearing. The team members tacitly maintained vigilance, quickly reloading their magazines with smooth, fluid movements, showing no signs of hesitation. Tang Yan surveyed the battlefield, feeling satisfied with the rapid response and devastating firepower of this team. This was indeed an unequal dimensional strike. The smoke of battle had not yet fully dissipated, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the unique stench of mutated beast blood. The team members maintained a vigilant formation, skillfully checking their weapons and changing magazines, with the occasional crisp sound of spent shells hitting the ground. Tang Yan stood beside the Hummer, his gaze sweeping over this small slaughterhouse, quite pleased with the first real combat performance of this newly formed team. Through the headset, he calmly addressed Peiqi and all the team members. "You did well just now, responding quickly and distributing firepower reasonably. But this is just the beginning." He paused, his voice transmitted through the static to everyone's ears. "You need to understand what we truly possess. Our greatest strength is not individual bravery, but the crushing power of the system." He pointed to the detector on the car roof that was still slowly rotating. "This is our 1,000-mile eye, allowing us to always discover and prepare before the enemy." Then, he pointed to the two menacing heavy machine guns and the long rifles in the hands of the snipers. "These are our iron fists. They can shred the enemy to pieces in places where they cannot reach us. Precise, efficient, and ruthless. Remember, never use your weaknesses to challenge the enemy's strengths. Instead, crush their perceived toughness with our absolute advantages." The thunder-armored rhinoceros from earlier had thick skin, great strength, and could unleash lightning, which others might see as a natural disaster. But in front of our firepower net, they cannot even close in, just a bunch of heavy meat targets. He surveyed everyone. "Your cooperation today is the first step of this system. Each person must hold their position, trust their teammates' positions, listen carefully to commands, and output firepower. This is the foundation for us to survive and continuously win in the future." Then he shifted his gaze to the green, tubular equipment on top of the transport vehicle. As for that, he gestured towards the rocket launchers. "It's a surprise reserved for the real big guys. For example, those that can charge through machine gun fire or fly, or even possibly mutated beings that can also execute long-range energy attacks. That is our trump card for breakthroughs and decisive strikes. Not meant for those who only know how to charge head-on, like the Iron Rhinoceros. Do you all understand?" "Understood, boss." The team members responded with suppressed excitement through the headsets. After this battle and Tang Yan's guidance, they truly realized how powerful the strength they held was and how to utilize it. They were no longer reckless brutes relying solely on their bodies to fight, but a part of a modern warfare system, a component of a precise killing machine. This realization brought them unprecedented confidence and assurance. Tang Yan noted. The framework of this small team had taken initial shape. Next, it would be strengthened through more battles and stronger enemies, refining its flesh and soul. After the battle, it was time to tally the rewards. Peiqi, along with 2 team members, swiftly cut open the massive heads of 5 thunder-armored rhinoceroses, extracting 4 energy cores the size of chicken eggs that shimmered with a silvery light. He carefully wiped the blood off their surfaces before solemnly handing them to Tang Yan. These third-level cores felt warm to the touch, and it seemed as if liquid lightning flowed slowly within them, with energy fluctuations far exceeding that of first-level cores. Surging and pure. According to the standard energy conversion, just one of these third-level cores was worth the equivalent of 1,000 first-level cores. Collecting 5 at once was undoubtedly a huge fortune, enough to elevate their strength to a new level. However, as Tang Yan held the heavy cores, in addition to joy, he felt a greater sense of urgency. The energy required for each upgrade surged geometrically, and while 5 cores seemed like a lot, they were likely just a drop in the bucket compared to his needs. It seemed that large-scale trade exchanges must be prioritized soon, he thought. Relying solely on hunting to accumulate resources was too inefficient and risky. Only by establishing stable trading channels could they acquire massive amounts of cores to fill the bottomless energy gap of the pyramid. After several hours of bumping through the wilderness, the outline of Blackstone Camp finally emerged on the horizon. It was not a bustling town, but a massive fortress built from rough timber, rusted iron sheets, and black boulders, with towering walls covered in defensive structures and watchtowers, emanating a rough aura of tenacity and struggle for survival. Before Tang Yan's convoy even got close, a sharp alarm sounded from the walls. Several vigilant guards, armed and alert, quickly appeared atop the walls, their weapons pointed down at the 2 steel constructs filled with unknown threats. Chapter 37. Leader Hawk. This group includes evolvers, armed with processed energy weapons that have great power and short range. There are also ordinary people who somehow got their hands on old model shotguns. Stop. Who are you? If you come any closer, we'll fire. A guard who seems to be the squad leader shouted, his voice dry with tension. They had never seen a vehicle with such a unique design, equipped with heavy machine guns. Tang Yan signaled Pei Qi to stop the car, opened the door, and raised his hands to show he meant no harm. He said loudly, "Relax, we mean no harm. We come from Miracle City and bring some food, hope and make a trade." The guards on the wall exchanged uncertain glances. Food? Trade? In these uncertain times, those who actively deliver supplies could either have great goodwill or set a huge trap. Miracle City? I've never heard of it. Why should we trust you? The guard squad leader did not lower his guard. Tang Yan smiled slightly and pointed to the transport vehicle behind him. The vehicle mainly carries food and canned goods, enough for you to eat for a while. If I wanted to harm a Blackstone camp, I wouldn't need to use this method. His tone was calm, but it carried a convincing confidence. The guard squad leader hesitated for a moment. The heavy machine gun on the vehicle and the well-equipped team members put immense pressure on him, while the word food was filled with irresistible temptation. "Wait, I need to report to the leader," he finally shouted, signaling his companions to inform the higher-ups. Before long, the heavy wooden gate of the camp, reinforced with thick rivets, creaked open slightly. A tall, composed, middle-aged man stepped out, surrounded by a group of elite guards. His face bore the marks of hardship, his eyes sharp as an eagle, and the energy fluctuations around him indicated he was a powerful evolver. The leader of the Blackstone camp, Hawk. Hawk's gaze first swept over the 2 modified vehicles and the heavy machine gun on the roof, a hint of imperceptible shock flashing in his eyes, before finally landing on the leading Tang Yan. "I am Hawk, the leader of the Blackstone camp." His voice was deep and scrutinizing. "You say you bring supplies and want to trade? What do you want?" "Dan Dan." Tang Yan introduced himself, stating directly, "It's simple. We trade food for energy crystals, both level 1 and level 2. The price is negotiable." Hawk's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Food is indeed what we urgently need." Hawk spoke slowly, not immediately agreeing, but crystals were also important. "And how can I trust your sincerity? How can I ensure this isn't a prelude to some settlement swallowing us?" Tang Yan met his gaze calmly. "We are newcomers, just looking to establish a stable trading point. We have no interest in annexation. Our sincerity is in the vehicle. You can inspect the goods first. As for the price, it is absolutely fair. 1 level 1 crystal for enough food for 1 person to eat for 5 days. How about that?" This offer made Hawk and the guards behind him slightly moved. In this era of food scarcity, this price was indeed generous. Hawk was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping again over the silent yet formidable team members behind Tang Yan and their well-maintained weapons. He finally made a decision. "All right, I could trade with you." He stepped aside to clear the way. "Come in, Let's see how much of your sincerity you actually have. Hawk gestured for them to enter, and the heavy camp gate slowly opened with a loud, creaking sound, revealing a disordered, yet lively street inside. Tang Yan signaled the convoy to follow, driving into an open space within the camp under the curious, vigilant, and eager gazes of the Blackstone camp residents. Peichi and the others jumped down from the transport vehicle and, with both sides as witnesses, opened the cargo hold. Inside were neatly stacked cans and packaged food, eliciting a chorus of suppressed gasps and swallowing sounds from the surrounding crowd. For the Blackstone camp, which had long been in a state of semi-starvation, this was undoubtedly a timely blessing. Hawk personally stepped forward to inspect the goods, opening a box of meat cans and checking the quality of the food. His tense expression finally eased, and a hint of eagerness appeared in his eyes. "I see your sincerity." Hawk turned to Tang Yan, his tone becoming much more serious. "Mr. Tang, I accept the trading conditions you proposed. We will gather the crystals as soon as possible." With the core of the transaction reached, the atmosphere noticeably relaxed. Hawk invited Tang Yan to his conference hall for a brief stay, which was relatively quieter compared to the noise outside. After they sat down, Hawk pondered for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table as if weighing something. Finally, he looked up, his gaze fixed on Tang Yan. "Mr. Tang, your supplies have alleviated our urgent needs, and I am grateful. However, food can only keep us alive, and the threats faced by the Blackstone camp are far beyond mere survival." His voice lowered. "The beast tide that comes every 3 years is approaching again. At that time, thousands of mutated beasts will surge against our walls. We lack food, but we need heavy weapons to defend the walls." His gaze swept over the Hummer Tang Yan brought, along with the heavy machine gun on top, his eyes almost overflowing with desire. "Weapons like the ones on your vehicle. Can they withstand the beast tide? Do you have any more? Or other powerful weapons capable of dealing with large mutated beasts? I am willing to pay a higher price for them. Crystals, or anything else you need." Hawk finally expressed his deepest need. He had seen the excellent equipment of Tang Yan's team, which was a guarantee for survival in this apocalypse, even allowing for a better life. The camp had many shotguns bought from Dawn City, but these gunpowder weapons had slow loading times and short shooting ranges, making them nearly useless against large mutated beasts. However, the weapons equipped by Tang Yan's team were far superior. He had seen such long-range weapons in Dawn City, which had astonishing lethality, but Dawn City did not sell them. Tang Yan paused with the rough ceramic cup in his hand, not surprised by this. He had long suspected that once the other party saw his equipment, the demand for weapon trading would inevitably come to the forefront. He set down the cup and met Hawk's eager gaze, slowly speaking, "Weapons. We have." Hawk's eyes instantly lit up. However, Tang Yan's tone shifted, calm yet unquestionable. "Food can be traded for low-level crystals. That is basic trade. But weapons are strategic resources, and the prices are entirely different." He leaned slightly forward, presenting his terms: 1 heavy machine gun with 10,000 rounds. The exchange price: 10 level 3 crystals or an equivalent number of level 2 crystals. This offer hit Hawk like a bucket of cold water, quickly cooling the fervor in his eyes, replaced by shock and a hint of bitterness. 10 level 3 crystals? That requires hunting powerful mutated beasts like the thunder-armored rhinoceros to obtain, and each hunt could cost lives. 10? That's not a low price. 10 level 3 crystals. This price. Hawk's voice was somewhat dry. "Hawk, let me interrupt you," Tang Yan said, his tone still flat but pointing out the crux. "Weapons can help you defend the camp and reduce casualties. And as long as people are alive, they can go out to hunt for more crystals. It's a choice between being overwhelmed by the beast tide while hoarding crystals or using crystals to gain the power to survive. This choice is not difficult." He paused and added, "This is just the initial offer. If our cooperation goes well, in the future, we might also provide something with a longer range and greater power." He hinted at the existence of other weapons without explicitly stating it. Hawk fell into a long silence, his brow furrowed, clearly engaged in an intense inner struggle. Tang Yan did not rush him, merely sipping water quietly. Finally, Hawk gritted his teeth and slammed his fist heavily on the table. "All right, 10 tier, 3 energy cores, but I need time to gather them. Also, the food trade remains the same." "Okay, Tang Yan replied with a faint smile, looking forward to their cooperation. A deeper, more substantial exchange regarding military power had been reached. Tang Yan successfully transformed the steel in his hands into the most powerful leverage to manipulate the energy cores of this world. The Blackstone camp, facing the desperate threat of the beast tide, finally saw a glimmer of cold hope bought at a great cost. The trade of 10 tons of food and canned meat was finalized, earning Tang Yan a total of 12,000 tier 1 energy cores. Even more noteworthy was that the additional 300 tier 3 energy cores prepared by Hawk were neatly stacked aside, shimmering with pure and powerful energy, intended as hard currency for exchanging heavy machine guns that could change the battlefield landscape. Tang Yan boarded the transport vehicle alone, cleverly using the truck bed to shield all sight lines. With a slight thought, he retrieved 30 brand new heavy machine guns and a mountain of 300,000 rounds of ammunition from mysterious space. The bullets were packed in hundreds of sturdy metal boxes, each containing a standard 1,000 rounds, appearing extremely professional and orderly. When Hawk personally inspected these weapons and witnessed their astonishing power and effective range during test firing, an immense joy and excitement surged on his face. With this batch of steel-killing machines, the Blackstone camp finally gained some solid confidence against the impending beast tide. With the transaction successfully completed, the atmosphere became particularly harmonious. Both parties reseated themselves and began a deeper conversation. Tang Yan appropriately introduced the general location of the City of Miracles. Naturally, Tang Yan was overjoyed. The energy cores gained from this transaction far exceeded expectations, enough to bring about a leap in his personal combat power. He looked forward to using this massive energy to attempt unlocking the first layer of space in the mysterious pyramid. When Hawk learned during the conversation that Tang Yan had eliminated 5 troublesome tier 3 thunder-armored rhinoceros beasts without loss using only a dozen team members, his surprise was compounded. The greatest casualties caused by the beast tide often came from these tough-skinned, highly destructive tier 3 mutated beasts. If these heavy machine guns could effectively curb or even kill them, then this transaction would be an absolute bargain for the Blackstone camp, a strategic investment with guaranteed returns. While energy cores were indeed precious, hoarding them in a warehouse could not directly translate into the power to protect their home. Strong weapons, on the other hand, were a scarce resource around the Blackstone camp. Even money could not buy them. Tang Yan then indicated that the quantity of arms brought this time was limited, but further trades could still be arranged in the future. Hawk made his decision without any hesitation, immediately deciding to purchase an additional 50 heavy machine guns and expressing a desire for more food. This mutually beneficial transaction concluded in a joyful atmosphere for both sides, laying a solid foundation for deeper cooperation in the future. Chapter 38. Brother Tang, do you want women? Brother Tang, do you want women? Hawk suddenly leaned in closer, a somewhat awkward yet eager smile on his face, and lowered his voice, saying, "Brother, I have a batch of women here. I wonder if you're interested?" Tang Yan was momentarily taken aback, his hand holding the cup paused, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. This scene felt oddly familiar. He maintained a calm demeanor and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Chief Hawk, what do you mean by that?" Sighing, Hawk rubbed his hands together, revealing a troubled expression. Not long ago, a group of women fled from Greystone Town in the north. The leader, named Isha, is a Tier 3 evolver with real skills. The problem is, before they escaped, they killed the precious son of the leader of Greystone Town. He sighed again, his tone growing heavy. "Now, they're begging me to take them in. The old guy from Greystone Town is about as strong as I am, but he has a lot of people. Is it worth it to make a mortal enemy of a large shelter over these women? My Blackstone camp really can't afford that." At this point, Hawk's tone shifted, and he began to pitch the women as if it were a tremendous opportunity. But to be fair, these women are indeed rare talents. They're all good-looking and fit, and more importantly, each has a unique skill. There are those who can brew potions, some who can repair and forge equipment, and even top-notch tailors. Honestly, if I weren't worried about provoking Greystone Town, I wouldn't want to let such professionals who could enhance our camp's foundation go to you. As Hawk spoke, he looked at Tang Yan with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's heart sank. This was clearly a hot potato, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. Miracle City was in dire need of manpower. Population was the most important resource. Since Chief Hawk was in such a predicament, Tang Yan put down his cup and spoke calmly yet with undeniable authority. I will take them in. My place needs all kinds of talents. Hawk was overjoyed and immediately sent a guard to call them in. Before long, the guard led in 8 women into the conference hall. They were all dressed in fitted leather battle outfits, outlining their athletic and powerful figures. Their appearances were indeed as handsome and upright as Hawk had described. The leading woman stood out even more, her red hair styled in neat braids, with a wild beauty in her eyes that resembled a blazing flame. Each of them carried weapons, their gazes alert and resolute, clearly not the weak and helpless ordinary refugees. Hawk addressed them. This is the leader of Miracle City, Tang Yan. If you have no objections, you will follow Leader Tang to his place to settle down. It's quieter there, with fewer troubles, and no one will bully you. All the women's eyes focused on Tang Yan. This man was different from all the men they had encountered before. He had a rare, clean aura about him, not in terms of clothing, but in a calm and transparent presence. His gaze was also clear, lacking any discomforting greed or desire. Only a calm examination and faint appreciation. The red-haired woman stepped forward and said loudly, Chief Hawk, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Then she turned to Tang Yan, her gaze respectful yet confident. Chief Tang, my name is Isha. If you're willing to accept us, we are more than willing to follow you. Tang Yan, intrigued, looked at this woman who was as impressive as Mia and asked, Isha? Very well. I am indeed interested in your background. Would you mind sharing? Isha met his gaze steadily, her words clear and concise. We were originally selected to be concubines for that beast. But he is not human. He takes pleasure in torturing and killing women, and several of my sisters have already fallen victim. We had no choice but to find an opportunity to kill that scumbag and escape. Her narration was straightforward and brutal, and Tang Yan immediately understood the root of the issue. It was merely the corruption and atrocities at the top of power in this apocalypse, and they were just pitiful people forced to fight back to survive. No wonder these women were all striking. They were chosen after all. After bidding farewell to Chief Hawk and confirming the delivery time for the next batch of supplies, Tang Yan led the newly joined team away from the Blackstone camp, built from black rocks. The women were settled in the cargo area of the transport vehicle, nervously and curiously examining the mobile steel house, occasionally whispering to the accompanying soldiers about the vehicle and various questions regarding Miracle City. The fiery-haired leader, Isha, was invited to sit in the lead Hummer. Tang Yan was very interested in the shelter called Greystone Town and hoped to gather more intelligence from her. Amidst the bumpy ride through conversation, Tang Yan gradually learned about the true nature of Greystone Town. It was a medium-sized shelter with nearly 20,000 inhabitants, built in a completely hollowed-out mountain, with a complex structure resembling an ant nest. Its leader, named Barton, was the unquestioned local emperor, with hundreds of concubines and dozens of children, enjoying a life of near-feudal luxury and power. The one Isha killed was Barton's eldest son, Gaia. Gaia was also a Tier 3 Volver, not weak in strength, but ultimately could not withstand Isha's meticulously planned revenge, being successfully assassinated when the night watch was relatively lax. Isha took this opportunity to lead her sisters, unwilling to submit to fate, out of the cage deep within the mountain. According to Isha's description, Greystone Town was a suffocating place. The Barton family imposed a regime of high-pressure rule. Any actions that angered him or his family members faced not only death, but possibly even more brutal torture and abuse. Despite the large population, the lower-class people were like worker ants, constantly forced to fight and scavenge to support the upper rulers under the guise of taxes. Those who failed to complete their daily quotas faced cruel punishment. Years of fear and oppression had made the vast majority of residents there numb and cold-blooded, almost losing their will to resist. We were mostly selected from some small surrounding shelters, Isha said bitterly. Compared to those who grew up at the bottom of Greystone Town, we might be considered lucky. At least we've seen the outside world and haven't completely lost the thought of resistance. However, they were now also homeless. It was almost predictable that Furious Barton would not spare their family and relatives. Acts of vengeance had likely already occurred. Isha gazed out at the barren landscape, rushing past the car window, and softly said, "This is the apocalypse. There's no reasoning, just cold and cruel." Tang Yan listened in silence, a chill rising in his heart, which then transformed into heavy sympathy. Both for these women who had narrowly escaped death, and for the countless people still trapped in the dark belly of Greystone Town. What kind of life was that? Just livestock raised in captivity, toiling day in and day out to support a few high-ranking individuals, maintaining that pathetic rule. With the slightest misstep, or merely due to a momentary displeasure of those in power, they could be disposed of or even brutally murdered like worthless livestock. He suddenly felt that compared to this desperate world, even the mundane and methodical life on Blue Star, which many complained about, seemed incredibly precious. At least, there still exists a basic order and dignity there, allowing the vast majority of people to live steadily, with shelter from the wind and rain, food to fill their stomachs, and without the constant fear of sudden and complete destruction. Chapter 39. Flesh and blood mother embryo. The convoy drove steadily along the tracks they had come from, and the return journey felt particularly smooth, without encountering any more attacks from mutated beasts. As the towering metal walls and modern buildings of Miracle City gradually appeared on the horizon, a wave of uncontrollable gasps of astonishment erupted from the transport compartment. The women who had escaped from Greystone Town had never seen such a clean, bright city filled with order and a sense of technology. It was simply a different world from the dark and oppressive mountain sanctuary in their memories. The vehicle came to a slow stop, and Mia was already waiting nearby. She quickly stepped forward and gave Tang Yan a warm hug. Tang Yan naturally wrapped his arms around her and then turned to the new members, who were anxiously and curiously observing their surroundings. He spoke loudly. "This is Mia, my woman, and the mistress of Miracle City. From now on, all your affairs will be arranged by her. For the time being, you will stay on the 4th floor of the castle, where there are independent rooms to accommodate everyone." He briefly informed Mia of the women's backgrounds and experiences. Upon hearing this, Mia's eyes instantly filled with strong empathy. She recalled her own similar past, having also faced disasters due to her appearance and experienced hardships. She stepped forward, her voice gentle yet filled with strength. "Sisters, now that you are here, everything is different. No one will oppress you anymore, and no one will bully you at will. This is the promise Tang Yan made to me, and now I pass it on to you." Her words seemed to strike the softest corners of everyone's hearts. The women, who had endured long periods of fear and oppression, could no longer hold back their emotions and embraced each other, crying out loud. Their cries filled with the relief of survival and the joy of finding a home. Mia was also moved by this emotion, with tears shimmering in the corners of her eyes. Tang Yan gently held Mia, soothing her feelings. Once the crowd's emotions calmed down slightly, he spoke. "Mia, take everyone to settle down and have a good meal. I think I can hear quite a few girls' stomachs protesting." With a group of peers accompanying her, Mia would surely feel much happier. He watched their departing figures, 9 graceful silhouettes merging together, indeed creating a pleasing sight. Tang Yan touched his nose, swearing that he absolutely didn't think of anything extra. Peichi, he retracted his gaze and spoke with a serious tone. "Take 2 teams and arrange 2 bulldozers. Starting tomorrow, let's open up a decent road to Blackstone Camp." "Yes, boss," Peichi responded, immediately turning to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Tang Yan carried a heavy box of energy cores and returned alone to the secret chamber deep within the castle. It was time to unveil a new chapter of this power. Devour. As soon as the command was given, a staggering 12,000 level 1 cores and 305 level 3 cores were consumed and absorbed by the mysterious pyramid. Boom! When consciousness descended into that mysterious source area again, it was greeted by an unprecedented, massive energy pillar as thick as a grinding wheel. The energy was so vast that it brought 2 extreme and contradictory sensations. On one hand, there was excruciating pain, as if every cell was being torn apart, shattered, and reshaped. The surging energy violently washed over his limbs and body, bringing a nearly destructive sense of tearing. On the other hand, there was an unparalleled comfort, a supreme joy brought by the leap in life level and the explosive growth of power, a complete satisfaction in controlling great strength. In this extreme experience of ice and fire, his realm began to break through at an unprecedented speed. 2-star body refinement realm. Peak. Buzz. The barrier shattered. 3-star blood-burning realm. Early stage. Mid-stage. Late stage. The wave of energy ultimately pushed him to the peak of the 3-star blood-burning realm. A brand new sense of power spread throughout his body. He clearly felt the shackles of blood within him thoroughly broken, his blood becoming heavy and viscous like flowing mercury, containing immense vitality and energy, with an efficiency of oxygen and energy delivery far exceeding before. As the blood circulated, it emitted a deep, rumbling sound like a tidal wave. The powerful recovery ability healed all the hidden injuries accumulated in his body, and he could even vaguely sense that even if limbs were severed, they could slowly regenerate. Moreover, once he unleashed his full strength, the boiling blood would ignite like fire, exponentially increasing his power and speed in a short time. Tang Yan's strength had already surpassed that of ordinary humans by a large margin, and if he exploded with his strength, the increase would be terrifying to think about. Oh, it's just me, and it's no problem. As the energy tide gradually calmed down, Tang Yan's consciousness stood at the center of the source area, feeling the earth-shattering changes in this space. The original boundaries had expanded several times outward. Looking around, the sky was high and the earth was vast, forming a massive spherical space with a diameter of about 1,000 meters and a height of 500 meters. Such a vast volume could easily swallow mountains and fill rivers. Yet at this moment, it appeared exceptionally empty and desolate, with only pure energy mist flowing slowly beneath his feet. However, what stirred his heart the most was not the expansion of this space. His gaze had long been firmly attracted to the towering pyramid in the center, which now, after always being shrouded in mist, had silently opened up to him, although only the very top layer of space was revealed, which seemed insignificant compared to the massive structure of the pyramid. A strong premonition from the depths of his soul told Tang Yan that what was stored within was a value that far exceeded all his previous gains, worthy of all his anticipation and waiting. Without a moment's hesitation, as his thoughts moved, his consciousness penetrated that layer of invisible barrier, and then his body followed into the top layer space of the pyramid. The area here was not spacious, only about the size of an ordinary living room. In the center of the space stood a quaint altar covered in mysterious patterns. On the altar, instead of a dazzling artifact, there was merely a simple stone container resembling a water tank. Inside the tank was filled with some indescribable viscous liquid, which flowed slowly and thickly as if it possessed life, refracting a deep and restrained glimmer. The moment Tang Yan stepped into this place, a stream of information naturally surged into the depths of his consciousness, revealing the name and purpose of this object, flesh and blood mother embryo. Suppressing the surging ecstasy in his heart, Tang Yan extended his index finger, bit it to draw blood, and precisely dripped a drop of bright red blood into the slowly flowing viscous liquid. In an instant, a mutation occurred. A pure and intense beam of light erupted from within the altar, instantly enveloping both Tang Yan and the stone tank. Tang Yan felt as if his soul had been gently tugged, and then a miraculous scene unfolded before his eyes. The viscous liquid in the tank seemed to be infused with ultimate vitality and a template, beginning rapid growth and development. It first outlined a solid human torso, then extended strong limbs, delicate skin quickly covered it, exquisite facial features rapidly emerged, and finally, thick hair also began to grow. Chapter 40 Quantum Dual Ecology. In just a few breaths, a person who looked exactly like him in appearance, body shape, height, and every subtle feature was quietly standing in the pillar of light on the altar, slowly opening his eyes. Their gazes met. Without any words, an extraordinary connection, seamless and intimate, transcended the material world, firmly binding to Tang Yan's deepest heart and mind, as if this was another body that had always existed within him. This was another self completely led by him, sharing the same core soul, the same will, and even the same trajectory of fate. Consciousness split into two, yet perfectly unified. There was no confusion or discomfort as he had expected, Instead, it brought an unprecedented, extraordinary experience. He could simultaneously see the scene inside the pyramid and see his own, original, form standing before the altar. He could simultaneously hear the silence of this place and hear the sound of his own heavy breathing. Dual vision, dual hearing, dual touch. All information flowed into him like streams merging into the ocean, processed by his seemingly super-doubled mind in perfect harmony. The world seemed to instantaneously open up double dimensions before him. This was a power that only deities in myth and legend possessed. At this moment, two Tang Yans truly coexisted, sharing everything, ruled by the same will. Even more shocking was the realization that as long as he and his avatar were not both completely obliterated, the surviving side could use the mysterious flesh and blood embryo on the altar to recreate the other, although rebirth would require enormous energy. This near-immortal characteristic was already defying heaven. A clone, plus an immortal attribute. Ha ha ha. Heaven helps me. Ha ha. Even with Tang Yan's resilient nature forged through trials, he could no longer contain the overwhelming joy, laughing freely in this sacred space. Buzz. A more detailed stream of information flowed into his heart. Quantum dual ecology, energy synchronization, realm synchronization, understanding synchronization, all based on the same frequency of origin. Even across countless worlds, this connection could not be severed or obstructed. One thrives, all thrive, one suffers. Although not the same injury, if one side's soul is harmed, the other will feel it as well, needing to return to the embryo for nurturing and repair in time. Excitement, inexpressible excitement. His thoughts raced, and he immediately began to experiment. His consciousness acted like the most efficient commander, issuing completely different yet harmoniously aligned commands to the two bodies at the same time. Moments later, an even more astonishing discovery made his heart race again. The two bodies could actually exist in different worlds. One could remain in the reality of Blue Star, while the other could dominate the perilous yet opportunity-filled territories of another realm. The only limitation was that the flow of time for both sides must be strictly maintained at a one synchronization. Otherwise, an unbearable sense of tearing would arise at the soul connection, as if his thoughts were being ripped apart. But what sort of limitation was that? This was already a situation perfected to the extreme. The two bodies, regardless of appearance, body shape, even the most minute fingerprints, pores, and blood pulse fluctuations, were indistinguishable. All being real and tangible, perfect bodies filled with immense vitality. He, Tang Yan, from this moment on, would have a single heart with dual bodies, his path reaching the heavens. Satisfied, Tang Yan no longer delayed. One figure stepped onto the path back to the real world, while the other steadfastly walked toward the lands of the other world. From this moment on, he would truly balance both realms with no hindrances. Information, resources, and even his own will would be synchronized in real time, seamlessly merging between the two Tang Yans. Tang Yan had a guess. Would it be possible to obtain another clone with the enhancement of his strength? It was not impossible. Double happiness. Triple happiness? Not to mention turning one into three. Two seemed to lack something. In the Taihu manner of the real world, the villa's decoration was proceeding in an orderly manner. According to the project manager's feedback, it would take at least another half-month to be completely finished. As soon as Tang Yan entered the villa in Longhu Garden, he saw Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo huddled together, heads leaning against each other, gesturing at a tablet computer. Whispering something, their expressions particularly serious. Curiously, he leaned closer to listen and couldn't help but smile. It turned out that the two were meticulously designing an oversized custom bed, seriously discussing the specific dimensions, materials, and even comparing the comfort levels of different mattresses. It needs to be at least this big. Otherwise, how would it be enough? This side should be a bit wider. Otherwise, it might be easy to fall off. They were so engrossed in their discussion that they didn't immediately notice Tang Yan had returned. Until he chuckled softly, the two women simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes instantly shimmering with surprise. "You're back." The two almost stood up in sync, one on the left and one on the right, naturally linking their arms with his, affectionately pulling him to the screen. "Come help us see. Do you like this size?" Yes, give us some advice." With the warm and soft jade-like figures by his side, Tang Yan smiled and wrapped his arms around their shoulders, his gaze sweeping over the exaggerated design of the 8-step bed on the tablet, understanding in his heart. Given their inseparable relationship, it was natural that they wouldn't be apart at night. "I have no objections," he said in a doting tone, his smile filled with complete indulgence. "As long as you like it, do whatever is comfortable." Receiving his approval, the two women exchanged smiles, both displaying satisfied expressions. The night was deep, and all was silent. Only the occasional chirping of insects could be heard. In the master bedroom, Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo were already embraced in sleep, breathing evenly. Confirming that the two had fallen asleep, Tang Yan quietly got up. He didn't turn on the lights, instead relying on the faint moonlight coming through the window to swiftly change into a set of equipment from the other world. It was a pure black tight combat suit, made from the special leather tan from mutated beasts of the other world, with extremely unique material. It not only had incredible elasticity, perfectly fitting the body's curves without any sense of restriction, but also felt as light as a second skin, not affecting any vigorous movements. More importantly, it was exceptionally tough, wear-resistant, cut-resistant, and even had certain thermal and waterproof properties, making it an excellent choice for executing covert actions. Finally, he took out a mask from his space. This was specially tailored for him by Mia. The mask had a terrifyingly fierce design, outlining cold and ruthless lines, as if the king of hell had descended, capable of instilling the most primal fear in any opponent in the darkness. Dressed completely, Tang Yan seemed to have fully merged into the shadows, with only 2 points of cold light shining through the eye holes of the mask. It was time to settle the score with Gao Chong once and for all. The night was as dark as ink, and Tang Yan's figure transformed into an arrow merging into the darkness. The outline of Gao Chong's isolated villa in the suburbs appeared in the distance, and the outer security measures were as nothing before Tang Yan's enhanced perception and skills from the other world. He glided like a phantom through the infrared alarm zone, avoiding patrolling bodyguards, and silently infiltrated the interior. In the master bedroom, Gao Chong had just finished a phone call, a hint of smug malice still on his face, seemingly planning something. However, in the next second, the solid door was forcefully broken open. A figure wearing a terrifying death mask, exuding a chilling murderous aura, suddenly appeared before him, like a judge crawling out of the abyss. Gao Chong's smile instantly froze, turning into sheer terror. Just as he was about to scream for help, a hand like an iron claw had already tightly grasped his throat, lifting him off the ground and slamming him against the wall, the immense strength nearly suffocating him, making it impossible for him to make any sound. Tang Yan stared at him through the mask, his voice low and filled with murderous intent. "For Wang Jingshu, you dare to hire someone to kill? Gao Chong, your courage and your little pathetic jealousy are truly sad and laughable." Gao Chong kicked his legs wildly, his face turning purple from lack of oxygen, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Under the ultimate threat of death, his psychological defenses completely collapsed, and he squeezed out a broken plea from his throat. "No, it's not all. It's me. It's my dad. It was my dad's idea." Tang Yan's grip loosened slightly, allowing him to catch his breath, but the cold, killing intent did not diminish in the slightest. Gao Chong, as if grasping at a lifeline, spoke incoherently in a hurried voice. I called him, said you were looking into me, and he hit me. Ruin his plans. He said the Wang family's daughter must be mine. Absolutely cannot let someone like you, someone without a background, ruin the alliance between the Gao and Wang families. He said, to clear all obstacles, the bounty on the dark web. He had the secretary find someone to do it. It has nothing to do with me. Spare me. The truth was revealed. It was not merely the revenge of a spoiled rich kid, but rather his father, as an official, resorting to such ruthless means for the sake of a so-called alliance and family honor, treating human life like grass. A cold light flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. He had initially only wanted to deal with the culprit, but unexpectedly uncovered a greater malignancy. However, Gao Chong, the instigator of it all, could not be forgiven. An alliance? Clearing obstacles? Tang Yan's voice was as cold as the chilling winds of the underworld. You two really think that having power and influence allows you to decide the lives and deaths of others? No, please. Gao Chong felt the palpable killing intent and begged with tears streaming down his face. In your next life, learn to respect others, especially other people's women. Crack. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Gao Chong's pleas came to an abrupt halt, his head drooping to one side, the fear in his eyes completely frozen. Tang Yan released him as if discarding a piece of trash, letting his body slump to the ground. No choice but to devour. This was Tang Yan's return gift. He glanced at Gao Chong, whose eyes were still wide open, and looked through the broken window towards the area in the city where the powerful gathered. Gao Jianya. Tang Yan murmured softly, the corners of his mouth beneath the death mask curling into a cold arc. I hope you can accept this return gift. His figure flashed, disappearing into the thick night as if he had never been there, leaving behind a room filled with silence and a storm about to sweep in. Chapter 41: Mia's Kindness in the Otherworldly Miracle City. The 8 women who had escaped from Greystone Town had settled into their own independent spaces on the 4th floor of the castle. What delighted them even more was that Tang Yan from the real world had made a large-scale purchase, bringing back hundreds of sets of various modern clothing tailored to each of their sizes. When they changed out of their dull, uniform beast-hide battle outfits and put on these brightly colored and stylish dresses, it was as if the entire 4th floor of the castle was instantly illuminated. The girls looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise and shyness, and laughter echoed endlessly. Their graceful figures were perfectly complemented by the appropriate clothing, making them look enchanting, far more captivating than their previous uniform attire. However, the beautiful clothing was just a tiny part of Miracle City's generous gifts. What truly made them feel as if they were in paradise was the endless array of delicious food. Carefully prepared dishes, sweet and refreshing wines, an abundance of exotic fruits, sweet juices, crispy chips, and various novel snacks. Every taste experience overwhelmed their senses, bringing them unprecedented happiness. They couldn't help but exclaim that if they could live here forever, they would be willing to do anything. Returning to their past oppressive and difficult life would be far more painful than death. These girls, only 18 or 19 years old, were in the most splendid time of their lives. They were like songbirds competing to bloom in a spring garden, full of youthful vitality and allure when gathered together, which made the only male, Tang Yan, often feel a bit restless. That day, Mia lowered her head, her voice tinged with shyness and teasing as she softly said, Husband, as she seemed to still be adapting to this intimate title. These sisters, you should, accept them. Tang Yan felt his throat dry up, a wave of inexplicable warmth rising from his heart. He didn't respond immediately, just gazed deeply at Mia, who was blushing and working with her head down. Mia sensed his intense gaze, raised her head, pouting playfully, her voice soft and slightly whiny. Let them help me share the pressure, husband. You're so capable. I really can't handle it all by myself. Looking at this scene, what could Tang Yan say? He could only helplessly take a deep breath. That evening, the castle's dining hall was filled with unprecedented liveliness. 9 people, including Tang Yan and Mia, gathered around a long European-style dining table. Naturally, Tang Yan sat at the head of the table, with the girls seated on either side. Mia and Isha sat beside him, one on each side. The long table was laden with a variety of exquisite dishes brought from the real world, filling the air with delicious aromas. The girls looked at the feast of food they had never seen before, their eyes lighting up like a group of excited and adorable little cats, eagerly anticipating this heavenly banquet. As the cups clinked and laughter flowed, the warm yellow light illuminated every flushed and excited face, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Mia gracefully stood up, the deep red wine in her goblet gently swaying. She looked around at each of her sisters, her gaze clear and resolute, her voice ringing like a spring, filled with undeniable power. Sisters, please raise your glasses once more. This toast is to this place, to Miracle City. She paused slightly, letting each word clearly reach everyone's ears. It is here that we, a group of drifting weeds without roots, have finally found soil to take root in, a place we can call home. She slowly turned, casting a fervent gaze at Tang Yan at the head of the table, her eyes brimming with admiration and love. And it is he, our Lord, Tang Yan, who has given us all this, who has cleared the thorns for us and supported this sky. It is he who has pulled us up from the mire of despair, granting us dignity, warmth, fullness, and this dreamlike beauty. Her voice rose gradually, filled with infectious energy. Here, among us, there's no distinction in status. We are all sisters. But we have one guardian. Mia's words elevated the atmosphere to its peak. Immediately after, Isha also stood up, her tone sincere and even a bit earnest, her gaze sweeping over every woman present. Sisters, we have received his grace and basked in his brilliance. What we possess is not much. Only this still young body and our sincere hearts, willing to give everything for him. Isha looked at Tang Yan, her voice gentle yet unwavering. Master, do you see this room full of springtime, this endless admiration, all born because of you and willing to belong to you? We are not burdensome nuisances. We only seek an opportunity to repay you with even a fraction of your kindness. Please, do not reject us. Let us truly become yours. To share your burdens and ease your labors, and also let me have more sisters to share the pressure. Isha's heartfelt words undoubtedly expressed the sentiments of all the women present. At this moment, 8 pairs of clear and fervent eyes simultaneously looked towards Tang Yan at the head of the table, filled with unreserved admiration, hope, and a hint of anxious apprehension. This sudden collective confession truly caught Tang Yan off guard. He had no idea that Mia and Isha had such plans, and for a moment, he felt as if he were being put on the spot. But he had to admit, being gazed at by so many youthful, beautiful, and grateful women felt quite pleasant. He cleared his throat, leaning slightly forward, his gaze warm yet authoritative as it swept across the room. His tone was sincere, laced with just the right touch of humor, instantly capturing everyone's attention. First of all, he smiled, pausing briefly on Mia and Isha's faces. I must say, Mia and Isha's sudden attack caught me a bit off guard. A light-hearted tease instantly relaxed the previously tense atmosphere, causing a few girls to cover their mouths and giggle. I see and feel your intentions. His voice settled into a steady tone, infused with genuine strength, this heavy trust and, affection I, Tang Yan, have received. He paused, his expression growing deeper and more powerful. I established Miracle City not to become anyone's heaven. However, if my existence can become the sky you rely on for peace, if my strength can become the confidence you need to move forward fearlessly, then how about I hold up this sky for you? You say you are willing to give me everything? A charming smile curved his lips, his tone suddenly turning commanding yet still warm. All right, then I promise you this. Whoever regards me, Tang Yan, as their home, I will protect them completely and grant them glory. From now on, you need not fear wandering. The ground beneath your feet is pure land, and behind you is me. As for Mia's mention of sharing the pressure, he shifted his tone humorously, dissipating the earlier solemnity and earning knowing smiles from everyone. This sweet burden, I accept, for Mia, and for the future harmony and stability of our Miracle City. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a final decree. The anxiety in all the girls' eyes instantly transformed into immense surprise and excitement. Their youthful faces flushed with excitement, their eyes sparkling even brighter. Now, Tang Yan smiled and raised his glass, making a final summary. Don't just look at me. With such delicious food before us, we can't waste it. Everyone relax, enjoy your meal, and drink well. From now on, this will be your home, and you are all my Tang Yan's people. Chapter 42. The tree wishes to be still, but the wind does not cease to our home. To our future, cheers. Cheers. The room is filled with fragrance. There was no wedding, no celebration. They just naturally came together. Mia transformed the huge bedroom into a love nest. A massive and luxurious wooden bed stands in the center of the bedroom. Sleeping under the same blanket feels oddly harmonious. Tang Yan experienced the toughest night of his life. 8 virgin flowers were waiting to be picked. This night was both crazy and fulfilling. The next morning, as dawn broke, Mia and Isa hugged Tang Yan on either side. This was a position that could not be shaken by anyone. Ella, you're pulling my hair. Lucy, get up. Little lazy pig. Irene, joy. Anna, if you sleep in, there's no breakfast. The names of the 8 women had to correspond one by one, but fortunately, Tang Yan had a good memory. It would be awkward to call the wrong name. Women from this world did not have the attribute of jealousy. Polygamy was commonplace. They would not engage in the competitive behavior seen in the modern world. Each would do what they were good at without being spoiled by favoritism, nor looking down on others for being Tang Yan's women. It's true, this kind of personality is really fantastic. This group of women were all evolved beings, with the weakest being a level 2 evolved at the same level as Mia. Moreover, each had inherited skills. For example, Issa could create energy weapons. Lucy was a tailor and could make various types of clothing from animal hides. Although these were all rudimentary skills learned from this world, that demonstrated that everyone was very capable. Therefore, daily training and improving their abilities were still essential. They did not want to become a burden to Tang Yan. He personally taught them knowledge about firearms, driving cars, and using rockets. Aji, Mia's little pet, had recently been bringing back energy-laden fruits. Mia and a few girls made energy potions together to enhance their abilities. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Meanwhile, in the real world, the high-level deaths ultimately triggered Gao Jianya's alertness. Gao Jianya raised his protective level and installed many monitoring tools inside and outside his residence. He traveled in a bulletproof car, with several bodyguards accompanying him. He had investigated his son's death, but had never found a suspect. Tang Yan? He had long forgotten about this small character. He had just arranged for someone else to do it, and then moved on without paying attention. His targets were all competitors and family enemies. After all, how could someone reach his position without blocking others' paths? A provincial governor. Tang Yan had tried several times to kill him without exposing himself, but it was a bit difficult, so he held back. Being separated by a city made it too troublesome to go back and forth. He decided to spare him for now. After half a month of urgent renovations, the villa at Taihu Manor was finally completed. After the inspection, everyone received a big red envelope as a reward from the boss. And everyone was all smiles. This half-month of work earned them as much as a year's worth of income. Internationally, the international community remained turbulent due to the major attack that had occurred in Japan, and its effects were still spreading. Despite the nature of the incident being vicious, the attacker's visual image, dressed in all-black Spider-Man costumes, and the subsequent videos featuring revelations and powerful declarations were given a distorted positive meaning in public opinion, even sparking a perplexing imitation trend. Such clothing quickly sold out in many regions around the world, and business owners in various countries rushed to restock, but allowed the Dragon Kingdom to gain the upper hand, making a substantial profit. A large amount of related content emerged on short video platforms, including many blind imitations lacking common sense. Some attempted to mimic the so-called vigilante behavior, but ended up getting beaten. Others fell into fraud disputes due to imitating helpful actions. These absurd phenomena somewhat shifted the public's focus away from the essence of the event, adding to the chaos in the international community. However, governments and intelligence agencies remained highly vigilant about this. Mainstream analyses tended to believe that the abilities displayed by the attackers far exceeded those of ordinary humans and likely represented some unknown military technological breakthrough by hostile forces. Several major countries had secretly continued to invest funds and research power into artificial intelligence, combat robots, and biological enhancement technologies, resulting in significant progress in related industries. At the same time, the demand for experimental subjects in some secret research projects surged sharply, leading to rampant illegal human experimentation activities. Dark web activities involving human trafficking frequently occurred on the international black market, with missing person cases significantly increasing in some countries with weak legal systems and tourist destinations. Even death row inmates with criminal records could not be formally conscripted due to legal registration and human rights frameworks, making illegal trafficking a primary method for certain organizations. Tang Yan noticed this trend while browsing the dark web. After a brief thought, he realized it was related to the chain reaction triggered by his previous actions in Japan. Although the situation was deteriorating, he decided to ignore it for now, since the number of missing persons in the Dragon Kingdom remained relatively controllable and had not shown significant fluctuations. However, he did not expect that even choosing to keep his distance would not prevent trouble from coming to his door. "Honey, My mom and godmother. They are missing." On the other end of the phone, Wang Jingshu's voice trembled, carrying an obvious sob, making it almost impossible to form a complete sentence. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's expression suddenly stiffened, and his tone instantly became steady. "Jingjing, don't panic. Take your time to explain. What happened? Where did the two mothers lose contact?" They went to the Maldives for vacation together." Wang Jingshu tried to suppress her sobs, explaining intermittently. "Just now. The hotel called, saying they've been missing since the afternoon, and the private tour guide's phone is also unreachable. They had no choice but to contact the emergency contact." Tang Yan did not rush her, patiently listening to her tearful narration until after 2 minutes. Wang Jingshu's emotions finally calmed down enough to recount the entire incident. It turned out that both mothers-in-law had a habit of vacationing in the Maldives or Hawaii every winter. This trip, like previous years, was accompanied by a professional security team and a private tour guide, which should have been foolproof. However, unexpectedly, just a few days into the trip, such bad news surfaced. According to the hotel staff, that morning, the two ladies took their accompanying personnel on a chartered boat for a sea excursion, planning to return in the afternoon. However, at the agreed time, the boat did not return, and everyone lost contact simultaneously. Tang Yan's heart sank. Losing contact in the vast ocean could only lead to two outcomes: survival or death. He forced himself to think in the best direction. "Jingjing, listen to me." His voice was calm and firm, carrying an undeniable strength. "Immediately find a way to book me the fastest flight to the Maldives." "Who? Honey, are you going alone?" Wang Jingshu's voice was still panicked. "Dad has already arranged for a private plane and reported the flight route. Preparing to fly directly from the airport in Shanghai." "That is perfect." Tang Yan immediately interrupted her. "Contact your father right away and tell him to wait for me for an hour. I will arrive at the Shanghai airport on time to meet them and go to the Maldives together." He paused, his tone resolute, as if carrying a belief that could penetrate all gloom. "Trust me, I will definitely bring your mother back safely." Before he finished speaking, Tang Yan had already grabbed the car keys and rushed out the door. The top-tier Lamborghini in the house let out a low roar, shooting into the night like an arrow, speeding toward Shanghai. All the way, he almost ignored all traffic rules. On the city streets, the blaring horns were the background noise as he ran through one red light after another. Once on the highway, the speedometer's needle was firmly pinned in the extreme zone of over 200 kilometers per hour. The engine roared and the wind howled. At this moment, no fine or traffic regulation could stop him. 46 minutes, a life-and-death race against time. On the private jet's tarmac, Wang's father anxiously paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at his watch, his brow furrowed with worry and impatience. Initially, when he heard his daughter say that Tang Yan was also coming along, he just thought it would complicate things. Having investigated his background, he found he had dropped out of high school. What use would a young man who couldn't even speak a foreign language while be abroad? But unable to resist his daughter's pleas, he thought that this was ultimately a gesture from his son-in-law, so he reluctantly agreed with a frown. However, it was over 130 kilometers from Shishir to the Shanghai airport, and to arrive within an hour? It was simply an impossible task. Chapter 43. A 1,000-mile rescue for the mother-in-law. At the moment he raised his wrist to check the time again, a figure had already crossed the airport corridor, quickly running towards the plane. Surprisingly, despite the high-speed run, the person appeared calm and composed, as if taking a leisurely stroll. A hint of unnoticeable astonishment flashed in Wang's father's eyes as he thought to himself, "This young man has quite good stamina." In the blink of an eye, Tang Yan had arrived in front of him, respectfully yet steadily saying, "Uncle Wang, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's board the plane now." His tone was firm, carrying a reassuring strength. "Please rest assured, Annie will be fine." Since he had not yet formally married Wang Jingshu, he still maintained a polite but slightly distant form of address. The Gulfstream private jet had long been on standby beside the runway, its engine softly rumbling, ready to soar into the sky as soon as the two passengers boarded. 2 minutes later, the plane took off with its nose held high, quickly merging into the blue sky. Inside the cabin, besides Tang Yan and Wang's father, there were over 10 bodyguards dressed in black suits, looking competent and focused. For a billionaire, such a security arrangement was quite normal. especially at a critical moment when a family member was missing and there was an urgent need for a cross-border search. Wang's father was clearly preoccupied, remaining silent throughout the journey, only briefly advising Tang Yan to stay close to the team upon arrival and not act alone. Despite the long flight, this high-performance private jet, with its ample fuel and high cruising speed, arrived a full 50 minutes ahead of the expected 7-hour journey, truly making every second count. Wang's father and his wife, Feng Zhixia, shared a deep bond, having weathered storms together for over 20 years without ever having a serious quarrel. Feng's mother came from a prominent family, but chose to be with Wang's father even before he became successful, even going against her family's wishes to elope with him. Thus, Wang's father always held a profound appreciation and deep love for Feng Zhixia. In turn, Feng Zhixia had fallen for her husband at first sight and had taken meticulous care of his life over the years, as if serving an ancient prince, deeply devoted. Once Wang's father's career began to flourish, Feng's mother actively eased relations with her family, using resources from her side to help his career reach new heights. The bond between them, which began in humble times and deepened over the years, no longer required words. As soon as the plane landed, the entire security team quickly sprang into action like a well-oiled machine. Some immediately contacted the local shipping company to coordinate rescue boats. Others went to the hotel to retrieve surveillance footage, trying to determine if the two women had been targeted beforehand, while others analyzed meteorological and navigational information, striving to reconstruct the yacht's trajectory before it went missing. All actions revolve around one core question. Was this a premeditated kidnapping or a pure accident? After obtaining the last coordinates of the yacht's disappearance, Tang Yan quickly estimated the approximate location in his mind. The large luxury yacht that had been chartered had a strong endurance capability, theoretically capable of sailing thousands of nautical miles. The last position where the signal was interrupted was in international waters about 500 nautical miles, approximately 1,000 kilometers north of the main island of the Maldives. Realizing that conventional search and rescue procedures would take a long time, Tang Yan decided to act alone. He quickly wrote a note and, while Wang's father was not paying attention, quietly slipped it into his coat pocket. Uncle Wang, the situation is urgent. Forgive me for acting on my own. I will search alone. Please do not worry. I guarantee with my life that I will ensure Annie returns safely. Tang Yan. After leaving the message, Tang Yan quietly slipped away from the group and found a secluded, deserted coastline, confirming that there were no traces of people or surveillance equipment around. He thought for a moment and took out a piece of equipment, a completely black, rugged military-grade hovercraft from mysterious space. This was also a trophy obtained from a military base during the zero-yen purchase operation in Japan. His space was not without other options. High-speed assault boats or military jet skis could also be used, but considering speed, seaworthiness, and stealth, this hovercraft was the optimal solution. Its top speed could reach an astonishing 70 knots, about 130 kilometers per hour, meaning it could reach the target sea area 500 nautical miles away in just about 8 hours. Although sending a helicopter would be faster, Tang Yan knew that this mission was far from a simple search. He had to personally reach the scene and rely on his extraordinary perception to capture any possible clues and investigate the truth behind the incident. Heading to that unknown sea area that had swallowed the signal was his only and necessary choice. After nearly 8 hours of full-speed sailing, Tang Yan finally arrived at the sea area indicated by the coordinates, piloting the military hovercraft. Before him lay an endless, deep blue ocean, with waves rising and falling regularly. As if nothing had ever happened, he shut off the engine, letting the hovercraft drift with the waves. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath of the salty air, elevating his perception to the peak of the late stage of the third-level blood-burning realm, combined with his spiritual consciousness. In an instant, the world before him became completely different. His sense of smell was the first to bring information. Amid the rich, salty taste of the seawater, there was a trace of an extremely faint but distinctly out-of-place odor, diesel, gunpowder, and the sweat and body odor of many unfamiliar men. This was not the scent that should remain on a luxury yacht. His perception spread underwater like an invisible sonar. Soon, he saw a large metal wreckage from a ship scattered on the seabed, nearly 100 meters below. Its twisted and broken shape was not a result of natural sinking, but rather appeared to have been torn apart by a powerful external force. There were no bodies, no smell of blood. This meant the ship had been deliberately sunk, and the people on board had been moved before the ship sank. Tang Yan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He maneuvered the hovercraft, carefully searching the surface of the sea. Finally, a few nautical miles away from the coordinate point, his enhanced vision captured another set of faint scent molecules and nearly dissipated energy traces. Those were the wake and aura left by several powerful boats that had briefly stopped here and then sped away in a certain direction. The mixed scents were filled with the essence of savagery and chaos, originating from the same source as the smell of gunpowder and body odor at the sunken ship. Pirates. Tang Yan almost instantly made the judgment. This was not an accidental incident, nor a typical kidnapping for ransom. This was a group of well-equipped, ruthless professional pirates who had precisely attacked the yacht, sunk the ship to destroy evidence, and taken all the living witnesses. Why do they capture people? Usually, pirates seek wealth, but this operation was clearly unusual. Tang Yan's heart sank, but he forced himself to remain calm. Now was not the time for anger, but for tracking. As long as there was a trace of scent remaining, for his enhanced sense of smell and perception, it was the clearest guiding light. He restarted the hovercraft, the engine emitting a low and powerful roar. The hull adjusted its direction, precisely aiming at the faint traces of the direction in which the pirates had fled, traces that ordinary people would never be able to detect. No matter who you are, no matter where you escaped to, Tang Yan locked onto that invisible clue in the air, his gaze cold as ice. I will find you. The hovercraft instantly erupted into its maximum speed, like a black arrow released from its bow, slicing through the azure sea towards the direction of the spreading evil in pursuit. Chapter 44. Biological Laboratory. Meanwhile, on a remote island stronghold in a distant sea, the pirates who had just completed a big deal were immersed in frenzied celebrations. The hideout was filled with smoke, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of cheap cigarettes, the strong aroma of rum, and the sour odor of leftover canned food. Stacks of cash, thick bundles of dollar bills, were carelessly piled on a rough wooden table as the pirates gathered around, their eyes shining, rough fingers smeared with saliva, repeatedly counting their loot, making deafening shouts and wild laughter. 10 goods, a full $5 million, shouted a scarred leader, raising a bottle of liquor and exclaiming excitedly, "This deal was beautifully done. Cheers to the boss." The underlings all raised their bottles in response, the clinking and cheers nearly threatening to blow off the makeshift roof. For them, this huge sum was enough to live carefree for a long time. They dared not be greedy, fully aware that the fate of being overly avaricious often led to having the money but no life to spend it. This time, the buyer was mysterious and dangerous, emanating an aura that instinctively made them fearful. They were certainly not good people. They were engrossed in the windfall before them, completely unaware that a deadly shadow was slicing through the sea at an astonishing speed, rushing towards their hiding place. Death had quietly cast its net. Tang Yan, dressed in a black Spider-Man suit, felt unusually calm inside. He knew that anger was futile. He only hoped that his mothers-in-law were safe at this moment. The hovercraft silently glided onto the island's shallow beach. His figure melted like a shadow, instantly infiltrating the pirates' revelry camp. The slaughter commenced, without warning, without inquiry, and without a hint of unnecessary noise. A pirate who was urinating against a bush only felt a cold sensation brush against his neck. The next second, his vision spun, and the last thing he saw was his own headless body slowly collapsing. By the campfire, a pirate holding a bottle and cheering suddenly stopped laughing. A hand covered in black battle attire pierced through his chest, still clutching a slightly twitching, steaming heart. The hand tightened suddenly and blood splattered. Enemy! Another pirate had just sensed something amiss. His terrified scream had yet to escape his lips when a military dagger accurately struck his face. The tremendous force slammed him down, his head crashing against a sharp reef, shattering like a ripe watermelon. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Tang Yan's figure transformed into a black whirlwind of death within the camp, where severed limbs and broken arms flew about, warm blood splattering against the sand and rock walls, creating an extremely bloody abstract painting. The pirates didn't even have time to pick up their weapons before being torn apart in utter fear and incomprehensible power. With each kill, Tang Yan would place his hand on the corpse. Devour. The body, along with the splattered blood, instantly disappeared, thrown into that mysterious space, transformed into the purest life energy. At the same time, the deepest fragments of the deceased's memories surged into Tang Yan's mind like a tide. Revelry, counting money, a disguised armed speedboat, a brief yet fierce exchange of fire, a yacht pierced and sinking from a rocket, 10 bound and blindfolded hostages. He saw the pale but unharmed faces of 2 mothers-in-law. A cold transaction scene, a white-coated personnel wearing metal gloves and a numb gaze inspecting the goods, the transaction, and a clear coordinate located 120 nautical miles northwest of this place, an isolated island biological laboratory named Hydra. All the memory fragments ultimately pointed towards that final buyer, the Hydra biological laboratory. When the last pirate's head was brutally twisted off, the entire camp fell into complete silence, with only the crackling of the burning campfire and the sobbing of the waves lapping against the shore remaining. All the bodies and blood had been thoroughly cleaned away, as if this bloody revenge had never happened. Tang Yan stood in the center of the camp, absorbing all the memories. He slowly raised his head, the visor on his mask gazing at the pitch-black sea to the northwest, as cold killing intent coalesced once again. The clues had become clear. Dressed in a black battle suit, the mini-recorder on Tang Yan's shoulder flickered with a faint red light, calmly recording everything before landing on the island. The hovercraft tore through the night, and after 2 hours of rapid travel, the outline of an island shrouded in dim lights and high-voltage electric fences finally appeared before him. The Hydra biological laboratory. In stark contrast to the pirates' rabble, the defense level here was several tiers higher. Towering watchtowers, numerous surveillance cameras, armed patrols, and vaguely visible heavy weapon platforms all indicated the danger and severity of this place. Tang Yan had no intention of sneaking in. The hovercraft, at maximum speed, roared directly onto the island's only main dock, violently smashing through the railing, stopping in a highly provocative manner. The deafening alarm instantly reverberated across the entire island. Enemy attack. Highest alert. Countless searchlights immediately locked onto Tang Yan. Bullets rained down like a storm, hitting the hovercraft with a crackling sound. Tang Yan's figure moved. The power and speed of the late stage of the 3rd level of blood burning erupted completely. His speed was so fast that he left afterimages in place. An ordinary guard's vision simply couldn't capture him. Bullets often only struck the position he occupied a second earlier. Clang! A special alloy dagger appeared in his hand out of thin air. The next second, a cold light flashed, and the throat of a guard who was reloading was instantly cut open, blood spraying. Bang! 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 Tang Yan's figure darted through the hail of bullets, and he had somehow grasped 2 silenced pistols. With each pulse of the gun, a guard fell, each shot hitting the forehead or heart. RPG. A guard rushed out carrying a rocket launcher. Tang Yan didn't even look. His consciousness had already locked onto the opponent. With a thought, a single-man rocket launcher similarly appeared on his shoulder. Boom! The launch position was instantly engulfed in the flames of the explosion. The battle rapidly pushed from the dock into the laboratory. The heavy blast doors were directly smashed open by Tang Yan's infused powerful fist. The automatic machine guns in the corridor were immediately turned into scrap metal by his accurately thrown grenades. Inside the laboratory, several soldiers dressed in exoskeleton armor appeared. These soldiers were exceptionally robust, wearing specially made armor. Their eyes were hollow and numb, and their skin exhibited an unhealthy grayish-white hue. They charged towards Tang Yan amidst his bullets like war machines, even if they were hit multiple times, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury. They seemed to feel nothing, still roaring and lunging forward, their strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. No pain? Tang Yan snorted coldly. A bunch of failed defective products. In the face of absolute speed and strength, these obviously flawed, enhanced soldiers were utterly meaningless. Tang Yan was even too lazy to waste bullets. His figure flashed, and he directly entered the embrace of a bio-soldier, grabbing its swinging fist with his left hand, while his right hand became a blade, infused with immense blood energy, directly plunging into its chest and crushing the still wildly beating heart. The bio-soldier's movements suddenly froze, a flicker of disbelief flashing in its hollow eyes, which then dimmed completely. The slaughter continued. Knives, firearms, grenades, and even heavy weapons taken directly from the space were utilized by Tang Yan in various astonishing ways. The laboratory turned into a slaughterhouse, with each step forward accompanied by death. It was like a walking arsenal and a weapon of destruction, efficiently and coldly eliminating all obstacles. With every kill, the devouring followed suit. The corpses and memories became his source of power and information. Half an hour of slaughter, at the cost of over 100 lives. In the end, he broke through the last security door and arrived at the deepest confinement area. Inside were about 20 people. The missing passengers, Wang Jingshu's mother, Feng Jixia, and Lu Ruotang were among them. Although they looked haggard and disheveled, they seemed not to have suffered serious harm. The others were in a similar state, and upon seeing Tang Yan, who resembled the Grim Reaper, they all screamed in terror. "Don't be afraid. I am here to save you," Tang Yan said in fluent English, his voice sounding somewhat muffled through the mask, but carrying a reassuring strength. He recognized the two mothers-in-law and nodded slightly at them. While calming the hostages, he found the body of the laboratory supervisor and performed his final devouring. A massive flow of memories surged into his mind. Hydrobiological Laboratory. Secret cooperation with Area 51 in the United States, aimed at researching human limits and biological weapons. These volunteers were used to test the tolerance of new viruses and genetic modifiers. The previous biochemical warriors were merely failed speed-type products. There were still incomplete power-type experimental subjects deep within the laboratory. The most important research data and backup hard drives were located in the main server room. A cold light flickered in Tang Yan's eyes. It was indeed a vast conspiracy. He quickly destroyed the lock of the confinement area. "Follow me. Stay quiet." The rescued people embraced and cried, overwhelmed by immense joy and disbelief. This isolated island felt like a cage cut off from the world, and the despair they had once felt was deep in their bones. They had long stopped daring to hope to survive and leave. At this moment, the Black Spider-Man, who had appeared in Japanese news like an urban legend, truly descended like a divine soldier, pulling them from the abyss. Among the crowd, besides the 10 from Dragon Country, there were also a few of Indian, Arab, and European descent, all praying in their own ways, some with hands clasped, some with palms raised to the heavens, grateful that their desperate pleas had been heard by the divine, sending this incredible messenger. Tang Yan led everyone to a relatively safe beach and pointed to a military-grade speedboat at the dock. "Who could drive the boat?" he asked in clear English. "Get on and start the engine. Be ready. When I come back, we will leave." A bodyguard of Feng's mother and another European man who seemed to have sailing experience immediately stepped up. "I can do it. I'll go." They quickly rushed to the speedboat to begin checking the operations. Seeing someone take over, Tang Yan no longer delayed. He turned around, his gaze once again fixed on the evil laboratory that had devoured countless lives. He had to go back one more time. The power-type experimental subject hidden in the core area of the laboratory piqued his interest. He needed to see for himself what this so-called greater power was truly made of. More importantly, the experimental data stored in the main server, along with the biological weapon research materials in cooperation with Area 51, were worth their weight in gold and extremely dangerous. Copying a portion back to Dragon Country might save his own research a decade of detours and potentially allow for the targeted development of defense or countermeasures. With a flash of his figure, he once again blended into the deep, cold corridors of the laboratory, the recorder on his shoulder continuing to work, documenting every step taken into the tiger's den. Chapter 45. The father-in-law's guest Tang Yan did not hesitate at all, his figure like lightning, rushing down the cold metal stairs deep into the laboratory. The further he went down, the stronger the smell of disinfectant in the air became, mixed with an indescribable biological stench and the acrid scent of chemical agents. The surrounding walls had transformed from ordinary alloys to higher-strength special protective materials, indicating the importance of this place. His spiritual sense had already extended out like invisible tentacles, precisely locking onto two targets for this mission: the main server group in the central machine room on the lowest floor, and a massive creature imprisoned in the adjacent heavy isolation chamber. He first darted into the machine room. Server cabinets stood tall, and indicator lights blinked like crazy stars. Tang Yan directly took out a high-speed, large-capacity hard drive from the space and precisely plugged it into the main interface. His hands danced quickly across the keyboard, and soon the indicator light on the hard drive began to flicker rapidly as a massive data stream started to surge. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang Yan turned and entered the isolation observation room next door. Through the thick, reinforced glass wall, he saw the so-called power-type experimental subject. It was a gigantic creature nearly 3 meters tall, its body covered in exceptionally developed muscles resembling granite, with dark blue veins coiling around its surface, twitching slightly in an unconscious manner. Its head appeared relatively small compared to its body, with a twisted face, tightly closed eyes, and a mouth and nose connected to tubes delivering nutrients and sedatives. Just lying there quietly exuded a heart-pounding sense of pure power. Indeed, there was something to it, Tang Yan thought to himself. From a biomechanical perspective, the pure physical strength this creature could unleash likely far exceeded that of ordinary Tier 3 evolutionaries from other worlds. And it might even be touching the threshold of Tier 4. However, its drawbacks were as apparent as its advantages. The massive body inevitably led to a significant decrease in agility, and the disproportionately small head and the need for external sedatives to maintain stability indicated a very low development of its nervous system and brain, with almost no rationality, merely a killing vessel driven by instincts and commands. A failed yet research-worthy, semi-finished product. At that moment, a prompt sound indicated that the data copying was complete. Almost simultaneously, perhaps triggered by the completion of the copy or the automatic disconnection of the sedative delivery system, the experimental subject suddenly opened its eyes. They were a pair of scarlet eyes devoid of any spark of intelligence, filled only with pure rage and bloodlust. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as it violently broke free from all its bindings, its enormous fists creating a terrifying sonic boom as they smashed into the reinforced glass wall before it. Boom! The glass wall, capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire, trembled violently from this punch, cracks spreading like a spider web in an instant. Tang Yan's eyes were cold, showing no signs of emotion. The data he needed was already in hand, and there was no need for this failed experiment to continue existing. Just as the experimental subject roared and swung its second punch, about to break through the wall, Tang Yan's mind moved. A bundle of high-energy timed explosives capable of destroying the entire floor suddenly appeared in the isolation chamber, placed right under the feet of the experimental subject. At the same time, another batch of explosives of equal equivalence was precisely deployed in the machine room, on the load-bearing columns and various keynotes. The experimental subject clearly could not comprehend what this suddenly appeared object was, yet its fist still came crashing down uncontrollably. Boom! The reinforced glass wall finally shattered completely. At that moment, Tang Yan pressed the remote detonator in his hand. Setting: 5 seconds. He didn't even look back at the roaring experimental subject rushing out. His figure instantly shot backward, retreating along the original path at a speed exceeding that of sound. As soon as the experimental subject took its first step out of the isolation chamber, the bombs beneath its feet and throughout the entire laboratory entered the final countdown simultaneously. 3. The experimental subject seemed to instinctively sense the deadly threat, letting out a confused and furious roar. 2. Tang Yan's figure had already dashed out of the entrance to the underground laboratory and reached the surface. 1. He maintained his speed, racing toward the beach. 0. Boom! A muffled sound to the extreme, followed by a sudden, earth-shattering explosion erupted from behind. The entire island seemed to tremble violently. The laboratory building behind him was as if crushed by an invisible giant hand from the inside, abruptly arching upward, and then completely disintegrating in a skyward explosion of fire and smoke, collapsing. The massive shockwave rapidly expanded outward, enveloping dust and debris in a circular motion. All sins, all data, that powerful yet foolish experimental subject. Everything was reduced to ashes and ruins in this meticulously planned, violent explosion. Tang Yan didn't even look back at this grand fireworks display. His figure had already appeared at the edge of the beach. The speedboat's engine had already started, emitting a low rumble, as if urging him on. He leaped onto the bow of the boat. Let us go. The speedboat immediately turned direction, cutting through the waves, carrying the terrified, yet newly reborn group away from this burning, collapsing island of sin. The rescued individuals surged forward, expressing their gratitude for surviving in various languages. An Arab man wrapped in a headscarf sincerely clasped his chest and bowed. May Allah bless you. Thank you, benefactor. Following him, an Indian passenger joined his hands in prayer, while Europeans made the sign of the cross, murmuring their thanks. Tang Yan merely waved his hand at them, offering no further response. His gaze passed over the crowd, landing on Feng Zhixia and Lu Ruotang, his future mothers-in-law. He walked over to them, silently observing their condition. The two had evidently suffered quite a scare, looking dispirited, pale, with noticeable red and swollen marks on their well-maintained cheeks, indicating they had been roughly treated during their captivity. Fortunately, after a preliminary examination, they seemed to have not sustained any more serious injuries. The focused gaze of Tang Yan made the two women, still shaken, feel a bit awkward. They managed to force out a shy yet grateful smile at this mysterious figure wrapped in black combat attire, instinctively avoiding his gaze. Tang Yan said little. At this moment, the environment was noisy, and the personnel were mixed. It was not the right time to reveal his identity or inquire into details. Yet he understood in his heart that after this incident, given the experiences and attentiveness of his two mothers-in-law, they would likely soon connect his two appearances as Spider-Man with his presence when the incident occurred in Japan and again in the Maldives. What a coincidence could that be? However, he did not care about this. They were the closest relatives of Wang Jingzhu, his own people. Even if they guessed the truth, there was no possibility of it leaking out. This unspoken understanding might just be the best state of affairs. The return journey was long, and it was until around 10 o'clock the next morning that they finally set foot on the soft beach of the main island of the Maldives. The sun was blazing, the air warm, and the survivors had faces interwoven with exhaustion and relief. Tang Yan watched them help each other toward the hotel or police station for assistance, while he quietly sought out a secluded corner to quickly change back into his ordinary clothes. As soon as he took out his phone, dozens of missed call notifications popped up on the screen, most from frantic Wang father, with the rest from Wang Jingzhu and Lin Shimo. It turned out that Wang father had panicked the moment he realized Tang Yan had mysteriously disappeared, only later finding that note in his pocket. Although he felt utterly puzzled as to why Tang Yan had acted alone and why he was so certain he could rescue them, he still felt a sense of debt for this action. However, after several attempts to call Tang Yan, he only received responses indicating that the number was out of service, although international roaming was activated, unless he had gone to the open sea where there was no signal. The thought of Tang Yan possibly venturing alone into the vast ocean made Wang's father restless, worrying not only about his wife's safety, but also fearing that this future son-in-law might encounter an accident and leave his daughter without an explanation. For an entire day, the security team he brought made no progress in the search, and even the helicopter sent to the accident area returned empty-handed. Just when he was almost in despair and even considered offering a reward of over $100 million on the dark web for clues, everyone surprisingly returned. Around 10 in the morning, when he saw his wife Feng Zhixia and the other 9 people appearing before him, though shaken but unscathed, he could hardly believe it. However, the talk of Spider-Man he heard from the police and the rescued individuals left him momentarily stunned. It wasn't until he listened to his wife's whispers that a figure suddenly flashed through Wang's father's mind. He immediately took out his phone and dialed that number again. This time, the call went through. Hello, little Tang. Wang's father's voice carried an imperceptible tension and hesitation. Are you back? Your aunts have all returned safely. On the other end of the line, Tang Yan's calm voice, as always, even carried a hint of just the right amount of surprise. And is back? That's great. Truly a blessing from heaven. I told you they would be fine, Uncle Wang. I'll be back soon. Thank you, Tang Yan. Wang's father paused for a moment, and this expression of gratitude felt particularly solemn. You're too polite, uncle. We're family. This is what I should do. Tang Yan's response was gentle and composed. Ah, yes, family is family. Wang's father repeated, his doubts gradually dissipating, turning into complex gratitude. Come back quickly. We'll discuss the specifics when we return to Longhua. Half an hour later, Tang Yan successfully reunited with everyone. During this time, officials from the local police and tourism department in the Maldives quickly intervened, sincerely recording statements from each rescued person and repeatedly expressing their heartfelt apologies, while also offering substantial financial compensation. For the Maldives, whose economy relies heavily on tourism, an incident involving tourists being kidnapped by pirates was undoubtedly a fatal blow to its international reputation. Therefore, regardless of whether the individuals accepted the apology, they received a considerable amount in compensation. Of course, for Wang's father and the others, the amount itself held little significance. Subsequently, high-ranking officials from the local government hurriedly arrived, attempting to persuade everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement, hoping to minimize the impact of the incident and avoid media exposure. However, this request was unanimously rejected by everyone. Tang Yan did not participate much in the ensuing negotiations. Once the necessary procedures were completed, he boarded the return private jet with Wang's father, two mothers-in-law, and other rescued individuals. The plane's engine roared as the islands outside the window gradually shrank. All the turmoil and danger seemed to be isolated behind them. Chapter 46. Silence is consent. The plane flew steadily through the stratosphere, with an endless sea of clouds stretching outside the window. Lu Ruitang, having been overly frightened, was resting in the cabin after taking a sedative. In the private compartment at the front of the jet, Wang's father gently held his wife, Feng Zhixia, as they spoke softly to each other. The relief and affection of having survived the ordeal filled the air, while Wang's father comforted his wife's lingering fears. He had not intended to elaborate on the specifics of Tang Yan's solo actions. However, Feng Zhixia suddenly lowered her voice, glanced discreetly toward Tang Yan's direction outside the compartment, and asked softly, "Honey, why did Xiao Tang come along with you this time?" Wang's father was taken aback. He knew his wife was intelligent and perceptive. Had she not devoted herself to managing the household and raising their children over the years, she would have undoubtedly been a formidable figure in the business world. The fact that she asked this question meant she had likely guessed something already, even perceiving certain clues. He did not answer directly, but met his wife's gaze and nodded solemnly and slowly. Feng Zhixia received her husband's silent confirmation, and her eyes instantly sparkled with uncontrollable joy and brilliance. She gently leaned back against her husband's shoulder, a reassuring and proud smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she murmured softly, "So, our family Jingjing has brought back a Superman son-in-law for me." Her discernment was even better than her mother's back in the day. Wang's father was speechless. Tang Yan wore a meaningful smile. After nearly 8 hours of long-haul flight, the private jet landed smoothly at the private terminal of the international airport in Shanghai. Wang's father granted the hardworking security team a paid long vacation, then personally drove Tang Yan, his wife Feng Zhixia, and Lu Ruitang back to their home located in the city center of Shanghai. Lu Ruitang's home was also situated in the top-tier luxury residential area known as Shanshui Garden, not far from the Wang family residence. Her husband was currently abroad preparing for a new resort hotel project and had not returned. Their daughter Lin Shumo thoughtfully refrained from informing her father about her mother's perilous encounter to prevent him from worrying unnecessarily while overseas. Shanshui Garden could be described as a hidden paradise amidst the bustling city of Shanghai. Each villa here was not just an architectural structure, but also a meticulously crafted private garden surrounded by high walls. In the precious land of the Shanghai urban area, estates covering 8 to 10 acres were worth astronomical sums, symbolizing undeniable identity and status. As the vehicle slowly entered the Wang family's villa courtyard, Wang Jingzhu and Lin Shumo, who had received the news, had been anxiously waiting at the door for a long time. When the car door opened and they saw their mothers appearing before them, albeit weary but safe and sound, the two daughters instantly welled up with tears, rushing forward to embrace their mothers tightly. The tears of reunion and the choked voices of greeting were difficult to express. Tang Yan quietly stood to the side, watching this warm scene, and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Once the emotions settled a bit and everyone took their seats, all eyes naturally turned to Tang Yan, filled with curiosity, gratitude, and inquiry, a blend of emotions intertwined. Tang Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, instinctively touched his nose, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. This matter is quite long to explain, and it involves many aspects, making it inconvenient to discuss in detail. He scanned every family member present, his tone becoming serious. Some things are best kept confidential, so please keep this to yourselves. He did not provide a detailed explanation or directly acknowledge any specific matters, but everyone present understood implicitly, a silent agreement flowing through the air. Wang Jingzhu immediately hugged his arm tightly, as if holding onto a rare treasure. Her face filled with pride and affection. Lin Shimo naturally occupied the other side of his arm. "Honey, you are amazing." Wang Jingzhu tilted her face up, her eyes sparkling with admiration like a young girl, her unabashed infatuation making it hard for Tang Yan to handle. Though Lin Shimo did not speak, her expressive eyes were equally filled with admiration and tenderness. The three elders looked at their children's loving and harmonious interaction, their faces revealing smiles of satisfaction. Although their curiosity about how Tang Yan accomplished all this was almost unbearable, they understood the importance of restraint. Since their son-in-law was unwilling to divulge details at the moment, he must have his reasons, and they naturally would not press further. Tang Yan did not intend to deliberately conceal anything. Rather, the matters concerning the other world were of great significance and could not be easily revealed. To weave a lie to cover up would not only be clumsy, but could also ruin the warm atmosphere of the moment. Thus, he chose to remain silent, and this honest reserve instead garnered him more understanding and trust from his family. After a warm dinner, Tang Yan accompanied Wang Jingzhu and Lin Shimo for a walk in the villa's garden. The garden was serene and pleasant under the night sky, but Lin Shimo's curiosity could not be contained. Playfully, she reached out to pinch Tang Yan's arm, exerting strength as if competing, until she was slightly out of breath, only to find that his arm had not left a single mark, and she had to give up in frustration. She blinked, lowered her voice, and half-jokingly, half-seriously asked, "Honey, tell me secretly, are you an alien?" Tang Yan couldn't help but laugh at her words. An alien? There are indeed some, lying in the freezer at Area 51 in America, but they've all become specimens. He spoke lightly, but with a hint of intriguing certainty. "But your husband? I am a bona fide Earthling." He paused, recalling fragmented information he had gained while absorbing memories, and continued gently, yet assuredly, "You don't need to envy. Trust me, one day, you will also become powerful like me. Then we'll wait for you to take us flying." The two responded with laughter, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. That night, although the two women were affectionate and entangled in sweet moments, they ultimately could not make Tang Yan surrender. Meanwhile, as Tang Yan enjoyed the warmth of the Shanghai night with the two women, certain high-level agencies across the ocean in America were in a state of chaos. The overseas, highly confidential hydrobiological laboratory had suffered a devastating attack. It was that persistent black Spider-Man again. Did he not have anything else to do? The most unacceptable part was that all the research data accumulated over the years in the laboratory had been lost, just as key projects were about to achieve breakthrough results. Everything fell apart in the final stages. This was not just an ordinary biological laboratory. It was a base that had made the most remarkable advances in the field of biological weapons in recent years. The bioengineered soldiers, they had developed perfectly combined Earth organisms, extraterrestrial samples, and even alien genetic fragments, successfully creating pain-free, emotionless killing machines with slow self-healing abilities. Although not all data had completely vanished, the most critical sets of gene sequences and synthesis parameters had also been obliterated. This meant that years of research efforts had gone down the drain, and it would take at least several more years to recover. What was even more terrifying was whether that Spider-Man had already copied the data. Would he hand over these highly sensitive secrets to rival competitors? Once the other side acquired this technology and achieved a counterattack, the gap would only widen. We must assume the worst-case scenario. During an emergency meeting, someone spoke gravely and, at all costs, find him. Initiate the God's eye plan. Conduct all-weather. Indiscriminate scanning and monitoring of all abnormal energy signals and extraordinary physical performance events globally. Once a suspicious target is detected, immediately implement capture. The primary objective is to obtain his genetic sample. But sir, the target's combat power assessment far exceeds the norm. The capture operation will likely. An analyst attempted to remind them of the risks. There is no but. The command was abruptly interrupted, deploying the Hunt Special Forces team, authorized to use all experimental combat robots. I don't care about the cost. What I want is results, a live capture, or at least obtaining his blood and tissue. If the target is confirmed to be uncontrollable, authorize the use of high-yield weapons for complete elimination. America's actions are extremely swift. On the day the order was issued, several satellites with high-precision monitoring capabilities were temporarily mobilized, their orbital parameters subtly adjusted, weaving an invisible global surveillance web. The invisible electronic eyes, hung high in the sky, began unprecedentedly detailed scans of the surface, attempting to filter out that abnormal signal from the vast sea of people. Other major countries also vaguely caught wind of the situation through their intelligence channels. Although most adopted a gloating, watchful attitude, they all secretly intensified their investments in biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and individual soldier enhancement. Whether that Spider-Man is an enemy or a friend, the threat he demonstrates is enough to alert all those in power. A spider that can bite must be kept in a cage, or better yet, held in one's own hands. Meanwhile, on the internet, a detailed report on the Maldives hijacking incident and its dramatic rescue was leaked by an unknown source, rapidly igniting global public opinion. The mysterious Spider-Man's figure once again became the focus, but this time, it brought not only admiration, but also the cold, killing intent from the national machinery. Global hotspot focus mystery reappears. Spider-Man emerges in the Maldives, rescuing kidnapped tycoon group. News headline comprehensive report recently. A shocking luxury yacht hijacking incident occurred in the waters of the Maldives. Over 20 wealthy individuals and their entourage from multiple countries were kidnapped by unidentified armed personnel while on vacation and went missing. However, less than 48 hours after the incident, all the kidnapped individuals were miraculously released. Multiple witnesses confirmed to our newspaper that a mysterious figure dressed in a black Spider-Man suit single-handedly destroyed the bandits' lair and ultimately ensured their safe return. This marks the second public appearance of this mysterious figure after the incident in Japan a month ago, and their true identity and motives remain a mystery. The Maldivian authorities declined to comment, stating only that the incident is still under investigation. Technology frontier, vigilante, or threat. Multiple countries quietly increase research investment in extraordinary phenomena. Social phenomena. The black spider trend sweeps the globe, warnings and controversies under the imitation craze. Conspiracy theory corner. Who is he? Global speculation. Alien visitor, genetically modified warrior, or otherworldly being. International commentary. Spider-Man and the uncertainties of the new era and challenges to global security framework. Online public opinion continues to boil, with his identity sparking various speculations about alien experiments, genetic warriors, and more. Tang Yan was both amused and exasperated. Chapter 47. Brother Tang, do you still want women? The turmoil in Blue Star has come to a temporary halt, but Tang Yan's life in the other world has become increasingly pleasant. 9 beautiful women, each with distinct appearances, accompany him, serving him with utmost care. Such treatment is likely only to be experienced by emperors in the human realm. What's more, Tang Yan has a strong physique, and his energy seems endless. When night falls, it is his time to lead, often eliciting playful exclamations and surprise from the room, filled with infinite charm. The women's outfits are all personally chosen by Tang Yan. Black silk, white silk, various stockings with glossy textures, fishnet designs, and bodysuits appear in turns. Sailor uniforms, JK uniforms, Lolita dresses, nurse outfits, and other styles showcase a variety of visuals and emotions. With 9 women, there are 9 different charms, providing the utmost visual and emotional enjoyment. In such a life, one could say it is exceedingly delightful. Yet Tang Yan only smiles. Just right, a bit more wouldn't he hurt. The agreed trading day with the Blackstone camp has arrived, and Tang Yan personally leads the team again. Thanks to the smooth road previously opened up, the convoy of 3 vehicles travels exceptionally well and quickly arrives at the familiar Black Fortress. This time, the team has added 2 heavy-duty trucks, one loaded with 20 tons of food and the other filled with 50 machine guns and accompanying 500,000 rounds of ammunition. Combined with the 30 machine guns traded earlier, this is enough to significantly enhance the firepower of the Blackstone camp. The leader, Hawk, has long been waiting on the watchtower. Upon seeing the dust raised by the convoy, he immediately orders the gates of the camp to be opened wide. As the convoy slowly drives in, Hawk strides forward and gives Tang Yan a warm and strong hug. "Brother Tang, you came just in time." Hawk's voice is loud, but his gaze occasionally flickers toward the imposing armored transport vehicle, unable to hide his envy. What a fine piece of equipment. It can carry people and goods. And it's so sturdy. Tang Yan understands and smiles, saying, "If Brother Hawk is truly interested, it can be discussed. I wonder how many third-level crystal nuclei you can offer? For this type of vehicle, I can let go of at most 2. Hawk's eyes immediately brighten, and he casually responds, "Brother Tang, to be honest, I have some Easter blood in my ancestry. Let us talk amongst ourselves. 100 third-level crystal nuclei for 1 vehicle. How does that sound?" This offer makes Tang Yan chuckle. "Brother, this is not just any ordinary shell." He pats the vehicle's body. Creating something that can run and withstand requires a tremendous amount of resources. Besides, this exclusive business is only mine. How about this? 200 third-level crystal nuclei for 1, including training to ensure your people can learn to drive and maintain it. In the future, if you need fuel, 1 third-level crystal nucleus will exchange for 10 barrels. This is the most practical price. Hawk lowers his head in contemplation for a moment before finally nodding firmly. "Deal. Let's do it as you say." Ultimately, the food is traded for 25,000 first-level crystal nuclei. The arms are priced at 500 third-level crystal nuclei, along with 2 armored vehicles and 420 third-level crystal nuclei for pre-purchased fuel. The 2 parties quickly complete this substantial transaction. Hawk has managed the Blackstone camp for over 20 years, and his wealth is much more substantial than Tang Yan had anticipated. When paying for this batch of crystal nuclei, he did not show much discomfort. Tang Yan understands this price is still on the low side. However, these materials were obtained at no cost to him, so he naturally does not feel any pain. Once they're used up, he can simply retrieve more. It is those real heavy hitters, like the tank he had seen from a distance, that truly itch at his heart. That is the real weapon that can sweep the battlefield. With the transaction successfully completed, both sides sit down amicably to chat. Hawk wears a slightly awkward smile as he carefully opens up. "Brother Tang, about that. I wanted to ask, do you still want women?" Tang Yan cannot help but laugh at this. "Brother Hawk, has someone come to seek refuge with you again?" He knows well that the Blackstone camp has a great reputation in the area because of Hawk's fair management, and many people often come to seek shelter, which is also a crucial reason for his choice to collaborate with Hawk. No, you misunderstand, brother." Hawk quickly waves his hand, looking a bit embarrassed. "This time, I have a bit of a personal request." Seeing Tang Yan's puzzled expression, Hawk sighs and reveals the truth. It's quite embarrassing to say. 30 years ago, I was severely injured while fighting mutated beasts, and unfortunately, I was hurt in a vital area. Ever since then, I've remained single, without any offspring. His tone is somber. It's because of this that I have devoted all my energy to improving my strength and managing the camp, which has led to today's achievements. Tang Yan suddenly realizes why he had never heard of Hawk having any romantic affairs. Hawk continues to explain. "There are quite a few outstanding young women in our shelter who have reached the age for marriage. However, the men in the camp are truly scarce, and those young men often compete for them, even coming to blows, which really gives me a headache." He pauses, lowering his voice a bit. "Last time, several girls saw you from a distance and asked me to inquire if you could accept them." Tang Yan coughs lightly and asks, "How many are there this time? If it's just a few, I could manage." Hawk first shows joy, but then his expression becomes difficult. He tentatively says, "To be honest, our Blackstone camp has always had more women than men. After many years of changes, now out of over 10,000 people, more than half are women. He smiles bitterly. Even my old brothers have all married dozens of wives, and they really can't take on more. Otherwise, I wouldn't he dare to trouble you. Tang Yan can't help but gasp in surprise. From this, it seems Hawk plans to bring a large package. Brother, you might as well speak plainly. How many are there? I'll say up front, I don't want any plain-looking ones or those with difficult personalities. Hawk immediately responds. This batch of marriageable women has about 200 with around 10 outstanding ones. How about this? I'll gather them together, and you can choose as you wish. Anyone you set your eyes on, you can take. If you could, provide some compensation, that would be even better. Tang Yan gently rubs his forehead, feeling both amused and exasperated. Is he being pushed to create a large harem? As you say, brother, Tang Yan eventually nods. Regardless of the outcome, I will give you a better performing off-road vehicle that is faster and more suitable for reconnaissance. Great. I'll arrange it right away. Hawk is overjoyed and immediately gets up to gather people, fearing that Tang Yan might change his mind. Thus, an unprecedented selection takes place in the Blackstone camp. Tang Yan stands on the stage, looking at the more than 200 young women in uniform combat attire below, their figures clearly outlined by the clothing. He quietly uses his spiritual sense to observe, and this scrutiny truly opens his eyes. Tang Yan's careful selection lasts nearly half an hour, his gaze sharp. In the end, 11 exceptionally beautiful women are chosen one by one. They stand quietly, each exuding distinct charm. Some slightly lower their heads, their long eyelashes unable to hide the shyness in their eyes, reminiscent of trembling lotus flowers. Some hold their heads high, their clear gazes like stars, exuding an unapproachable cold beauty. Though they are in the apocalypse, their clothes may be worn and their bodies may be slender. Neither the subtle curve of their lips nor the poised elegance of their necks has lost its composure. One woman has skin as pale as moonlight. Another has deep-set features, with a hint of untamed wildness beneath her wheat-colored skin. Some are gentle like water, some sharp as blades, and some charming like foxes. Standing together, they need no words to create a picturesque scene, like 11 lamps suddenly illuminating the dim world, each reflecting a distinctly beautiful aura. The chosen girls are overjoyed, while those who are not selected inevitably feel downcast. As the selected ones bid farewell to their families and prepare to pack their belongings, Tang Yan turns to the remaining crowd in the square and calls out, "Everyone, please look this way." He pointed to the 21 elite soldiers he had brought, saying, "These are my capable subordinates, each one a warrior worthy of trust. If any of you wish, you can stand by their side. I guarantee that following them will not let you down." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls' gazes immediately focused on this group of spirited warriors. In particular, Captain Page, who had recently enjoyed improved rations and appeared exceptionally robust, attracted the attention of 10 women who voluntarily chose him, causing him to feel so excited that he almost bowed to Tang Yan on the spot. The other soldiers also had their share of interest, with at least 5 or 6 and as many as over 10 women willing to accompany them. Ultimately, this rapidly expanding group made its way to the City of Miracles in a grand manner. The first to be settled were the 11 individuals personally selected by Tang Yan. Faced with these new women, Mia looked at the layout of the 5-story castle and couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. With so many people, a single bed wouldn't suffice. They would need a large bed. She instructed everyone to first arrange for the new members to be accommodated in other empty rooms on the 5th floor. Whether it was Mia, ISA, or the women who had arrived earlier, none expressed any feelings of jealousy about this. In this post-apocalyptic world, the old morals and laws had long since vanished, and only strength remained as the sole standard. They viewed themselves as vassals and followers of Tang Yan, naturally prioritizing his will above all else. The 11 newly joined women, like the sisters before them, were continuously shocked upon entering the City of Miracles. They encountered exquisite foods they had never seen before, various new clothing, and all kinds of wondrous electrical devices that glowed and made sounds. Countless novel items left them dazzled and overwhelmed, from their initial astonishment to gradually becoming numb. All that remained in their hearts was an immense sense of gratitude, thankful that they had been chosen by Tang Yan to come to this seemingly heavenly place. That night, a grand welcome banquet was held in the hall on the 5th floor of the castle. To ensure the success of this banquet, Tang Yan conducted an emergency procurement from Blue Star, acquiring clothing, gourmet food, drinks, snacks, all sorts of supplies at a cost of millions. This was a private celebration. 20 beautiful women gathered together, with fragrant clothes and lively laughter. Fine wine and delicacies flowed endlessly, and melodious music echoed throughout the hall, enveloping the entire castle in a jubilant and joyful atmosphere. For these girls who had experienced the apocalypse, the splendor and warmth of this night would be memorable for a lifetime. This scene would also be deeply etched in Tang Yan's memory. Being honored and cared for by so many people was an indescribable experience. Regardless of how the future unfolded, the first to accompany him would always be Mia. She felt immensely satisfied. Tang Yan's joy was her joy, and his fulfillment was her completeness. Tang Yan was broad-minded and considerate towards everyone, and no one ever felt neglected. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, enjoying such a stable and warm life left no room for dissatisfaction. Tang Yan took the time to absorb all the crystal cores into his space, but unfortunately, he did not break through. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between the 3rd-level blood-burning realm and the 4th-level inner strength realm. The 3rd level was a threshold that required energy to increase exponentially. It appeared that the 6th to 7th levels and the 9th to 10th levels would also present challenges. Based on the current situation, trading with the Blackstone camp was far from meeting the energy demands of the pyramid. However, Tang Yan did not come away empty-handed. His physical body had seen considerable improvement, and after the battle in the Maldives, he had devoured many people, leading to a significant enhancement in his soul strength or mental power. Now, his divine sense could extend to 100 meters, and he could manipulate objects. Although he could only control small devices like daggers and pistols, it was still a significant advancement. Tang Yan's combat style was also beginning to evolve towards diversification. No longer merely relying on brute force for close combat, he could now use telekinesis for long-range sniping. There was an intuitive guidance suggesting that breaking through to the 4th-level inner strength realm would not only enhance his power, but also bring about substantial changes to the source primordial land. Tang Yan was very certain of this and looked forward to it. Chapter 48. The disappearing 12 hours. The miraculous city of another world finally began to take shape. Although over 300 people still seemed sparse in the vast base, it had already taken a solid first step. After arranging for Paige to send the promised vehicles and training personnel to the Blackstone camp, Tang Yan began to ponder how to add some heavyweight equipment to his homeland. Perhaps it was time to seriously consider a visit to Area 51. With the thought settled, Tang Yan slowly woke up in the main bedroom of the Taihu Manor, designed in a new Chinese style. Morning light filtered through the thin sheer curtains, casting a soft glow in the extremely spacious bedroom. Beneath him was a new-style 8-step bed, a massive piece made entirely from the unique red Nanmu wood of another world, crafted by 2 top master carpenters using traditional mortise and tenon construction. The exquisite carvings and superb craftsmanship made it a top-tier work of art. The wood's texture was deep and picturesque, warm and smooth to the touch, its natural orange-red color emanating a faint fragrance. This bed was astonishingly large. Even 10 people lying side by side would have ample space. Surrounding it were white curtains, providing an excellent sense of privacy. On top of the bed, a few playful designs were made according to Lin Shimo's requests, such as hooks for red strings and hammocks. At this moment, 2 graceful figures were curled up beside him like cats, lost in sweet dreams. He stepped down from the bed, his bare feet touching the delicate and warm jade stone floor. The entire villa's decoration had been completely finished, with every detail showcasing unimaginable luxury. The main materials used included the unique Iron Star wood and luminous white jade from another world. The Iron Star wood not only had beautiful patterns, but also brought a sense of calm. The designer arranged the natural patterns into various artistic shapes, resulting in walls that were both grand and visually appealing. The luminous white jade covered the main living areas, providing a warm touch, and when light passed over it, the floor would emit a layer of extremely soft luster, creating a tranquil and high-end atmosphere without the need for main lights. In the center of the living room, a massive natural gold nugget resembling a mountain peak was placed on a crystal base as a raw art piece, wild and striking. The bathtub and sink in the washroom were carved from large blocks of various colored jade, with water flowing over them, warm and luminous. The elevator leading to the underground garage opened up to a private collection space that rivaled a top car exhibition. 7 custom luxury cars were quietly parked in a climate-controlled environment. 2 differently themed custom Rolls-Royce Cullinans, BB version, a bulletproof Bentley Mulsanne, a Lamborghini Urus SV, a Bugatti Chiron, a Ferrari SF90 Straight L, and a Mercedes Maybach S680 Guard Edition. They were not merely means of transportation, but symbols of status. Acquiring these custom models through international auction houses was not difficult. The manor's courtyard was designed by a top landscape architect, borrowing techniques from Eastern gardens to cleverly incorporate the distant misty Taihu lake into the grounds. The courtyard not only transplanted several precious century-old trees, but also adorned it with some exotic plants Tang Yan brought back from another world, which emitted faint glows or special fragrances, ensuring that there was scenery in all seasons and paintings both day and night. Outside, a massive infinity pool extended, with water kept at a suitable temperature year-round. Made from special transparent glass, one could vaguely see the top sports cars in the underground garage through the pool, creating a strong visual impact. At night, the pool's bottom lights would illuminate, reflecting the starry sky, resembling sapphires embedded in the ground. On one side of the manor, the auxiliary building had been carefully transformed to house a professional housekeeping team of 12. All of them were young women who had undergone strict selection, not only possessing excellent appearance and temperament, but also qualifications in high-end service, nutrition, and first aid. They signed extremely strict lifetime confidentiality agreements, with annual salaries reaching millions. Their only task being to ensure that the manor owner's every need was met silently and efficiently, while absolutely guaranteeing the privacy of the main building, almost like invisible people. Standing in this artful manner that combined treasures from another world, modern technology, and ultimate service, Tang Yan took a deep breath, satisfied. Everything was just right. Tang Yan stretched his body in the pool, fully enjoying the tranquil beauty of Taihu in the morning. Then, he simply touched a specially designed remote control to notify the housekeeping team to prepare breakfast. This special remote was a convenient hub for him to control the manor, allowing him to issue commands from anywhere. Of course, the entire smart system also supported remote control via mobile app or direct commands to the indoor AI voice assistant. Equally efficient and considerate, a delicate single breakfast was quietly presented on the dining table. Serving was a woman of exceptional grace, the team leader of the housekeeping staff. Both beautiful and capable, stationed in the main building, ready to serve Tang Yan and the 2 female hosts. Her name was Yin-Yang, a graduate of a prestigious international butler academy, graduating with top honors. Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo immediately selected her from among many candidates, offering a salary of several million to hire her as their private butler, considering that a butler needed to establish a long-term and highly trusting relationship with the host family. With a service period that might last 10 years or even longer, Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo were extremely cautious during the selection process. They not only commissioned a professional agency to conduct a comprehensive background check on Yin-Yang, but also personally arranged and participated in 2 rounds of rigorous interviews, meticulously examining her professional qualities, service philosophy, and adaptability. They also delved into her background as an orphan and her social connections to ensure her identity was clear and her relationships were simple, sufficient to entrust this role requiring absolute loyalty and tacit understanding. Although Yin-Yang had recently taken office, she had already managed the manor's affairs in an orderly manner. She treated Tang Yan and the 2 female hosts with respect, but not flattery, managing her subordinates with gentleness yet dignity, striking the right balance, which secretly pleased Tang Yan. He slightly nodded to the impeccably dressed Yin-Yang, then sat down at the dining table to enjoy the exquisite breakfast. As for Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo, they were still immersed in sleep after a night of revelry. Yin-Yang, standing nearby, inadvertently glanced at Tang Yan, who was dining. The morning light outlined his handsome profile and calm demeanor. The host's appearance and demeanor were outstanding, and even more astonishing was his unfathomable wealth, the lavish Taihu manner, and the collections not shown to outsiders, all of which indicated this point. A wave of strong gratitude surged within her. Encountering such a host was indeed a great fortune in her career and life. The high salary far exceeded industry standards, the working environment was impeccable, and more importantly, the two female hosts treated her with great kindness and trust, never deliberately making things difficult for her, entrusting the vast manor to her management. Few tasks, high pay, and benevolent hosts. This was almost a dream scenario for every professional butler. She couldn't help but tighten her resolve, secretly deciding to perform this job to perfection and stay long in this haven-like manner. After finishing breakfast, Tang Yan wiped his mouth with a napkin and instructed the standing butler, Yin-Yang, please arrange and book 3 first-class tickets to Las Vegas. Understood. I will handle it immediately. Yin-Yang slightly bowed and efficiently noted the request. Choosing Las Vegas was primarily to quickly complete the marriage registration with Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo, fulfilling the long-held wish of the two women. Although this certificate has no legal effect within the Dragon Kingdom, its symbolic significance weighs heavily for the three of them. Another deeper, more secretive purpose was to set their sights on the legendary Forbidden Area, Area 5-1. He needed to see it and, if possible, bring back something useful, some real big stuff. After all, the distant otherworld is still waiting for the power that can completely change the situation. Tang Yan slowly returned to the master bedroom, where Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo were still cuddled up and sound asleep beneath the soft bed curtains, their serene faces still bearing a hint of fatigue from last night's playful antics. Watching the scene, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, his eyes filled with helpless affection, clearly limited in combat power, yet always enthusiastic and tireless. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, replacing the entire bedding set with high-tech waterproof materials, which felt delicate and skin-friendly, but didn't get wet at all. This thoughtful investment spared him the trouble of daily changes, even though he knew the diligent housekeeping team was always willing to provide meticulous service. Get up, little lazy pig. You can catch up on sleep on the plane. Ah, right. Hurry up, we're going to Las Vegas. Jingshu, let us make the most of our time. I'm up. I don't know who was up so late last night, insisting on trying new things. Wang Jingshu cast a resentful glance at her best friend. Lin Shumo's face turned slightly red, stubbornly saying, "You can't talk, Jingshu. You had a great time last night, too." A beautiful day began amidst the laughter of the two women. Exiting the Las Vegas airport gate, the three of them wore oversized sunglasses and masks, concealing most of their striking appearances. With their looks and temperament, being exposed without protection in such a crowded place as Las Vegas could easily attract unnecessary attention or even disturbances. While Tang Yan himself was not afraid of any trouble, considering the two women beside him, he preferred to act low-key, isolating all possible disturbances before they could arise. Las Vegas, this dream city rising from the desert, is renowned for its convenient marriage registration procedures. Here, one can quickly obtain a legally valid marriage certificate simply by making a brief vow and paying a fee. Local regulations are exceptionally open towards such registrations. Same-sex marriages, polygamy, and polyandry are all permitted and embraced by the law. Don't take parallel universes too seriously. Meanwhile, the world-famous casino industry converges here, with luxurious hotels, top shopping malls, and never-ending entertainment shows weaving together an ultimate sensory feast, intoxicating people in a world of opulence and fantasy. The flight from the Dragon Kingdom arriving in Las Vegas at 3 in the afternoon was also at 3 in the afternoon. Where did the missing 12 hours go? Chapter 49, winning 3 consecutive games the rest on the plane was sufficient. And the three did not head directly to the hotel, but took the Hotel's Rolls-Royce Phantom to the marriage registration office. They paid several $100s for expedited processing of their marriage certificate, which was a special polygamous marriage certificate. In the photo on the certificate, the handsome Tang Yan occupies the central position, while Wang Jingshu is on the left and Lin Shumo on the right, all showing genuine smiles. A steel stamp legalized everything. With the important matters completed, it was time for shopping and entertainment. Las Vegas is indeed a paradise for the wealthy. Here, you can buy anything you need with money. Tang Yan took the two women shopping, purchasing a large number of luxury items, limited edition bags, clothes, shoes, jewelry, watches. He had a lot of money in his space that he hadn't spent, so he took this opportunity to shop wildly. The two women also bought a lot for Tang Yan. Both were wealthy and naturally spent without hesitation. The items bought were coordinated by the hotel's butler to be packed and shipped back home. After receiving them, Yin-Yang would naturally organize everything. The three stayed in the most luxurious 9-star hotel in Las Vegas. The hotel provided any service desired by its esteemed guests. For example, if you wanted to enjoy the treatment of an ancient emperor, just pay more, and anything is possible. Naturally, the three did not indulge in such vulgarity, but merely wanted to experience the feeling of top-notch service. It was no different from the housekeeping team at Taihu Manor, except that all the waitstaff were tall foreign girls. As night fell, the space of the luxury suite became enchanting, knowing that the guests were young men and women. One of the bedrooms in the suite was transformed into a passion room. Inside, there were various props that opened the eyes of Lin Shu Mo and Wang Jingshu. There were uniquely shaped chairs, automatic beds, and things one could hardly imagine. Lin Shu Mo was very interested and planned to set up a similar room at home to make life more fun. Tang Yan was also quite pleased. Enjoyment is what matters, as long as it brings happiness. For instance, there was a rocking chair that, once a man sat in it, could provide ultimate pleasure without needing to move. Isn't that great? It's self-service. The other world also happens to need these things. Recently, Lin Shu Mo had intentionally grown her hair long, and the smooth strands added a touch of gentleness to her demeanor. However, deep down, she was still the slightly rebellious and somewhat willful girl, always filled with eager curiosity about the unknown. Seeing Tang Yan and Wang Jingshu having fun, she was unwilling to just watch. She found a new toy and boldly tried it out, even unabashedly inviting Tang Yan for her exploration. This bold and sincere display made Tang Yan's heart race, and his gaze deepened. A night of sweet dreams. The next day, after breakfast, the three prepared to visit some famous attractions for photos. Las Vegas's tourism industry is also quite famous. They watched a performance at the MSG Giant Sphere, saw street performers and some ancient buildings on Fremont Street, and at sunset, they rode the world's highest Ferris wheel, witnessing a unique sunset view. Lin Shuamo also wanted to see an adult-only show, but was stopped by Tang Yan. Although this was an artistic performance, there were indeed men, and watching too much could lead to complications. No trip to Las Vegas would be complete without gambling. With the coordination of the hotel butler, the reception staff at Caesar's Palace arranged a unique gambling experience for the three. Tang Yan exchanged $1 million in chips for each person and agreed that regardless of winning or losing, it would be based on this amount. The casino's interior was grand, styled like an ancient Roman palace, with stone columns and gilded reliefs, creating a distinctive atmosphere amidst the bustling crowd and dazzling lights. The lively ambience quickly infected the three. Even Wang Jingshu and Lin Shu Mo, who were initially just curious, couldn't help but want to try. Tang Yan called over the hotel as personal butler and casually asked, "If I have particularly good luck tonight and win a lot, can I safely take the money away?" The butler's expression became serious as he replied earnestly, "You are our most esteemed guest. As long as the funds are won legally and in compliance, we guarantee by the hotel's reputation that you will be able to take it away safely." It must be said that this 9-star hotel's fees were astonishing, costing as much as $200,000 a day, far exceeding the prices of top presidential suites in the country. But the service truly matched the price. Tang Yan was not a person who squandered recklessly, but he understood the value of expensive services. High cost brought seamless top-notch service, absolute privacy protection, and the preemption of potential troubles. This 24-hour on-call butler had managed everything meticulously, ensuring their trip encountered no unpleasantness. Otherwise, given their distinctly Asian features, they might have faced some discomfort in such a mixed environment. Tang Yan smiled at this and lightly traced the edge of the chips with his fingertip. "My luck has always been good. Let's see how far I can go today." He did not rush to participate in the complex card games. Instead, he took the two women, acting like true tourists. to a beautifully decorated, popular roulette table first. This was a roulette table with no betting limit. Shall we play this? Tang Yan smiled at the two women, casually placing a chip worth $100,000 on the black square, marked 13. Huh, just betting on one number? Wang Jingshu exclaimed softly. Betting on a single number, while having a high payout, 1 to 35, had a very low probability, which was almost equivalent to giving money away. However, Lin Shu Mo's eyes brightened. She felt that Tang Yan would never bet aimlessly. She immediately followed up with a bet of $100,000. Wang Jingshu naturally followed suit, trusting Tang Yan blindly. Tang Yan only smiled slightly and did not explain further. The bets were placed, and the dealer rang the starting bell. The roulette spun rapidly, and the ivory ball jumped between the numbered squares, making a crisp, clicking sound that tugged at the nerves of all the gamblers around. As the roulette slowed, the ball was about to lose momentum and seemed poised to land in square 22. Unnoticed by anyone, a subtle, nearly imperceptible, and far beyond modern scientific understanding of consciousness gently touched the fateful little ball like the most precise, invisible finger. It was applied with an extremely small lateral force, altering the trajectory of its final bounce. Click! In front of all the players, the small white ball landed precisely in square 13, coming to a stop. Oh my God! It hit! It really hit! A wave of astonished and incredulous exclamations erupted around the table. The dealer's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to professionalism, pushing the chips toward Tang Yan. Hitting once could be considered extraordinary luck. Tang Yan maintained a smile and pushed all the chips, including the principal, back onto the green square marked 0, payout 135. The two women followed suit, as they were indifferent to winning or losing. It was all about the experience. This action sparked even greater astonishment. This was simply insane. The roulette spun again. The same scenario played out once more. At the moment the ball was about to veer off course, that invisible force of consciousness appeared again, making precise adjustments. The ball landed in 0. It's impossible, a white gambler shouted out. The stakes instantly multiplied by dozens of times. Over $30 million in chips piled up in front of Tang Yan and the two women. Already quite a sight. In the third round, under the almost breathless gaze of the crowd, Tang Yan placed most of the chips on odd numbers, payout 1. This seemed conservative, but the amount he wagered was enormous. The outcome was without suspense. Under the precise control of his consciousness, the small ball steadily landed on 17. An odd number. 3 rounds. Winning 3 rounds in a row. And each time with this almost prophetic accuracy. The commotion at this table could no longer be concealed. The surrounding guests gathered around, staring at the mountain of chips in front of Tang Yan, discussing amongst themselves, their eyes filled with shock, envy, and even a hint of curiosity. The two women excitedly linked their arms with Tang Yan. Although they didn't understand gambling, they realized this was beyond ordinary capabilities. In the casino's monitoring room, the atmosphere had turned tense. Zoom in. Slow motion. Every angle. The risk control supervisor commanded sharply, staring at dozens of screens. The technicians replayed the video of Tang Yan's every bet, the spinning roulette, and the ball's landing point at the slowest speed, analyzing every detail. Report. No electromagnetic interference signals detected. Report. The roulette is operating normally, no physical cheating traces. Report. The guest's body did not touch the betting table, gestures normal. No signs of team collaboration. His gaze didn't even stay fixed on the roulette. An analyst incredulously added. The risk control supervisor furrowed his brows, instinctively clenching his fists. The situation they feared most had arisen. A lucky individual they could not understand or detect. From the data, this young Asian man was frighteningly clean, but it was precisely this cleanliness, under such extraordinary luck, that seemed extremely unusual. Sir, your luck is truly astonishing. A blonde woman in a high-level manager's uniform appeared beside Tang Yan with an impeccable smile. A distinguished guest, like you might be more interested in our private room upstairs? There are games and opponents more suited to your level. She knew she had to invite him away from the public gambling hall. Otherwise, he would become a living advertisement, attracting all gamblers to follow his bets, which would be a disaster for the casino. At the same time, the private room had stronger opponents and tighter monitoring, which might reveal his flaws or compel him to return the money he had won. Tang Yan naturally understood this was the casino's usual tactic. When they couldn't technically prevent a winning guest, they would lure him into a higher stakes game, letting other skilled players handle him or allowing him to lose on his own. He smiled and said to the two women, "All right, lead the way." Chapter 50. Unlucky Yuichiro Sato, under the guidance of the client director, Tang Yan, accompanied by Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo, stepped into an exquisitely luxurious private VIP room. The heavy gilded doors silently closed behind them, completely isolating the noise of the outside world. The air was filled with the rich aroma of top-quality Cuban cigars, a faint hint of cologne, and a unique, heart-pounding sense of oppression characteristic of high-stakes gambling. A giant crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a dazzling yet cold light over the large green velvet poker table in the center, where four figures were already seated. The director timely stepped aside and quietly introduced Tang Yan. "That gentleman is Mr. Yuichiro Sato, a financial magnate from Japan." Sato's expression was dark, and the thick cigar between his fingers had burned down halfway, with gray ash precariously hanging. Behind him stood a towering bodyguard, expressionless and dressed in black. That's Mr. Lee Jae-myung, son of the vice chairman of Samsung Electronics in Korea. The young man wore a stylishly tailored Italian suit, a hint of a playful smile at the corner of his mouth as he skillfully played with a limited edition gold-plated lighter, producing a crisp clicking sound as he opened and closed it. "This is Mr. Victor Kloffer, a professional poker player from Monaco." The European man's expression was calm, his sharp eyes behind glasses keen as he unconsciously tapped his fingertips on the table, seemingly calculating invisible probabilities. "And Prince Al Saud from Saudi Arabia." The prince, dressed in a snow-white traditional robe, appeared the most composed, with a mountain of colorful chips stacked in front of him. He nodded slightly, his gaze warm yet unfathomable. Tang Yan's entrance instantly shattered the delicate balance in the room. When Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo, both elegantly distinct, walked into the light, one could almost hear the subtle gasp of air around them. The men's gazes inevitably flickered with awe and scrutiny. Sato's stare was the most blatant, assessing the two women's curvaceous figures like an auction item, a disconcerting smirk tugging at his lips. "New friends have arrived, just in time." The Saudi prince broke the silence first, using fluent English to lighten the mood, indicating that the poker game tonight was destined to be even more exciting. The director stepped forward at the right moment, casually mentioning Tang Yan's 3 consecutive wins at the roulette table downstairs to the 4 present and introducing him by name. This remark successfully piqued their interest. Lee Jae-myung raised an eyebrow as he appraised Tang Yan, while Victor's gaze became more cautious, and the Saudi prince maintained his usual smile. Only Sato let out a barely audible snort, sneering in Japanese, just a lucky little Chinaman. Yet his eyes remained glued to Tang Yan's female companions, a mix of greed and disdain unabashedly evident. The game was Texas Hold'em, with a minimum bet of $100,000. The dealer, a solemn-looking middle-aged man with deft hands, began to shuffle and cut the cards. In the first 4 rounds, Tang Yan played as if he were a novice who had stumbled into a high-stakes game after a brief favor from Lady Luck, his style loose and somewhat clumsy. He folded twice when he could have easily called or raised, and even miscalculated once when he had a better hand, allowing Sato to effortlessly win about $5,200,000 in chips. Sato's smugness grew, and his cigar puffing seemed to exude arrogance. At the end of the 5th round, Tang Yan suddenly turned his head, smiling softly at Lin Shumo in Chinese, his tone affectionate. "Next hand, I'll win you a yacht." This comment ignited a fuse. Sato abruptly pointed his thick cigar at Tang Yan, his English laced with a heavy accent, sharply retorting, "Is it true that all people from Dragon Country love to talk big? A guy who can't even calculate pot odds thinks he can win a yacht? Do you need me to teach you the basic rules of Texas Hold'em?" He deliberately exhaled a series of thick smoke rings toward Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo, as if to provoke them. The air in the VIP room suddenly thickened. Lee Jae-myung whistled, leaning back in his chair, ready to watch the show. Victor frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with such a low-level provocation, yet remained professionally silent. The Saudi prince gently put down the exquisite porcelain cup he held, producing a soft clink. and his smile faded slightly. Dealing commenced. Tang Yan appeared to disregard the provocation, merely nodding slightly to the dealer, a hint of a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. However, a layer of cold ice had quietly formed in his deep-set eyes. His previously relaxed demeanor had noticeably retracted, and an invisible aura began to envelop the entire table. The first hole card was quietly dealt to him. Tang Yan gently flipped over a corner of the spade 5. Sato glanced at his own hand, the club A, and an arrogant smile immediately appeared on his face. The second hole card was dealt. Tang Yan had a spade 7, while Sato had a heart 6. His cigar flicked with triumph. The dealer then dealt 3 community cards, heart A, spade 8, and spade 6. A look of ecstatic joy erupted in Sato's eyes. He currently had 2 pairs, A and 6, a very strong hand. Raise 3 million. He nearly shouted as he pushed his chips forward, then provocatively looked at Tang Yan. Yin-Yang glanced at his own hand, then at the community cards, chuckling softly and shaking his head. The cards are too fierce. I won't play along. He discarded his hand. Victor calmly analyzed the probabilities. His chances of a straight were slim, and after a moment's silence, he chose to fold. The risk is too high. The Saudi prince stroked his chin, his whole cards being a pair of 9s. After a moment's thought, he gently said, "Call 3 million. Let's see the next card." His gaze, however, primarily focused on the confrontation between Tang Yan and Sato. Tang Yan remained expressionless, merely tapping the table with his fingers lightly, indicating a call. The fourth community card was dealt, spade 4. "I'll raise you 5 million. Sato's breathing quickened, and without hesitation, he raised again, intent on forcing Tang Yan into a corner. The Saudi prince glanced at Tang Yan's calm face, then back at Sato's determined demeanor, hesitating for 2 seconds before elegantly folding his cards. "You two are quite spirited. I won't disturb you." Now, only Tang Yan and Sato were left in the showdown. Tang Yan still showed little reaction, casually picking up his crystal wine glass and sipping the amber liquid leisurely, his calm demeanor starkly contrasting with Sato, who was nearly jumping out of his seat in excitement. He chose to call. The final river card slowly dropped like a fateful judgment. Diamond A. All in. Sato, like a gambler on a losing streak, his eyes bloodshot, suddenly pushed all his chips forward, totaling over $42 million, into the center of the pot. The towering stack of chips crashed down with a thunderous sound. "Luck has run out. Let you and your woman see how I tear you to pieces," he shouted, saliva nearly spraying across the table. All eyes in the room instantly focused on Tang Yan. Yin-Yang's whistling stopped, his body leaning forward. Victor adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp. The Saudi prince also raised an eyebrow slightly. In the suffocating silence, Tang Yan merely smiled slightly, tapping his fingertip against his forehead, his voice steady. "Call." The dealer expressionlessly indicated for both players to reveal their hands. Sato, unable to contain his excitement, slammed his 2 whole cards onto the table, club A and heart 6. Combining with the community cards of heart A, diamond A, and spade 6, he had made a full house, 3 aces and a pair of a 6s. "Ha ha ha, full house. See that? You stupid pig. Get back to your..." Sato frantically pointed at Tang Yan, laughing and cursing. However, before his words fell, Tang Yan's long fingers leisurely revealed his cards. Spade 5, spade 7. On the table, the community cards were heart A, spade 8, spade 6, spade 4, diamond A, a straight flush. The dealer's calm and unwavering voice cut through the silence, and laughter like a sharp blade. "Spades 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Winning hand, Mr. Tang." Time seemed to freeze. The wild laughter on Sato's face instantly froze and twisted into an extremely ridiculous expression, his pupils constricting in shock. The cigar he held fell onto the expensive green velvet table, burning a small, unsightly scorch mark as wisps of blue smoke rose. "Cheating. You must be cheating. This East Asian." He suddenly stood up, his face turning from red to green, trembling as he pointed at Tang Yan, incoherently screaming. Without a command, 2 security guards who had been standing like background figures immediately stepped forward, firmly and steadily holding Sato's shoulders to prevent any further actions. Almost simultaneously, The speaker embedded in the wall relayed the calm and clear confirmation from the monitoring center. After comprehensive verification, no abnormal behavior was detected. The game result is valid. Congratulations. Mr. Tang, shall we continue? Tang Yan leaned back slightly, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic pile of chips on the table, and began to methodically stack the winnings, totaling over $63 million into a towering, dazzling pile. He looked up at the pale, dazed Sato across the table and said lightly, yet each word was piercing, Mr. Sato, do you need me to introduce you to a loan service that provides short-term transitional funding? Wang Jingshu timely leaned slightly forward, softly adding in clear and gentle Japanese, as if offering condolences at a funeral. My condolences. Lin Shumo smiled charmingly, delicately picking up a piece of precious black truffle from the glass cup just presented by the waiter and gently offering it to Tang Yan's lips. Humiliation, pure humiliation. Sato left in embarrassment, but the fierce look in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Tang Yan was unconcerned, letting out a light scoff and continuing the game. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Tang Yan number 2 had already donned a black Spider-Man suit, riding a military motorcycle, racing towards the famous Area 51. Yes, Tang Yan intended to hide himself behind the scenes. Chapter 51. Infiltrating Area 51 and reaping rewards. The motorcycle under Tang Yan's body was also one of the spoils seized earlier. The 150-kilometer desolate journey was compressed into just an hour under the roar of the engine, until the heart of the Lincoln County desert unfolded before him. At the end of his sight was an endless expanse of barbed wire and glaring warning signs marking the military restricted area, entry prohibited. This was the legendary Area 51, a secret core that was heavily guarded. Tang Yan paid no mind to the surrounding sensors, patrols, and all high-tech security systems. He did not need to lurk or hide. With a slight movement of his mind, the heavy motorcycle vanished into thin air. In the next moment, he merely raised his hand and punched towards the heavy alloy gate ahead. The sturdy door, capable of withstanding an armored vehicle's impact, twisted, shattered, and thundered open under his immense strength, leaving behind an entrance just high enough for a person and the distant sound of a futile alarm ringing out. Standing before the open alloy gate, with twisted metal debris and flickering electric sparks behind him, the piercing alarm continued to wail like background noise. His vast consciousness had already spread out like mercury, clearly reflecting every detail within a 100-meter radius in his mind. Target has breached a 7-district defenses. Repeat. Target has breached a 7-district defenses. Energy response extremely high. Non-standard weapons ineffective. Urgent communication calls rang out from the end of the corridor, accompanied by heavy and synchronized footsteps. A rapid response team, fully cloaked in black heavy ballistic armor and holding uniquely designed pulse rifles, was the first to appear. Without warning, several beams of azure high-energy pulses instantly tore through the air, shooting towards Tang Yan. This type of weapon was capable of instantly melting through tank armor. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not take the hit directly. His form left behind a faint afterimage at the spot as his true self moved horizontally several meters at a speed nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye. The pulse beams melted several smoking deep pits into the wall behind him. Too slow. A cold voice rang out from the squad's flank. Before they could turn their guns, Tang Yan had crashed into their ranks like a tiger among sheep. He did not use flashy techniques, merely simple and direct punches and kicks. Bang! Crack! A punch unleashed over 10,000 pounds of force, and the first team member was hit, along with his armor, as if struck by a high-speed train. The chest armor instantly caved in and shattered, and the person flew back, crashing into the metal wall, turning into a puddle of indistinct flesh and blood. With a swift motion, he grabbed another team member's rifle, but, exerting force with his 5 fingers, crushing the special alloy-made rifle into a flattened shape. Then, with a side kick, the leg wind was as sharp as a battle axe, and the team member's waist armor snapped with a sound, his body folding at a bizarre angle, clearly not surviving. The battle ended within seconds. Tang Yan did not even glance at the corpses on the ground. With a move of his consciousness, several unused high-explosive grenades and 2 intact pulse rifles connected to the bodies vanished into his space. He continued deeper inside, his consciousness scanning each room like the most precise radar. Along the way, he encountered several waves of guards and even automatically activated sentry gun turrets. But whether it was bullets or energy beams, none could touch him in the slightest. With a slight movement of his consciousness, he could predict all projectile paths in advance. And at full speed, he easily avoided the fire net or directly manipulated the grenades thrown by the enemies to return to their original positions. His main objective was to loot. A massive hangar labeled for advanced vehicle research came into the range of his consciousness. Breaking through the door, inside were not only the F-35s he had seen before, but also a more bizarre-shaped, entirely black stealth bomber that seemed to absorb all light, along with several ground vehicles equipped with laser weapon platforms. Not bad. Tang Yan nodded in satisfaction, his consciousness sweeping over, and wherever it passed, whether it was aircraft, battle vehicles, or the small drones and individual rocket launchers on the nearby shelves, they all vanished, relocated into space. The entire hangar instantly became empty. Next was a materials laboratory. Here were various peculiar alloy samples, a type of memory metal that could automatically restore its shape after damage, and a composite material as thin as paper, yet stronger than steel. Tang Yan accepted them all, taking everything. He even found an energy weapons cache, containing hundreds of pulse handguns and rifles, along with several boxes marked as prototype plasma grenades. All of these became his collectibles. His space seemed like a bottomless pit, greedily devouring decades of cutting-edge technological creations accumulated in Area 51. Tanks, armored vehicles, helicopters. Any weapon platform containing the world's top technology was not spared. As for the initially curious bio-soldiers, he encountered the real thing in an exceptionally well-guarded biological laboratory. In massive cylindrical incubation chambers, distorted creatures were submerged. Some had muscles bulging covered in scales, while others had finger bones protruding like claws, their eyes hollow and numb, clearly failed experiments. Tang Yan scanned them with his consciousness, discovering these creatures had chaotic genes, mixed energies, and their strength was at most equivalent to a level 3 evolver with their potential exhausted. They were merely superficial, a waste of materials. He immediately lost interest, smashed the main control computer with a punch, and thoroughly destroyed these failures along with the laboratory. As he continued deeper, he arrived at the base's lowest level. The level of protection here far exceeded the previous ones, with astonishingly thick alloy walls emitting a peculiar energy fluctuation that could interfere with his consciousness to some extent. Interesting. Tang Yan exploded with several times his strength, punching through the several-meter-thick super alloy isolation wall. What lay beyond was not a laboratory, but an even older, dusty cave structure, seemingly hollowed out directly from the mountain's belly. In the center of the cave, a dark silver-gray, approximately 30-meter diameter disc-shaped flying object, UFO, quietly rested. Its surface was covered with incomprehensible patterns, and even after countless years of silence, it still emitted a faint but distinctly different energy fluctuation from that of Earth. Beside, it was an open, transparent sealed chamber, where a slender, gray-skinned alien corpse with large eyes lay, long since devoid of life. This was the real harvest. Tang Yan could feel the immense energy contained within this corpse and the spacecraft. He stepped forward first, covering the entire UFO with his consciousness, attempting to relocate it into his space. The process was considerably more laborious than with other items, as its material and energy seemed to resist, but ultimately, after a wave of fluctuation, the massive disk vanished into thin air. Next, he approached the alien corpse, placing his right hand on its cold chest. Devour. Within the source of origin, a pure, vast energy of a completely different attribute surged into Tang Yan's body like a flood breaking through a dam. This energy far exceeded anything he had devoured from earthly beings before, rapidly strengthening his body and soul, even subtly pushing his cultivation toward a higher level. At the same time, some extremely fragmented and blurry images forcibly surged into his mind. An endless dark starry sky, stars flowing like rivers. Interstellar travel, entering a vortex of stars spinning out of control. The exterior of the spacecraft severely damaged. forced to land in this yellow desert, repairing the spacecraft. Surrounded by a group of low-level life forms in simple protective suits, filled with greed and fear. Long captivity, body probed by various instruments, consciousness gradually dissipating in loneliness and pain. The memories were intermittent, mostly obliterated by time, leaving only some instinctual fears and a longing for the starry sky. But the quality of this energy was extremely high, greatly benefiting Tang Yan. Creatures from the starry sky, truly extraordinary. Tang Yan opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body and the fleeting images of stars in his mind. Although his memories were few, the energy he had gained was tangible. His spiritual sense had doubled to 200 meters. The remnants of an alien's body had such significant benefits. Just as Tang Yan finished absorbing the residual energy from the alien's corpse, the joy of his spiritual sense skyrocketing to 200 meters had not yet fully settled when a sharp alarm suddenly became even more piercing, mixed with a distinctly heavy mechanical rumble. Highest alert. The cleaner team has arrived. The Titan unit has been activated. All units, avoid the combat zone. The voice in the broadcast was tinged with a hint of relieved madness. Oh, finally, something decent has come? The corners of Tang Yan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of interest instead of fear. His spiritual sense, now at 200 meters, acted like an invisible eye, instantly taking in the external situation. Outside the base, several vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, more formidable in design than Black Hawk helicopters and almost silent, opened their hatches, and over 10 figures descended rapidly. These individuals wore full-body jet-black exoskeleton armor, with coordination far exceeding that of the previous rapid response team, clearly elite hunters from Special Operations Team. The weapons in their hands were also peculiar, with dangerous energy glowing at the muzzles. At the same time, the ground shook as 3 colossal figures crashed through the rubble, marching with heavy steps. These were 3 humanoid robots, Titan experimental model combatants. Their armor was thick, with a high-speed rotating 6-barrel cannon on their left arms and a small laser emitter on their right arms, their electronic eyes flashing cold red light, locking onto the hole where Tang Yan was. Intruder, surrender immediately. The leader of the hunting Special Operations Team issued an ultimatum through the exoskeleton's loudspeaker. While all weapons were already charged, so much unnecessary talk. Tang Yan's voice echoed in place as he shot forth like a ghost from the hole, actively meeting the elite team head-on. Open fire. At a command, pulse energy beams, highly penetrative solid projectiles, and the cannon fire from the 3 Titan robots instantly wove into a storm of deadly metal, covering all of Tang Yan's possible escape routes. However, with his spiritual sense doubled, Tang Yan's control over the environment reached an unprecedented height. His speed was at its peak, weaving through the barrage. With every sidestep and footfall, he perfectly avoided the most intense clusters of fire. Occasionally, when he couldn't fully evade an attack, he would channel the surging energy within him, delivering a punch that could deflect energy beams and shatter solid projectiles mid-air. He was the first to plunge into the hunting Special Operations Team. The exoskeletons of these elite team members provided immense strength and protection, but before Tang Yan's absolute power and speed, they were still inadequate. Bang! One punch shattered an exoskeleton along with a member inside into pieces. Crack! A reverse elbow directly smashed another member's neck armor. He even utilized his spiritual sense to manipulate a high-explosive grenade hanging from one team member's waist, pulling the safety pin and accurately stuffing it into the leg joint of another nearby Titan robot. Boom! Amid the explosion, that robot staggered, sparks flying from its joints, and its movements became sluggish. The other 2 Titan robots immediately adjusted their targets, their cannons firing wildly while the laser emitters began to charge. Tang Yan's form flickered, avoiding the searing laser beams, and he suddenly pushed off the ground, shooting towards one of them like a cannonball. Clang! He actually crashed directly into the robot's embrace, grabbing its massive laser emitter arm with both hands, roaring as the power within him exploded several times. Break for me! The piercing sound of metal tearing rang out as the robust mechanical arm, forged from high-strength alloy, was actually torn off by sheer brute force. He then swung this massive mechanical arm like a mace, smashing it down hard on the head of another charging Titan robot. Boom! The two robots collided, parts flying, systems short-circuiting, and they collapsed to the ground in a cloud of black smoke. The battle ended faster than imaginable. The so-called elite team and experimental robots were still like children's toys before him, utterly vulnerable. The scene was left with shattered armor fragments, sparking robot remains, and a mess everywhere. With a thought, all the debris and bodies were collected into space. Tang Yan stood atop the ruins when his spiritual sense suddenly sensed a strong sense of crisis rapidly approaching from above. He looked up sharply. Although separated by layers of rock, his spiritual sense detected a ballistic missile trailing flames, hurtling down towards Area 51 at an incredible speed. The destructive energy it contained was far beyond that of conventional weapons. Chapter 52, Alien Aircraft. How ruthless. Not even caring about their own people and base. Just wanting to eliminate me? Tang Yan instantly understood the military's intentions. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and without any hesitation, he thought to himself. And his figure instantly vanished without a trace, his presence completely cut off as if he had never existed. The next second, a brilliant light erupted from above Area 51, instantly swallowing all sounds and forms, followed by a deafening explosion that seemed to tear the sky apart. A massive mushroom cloud rose slowly, carrying a devastating shockwave that flattened everything on the surface of Area 51, vaporizing buildings, debris, and even sand. Inside the military command center, everyone held their breath, staring at the images transmitted back from the satellite. Target energy signal has disappeared. Strike successful, the operator shouted excitedly. However, they did not know. At the core of the destructive storm, after everything returned to nothingness and silence, Tang Yan's figure quietly reappeared at the center of a molten glass-like pit, completely unscathed. He looked up at the dissipating mushroom cloud, his gaze cold. At least it saved me the trouble of cleaning up the battlefield. After saying that, his figure flickered and transformed into a barely discernible stream of light, rushing deep into the desert, quickly disappearing over the horizon. Tang Yan's figure vanished into the heat waves of the desert, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the still-burning ruins of Area 51. The enormous mushroom cloud slowly rose, becoming the most terrifying epitaph for this death zone. The desert night was bone-chillingly cold, but it was nowhere near as freezing as the atmosphere inside a top-secret conference room deep within the Pentagon. On the large electronic screen, the mushroom cloud that had risen over the Nevada desert was slowly dissipating, ultimately transforming into a silent thermal imaging map representing the completion of destruction. Inside, several generals adorned with stars on their epaulets and senior officials had just begun to show a hint of relaxation, as if they had survived a disaster. Gentlemen, a gray-haired general spoke solemnly, trying to characterize this disaster. The cost is enormous, but the threat has. His words suddenly stopped. In one corner of the screen, several data curves that had previously returned to zero suddenly twitched strangely. It wasn't a violent rebound, but rather a faint, almost non-existent fluctuation, reminiscent of the last weak pulse on a dying patient's ECG. Technical malfunction? Someone instinctively asked. At the control panel, a young technical officer's face turned pale, his fingers frantically tapping on the keyboard, enlarging the image of the core area that had just experienced destruction. No, sir, it's not a malfunction. The energy residual decay rate is abnormal. Comparing with the database, no matching model. Geological scans show there is a blank point in the core area. The explosion did not completely obliterate the characteristics of that region. Silence fell heavily over the conference room, more oppressive than before. A few minutes later, another automatic alert from a desert monitoring station 50 kilometers away was filtered out by the highest priority AI and projected onto the main screen. A weak energy signal spectrum lasting less than 0.1 seconds appeared alongside the AI's crimson annotation. Signal characteristics match Area 51 invasion target with a 99.7 accuracy. This is impossible, a general shouted in a fit of rage, slamming his fist heavily on the table. That was a high-yield tactical missile. Core temperatures exceeded the surface of the sun. How could he possibly? He might not even be him. A cold voice interrupted him, coming from a corner where a previously silent DARPA chief scientist stood. Based on the energy etching traces on the recovered pulse weapon debris, along with the physical impact data transmitted back by the Titan robot, this existence, his biological energy field and physical defense mechanisms completely exceed all our current theoretical models. The explosion may have just been experienced by him. A terrifying silence spread. The brief signal fluctuation on the screen seemed like a silent, extremely mocking sneer. Bang! In the White House, in the president's office, an expensive ceramic coffee cup was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The president, who had just received an emergency briefing, looked pale, his chest heaving violently. One person, destroyed Area 51, stole decades of our hard work. Now, tell me, we used our own missiles to obliterate our own base. Yet not a single hair of him was harmed. He might even be leisurely strolling on our territory right now. His roar left the aides and military representatives in front of him speechless. Humiliation, fear, and a sense of powerlessness dominated by an existence completely beyond comprehension made these individuals, who controlled the most powerful machinery of the world, feel an unprecedented chill. Hours later, a top-secret plan codenamed Perseus was initiated, with access levels even surpassing nuclear launch codes. Bases and intelligence stations around the globe began to operate countless encrypted channels at high frequency. Reconnaissance satellites in space silently adjusted their orbits and scanning modes, shifting their focus from traditional military targets to searching for a specific, bizarre energy signature. Undersea cables were monitored with countless keyword filters, meticulously scanning the data flowing through them, capturing, analyzing, and reporting any fragment of information related to the extraordinary, abnormal energy. On the edge of the Nevada desert, more drones rose like vultures sensing blood, equipped with newly calibrated sensors, repeatedly scouring the vast sandy sea. On the ground, special teams disguised as geological survey teams secretly buried high-sensitivity vibration and energy sensors. DARPA's underground laboratories lit up with everlasting lights, as a group of the top mad scientists were dragged from their slumber, given unlimited funding and authority, and assigned an almost absurd task: analyze all recovered debris and data and develop weapons capable of killing a god. An invisible yet intensely anxious net was quietly cast around the southwestern United States, targeting a singular existence that they could not understand, could not control, yet must destroy. At this moment, Tang Yan stood atop a sand dune, his extraordinary consciousness spreading like ripples around him, clearly perceiving the rolling of wind-blown sand within a 200-meter radius. He slightly tilted his head, seemingly capturing a hint of unusual, targeted electronic signal fluctuations in the distant air. A barely noticeable smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Smelling something? Unfortunately, it's all in vain. After saying this, he vanished and returned to another world. In the VIP gambling hall of Caesar's palace, the aroma of cigars intertwined with the crisp sounds of chips clashing for nearly 4 hours, finally settling down. The light from the crystal chandelier softly illuminated the wide green velvet gambling table, reflecting a scene of what could be described as glorious winnings. Tang Yan lounged in his seat, piles of chips stacked before him like a small mountain, colorful and silently narrating the thrilling moments that just transpired. He was the undisputed winner of this game. Lee Jae-myung from Korea casually played with a limited edition lighter, a hint of a lingering smile on his lips, seemingly enjoying the thrill of the process rather than the outcome. A slight loss within a staggering amount was merely an expensive form of entertainment for him. Meanwhile, the Saudi Prince Khalid remained the calmest of all, as if the enormous wealth before him was merely ordinary grains of sand. Though his stack of chips had diminished, its deep foundation made the loss seem trivial. This is a cleverly controlled harvest. Tang Yan emerged victorious with absolute advantage, accurately seizing profits without pushing the other 3 players to the brink, allowing them to save face. The true winner knows how to keep the game going. Finally, when the dealer counted the last chips, A director in a well-tailored suit respectfully approached and whispered a number to Tang Yan. "Mr. Tang, your profit tonight, including the principal, totals $200 million. Congratulations." The voice was not loud, but it created silent ripples in the extremely quiet VIP hall, like a stone thrown into calm waters. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan merely nodded slightly, his face showing little signs of ecstasy, as if this was an outcome he had long anticipated. He lightly tapped the mountain of chips with his fingertips and smiled faintly at Wang Jingshu and Lin Shimo beside him. It seems tonight's luck is quite good. The game ended after converting the winnings into a check. Tang Yan returned to the hotel with the two women. He had traveled abroad without spending any money, but instead gained a significant profit. The trip to Las Vegas was perfectly concluded. Back in the alternate world, Tang Yan looked at the countless supplies in his space, his eyes brightening. F-35S, B-2S, Apache helicopters, experimental vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, hundreds of experimental pulse weapons, rifles, handguns, experimental plasma grenades, new armored exoskeletons, experimental robot wreckage, various drones, infantry fighting vehicles, experimental optical camouflage, all-terrain vehicles, heavy military trucks and transport platforms, main battle tanks. All of the above were relatively conventional gains. The most important was that he had also taken a lot of cutting-edge weapons from Area 51. Large fixed particle beam emitters, equipped with energy weapon power systems, high-energy compressed batteries, capacitor arrays, miniaturized laser weapon platforms that can be mounted on rooftops. Most importantly, these weapons are intelligent. As long as Tang Yan mounts these weapons on the city walls and configures them with offline computer programs, they can operate automatically according to the intelligent program. Although there is no network and remote control is not possible, it doesn't matter. Offline operation is still feasible. This way, the defenses of a miracle city would be as solid as a fortress. The fixed particle beam emitters are powerful and belong to America's secret weapons. The miniaturized laser weapons mounted on vehicles can also compensate for the lack of personnel. There were many other gains, including weapons and ammunition, special operation suits, night vision devices, various experimental samples, data, and even complete server units, all of which were stored in Tang Yan space. If it weren't for that missile, the emptied base would have certainly shocked America even more. The biggest gain was that UFO, which truly came from an extraterrestrial civilization. A complete and intact flying vehicle with a surface that faintly shimmered with energy light. Tang Yan took it out from the space and precisely pressed his fingertip on a concealed panel on the body, which bore no marks. A soft yet exceptionally clear light curtain silently emerged from the cabin wall, displaying alien characters that flowed like a complex circuit diagram, emitting a faint blue light. Thanks to the memory inheritance obtained from devouring the alien pilot, these symbols, which appeared as a foreign script to Blue Star scientists, were clear and discernible to Tang Yan. Without the slightest hesitation, he input a series of commands composed of special energy fluctuations using the highest authority password from his memory. A low, powerful hum resonated from deep within the aircraft, as if a giant beast that had been silent for countless years was finally awakening from its long slumber. Glimmers of light flickered inside the vessel, in an entrance that could not be discovered by Earth technologies, no matter how violently cut, silently and smoothly opened, as if mocking all of America's past futile attempts at deciphering it. The internal scene finally unfolded before Tang Yan's eyes. From the outside, the flying saucer appeared to have a diameter of only about 30 meters, but inside it utilized advanced spatial expansion technology, making it feel far more spacious than external observation suggested. The overall structure adopted an efficient layer design, divided into 3 levels. The uppermost level housed the control room and the commander's lounge, with a compact and precise spatial layout. The middle level was the crew rest area, ecological recycling system, nutrient synthesizer, and other living quarters. The lowest level contained the core of the power engine, weaponry, energy distribution nodes for the defense systems, advanced sensor array cores, and other equipment areas, as well as a storage area small hangar for shuttles and other short-distance tools. However, what concerned Tang Yan the most was its power system core. The exterior of this flying vehicle was incredibly smooth, with no visible engine exhaust structures. From the memory fragments he obtained, He already knew the answer. It used a super engine that directly extracts and utilizes vacuum zero-point energy. The source of this energy is the vast background energy, C, generated by quantum fluctuations in space itself, omnipresent and truly inexhaustible, making it the theoretically perfect energy source. This also perfectly explained why in countless UFO sighting reports, it was always described as being able to hover absolutely silently and instantaneously accelerate or make right-angle turns, as its principle was not propulsion, but direct manipulation of local space-time. The essence of the zero-point energy engine is to absorb vacuum energy, directly bending and manipulating the space-time structure around the spacecraft, compressing the space in front while expanding the space behind, thereby achieving faster-than-light warp travel, or by generating a reverse gravitational field to precisely counteract planetary gravity, achieving near absolute stillness in hover. Advanced, even Tang Yan, who had witnessed numerous technologies, couldn't help but be amazed. This technological level completely surpassed and left behind blue stars countless eras. Unfortunately, the technical data regarding this part was not present in his memory. He could only use it, and there was no way to replicate it. Now it belonged entirely to Tang Yan. The entire operating interface and devices inside the flying vehicle could only be understood by him, as the alien memories acted like a codebook, clearly reflecting in his mind. He raised his hand and touched a crystal device in the center, instantly feeling a wonderful sensation flood into his brain. It was as if his mental strength connected with this flying vehicle. With a thought, a low humming sound echoed in the cabin. In an instant, a static-like touch surged through his fingertips, subtly tingling and then vanishing in an instant. The vehicle quietly floated into the air, stabilizing in midair. On the ground, the citizens of Miracle City were stunned by this sudden scene of a massive disc-shaped object silently hovering in the sky. The intense impact gripped everyone. They spontaneously gathered in the square, bowing devoutly to the mysterious creation above. Mia and the women under her command also quickly exited the castle, without any hesitation, kneeling on the ground alongside the crowd. In their eyes, this was the arrival of a deity. Tang Yan did not rush to continue his attempts. He maneuvered the flying vehicle to slowly descend not far from the crowd, and the cabin door slid open silently. Chapter 52. Do you want women or not? Tang Yan stood at the hatch, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of kneeling people below. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, clearly resonating throughout the square. Look up. What you are worshipping is not an ethereal deity, but the true masters of the city beneath your feet, the force that will lead you into the future. He turned slightly, raising his hand to gently press against the cold wall of the aircraft. This is a creation from the distant depths of space, its technology surpassing everything this era can comprehend. But at this moment, it belongs to me, which means it belongs to the city of miracles, and to you. It does not represent a miracle, but power, the direction of civilization's advancement. From today onward, the city of miracles will no longer look up to the void sky in search of mercy. We will control our own destiny, even control the trajectories of the stars. Mia, help everyone up. Remember today, remember your feelings at this moment. Not humble awe, but a proud starting point. Because you'll be the first witnesses and participants of this new chapter. As his words fell, the energy shimmering on the surface of the aircraft surged, as if echoing his words, silently signifying unmatched power and a bright future. All the people gazed up at Tang Yan, their eyes filled with heartfelt respect and admiration. At this moment, he seemed like a deity descending to the world. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Tang Yan, along with Mia and the other women, boarded this unimaginable spaceship for the first time. The futuristic devices within left the women breathless, each step taken cautiously, fearing to touch something they shouldn't. Tang Yan instructed them to sit inside the cabin, then activated the spacecraft with his thoughts. The external scenery, enhanced by holographic projections, made them feel as if they were truly there. There was no roaring, no tremors. The spacecraft silently ascended vertically, so smoothly it was hard to believe. It continued to rise, piercing through the clouds until the azure sky was gradually replaced by deep darkness as they broke through the atmosphere. These women, who had never left the continent, were witnessing the full view of a planet for the first time, a blue gem suspended in the boundless darkness. They saw the brilliance of the galaxy, the cold burn of distant stars, and for the first time, truly understood the vastness and magnificence of the universe. The spaceship returned to the planet's interior, and Tang Yan decided to test the aircraft's weapon systems. Although this small spacecraft was not designed specifically for combat, it was still equipped with two energy-cutting beams that could rotate 360 degrees without dead angles. For the mutated beasts ravaging this planet, this was a complete dimensional strike. A group of fierce mutated birds attempted to approach, but in the next moment, they experienced what absolute crushing meant. A beam suddenly shot out, accurately piercing through the body of the leading giant bird, its action crisp and neat, without any hesitation. The shot giant bird was torn apart and disintegrated at the molecular level, slowly dissipating into the world. The power was astounding. Tang Yan had no idea this weapon was so powerful. The operation of the weapon system was incredibly simple, completely foolproof. Tang Yan only needed to gently tap the marked target on the projection screen in front of him, and the weapon would automatically calculate the trajectory, correct the angle, and then the death beam would instantaneously arrive, as if playing a virtual shooting game, yet delivering real destruction. However, one downside was that the energy-cutting beam required charging and could not be fired continuously, which left Tang Yan somewhat disappointed. The dream of using the aircraft to crush the mutated beasts with ease was shattered. Each charging took about 1 to 2 minutes, depending on the power level. This was the only flaw of the spacecraft. However, Tang Yan understood that this alien spacecraft was officially named the Dimensional Stealth Strategic Reconnaissance Ship, Y-7 Type Star Beacon, and its original design purpose was for exploration, reconnaissance, navigation, data relay, and beacon deployment. Having acquired such an extraordinary treasure that transcended the times, without needing energy and with infinite endurance, was simply like adding wings to a tiger for Tang Yan. Blue Star, another world, where else could he not go? This spacecraft was incredibly fast, yet flew as steadily as if in a quiet room. After sending the still, awestruck women back to the City of Miracles, Tang Yan piloted the aircraft alone, quietly arriving at the City of Dawn, which had a population of 1 million. This was his first encounter with a truly gigantic city in another world. The city was perched atop a massive mountain, and it was more accurate to say that the mountain had been completely transformed and integrated with the city, serving as the most direct representation of its grand foundation. At the towering mountain's peak stood clusters of buildings, undoubtedly the residences of the ruling class, overlooking the masses, while along the steep mountain slope down to the foot, there were densely packed buildings where millions of common people lived. Tang Yan changed into a black combat uniform from this world, covering his face with a local-style mask. And like a drop of water blending into the sea, he quietly merged into the bustling crowd of the City of Dawn. The streets were crowded with various vendors, the sounds of hawking rising and falling. Stalls selling food supplies, trading weapons, and promoting coarse clothing were jumbled together, even mixed with stalls publicly selling people. Most of those treated as commodities were girls aged 13 to 15, with a few frail young boys occasionally seen. Tang Yan's gaze swept past these scenes without lingering. In this cannibalistic end-times world, all of this was already a commonplace occurrence. His purpose for this trip was clear. The primary task was to open up a new trade route for the City of Miracles, and secondly, to uncover the secrets behind the peculiar key he obtained from Old Joker's storage room. There's a backstory about Old Joker and this key. Old Joker was originally a resident of the City of Dawn, but unable to endure the harsh oppression within the city. He led a group of brothers to leave for the valley, attempting to establish their own domain. Such escapees were not uncommon, but most struggled to survive outside and ultimately had to return in disappointment. What set Old Joker apart was that he accidentally discovered a deep cave and found an extremely secure metal door at the cave's bottom. After multiple failed attempts to open it, he quietly buried the cave entrance, keeping the secret to himself. Later, he happened to acquire a peculiar key at the market, but never connected it with that sturdy door. Collecting such ancient items unearthed from ruins was merely a personal hobby of his. Now, all these opportunities ultimately fell into Tang Yan's hands. At this moment, daylight was bright, and Tang Yan was not in a hurry to act. He calmly observed this so-called giant city with a population of 1 million. The stability of the City of Dawn relied on the presence of 3 awakened individuals. It was their powerful deterrence that kept the mutated beasts at bay, allowing the city to maintain a fragile balance. However, the daily consumption of 1 million people was an astronomical figure. The food supply here primarily depended on dried meat made from hunted beasts, which, although rough in texture, could at least provide nutrition for survival. There was also a small amount of self-produced food within the city, but it was almost entirely monopolized by the upper class and never reached the lower-class citizens. In addition, relying on some equipment unearthed from ruins, the City of Dawn had established a rough industrial system capable of producing some simple firearms, such as shotguns and old-fashioned rifles. Like all grotesquely developed civilizations, the City of Dawn also spawned its unique entertainment industry. Gambling houses and brothels were scattered throughout the streets, where countless people were forced to sell everything they could, including their own bodies, for the most basic survival. "This man, do you want women or not?" A sudden voice interrupted Tang Yan's thoughts as he walked through the dirty and chaotic streets. Turning his head, Tang Yan realized that it was a woman in her 40s speaking to him. Here again, Tang Yan stopped in his tracks and did not respond. The woman approached him, speaking in a mysterious tone. "Man, a handsome man, do you want any? They're all the best goods." Tang Yan squinted at the weathered woman and said lightly, "Why did you come to me?" The woman grinned, revealing her yellowed teeth, and replied, "You look tall and strong, young and fit. You can afford a woman." Tang Yan suddenly understood and continued to ask, "What kind of woman? I mean, do beautiful women really need to be bought?" The woman spoke softly. "You don't know. These women have fiery tempers. They need to be kept in chains. Once you're tired of them, you can deal with them however you like." Fiery temper? Chains? Can you elaborate? If, as you say, they're all beautiful women, I might consider buying a few. These women are all captives from our City of Dawn. Last time, there was a conflict over a relic with the Women-S army from Spring Mountain City, and we lost quite a few people. Fortunately, our second city lord arrived in time, drove them away, and captured many women, all of whom are evolved and quite beautiful. If you want to buy, I can take you to see them," the woman explained. Tang Yan guessed that the woman was just a broker trying to earn commission. He became interested and wanted to see if what she said was true. The woman led Tang Yan through twists and turns for 20 minutes until they reached an underground cave guarded by sentinels. This was supposedly the place where prisoners were held. The woman explained their purpose, and Tang Yan had to remove his equipment to enter. The underground cave was extremely dim, illuminated by a few torches. Inside, there were many cells separated by wooden bars, each containing a woman in chains. The cave had an unpleasant odor, with some foul smells mixed in. The woman took the torch and made the prisoners raise their heads for Tang Yan to see. Tang Yan's spiritual sense had already covered the cave, and he was well aware of the situation inside. There were a total of 33 prisoners. They all looked decent, not exactly stunning, but not ugly either, as each of them was starving in skin and bones. However, after some nutritional supplementation, they could indeed be considered beauties. Moreover, the women were relatively young, with some clearly around 16 years old. Tang Yan followed the woman out of the cave and asked, "How much for these people?" The woman, sensing a potential deal, quickly replied, "I one cheat you. 10 level 1 crystal nuclei for one person. What do you think? It's not too expensive, considering the little girls at the market are still 20 to 50 crystal nuclei." Tang Yan pondered for a moment and said, "What if I buy them all? Can you give me a discount? Buy them all? Are you serious?" The woman was taken aback. Tang Yan was speechless. "Just tell me the lowest number of crystal nuclei for a bulk purchase." The woman replied, "If you buy them all, it will be a total of 330 crystal nuclei. I'll waive the small amount. So how about 300 crystal nuclei?" Tang Yan didn't haggle further and took out 3 bags of crystal nuclei from his backpack, handing them over while saying, "Here are 300 crystal nuclei. Please count them." The trade with the Blackstone camp was still ongoing, and Tang Yan had accumulated quite a few level 1 crystal nuclei, He had brought some with him to the city of Dawn. Not many, just 1,000, packed into 10 small bags. The woman took the bags, counted them, and saw that the amount was correct. She hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment. I'll bring everyone out, and I'll give you a key for the chains." The woman rushed off. 10 minutes later, she returned followed by a long line of girls. These women were so weak they could barely walk, still in chains, struggling to move. Tang Yan took the key and unlocked each of their chains. The woman was puzzled, but did not ask further. Once the transaction was complete, the woman wooed tea metal and other matters. This deal earned her dozens of crystal nuclei, enough to last a year if she was frugal. The woman left happily. Tang Yan took the group of girls to a secluded corner and, in full view of others, took out bread and milk from a space and handed it to them, saying, "Here, eat. This is food." Their situation allowed them only to eat something soft to soothe their stomachs. Chapter 53, Adaptive Personal Force Field Generator. Upon hearing this, the women could no longer care about anything else and grabbed the bread, devouring it ravenously. The soft and sweet taste, along with the rich texture of the milk, was simply a dreamlike enjoyment for them. After quickly finishing their share, some still stared at Tang Yan with unfulfilled longing in their eyes. Tang Yan smiled and took out some more to distribute, but he didn't allow them to eat too much after being hungry for so long. Suddenly binging would harm their health. About 10 minutes later, everyone finally caught their breath and looked at Tang Yan with tears in their eyes, silently. They had never tasted such exquisite and delicious food. Perhaps even the Lord of Quanshan City had not experienced it. "My name is Tang Yan, and I am now your master," he said calmly. "I purchased you. I have built a city and urgently need to expand the population. So from now on, you're not only my subjects, but also members of the Miracle City. I will not investigate your past, nor ask about the grudges you may have had. Now, you can decide for yourselves whether to follow me or leave. If you choose to leave, I will not stop you." A girl who seemed to have some authority was the first to look up and said firmly, "Master, you saved our lives and provided us with such food. We are willing to follow you." The other girls nodded in agreement. Tang Yan smiled slightly and continued with his second promise. "You must have family, right? If you can persuade them to join my city, I can personally go to pick them up and guarantee endless food." "Really? Master, I have family." The girls suddenly became excited. This was the true purpose of Tang Yan's journey. Buying these women also meant he could recruit their families. Miracle City needed people so badly, and everything was unfolding according to his plan. Initial estimates showed that most of the girls still had family living in Quanshan City. This meant that with just one trip, the population in the city would increase by nearly 200, and most of these girls' parents were still in their prime, exactly the kind of strength needed. Without delay, Tang Yan immediately took them away from Dawn City. Arriving at an open area outside the city, he pulled out a sleek flying vehicle in front of the girls' incredulous gazes. There was no need for explanation. After boarding, within 10 minutes, the flying vehicle had smoothly returned to Miracle City. Tang Yan instructed Mia to arrange for them to bathe, change clothes, and rest, preparing to set off to pick up their families the next day. He then returned to Dawn City. With such a flying vehicle, everything was effortless and faster than imaginable. As Tang Yan navigated through the bustling and crowded streets, a stall surrounded by a throng of people caught his attention. He did not squeeze into the crowd, but quietly extended his consciousness to probe inside. The stall displayed several rusted metal pieces that looked like scrap iron, yet they made Tang Yan's eyes narrow slightly. The stall owner was a boisterous man with a bushy beard, shouting loudly. "Old goods dug up from the Dongshan ruins. These 3 pieces cheap? Not selling cheap. Even if they're scrap iron, I want this price. 100 crystal cores each. Take it or leave it." Most of the surrounding people were merely there to watch the excitement, with very few genuinely interested in making a purchase. Most couldn't see anything special about the rusty blocks, but Tang Yan's consciousness easily penetrated the surface rust to perceive the intricate and unique structures inside. The technological civilization from this planet 1,000 years ago was probably more advanced than that of Blue Star. He thought to himself. Without hesitation, Tang Yan directly called out, "I'll take them." The crowd suddenly quieted, turning to look at the man in black who had spoken. 300 crystal cores for all 3 pieces. The stall owner's eyes lit up, and he responded gruffly, "All right, cash on delivery." Tang Yin casually tossed out 3 heavy little cloth bags. The big man took them, quickly counted, and his face immediately filled with smiles as he pushed the 3 metal lumps over. Transaction completed. Tang Yan nodded slightly, tucked the items into his embrace, and turned to disappear into the crowd. The bushy-bearded man muttered to himself as he watched Tang Yan leave. What a sucker. Tang Yan was not sure what exactly was inside the metal lumps, but through his consciousness, he sensed the precise components and the faint energy emanating from within. He had a rough guess that this should be a high-tech product. After 1,000 years, it remained intact and even maintained a standby state, indicating its technological level was extremely advanced. He stored the 3 metal lumps in his space and set them aside for now. In the urban world, Tang Yan took out one piece and carefully examined it with his consciousness. The outer layer of rusted metal clearly used to be a sealed packaging box, and years of burial had completely altered its appearance. If opened violently, the internal structure could easily be damaged. So Tang Yan had to bring in a high-end stone-cutting machine he had purchased during renovations and carefully aimed it at the outer shell. With a harsh cutting sound, sparks flew. Before long, the millennia-old alien technology product finally revealed its true form. It had a somewhat peculiar shape, resembling a bracelet but wider than a regular one, with an overall width of about 5 centimeters and made of an unknown metal. Tang Yan took out the metal ring, tried it for size, and found it fit perfectly on his wrist. Without hesitation, he slipped it onto his right wrist. The ring felt cool to the touch, and its appearance was exquisite, like a piece of art. Had he not previously seen the complex mechanical structure inside with his consciousness, he might have mistaken it for an ordinary ornament. Suddenly, a faint mechanical whirring sound came from within the bracelet. The bracelet began to change shape, gradually flattening and fitting closer to the skin, with decorative patterns emerging on the surface, making it look quite distinctive. Immediately, a large number of extremely tiny metal particles began to break away from the patterns, automatically moving along Tang Yan's body. There was no noticeable discomfort on his skin, just a slight, odd sensation. If it weren't for Tang Yan's evolved eyesight, he would have almost failed to detect these tiny particles. A few minutes later, the metal particles gradually returned to the interior of the bracelet. Then, the bracelet emitted a red glow from the inside out, flashing dozens of times before turning into a green halo, and finally, the light completely extinguished. Tang Yan speculated that this should be a complete activation and recognition program. Although there was no manual and the specific mechanism was still unclear, he was not worried. Practice makes perfect, and he could try it out himself. Tang Yan used his consciousness to manipulate a stone, slowly bringing it toward himself. Initially, the speed was very slow, and the bracelet on his wrist remained still. But as the stone's momentum gradually increased, the bracelet suddenly emitted a blue glow, accompanied by a slight vibration. Soon, a layer of flowing light shield appeared around him, closely adhering to his skin, slightly transparent, as if wrapped in water. When the stone hit the light shield, it created ripples but was firmly blocked outside. Interesting. Personal protective equipment? He murmured to himself. Subsequent tests were even more thorough, stabbing with a dagger, close-range shooting with a silenced pistol. All were blocked by that layer of glow without exception. He noticed that the intensity of the bracelet's vibration changed with the level of threat. Bullets produced more noticeable vibrations than daggers, while ordinary touches and physical interactions did not trigger the protection at all. Tang Yan concluded that this layer of glow was essentially a form of intelligent force field. It could generate exponentially increasing resistance against high-speed moving objects, which posed a threat with a certain kinetic energy, dispersing the impact energy throughout the entire force field structure for consumption. Moreover, the protection was all-encompassing with no blind spots. Adaptive Personal Force Field Generator, this name, might be more fitting. The level of technology contained in this small bracelet made him marvel. What kind of world was the alien dimension 1,000 years ago? In any case, having one more treasure was never a bad thing. There were still 2 left, which could be given to Wang Jingshu and Lin Shimo. In the future, if there is an opportunity, perhaps more can be found. Tang Yan put away the other 2 bracelets and walked out of the tool room. It had been a few days since returning from Las Vegas, and the 2 women had already returned to their jobs. The sales of the Guardian Stone pendants launched by Shijinji & Company were booming, initially limited to 100 pieces per month. The strong protests from domestic wealthy individuals due to the diversion of the international market led to demands for relaxed purchase limits or increased production. Tang Yan had no choice but to ask Mia and several other girls to speed up production. Fortunately, most of them had worn Guardian Stones since childhood and were familiar with the production process, which significantly improved efficiency. Currently, the stock had accumulated to over 1,000 pieces. Wang Jingshu and Lin Shumo were extremely busy designing new sales plans and preparing to open a Guardian Stone experience store in Shanghai, allowing the wealthy to personally experience its charm and then comfortably queue to make reservations. A small stone easily captured the wealthy. After circling around the city of Dawn for a long time, Tang Yan could no longer find any peculiar relics like the bracelet. This large city, with a population of 1 million, was astonishingly vast. By the time he had roughly checked all possible areas, the sky had completely darkened, with darkness enveloping the surroundings. The streets were gradually becoming sparse with pedestrians. He arrived at a remote and desolate area halfway up the mountain. The terrain here was steep, with almost no residents. He truly did not know how Old Joe had discovered that hidden entrance. Relying on Old Joe's memory, Tang Yan found the deliberately buried entrance. He took out the prepared iron shovel and skillfully began to dig. Before long, a deep, slanting passageway revealed itself. Without hesitation, Tang Yan bent down and entered. The passage was long and winding, extending downward for more than half an hour before Tang Yan finally reached the deepest point. Estimating the location, he should be at the belly of the mountain. A heavy metal door stood before him, perfectly sealed and blocking the way. Tang Yan's consciousness swept over it, and he was slightly shaken to find that behind the door was a secret chamber made entirely of ultra-thick alloy, with walls astonishingly over 1 meter thick. In the center of the chamber, various complex mechanical devices surrounded a huge metal box, providing tight protection. The box was extremely large, nearly as tall as a person. Without much hesitation, Tang Yan took out the strange key he had obtained from Old Joe and inserted it into the lock on the door. This key evidently also contained extremely advanced technology. Once inserted into the lock, a series of complex and precise mechanisms clicked and turned inside, as if some dormant mechanism had been instantly activated. The entire process lasted a full 10 minutes before the heavy metal door slowly opened inward with a low hum. If it weren't for the concern that violent damage might trigger unknown defense mechanisms or self-destruction programs, Tang Yan would have directly broken in long ago. He stepped into the cold metal room, his gaze instantly locking onto the huge metal box that was firmly secured in the center. His consciousness scanned the inside and outside of the box again in detail, and after a moment, a hint of joy flashed uncontrollably in Tang Yan's eyes. Sure enough, there was another harvest. Chapter 54 Experimental Induction Type Nano All-Purpose Combat Suit. Tang Yan carefully examined the metal box in front of him and found that it was not locked. There was only a simple latch between the lid and the body of the box. With a little pressure from his fingers, he heard a click, and the lid opened. The first thing that caught his eye inside the box was a metal nameplate embedded in the inside of the lid, which bore a clear inscription: Experimental Induction Type Nano All-Purpose Combat Suit. Prototype warning: Energy core is non-replaceable. Use with caution. Star year 14792. 7th Research Institute. Tang Yan raised his eyebrows. The name Nano All-Purpose Combat Suit was easy to understand, but the warning about the non-replaceable energy core and the ancient star year insignia suggested that this was not a mature, mass-produced piece of equipment, but rather a powerful, yet potentially limited ancient relic. Removing the nameplate, he saw 12 smaller black metal boxes neatly arranged at the bottom of the box, each emitting a cold matte finish. Without hesitation, Tang Yan focused his mind and stored them all in his space, intending to study them thoroughly later in the urban world. After confirming that there were no other items in the secret room, Tang Yan shifted his gaze to the room itself. Its structure was intact, and the material was special, making it an excellent hiding place and vault. He naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Exiting the secret room, he expanded his consciousness, wrapping the entire room like an invisible hand. The next moment, the metal room vanished into thin air, completely transferred into his space. with a rumble. The sudden disappearance of the secret room caused the cave structure to lose its support instantly. Violent tremors came from all directions. Rocks began to collapse, dust filled the air, and the entire cave was on the verge of completely collapsing. Tang Yan wasted no time. His form darted like lightning, rushing out through the passage he came from. Behind him, the sound of collapse roared like thunder. Using his consciousness to probe back, he saw that the place where the secret room had been was now completely buried under countless boulders, leaving no trace. On Blue Star, after Tang Yan waited for Wang Jingzhu and Lin Shimo to return, he presented them with the adaptive single-soldier shield generator and explained its functions in detail. The two women had never seen such high-tech products before. Although the Guardian Stone pendant had miraculous effects, it still fell within the realm of black technology they could understand. However, the energy shield technology contained within this small bracelet completely surpassed their comprehension. They exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and exploration, as if saying, "Husband is indeed not an ordinary person." However, the two women were very understanding and never asked questions that shouldn't be asked. They believed that when the time was right, Tang Yan would naturally tell them. Following his instructions, they put on the bracelets. The program automatically initiated the recognition process, and the bracelets quickly transformed into exquisite accessories that fit their wrists perfectly. Tang Yan's was designed simply and sturdily, while the two women's were small and delicate, adorned with intricate patterns resembling top-tier works of art. Tang Yan did not disturb the two women, who were happily testing the defensive capabilities of their bracelets in the gym. Instead, he took out the black box from another world from his space. The box was not large, about the size of a briefcase, which was the standard packaging for similar products, and inside was the experimental nano-combat suit called Prototype. Opening the box, he found a completely black cube embedded within, seemingly plain and unremarkable. But the warning on the nameplate made Tang Yan realize that this object was anything but simple. Tang Yan reached out to touch the black cube. In an instant, the cube seemed to be activated, instantly breaking down into countless nanomechanical units that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, flowing like a black tide, rapidly spreading and covering his entire body along his fingers. Using his consciousness to observe, he could see that these nano units had extremely intricate structures, with faint energy flows flickering inside, tightly connected to each other in an unknown manner, forming a whole. About 30 seconds later, the nano swarm had completely covered his body surface, even forming a full face mask that enveloped his head. However, Tang Yan did not feel suffocated or uncomfortable. His breathing remained smooth and free, as if this layer of nanofilm could efficiently separate air. At this moment, Tang Yan was entirely black, with smooth lines, resembling a mechanical warrior from the future, exuding a cold aura. Fortunately, the two women were not present. Otherwise, they would surely have gasped in surprise. He felt a faint connection appear in his cerebral cortex, and even with detailed probing using his consciousness, he could hardly capture its source. As if it were a type of neural interface technology that transcended current understanding. Data was projected directly into his eyes, and a small triangular box appeared at the center of his vision, as if automatically searching for potential threats. In the upper right corner of his vision, there was a display box representing the energy status of the combat suit. Currently, 99 energy remained. The visual sampling concluded, and the built-in smart AI analyzed that there were no threats detected at the moment, causing the triangular box to hide. 3 minutes later, the nanomechanical cluster began to guide its first transformation. They tightly interlocked, forming a special lattice structure, and the overall texture became hard and heavy. Tang Yan felt as if he had donned a layer of solid composite armor, greatly increasing his sense of security. This was clearly a combat form that enhanced defense. The second transformation followed. The arrangement of the nano units became relatively loose, and the overall structure became extremely flexible and fitting, as if his body were wrapped in the highest quality elastic fabric, light as a feather, almost imperceptible. This was likely the daily or standby state, consuming very little energy. When the third transformation was initiated, Tang Yan felt a slight lightness in his body, a subtle thrust beneath his feet, and he found himself floating off the ground, able to control his height and speed at will. Though he had not tested the limits, he could intuitively sense that this combat suit had excellent short-distance flight capabilities. However, he also vaguely felt that the consumption rate of the core driving source within him had increased slightly. This nanosuit seemed to be able to absorb a small amount of the user's biological energy or external energy as auxiliary power. Immediately after, the built-in guidance program of the combat suit continuously demonstrated various forms, switches, and functions. When punching, it instantly enhanced arm output, hardening the fist when moving. The nano units coordinated with the bones and joints to form an auxiliary exoskeleton structure, greatly enhancing movement power. It could even simulate environmental colors for optical camouflage, though there were still slight flaws during high-speed movement. Truly, as an experimental ultimate product, it was indeed a treasure. Tang Yan could hardly contain his joy. Although he sensed that energy consumption would prevent him from engaging in high-intensity combat for too long, its comprehensive and powerful functions exceeded his expectations. The nano combat suit, combined with the bracelet's shield, endowed him with extraordinary mobility, strength, speed, and dual protection. The nano suit was tightly connected to his nervous system, with a response time reaching milliseconds, truly realizing thought control. With a thought, the nano suit quickly dissipated, reforming into the black cube in his hand. And then it instantly unfolded, transforming into what appeared to be an ordinary black metal belt buckle, fastening around his waist. The appearance could also be adjusted at will. Perfectly concealed, Tang Yan transformed the combat suit into everyday attire and walked into the gym. The two women were each engaged in a sparring practice with training daggers. They had both studied Taekwondo and possessed considerable skills. Now, equipped with the absolute protection of the bracelet, both were on the offensive, their moves grand and dynamic, resulting in an exceptionally exciting and fierce match, with continuous exclamations. Seeing Tang Yan enter, the two women paused their actions and ran over, glistening with sweat. "Husband, this bracelet is amazing. Love you, moi." Wang Jingzhu linked her arm with his. "Husband, I love you too," Lin Shimo chimed in sweetly, leaning closer. Tang Yan smiled and said, "There's an even more powerful piece of equipment that will let you truly experience what it's like to be a Wonder Woman." Upon hearing this, Lin Shimo's eyes instantly lit up. Her lively personality loved superhero movies, and she had often dreamed of similar scenarios. "Really, husband? What is it?" Tang Yan didn't keep them in suspense and directly opened the box he brought. Two identical black cubes lay quietly in the grooves of the box, cold and mysterious. "This is a technology that shares the same origin as my bracelet, called a nano all-purpose combat suit. Touch it, and it will automatically adapt," Tang Yan indicated. The two women, curious and eager, reached out their fingers to touch the cubes. In an instant, the black nano fluid spread along their fingertips, covering their entire bodies. The initial experience made them gasp slightly, but they were quickly captivated by the subsequent magical sensations. 5 minutes later, the initial adaptation was complete. I can float." Wang Jingzhu carefully controlled her hovering height, her excited little face turning red. Honey, how do I look in this outfit?" Lin Shimo, her mind racing, had already tried to transform the combat suit into a classic outfit reminiscent of Wonder Woman, accentuating her graceful figure and heroic demeanor. With an excited smile on her face that was both beautiful and striking. Watching the two women like children who had just received new toys, experimenting with flying, enhanced strength, and changing appearances, the gym was filled with their laughter and joy. After a while, Tang Yan became serious and said, "All right, enough playing. Remember one thing. Modern society doesn't need superheroes. The primary purpose of giving you these outfits is to protect your own safety. Unless absolutely necessary, you must never reveal these abilities in front of ordinary people, or it will lead to endless trouble." The two women, both highly intelligent, instantly understood Tang Yan's deeper meaning. No matter how powerful the equipment was, there were still risks when facing the national machinery and even stronger forces. They nodded seriously. "We understand. Honey, don't worry. This is just our trump card." The enjoyable testing continued for a while, and in the end, both women chose to transform the nano suits into comfortable and stylish everyday clothing. From now on, They only needed to refer to fashion trends or let their imaginations run wild to create countless unique high-fashion outfits for the nanosuits. Now they even save money on buying clothes. Lin Shimo said with a grin. That's right, even with money, we need to be frugal. Wang Jingzhu nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with the shrewdness and satisfaction of a homemaker. Tang Yan looked at them and smiled. He did not elaborate on the warning that the energy core was irreplaceable. There was no need to worry them for now. In the other world, Tang Yan, through the guards on the mountain, met with the third city lord of Dawn City, Riki. The first and second city lords were out and not in Dawn City. Tang Yan got straight to the point. City Lord Riki, I am Tang Yan from Miracle City, and I want to make a deal with your city. Riki appeared to be around 40 years old, with short red hair and a scar at the corner of his eye. At first glance, he had a somewhat condescending attitude. Riki did not offer a seat or even look at the tea. He simply sat on a chair in the conference hall and asked without raising his head, a deal? Food? Or weapons? Just talk to the city officials below. Riki clearly misunderstood Tang Yan's intentions, thinking he had come to purchase supplies. And he had never even heard of Miracle City. Such matters were generally handled by the lower city officials. The city lord wouldn't bother with these trivialities. Seeing Riki's impatient demeanor, Tang Yan felt a strong urge to give him a piece of his mind. However, he remembered that the other party was an awakened, and the strength of an awakened was not inferior to his current physical condition. Awakened individuals could control elemental energy for attacks or defenses, and they could also perform short-term flight. Their bodies had already been trained to an extraordinary level. One could say that the strongest combat power in this world was the awakened. Unless Tang Yan brought modern weapons, he might not be able to subdue the other party in a short time. Forget it, just bear with it. City Lord Riki, what I mean is that I have a large batch of supplies I want to sell to you. Only then did Riki raise his head to size up Tang Yan, and upon seeing such a young man, he couldn't help but smile. Did you find supplies in the ruins? Tell me what you have. Tang Yan did not explain. He let Riki think whatever he wanted. He just took out a large bag from behind and placed the canned meat and M14 assault rifle on the table in front of him. These two items were the most suitable for trade. The canned food was easy to preserve and valuable, while Tang Yan had a large number of M14 assault rifles in his space. This weapon had a limited ammunition capacity, and although it was stronger than the old rifles in this world, it was still controllable overall. Heavy machine guns, for instance, were not suitable for trading with a major force like Dawn City in the early stages. It would be too easy to cause trouble. Riki's eyes lit up upon seeing the M14. They could produce simple rifles here, which were somewhat challenging to use against large mutated beasts, but they were very intimidating against ordinary people and lower-level evolvers. He had never seen such a finely crafted weapon before. Riki asked, "What kind of weapon is this?" "This is an assault rifle, capable of semi-automatic and fully automatic fire, with a range of 300 to 600 meters. It has considerable lethality against small and medium-sized mutated beasts." Tang Yan sukin din et lai. "Oh, it can fire continuously? Let's test it out," Riki said. Tang Yan stepped outside to an open area and fired a burst at a distant tree. The continuous fire of the M14 assault rifle made Riki's heart race. He looked meaningfully at Tang Yan. "How many of these weapons do you have?" "I want them all. I can trade you 500 of these weapons for now. As for the price, how many level 3 crystal cores do you think they're worth?" Tang Yan did not want to miss the opportunity to fleece a fat sheep and did not offer a price himself. Riki glanced at Tang Yan, not expecting such a large quantity. It seemed to be a significant ruin. 5,000 level 3 crystal cores. I will give you 5,200 level 3 crystal cores, and the extra will be for the cost of bullets. It appeared he had underestimated the wealth of Dawn City. A single assault rifle was worth 10 level 3 crystal cores. That was the same price as the heavy machine gun sold to the Blackstone camp. "What is this?" Riki pointed at the pile of canned meat and asked, now showing some interest. Tang Yan opened a can of beef and handed it over, saying, "This is food. Canned meat, delicious and nutritious." Riki sniffed the aroma. It was indeed fragrant, and he couldn't help but take a bite of the beef. After a moment, Riki calmed down and said, "How many of these cans do you have?" Tang Yan responded, "City Lord Riki, we don't have many of these either, so..." What price do you have in mind?" Are you afraid I can't afford it? That's not it. I heard that City Lord Raki has collected quite a few items from the ruins, and I'm very interested in the products from the ruins. Can this batch of cans be exchanged for some relic products? Upon hearing this, Raki felt relieved. He was just afraid the other party would make exorbitant demands. There were indeed many good things in the ruins, but the most valuable items had long been taken away by them, and the remaining scraps were not worth much. It would be best to exchange them for supplies. This canned meat was incredibly delicious. He could keep some for himself and sell the rest at a high price. As for the weapons, they were a must-have for Raki. The weapons produced by Dawn City were relatively weak and were controlled by the first city lord, leaving no chance for the second city lord or himself to get involved. Chapter 55, the Sutra of Yin and Yang harmony with long-range, powerful weapons. People's ambitions quietly grew. Laki led Tang Yan into a guarded warehouse, specifically used for storing items found in ruins. The internal space of the warehouse was not small, and it was packed to the brim. Tang Yan expanded his spiritual awareness and scanned through the items one by one. The objects inside were varied, and he even saw several severely damaged robot remains. Besides the broken weapons, fragments of vehicles, and mechanical devices, what made Tang Yan particularly happy was a pile of rusty metal lumps that were identical to the 3 he had previously purchased, all containing individual defense bracelets. Roughly counting, there were at least 20 or more. I've struck it rich, Tang Yan thought. With a batch of beef cans, I can exchange for so much high-tech equipment. This deal is worth it. You might profit, but I will never lose. He also noticed something special, but showed no expression on his face. Tang Yan walked over to the pile of discarded items, first picking out the few damaged robots, and casually selected some others, including the pile of metal lumps and another object he couldn't fully comprehend but felt had some mystery. Lord Laki, just these will do. I'll offer 10,000 meat cans for this pile. Laki picked up one of the severely damaged robots, examined it back and forth for a long time, but couldn't find anything special. It was in such a dilapidated state that it was completely unusable. The other items were also in tatters, seemingly without value. Laki deep breathed. 10,000 is too little. At least 20,000 meat cans. You could pick some more items from the warehouse. Tang Yan didn't want to haggle too much. He nodded in agreement and casually took a few other pieces of trash that looked slightly better. Please have someone bring these along with the crystal cores. The supplies are outside the city, and we'll trade as soon as possible. Laki instructed the guards to fetch 5,200 level 3 crystal cores and pack the items Tang Yan selected into animal skin bags. Several squads of guards carried boxes and bags, following Tang Yan out of the city. After about half an hour, they arrived at a small hillside. Tang Yan informed them that the supplies were inside a cave, which he had previously identified as a suitable temporary storage space. Taking advantage of the guards' inattention, Tang Yan used his mental power to probe into the cave, quickly retrieving the supplies from his storage space and placing them properly. After both parties counted the supplies and crystal cores and confirmed everything was correct, the transaction was officially completed. The leading guard was Laki's trusted aide, a level 4 revolver. After the transaction was over, he said little, just patted Tang Yan on the shoulder as he was leaving. Lord Laki said that if there are more good items in the future, contact him anytime, and take as many as you want. Tang Yan nodded in response, and then turned to leave. The aircraft quickly returned to the City of Miracles, although now many residents were more accustomed to calling it Tang City. The women were training with the soldiers, and everything in the city was in order. At this moment, however, Laki, the third lord of Dawn City, was not in a good mood. He had successfully placed tracking powder on Tang Yan, but the fierce wind birds he raised returned empty-handed. Not being able to track the other party meant he couldn't find his base and warehouse. That kid slipped away quickly. City of Miracles? Interesting. Tang Yan was naturally unaware of Laki's calculations, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He returned to his secret room and then unhesitatingly devoured all the crystal cores. The energy contained in over 5,000 level 3 crystal cores should, in theory, be enough to break through the barrier that had been obstructing him. The total amount of energy was almost comparable to what he had during his previous promotion to level 3. He then entered the source primordial land, and a massive torrent of energy surged into his body instantly. Most of the energy was golden yellow, but one particular stream appeared distinctly different. However, at this moment, he could not think deeply. Intense pain suddenly struck him, as if his insides were being burned by raging fire. His internal organs were continuously transformed and evolved under the impact of this energy. Crack! It was as if some kind of barrier had shattered. Level 4, early stage of the internal strength realm, finally broke through. Immediately afterward, that peculiar energy suddenly transmitted a wave of memory fragments filled with heavy resentment and unwillingness. Brilliant magical light. Intense battles soaring through the sky. Ambushed. Using a secret treasure to escape. Falling into spatial turbulence. Causing violent fluctuations. Shattering passing celestial bodies in a crisis. Being swept away by the shock waves of explosions, plummeting toward a planet. Suffering severe injuries. Gradually being enveloped by molten metal. Ultimately being buried. The language used in this memory did not belong to this world. And what was displayed was a more powerful, extraordinary system of power. Tang Yan's mental power was nourished by this energy, rapidly improving. 500 meters, 1,000 meters. The range of his spiritual awareness continued to expand, eventually reaching 1,500 meters. At the same time, some inheritance information he could not fully understand at present was inexplicably imprinted deep within his consciousness. The evolution process finally ended. Tang Yan tried to calm his excited emotions. What did he see in the memories? Was that an immortal or a cultivator? But why was the situation so tragic? Not only being pursued by many enemies, but also falling into a spatial rift, ultimately ending up on this planet. Could it be that the catastrophic event nearly wiping out the world 1,000 years ago was triggered by this? If that person had not shattered the comet in the starry sky, perhaps this world would not have faced near annihilation. Thus, the culprit leading to this planet's decay seems to have been found. The remnant soul that Tang Yan devoured came from that item in the warehouse of Dawn City, which he found somewhat interesting. When he initially probed it with his spiritual awareness, he vaguely sensed an energy resisting his scrutiny, but at that time, he did not delve deeper. Now, thinking back, it should be that unfortunate cultivator seal within the metal who had not completely perished. Instead, he had fallen into some peculiar state that allowed his remnant soul to persist. A cultivator. Tang Yan. This man must have been a highly accomplished being in life. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to survive even after suffering such severe injuries. Such vitality is terrifying. He returned to his secret room in another world and retrieved the metallic sphere encasing the man from his space. It was not large, only about the size of a wash basin. It was hard to imagine how a person could be melted into it, and, presumably, the body at that time was already severely damaged. This time, probing with his spiritual awareness again, the internal scene became clearly visible. Inside, there was only a simple ring, which subtly exuded an extraordinary aura. In the memory fragments obtained, Tang Yan had seen this ring multiple times. It had almost intertwined with that man's entire life. He succeeded because of it, and he also fell because of it. The man's name was Zhang Jinsha. This name is translated from the language of the Blue Star. Born into a family of cultivators with ordinary talent, and was born out of wedlock, facing cold eyes and bullying within the family. After suffering a heavy blow one time, he felt despair and committed suicide by drowning in a lake. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it, and, while struggling to reach the shore, accidentally picked up this ring. The ring contained a vast amount of cultivation resources and a rare top-tier cultivation method, the Sutra of Yin and Yang harmony. This technique does not emphasize the quality of spiritual roots, but rather the alignment of one's heart and nature. Unfortunately, Zhang Jinsha, having been humiliated in his youth, had already lost his balance of heart. Acquiring this divine skill instead led him down the wrong path. The technique itself pointed directly to the great Tao, profound and extraordinary. If he could adhere to his heart and steadily cultivate, he might not be unable to achieve immortality. In his early stages, he progressed very quickly, but after reaching the nascent soul stage, he could no longer endure the constraints of the technique's precepts and ultimately became a flower thief. The holy maiden of the Taishan sect, the daughter of the head of the Zishao sect, the Tao companion of the elder of the 10,000 Souls Hall. Regardless of good or evil, he had offended nearly everyone. Ultimately, this led to a joint attack by both the righteous and the evil, and Zhang Zhenshe, who was already in the tribulation stage, was forced into a desperate situation, resulting in the tragic end of his physical and spiritual destruction, his body sealed within the metal. Tang Yan reminisced about the scattered images in his memory and had to admit that the women in the immortal cultivation world were indeed all beautiful. His heart raced at the thought. Although it was just a memory, it was still moving. He focused his mind and first examined his own condition, carefully experiencing the changes brought about by his breakthrough to the 4th level of the inner strength realm. According to the inheritance information, this realm broke the shackles of the strength and function of the internal organs. After being refined by energy, the strength of the 5 internal organs could rival that of top-grade alloys, and their functions far exceeded those of ordinary people. The heartbeat pumped like a furnace, the lungs breathed like a bellows, and his internal breath was long-lasting, allowing him to hold his breath for an extended period. His resistance to shocks and internal injuries was greatly enhanced, and his digestive system underwent a comprehensive evolution, enabling him to absorb food energy more efficiently. His overall strength was vastly different from when he was at the 3rd level. At this moment, Tang Yan's strength, speed, and reaction time had increased several times compared to before. The small universe formed by the cells in his body provided him with nearly endless energy, allowing him to fight for extended periods, possessing almost infinite stamina, super high recovery ability, and extraordinary physical qualities. Tang Yan couldn't help but ponder, which was stronger on the path of genetic evolution, his path or the immortal way practiced by Zhang Zhenshe. Although both ultimately pointed towards transcendence, they were two entirely different paths that were difficult to judge simply at the moment. Shaking off his thoughts, Tang Yan prepared to continue dual cultivating, using both paths, which was better than relying on just one. Unfortunately, the method of genetic evolution could not be taught, as if it had been completely locked away by that mysterious pyramid. Tang Yan carefully cut open the metallic lump and took out the ring, putting it on his right hand. The ring's light dimmed and became ordinary. The original owner's spiritual imprint had long since dissipated, and he easily probed his consciousness inside. The internal space was vast, nearly the size of a football field, filled with Zhang Zhenshu's years of accumulation. Among the items, the most eye-catching were the thousands of women's belly bands. There were no cultivation techniques, no medicinal pills or spirit stones, no flying swords or sharp weapons, just a few stacks of talismans in the ring. Other items were likely used up while being chased. What kind of hobby was this? Collecting only this? Where are the flying swords and magical treasures? Tang Yan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, casually picking up a pink belly band and sniffing it. A faint milky scent was discernible. These belly bands appeared to be ordinary clothing, without any fluctuations of spiritual power. But the fabric was extremely special, soft and delicate to the touch, seemingly woven from some unknown silk, feeling excellent in hand. Tang Yan Fos Inwat, the inheritance titled the Sutra of Harmonious Yin and Yang, was deeply imprinted in his sea of consciousness like a vast star map. As soon as he made contact, Tang Yan comprehended the essence of this sutra. It was not a predatory and selfish technique for personal gain. Its supreme core principle lay in a fusion of spirit and flesh reaching a state of transformation, thoroughly stimulating the fundamental yin and yang energies of both partners, allowing them to resonate in harmony, cycle continuously, and elevate themselves, ultimately achieving a shared transcendence at the level of life, hand in hand entering the supreme realm of immortality. The introduction to the sutra was clear and precise, every word a gem, imbued with a radiant Taoist rhythm, with endless mysteries concealed behind it. This sutra is not a technique of seduction, nor an evil method. It directly points to the supreme, marvelous method of the Yin-Yang Tao. Using emotion as a vessel and desire as a paddle, one can cross over oneself and others, collectively participating in the creation. Those who attain this sutra cherish their relationships and emotions, being cautious from beginning to end, so as not to disappoint the Tao's favor. However, The phrase collectively participating in creation contained a transcendent ability far beyond its literal meaning. The Wan Miao Yin-Yang Qi cultivated by this sutra had a truly terrifying aspect. It possessed the ability to devour, assimilate, and refine. Whether it was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of plants, the foreign true qi attacking from opponents, or even deeper malevolent energy and demonic essence, all could be absorbed into the formless yin-yang furnace within one's body. With supreme, true feelings to stabilize the spirit, with pure desires to fuel the fire, and with a strong divine soul as a guide, all these chaotic energies could be thrown into the furnace to be smelted, refined, and purified. In the end, the dross and hidden dangers would be eliminated, leaving only the most pure essence and a unique characteristic perfectly integrated into the Wan Miao Yin-Yang Qi, allowing it to continuously evolve and grow infinitely. This was no longer merely dual cultivation. It was a domineering path of self-validation through the fusion of spirit and desire, further devouring and refining all phenomena to substantiate one's Tao, truly deserving of the evaluation of directly pointing to the Yin-Yang Tao, the admonition to cherish relationships and emotions, and to be cautious from beginning to end, seemed particularly important at this moment. Without profound feelings as a foundation to suppress and control this terrifying devouring power, the cultivator would undoubtedly lose themselves in the pleasure of power growth, ultimately being by countless chaotic energies, falling into the endless demonic path. Holding the sutra, Tang Yan felt as if he grasped a double-edged sword that could unlock supreme power while also testing one's character. Did the Tao favor him? What deeper meaning did it hold? In any case, this was an excellent cultivation technique. He had previously promised to allow those two women to possess self-protection and even longevity powers like him, and he had been struggling to find a suitable method. Now, the appearance of this sutra of harmonious yin and yang seemed like heaven's will, perfectly fulfilling his promise, and it was also a broad shortcut to the supreme Tao. What pleased him even more was that this technique did not place importance on spiritual root qualifications, but rather on the alignment of heart and character, which was undoubtedly the greatest blessing for the people around him. He continued to comprehend the essence of the technique. To cultivate divine skills, one must first rectify the heart. With the heart belonging to someone, the intention has a direction. The myriad wonders begin with a single thought. The movement of yin and yang arises from true feelings. Do not indulge or suppress, like water flowing gently. Do not take or give, let it flow naturally. When the divine intent aligns, the qi naturally merges. Although the physical forms connect, the Tao lies within. The mystery of this qi is all-encompassing. It is not a single attribute of true qi, but seems to contain the embryonic form and characteristics of all true qi in the world, changing with the heart and having endless marvelous applications. Its nature can be extremely hard, unbreakable. It can also be extremely soft, penetrating everywhere. It can control all laws and can change with the heart. The term Wan Miao is truly fitting, and yin and yang directly points to the fundamental power of the universe's Tao. Moreover, this qi is extraordinarily miraculous, while rapidly enhancing cultivation. It can also nourish the physical body, refine the meridians, and warm the spirit, achieving a comprehensive and perfect sublimation at the level of life. The foundation of the Tao it forges is far more stable than any legend. The deeper Tang Yan understood, the more he could feel the vastness and strength of this technique. Zhang Junsu, who had received the inheritance of heavenly Tao, had poor innate talent, yet relied on this technique to stumble through to the tribulation crossing period, able to become invincible among peers, and the source of this lay in this. Cultivators of the Wan Miao Yin-Yang Qi often possess a power that is tenfold or even dozens of times greater than that of their peers. Even more terrifying was that there are almost no bottlenecks on the path of cultivation. The heart demon tribulation, which caused countless cultivators to shudder, was virtually non-existent in the face of this technique. No wonder so many top experts from both the righteous and demonic paths would go to any lengths to push Zhang Junsu to the brink of death. Tang Yan muttered to himself, feeling enlightened. Although he did not uphold his original heart and strayed into the wrong path as a flower thief, he could still be considered a generation's hero, a child of the heavenly Tao in the immortal cultivation world, having experienced tens of thousands of women in his life. This was no longer merely a technique. It was an invincible path directly leading to the pinnacle of longevity. As he thought of this, even with Tang Yan's disposition, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and satisfaction that was hard to suppress. This was precisely the top-tier technique he had longed for. Chapter 56, directly reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement. At this moment, Tang Yan, who was on Blue Star, took out all 24 individual soldier shields. He left 4 behind, intending to give them to his parents-in-law, while the rest were prepared for distribution. As for the Wanmiao Yin-Yang harmony scripture, he decided to fully teach it to all of his women. Tang Yan called Wang Jingzhu and Lin Shimo into the bedroom and asked seriously, "Do you both want to remain youthful forever?" The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Wang Jingzhu spoke first. "Hubby, do you have something good again? Is it the beauty pill that can preserve youth?" "The beauty pill can't truly preserve youth," Tang Yan laughed. "At most it can maintain beauty for 60 years. It's not a pill, but a cultivation method. As long as you practice it, not only can your appearance remain youthful, but you will also grow stronger." Lin Shimo's eyes widened. 60 years is already great. "Hubby, can you achieve immortality now? You know that what I give you is not something this world can have." Tang Yan said calmly, "If I continue to cultivate along my current path, I can indeed achieve immortality." The two looked somewhat downcast. Tang Yan continued, "If you cultivate with me, you can too." "Really? I want to cultivate." The two almost simultaneously turned their worries into joy. Unlike other Qi refining methods, the Wanmiao Yin-Yang Qi is not drawn from the external spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but is generated from within. It is the primordial true Qi birthed at the point of balance between Yin and Yang within oneself, in a state of integration of spirit and flesh. And it is the product of the high sublimation and perfect fusion of the two energies. This method is guided by the emotional bond of partners, fueled by pure desire, and forged through the merging of magical power, blood, and soul, refining innate Qi in extreme bliss. More importantly, Blue Star is not a planet rich in spiritual energy, making progress with ordinary methods difficult. But the Wanmiao Yin-Yang Qi is not limited by this. It is inherently endowed with spiritual mechanisms and possesses several key characteristics. Supreme affinity, originating from one's life essence, it fits perfectly, with a 100 absorption efficiency and a natural dominion over external energy. Everlasting vitality, it has its own spiritual mechanisms, forming a self-sustaining cycle within the body, with magical power recovery far exceeding that of the same level. Nourishing all things, it contains the power of life, capable of nurturing the flesh, refining meridians, healing wounds, and nourishing the soul. Annihilation and return to the void. It contains the power of annihilation, capable of transforming into the utmost yin and cold, disintegrating all things with the breath of extinction, cutting off causation, dispelling evil, breaking down energy, and annihilating matter. It can be said to be a top-tier method that directly points to the path of yin and yang. The method itself transcends the constraints of spiritual root qualifications, but has a strict mental threshold. Emotions must be true, desires must be pure, and the heart must be steadfast. Those who do not have deep feelings, clear thoughts, and unwavering intentions cannot cultivate it. However, the heavenly path detests fullness. Once this method is practiced, it cannot be changed. As one's cultivation deepens, traces of the path will manifest. The flesh and soul will be transformed by the Wanmiao Yin-Yang Qi, imprinted with traces of the great path, exuding a strange charm. This is beneficial to the bond between partners, but can easily attract the affections of outsiders, especially those of the opposite sex, leading to infatuation or possessiveness. Zhang Jinshaw was able to meet many beautiful women, perhaps not without this reason. However, Tang Yan did not mind. His body had long been transformed by a mysterious pyramid, and his genes already contained pheromones that attracted the opposite sex. The characteristics of this method were merely different paths leading to the same destination. Tang Yan lightly tapped the two women's foreheads with his fingertips, transmitting the supplementary chapters of the Wanmiao Yin-Yang harmony scripture into their consciousnesses through his thoughts. This was a technique he learned from Zhang Jinshua's memories. Lin Shumo and Wang Jingzhu trembled lightly, closing their eyes to digest the information. "Jingzhu, you go first," Tang Yan said gently, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Wang Jingzhu took a deep breath, sitting opposite him, their foreheads touching. Her breathing quickened, and her long eyelashes fluttered. "Don't be afraid, follow me." Tang Yan's voice echoed in her heart lake. A wave of peaceful and vast spiritual power enveloped her, guiding her to relax her body and mind and eliminate distractions. Gradually, their breathing synchronized, forming an invisible cycle. Wang Jingzhu felt herself sinking into a warm ocean, clearly perceiving Tang Yan's heartbeat and deep emotions. She didn't know how long it had been, when a faint stream of qi was born from her dantian, arising from the fusion of their emotions and life energy. Like a newborn warm current, it flowed along her meridians, bringing a sense of tingling and ease. When Tang Yan's pure yang energy met her nascent true yin energy through their fingers and lips, Wang Jingzhu's mind exploded like fireworks. It was not merely physical pleasure, but a soul-shaking, transcendent experience. 2 hours later, the qi returned to calm. Wang Jingzhu lazily opened her eyes, her pupils shimmering with light, her skin glowing. She felt the qi flowing within her, both surprised and delighted. "Hubby, this is amazing." Lin Shumo, waiting beside her, was already blushing and her heart racing, her eyes full of anticipation and curiosity. Seeing the two finish their cultivation, she immediately acted cute. "Hubby, it's my turn. But no favoritism. All right, we'll do it again." However, this kind of cultivation is beneficial in abundance. Meanwhile, in the Miracle City Square, 33 women were refreshed. After washing away the dirt and changing into clean clothes, most revealed their beautiful and delicate faces. Their eyes shone with light once more, filled with hope. Everything they had seen, heard, eaten, and experienced in a day had completely overturned their imagination. Now, even if Tang Yan wanted to send them away, it was likely that no one would be willing to leave. Here there was food, clothing, weapons, and a city. It had become heaven for them. The women boarded the flying vehicles with joy, ready to pick up their families. Tang Yan took them to the nearest open space to Quanshan City, instructing them to bring only their families and nothing else. The leader, Ailey, stepped forward hesitantly and asked, "Master, do you only want our family? What about some other women? Do you want them? What kind of people? They're all sisters who fought together. Some are orphans and some have families." Tang Yan nodded. "All right, bring them all." 2 hours later, a large crowd followed Ailey. Tang Yan was slightly taken aback. "Why are there so many people?" Ailey explained, "Master, they're all my former comrades. Those with families came along too." Countless eyes focused on Tang Yan, filled with the last hope in their despair. Tang Yan nodded, calming the crowd. Ailey's description stirred yearning among everyone, but they were also afraid of rejection. Fortunately, this city lord agreed. Roughly estimating, the number exceeded 500, requiring 3 batches for transportation. The flying vehicle was fast, and in half an hour, everyone was brought back to Miracle City. Tang Yan instructed Mia and Peichi to settle the newcomers. They were assigned to live in the board buildings as family units. The rooms in the 3-story board buildings were over 100 square meters, fully equipped, far better than before. Subsequently, food, clothing, and other supplies were distributed in succession. Recently, Tang had been purchasing supplies on Blue Star and had bought a large warehouse on the outskirts to serve as a transit point. The Miracle City warehouse was well stocked, with various grains, meats, eggs, clothing, and medicines filling several warehouses. Cheers erupted among the crowd. "It's real. There really is a settlement that distributes supplies for free." Everyone was grateful to Tang Yan and developed a deep sense of belonging to this place known as Tang City. Everyone wanted to integrate quickly and contribute to it. Those women who had been bought also became official residents, reuniting with their families. Tang Yan had never regarded them as slaves or inferiors. Next, Tang Yan paired up with each of his 20 women for dual cultivation, guiding them into the path of practice. He established a spiritual connection with each through the preliminary cultivation of the Yin-Yang harmony scripture, planting the seeds of cultivation within them and strengthening their bodies. Although the process inevitably involved intimacy, under Tang Yan's guidance, it was more akin to a solemn ceremony. Each woman reacted differently. Some were shy, some were calm, and some were moved to tears. He patiently guided them, like sowing seeds, waiting for them to become his support in the future. Even with his strong spirit, he felt a bit fatigued after several consecutive days. However, feeling the increasingly vibrant vitality in the city and the growing Yin-Yang qi within his meridians, he believed it was worth it. All the women who practiced dual cultivation with him were washed of their essence and marrow by the Myriad Yin-Yang energy, stepping into the first layer of qi training, with a few even reaching the late stage of the first layer. As the leader, he reaped the greatest rewards. His internal qi surged, and his cultivation reached the 9th layer of qi training. Although he could not yet use foundation-building illusions, his true qi could attach to any item he held, whether it be a short blade, a branch, or his own hands. This was not a spell, but the most fundamental application of true qi. Moreover, several clever applications of the Myriad Yin-Yang energy also satisfied Tang Yan. In the past, he relied solely on strength and speed for close combat, but now he had an additional means to counter his enemies. The Myriad Yin-Yang energy might become his greatest reliance in future battles. The City of Miracles had a population of nearly 700. Although small in scale, it was beginning to take shape. This stronghold was originally not large, accommodating no more than about 2,000 people. Peichi selected 200 men from the new residents to organize training, covering combat skills and equipment handling. Patrol teams were regularly dispatched to survey a 100-mile radius, exterminating mutated beast packs. Recently, large mutated beasts had rarely appeared nearby. The vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that Tang Yan brought back from Area 51 was extremely advanced and had now been distributed for use by Peichi and others. This aircraft was easy to operate like a toy. Soon, they would be able to skillfully pilot it to carry out missions. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Since breaking through to the 4-star inner strength realm, Tang Yan had felt a subtle sensation that there must be changes in the source origin. Today, this sensation was particularly clear. After arranging matters regarding Blue Star, he stepped once again into the source origin. A familiar aura rushed towards him. He looked up and saw a drop of bright red liquid gathering at the tip of the inverted pyramid. Thick as blood, its surface glimmered with an indescribable energy sheen, as if it contained the essence of countless worlds' lives. In an instant, the blood drop fell, the moment it detached from the pyramid's tip. Another superdimensional passage opened with a thunderous sound. The blood drop expanded and spun, transforming into a bizarre blood-red vortex, silently roaring like a giant mouth, leading to an unknown abyss. Another brand new world. The same method, the same aura. Tang Yan Weitspa, his gaze deeply fixed on the chaotic crimson entrance. This time, where would it lead? Tang Yan stepped in without fear. The blood-red vortex did not bring dizziness, but rather a strange sensation of being forcibly torn apart and instantly reassembled. This time it was particularly strong and lasting. Fortunately, Tang Yan's physical condition was now vastly improved. Otherwise, he might have been torn to shreds. It seemed that the pyramid only opened this second door after he stepped into the 4-star inner strength realm, which made sense. The scene before him suddenly became clear. But it was not the wild world he had imagined. Instead, it was a post-apocalyptic ruin. He stood atop the remains of a twisted metallic tower. Looking around, he saw nothing but broken walls and ruins. It had once been a magnificent city, now destroyed by a terrifying force. Charred building skeletons jutted into the gray sky, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of ozone, gunpowder, and decaying organic matter. From a distance came the rustling noises and various sounds of creatures crawling. This was not the cultivation world. What is this? Tang Yan's expression tightened, instantly entering a combat state, his mental powers spreading outward. He had intended to venture into the cultivation world to see if the fairies there were as beautiful as he remembered. It seemed that wish had come to nothing. His senses captured countless details, The metallic alloy beneath his feet far surpassed Blue Star technology. The shattered sign displayed complex, unfamiliar characters. And in addition to the smell of gunpowder, there was a vibrant yet chaotic life force in the air, as if countless insects were gathering. Suddenly, a series of intense, scraping sounds came from deep within the left street, mingled with low, deep roars filled with a desire to plunder. Chapter 57. Discovering the Zerg disaster. Tang Yan retracted his aura, his figure blending into the shadows as he silently descended the high tower, hiding behind a half-collapsed alloy wall, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes to observe. Around the corner, dozens of monstrous creatures were rapidly surging past. They were as large as military dogs, covered in dark purple, glossy shells, their limbs sharp as bone blades, scraping against the ground with a hissing sound. Their massive jaws opened and closed continuously, layered fangs dripping with corrosive saliva, leaving shallow pits on the metal surface. They moved swiftly and coordinated like efficient killing machines, clearly searching for something. Similar to the Zerg, but even more ferocious. Tang Yan immediately assessed. The life energy of these monsters was chaotic yet dense, far beyond that of mutated beasts. He quietly extended his mental power, scanning the surroundings like an invisible radar. The scene within a radius of 500 meters filled his mind, revealing 5 squads similar to the Zerg moving at high speed in the same direction, each led by a larger headbug with deeper armor. Their destination exceeded his perception range. Without hesitation, Tang Yan focused his thoughts, and his nano-all-purpose combat suit extended into a streamlined black armor covering his entire body. The optical camouflage activated, causing his figure to vanish instantly. Like an invisible ghost, he followed from a distance. The sights along the way were shocking. Human corpses lay scattered on the broken streets, none intact, all devoured by the swarm, the stench of blood and insects mingling to induce nausea. Tang Yan focused his mind, keeping a close watch on the swarm. The bugs moved at incredible speed, and after about a quarter of an hour, he finally arrived at the swarm's destination, a massive ruined building square. In the center of the square, hundreds of terrified survivors were gathered in a dark mass. On the outskirts, only a few dozen soldiers in blue-gray powered armor formed a fragile defense line, their pulse rifles continuously firing blue energy beams, desperately blocking the tide of insects surging forth. The soldiers' armor was covered in scars and burn marks, their movements sluggish from fatigue, yet they fought to the last breath. However, the number of insects was more than 10 times theirs, their assault relentless. One soldier paused momentarily due to overheating weapons, and 2 blade bugs lunged at him, their bone blades viciously slicing through his chest armor, sending bright sparks flying. The soldier staggered back, his armor emitting a piercing alarm. The situation was critical. Tang Yan stealthily approached the edge of the battlefield and glanced at a relatively intact human soldier's corpse nearby. As a fellow human, the tragic scene stirred a sense of urgency within him, prompting a decision to rescue, but he needed information. He silently activated his mental power, enveloping the corpse, devouring. After advancing to the 4-star inner strength realm, devouring no longer required physical contact, and the feedback energy did not need to enter the source origin. Everything could be completed within the sea of consciousness, a weak yet pure essence of life, along with fragmented memories, surged into him through the mental link. The source origin trembled slightly in the sea of consciousness, and energy feedback came rushing back, numerous images flashing through Tang Yan's mind. The vast territory of the Human Federation, a crumbling front line, an endless sea of insects, a desperate mission to destroy the mother bug and turn the tide, the guilt and reluctance for his young child at home. The unwillingness and obsession from the memory fragments struck Tang Yan, causing him to shake his head slightly to quickly calm his mind, his gaze sharpening further. Although the information was fragmented, the key points had been obtained, and the language had been mastered. This was an interstellar world of survival war between humans and Zerg, and this place was a peripheral planet of the Human Federation, indicating that the defense line had been breached. The situation for the Federation was dire. At this moment, another soldier was toppled by the swarm, and the defense line was on the verge of collapse. No longer hesitating, Tang Yan's gaze sharpened. and he instantly took out several rugged, yet powerful pulse rifles previously confiscated from Area 51 from his spatial equipment. The optical camouflage was deactivated, and his black-armored figure suddenly appeared like a ghost at the battlefield's flank. He did not pause, raising his gun to fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Enhanced dynamic vision and mental perception made his shooting skill divine. Each pulse energy beam precisely pierced the vital points of a blade bug, whether at the joint connections or the soft flesh deep within its massive jaws. The shell shattered and fluid splattered. The sudden precise fire support eased the pressure on the nearly collapsing defense line. All soldiers and survivors were involuntarily drawn to the rapidly moving black figure that was hitting every target. As Tang Yan shot, he darted into the flank of the swarm like a cheetah, his presence instantly turning the local battle situation around. Tang Yan's aim was as precise as the Grim Reaper calling names, with each pulse beam inevitably taking away a blade bug's ability to move. His enhanced brain functioned like a supercomputer, instantaneously analyzing the bug's most vulnerable movement nodes and predicting bullet trajectories, with no misses. However, the pulse rifle technology from Area 51 was evidently outdated. After firing more than 20 shots in succession, it needed to cool down and recharge. Tang Yan quickly switched out 5 rifles. His efficient slaughter greatly encouraged the surviving human soldiers. That dark figure, constantly moving at the flank of the swarm and spraying beams of death, became their only glimmer of hope amidst despair. The survivors held their breath, many rekindling hope in their eyes. But the number of Zergs seemed endless, continuously surging in from all directions. All the pulse rifles in Tang Yan's hands had overheated, buzzing with warning. TSK, troublesome. He clicked his tongue softly. Ordinary kinetic weapons struggled to pierce their hard shells. With a thought, 10 shimmering special alloy daggers appeared out of thin air, hovering in front of him. His immense mental power wrapped around them instantly. Go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 silver streaks, like venomous snakes with life, tore through the air with sharp whistles, accurately targeting the unprotected compound eye areas of the swarm. Earthly alloys might struggle to penetrate their shells, but piercing the relatively weak eye areas was effortless. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of piercing was incessant and agonizing. The dozens of blade bugs rushing at the front immediately became headless flies, emitting painful screams, wildly swinging their bone blades, even injuring their companions. Telekinetic master. Oh my God, it's a telekinetic master. The survivors erupted with incredulous gasps and cries of joy. Controlling 10 daggers for high-intensity precise stabbing consumed a vast amount of mental power. Tang Yan felt a slight throbbing pain in his forehead, estimating he could maintain this attack for almost an hour. It couldn't last long. He decisively retracted his mental power, letting the daggers clatter to the ground. In the next moment, he drew a long sword from his spatial equipment. This sword was forged by Isabella from a special metal from another world, glimmering coldly and exceptionally sharp. Although it was not on par with the high-tech weapons here, it far surpassed the alloys of Blue Star. Then, close combat. Tang Yan's eyes sharpened, and the vast Yin-Yang energy within him roared to life, attaching itself to the long sword. His aura suddenly shifted, transforming from a ghostly shooter into a drawn blade. He pushed off the ground, cracking it, and his whole person shot into the chaotic swarm like a cannonball. A blade bug that had just lost its vision and was frantically clawing around sensed a human approaching and lunged at him with its keen sense of smell. Tang Yan did not dodge or evade. He didn't even use the sword, simply sidestepping and extending his left hand like lightning, his fingers forming claws, accurately grabbing its bone blade wrist. Crack! The chilling sound of bones breaking echoed. That hard bone blade, comparable to alloy, was crushed barehanded by him. Before the bug could scream in agony, Tang Yan's right hand had already swung the cold sword in a graceful arc puff. The bug's head soared into the sky. The movement was fluid, without a hint of sluggishness. More bugs caught the scent of blood and swarmed in from all directions, their bone blades weaving a net of death. Tang Yan's lips curled into a cold arc. He moved. Like a ghost, he weaved through the densely packed attacks, every step calculated to avoid fatal blows by mere millimeters. The long sword in his hand transformed from a simple weapon into an extension of his body, sometimes piercing like a venomous snake to break the eyes, sometimes cleaving like thunder to clash against bone blades, sometimes flowing like soft water to cleverly redirect an attack toward another bug. Clang, clang, puff. The sounds of metal clashing and the resonant thuds of shattered shells intertwined to form a violent symphony. At times, he moved like a swimming dragon, and with a flash of his sword light, a bug's head would fall to the ground. At times, he charged like a fierce tiger, his violent strength smashing through the enemy's shell head-on. At times, he stopped abruptly like a boulder, his long sword spinning to cleave through the waist of a sneak attacker behind him. The myriad of Yin-Yang energy infused into the sword body allowed this already extraordinary longsword to emit a faint glow, cutting through the insect race's shells as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. His strength, speed, and reflexes completely overwhelmed these low-level bugs, turning the battle into an art of one-sided slaughter. The soldiers even momentarily forgot to fire their guns, staring in awe at the black figure stirring up a bloody storm in the sea of insects, with severed limbs and broken arms flying everywhere. Not a single bug able to make him stop for more than a second. Is this still a human? A soldier murmured, almost forgetting to change the energy clip. A psionic master. Is so terrifying in close combat too? However, Tang Yan became more and more exhilarated as he fought. He could feel that with each kill, a faint source of life energy was being assimilated and absorbed by the myriad of Yin-Yang energy, replenishing the consumption attached to the long sword, even slightly enhancing his physique. This feeling of slowly growing stronger amidst the slaughter made his fighting spirit burn even more fiercely in his eyes. He let out a long roar that resonated across the battlefield, actively charging towards the most densely packed area of the bugs, and the sword light erupted completely, blooming like a death lotus among the swarm. At this moment, he was the master of the battlefield. Chapter 58. Exploring the Zerg mother bug, the setting sun slowly sank below the horizon, dyeing the clouds and the shattered city in a blood-red hue. Dim light smeared across the battlefield, adding a touch of desolation to the scorched earth littered with insect carcasses and metallic debris. The continuous hissing and weapon buzzing finally came to a halt. The swarm retreated abruptly after leaving behind thousands of corpses, leaving only silence and a thick stench of blood and charred flesh. After a brief silence, the survivors could no longer suppress their outpouring of emotion. "We survived." A soldier trembled as he removed his damaged helmet, revealing a young face smeared with sweat and dirt, his voice cracking yet filled with ecstasy. "Mom!" In the crowd, some embraced and wept, tears mingling the pain of loss with the relief of survival. More gazes unconsciously turned to the solitary black figure standing in the center of the battlefield. He held a long sword still dripping with purple insect blood, his cold armor reflecting a ghostly light in the sunset, resembling a war god returned from hell. It was him, tearing apart despair with unmatched strength, bringing life. However, the brief cheer could not mask the harsh reality. This was merely an insignificant corner of the marginal agricultural planet, Leda 125. Across the entire planet, and even the Human Federation, such brutal and even more desperate battles were happening at all times. The afterglow of the setting sun seemed to reflect a microcosm of the entire race's fate. Light was retreating, and a long night was about to arrive. The war with the Zerg was never about justice or right and wrong. It stemmed from the most primitive and cruel cosmic law: survival, evolution, expansion. This was a war of existence with no room for negotiation and no retreat allowed. Humans viewed the Zerg as a natural disaster that would annihilate civilization, while the Zerg saw humans as nutrients for perfect evolution. Devour, absorb, assimilate, until one side was completely annihilated. This was a deadlock inscribed in the genes, an eternal, irreconcilable contradiction between civilization and hive consciousness. To fight was to have a glimmer of hope. To retreat was to face eternal extinction. The blood-red sunset spilled over the silent battlefield, staining the Zerg shells and human remains with a tragic hue. Tang Yan stood silently among them, his emotions complex. Reason told him this was not his war. He came from another dimension and had an escape route. All he had to do was turn back to the origin, and he could return to Blue Star, cutting off this hell. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet the viscous blood plasma underfoot, the air thick with the blood of his kin, and the fear and despair hidden in the eyes of those survivors felt like invisible chains binding his steps. After all, we are all of the same race. He sighed inwardly. That subtle connection derived from the essence of life. The natural compassion for the weak made it impossible for him to harden his heart and stand by. Since this power was here, it should be put to use. At that moment, an officer clad in tattered powered armor, with abrasions on his face, walked over with heavy but determined steps. The officer's gaze swept over Tang Yan's black armor, which was starkly different from the Federation standard, and the horrifying mountain of Zerg corpses behind him, his eyes filled with awe and gratitude. He suddenly raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and knocked heavily on his left chest armor, producing a muffled sound, then slightly leaned forward, performing a standard Federation military salute. "Sir, I am Rhodes, captain of the 3rd Assault Team of the 7th Frontier Army." His voice was hoarse from fatigue, but remarkably clear. "Thank you for your assistance. You have saved the lives of everyone here." Tang Yan absorbed fragments of memory and could now understand and use the language of this place. He nodded slightly, his voice calm. "No need for formalities. It is a fortuitous encounter." Rhodes straightened up, and the gratitude in his eyes was quickly replaced by deeper anxiety and determination. He did not engage in small talk, but got straight to the point. "Sir, the situation is critical. Our main force is fully committed to ground combat, but we have suffered heavy losses and are retreating step by step. Intelligence indicates we must destroy the mother bug that descended on the planet. Otherwise, the swarm will never end. They will continue to evolve and reproduce until they consume the entire planet." His voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, a sign of powerlessness when facing an almost invincible enemy, but it was quickly suppressed by a strong sense of mission. "We have tried every method, but we still cannot locate the exact position of the mother bug. Its hiding ability far exceeds our expectations. Sir, you are psychic, possessing powers beyond our imagination. I represent all the survivors, implore you to help us find and destroy the mother bug. This is the only hope for saving Lita 125. His gaze was fervent, filled with a final glimmer of desperate hope, waiting for Tang Yan's decision. Tang Yan searched through his memories, finding some incomplete fragments. Psychics are humans who awaken psychic power innately or through medication. Their powerful psychic abilities are their weapons. They can resist the mother bug's mental attacks, manipulate objects with their minds, sense thoughts, and deliver psychic shocks, making them incredibly valuable and esteemed resources within the Federation. Encountering a powerful psychic here was indeed unexpected for them. "Good," Tang Yan replied succinctly and decisively. "Tell me all the information you have, the areas you have checked, and the most detailed planetary map." His direct and efficient approach invigorated Captain Rhodes, as if he had seen a tangible light in the endless darkness. He immediately turned to the soldiers behind him and shouted, "Hurry, bring the tactical tablet. All information about the mother bug and the combat zone." A soldier quickly handed over a slightly damaged, but still illuminated metal tablet. Rhodes skillfully operated it, bringing up an enlarged, complex holographic map filled with red Zerg activity markers, blue remnants of Federation forces, and large gray areas marked as unknown. "Sir, look," Rhodes pointed at the map, his tone urgent and clear. "This is our current position. The ruins of K7 District. The initial large-scale arrival point of the Zerg, according to the latest satellite data analysis. It is highly probable that the mother bug is in this area, the Black Valley Industrial Complex, located on the other side of the continent, quite far away." He zoomed in on that area, the image showing a series of massive factories and deep mines. The command had previously dispatched an elite reconnaissance team to attempt infiltration, but as soon as they entered the outskirts of the Black Valley, their signals completely disappeared and no one returned. After that, we lost air superiority, and the satellites were destroyed, making effective reconnaissance impossible. Besides the Black Valley, Tang Yan pressed on, his gaze sharp as it scanned other high-probability marked areas on the map. "What other suspicious targets do you have?" How do you judge? There is also here the red rock volcanic belt. Roads pointed to another vast red mountain range, where geothermal activity is unusually active and the energy signals are chaotic, theoretically making it suitable for the mother bug to hide and absorb energy. But we lack enough ground forces for in-depth exploration and can only rely on early limited reconnaissance. Additionally, this vast dark forest. He moved his finger to a massive green area on the map, but the map showed that the green was being eroded by writhing red. The vegetation was unusually dense, and the trees seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation, which could interfere with detection signals, and Zerg activity was also exceptionally frequent. Most of the drones we sent out have gone missing. Rhodes' expression was bitter. To be honest, sir, our investigation is very limited. The pressure of the swarm has us running around in circles, and we can only hold onto a few data points. We can hardly confirm these suspicious areas effectively. The mother bug could be hiding anywhere among them, or perhaps not in any of the locations we speculate. He respectfully handed the tactical tablet to Tang Yan. This is the highest precision map we can provide at present, including known terrain. Main Zerg gathering areas, which may have changed, and the last recorded signal anomaly points. However, it lacks many real-time information. Tang Yan took the tablet, gently probing with his psychic power, instantly analyzing its internal structure and usage. His gaze quickly swept over the entire planetary map, especially the three areas that Rhodes had emphasized. His powerful psychic energy felt like invisible tendrils, as if trying to penetrate the screen to directly sense the abnormalities of that land. After a moment, he looked up, his eyes showing determination. I will take the map. Tang Yan accepted the tactical tablet. I will investigate these three areas. You stay at the base, reinforce defenses, and tend to the wounded. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Rodis's eyes burst with immense surprise and gratitude as he heavily pounded his chest again. Yes. My lord, please be sure to be careful. The 3rd Assault Team of the 7th Corps of the Federal Star Interstellar Border Defense Army will forever remember your kindness. Tang Yan nodded slightly, saying no more. He turned and cast his gaze towards the distant horizon, where unknown dangers lay, and also the key to ending the disaster. In the next moment, the optical camouflage of the nano-combat suit activated, and his figure slowly dissipated into the thickening night, like a hunter merging into the shadows. Rushing toward the nearby target, an ominous, dark forest. Tang Yan did not use the alien spacecraft from Area 51, which was high-tech but conspicuous. In an unfamiliar planet where air supremacy might be entirely in the hands of the Zerg or unknown forces, taking off recklessly would be like becoming a live target. Although the nano-combat suit had flight capabilities, it was mainly used for short-range assault tactical maneuvers. Long-distance travel would consume too much energy and also posed exposure risks. The safest method remained ground infiltration, supplemented by the nanosuit's low-altitude, hovering, and short-distance high-speed gliding abilities, minimizing physical traces of energy release. The primary target was relatively close, in the most complex and dark forest. According to the map, the vegetation in this forest had undergone drastic changes for unknown reasons, with towering and twisted trees that could naturally interfere with various detection signals, making it an excellent hiding place. The optical camouflage environmental simulation function of the nano-combat suit was fully activated, and Tang Yan moved through the blackened ruins and the wilderness filled with alien plants like a true ghost. Occasionally, he hovered low over the shattered roads, or utilized the powerful mobility provided by the nanosuit to leap between jagged boulders, his speed far exceeding that of any ground vehicle, yet maintaining maximum concealment. As he approached the dark forest, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The foul odor in the air was gradually replaced by the strong, sweet, and decaying smell of corrupted plants. The color of the ground deepened, revealing a purple-black fungal mat that felt soft and resilient underfoot, as if it were alive and gently writhing. Strange, sporadic forms of Zerg began to appear, resembling forest sentinels. Some were entwined with vines, while others lurked beneath the fungal mat. Tang Yan contracted his mental perception to a radius of 100 meters around him, becoming more concentrated and keen, focusing on avoiding these hidden sentries without engaging them. His goal was clear: to find the mother bug, not to clear out the minor threats. Finally, he reached the edge of the dark forest. The sight before him was heart-stopping. Towering trees had completely lost their original forms, their trunks twisted like struggling tentacles, covered in thick purple-black biological fungal mats that pulsed slightly like a heartbeat. Vines hung down like blood vessels, emitting a faint phosphorescence. Deep within the forest, unsettling rustling sounds and low, buzzing noises could be heard. With visibility extremely low, common electronic detection devices would likely have long since failed here. Without hesitation, Tang Yan's figure flashed, and he vanished into this living, malevolent forest. The internal environment of the forest was even more hostile. The fungal mat covered almost every inch of ground, creating an extremely uncomfortable sensation underfoot. Mutated large insects and zergspore sacs attached to the trees were everywhere. His mental perception was greatly interfered with here, as if he had sunk into a viscous mire, and the range was further compressed. He could only rely on his extraordinary vision and hearing, along with his suppressed mental strength, to cautiously advance deeper into the forest, constantly comparing the possibly outdated terrain information stored on his tactical tablet. After several minutes of careful infiltration, relying on the superior performance of the nanosuit and his strong perception, Tang Yan successfully avoided multiple fixed posts of Zerg patrol teams. Finally, at the edge of a massive rift shrouded in thick purple mist, he stopped. Below the rift, the sight was horrifying. Chapter 59. Battle against the mother bug's nest. The valley floor was completely covered by a massive, pulsating biological structure. This was not a fungal blanket, but a living cluster composed of countless blood vessel-like networks, writhing fleshy chambers, and glands that continuously secreted mucus. At the center of this organ architecture, a huge translucent egg sac pulsed slowly like a heart, with distorted shadows faintly visible inside. It was the mother bug, or at least a core incubation nest. It was uncertain whether this was the only mother bug on the planet, but there was no doubt that the scale of this place was astonishing and far from ordinary. Tang Yan's gaze sharpened, target locked, but at that moment, an extremely powerful mental wave, filled with greed and aggression, suddenly swept over from below the ravine. Like an invisible searchlight, he had been discovered. The mother bug or its guards clearly possessed a level of mental perception far beyond ordinary bugs. Although Tang Yan's mental probing was restrained, it still triggered an alarm. Hiss! A piercing scream that pierced the soul erupted from the valley floor. Countless openings suddenly appeared in the flesh walls on either side of the ravine, and dozens of larger, luminescent elite guard bugs surged out like a tide, rushing straight at Tang Yan. At the same time, the pulsing of the egg sac below accelerated abruptly, its biological membrane becoming more transparent, with dark shadows writhing violently inside, as if they were about to burst forth at any moment. The battle escalated instantly. Tang Yan took a deep breath. The optical camouflage of his nanosuit faded, switching to combat mode, and the energy blade acquired from Area 51 emitted a low hum. His equipment was not advantageous here, even somewhat outdated, but what he possessed was strength far beyond that of ordinary warriors in this world and another system of power. It was time to let this nest of bugs see what a combat style from another realm looked like. Before the hissing could fade, the elite bugs had already pounced. They moved incredibly fast, their bodies as large as cows, with thick, dark shells, jagged bone spurs at their joints, coldly glowing compound eyes, and mouths spewing corrosive acid projectiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several blobs of dark green acid shot towards him. Tang Yan retreated swiftly, the rock he had been standing on instantly melting, toxic smoke spreading. The nanosuit's power surged to its maximum, granting him lightning-like mobility. He no longer held back. His mental power erupted fully, no longer finely controlled, but forming an invisible shockwave that pushed forward violently. Boom! The first few elite bugs were momentarily halted, as if they had crashed into an invisible wall, their shells emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. Though they did not shatter, it bought him a moment. The shells were tough. Tang Yan's expression turned cold. The defenses of these elite units far exceeded any bugs he had encountered before. He did not retreat, but advanced, seizing the moment of their hesitation to charge in. The engines in the legs of his nano suit roared briefly, propelling him like an arrow into the swarm of bugs. Clang! The energy blade collided hard with the bug's bone blade, sparks flying. The tremendous force numbed Tang Yan's arm, and the elite bug's bone blade only left a deep mark without breaking. Trouble! Tang Yan's mind raced. The energy weapons from Area 51 were struggling against shells of this caliber. He slipped through like a swimming fish, avoiding the acid and bone spurs. His mental power was highly concentrated, the myriad Yin-Yang energy circulating rapidly, enhancing his entire body. His combat style shifted. He no longer sought to kill with a single blow, but aimed for extreme precision and efficiency. The energy blade no longer hacked down, but targeted joints, compound eyes, and other weak points like a scalpel. Stab! Stab! He moved so quickly that he left afterimages, darting and weaving under the assault of several elite bugs. Every dodge was perilous, and every strike aimed for vital points. Although the energy blade could not sever limbs, the high-frequency cutting and energy burning continuously inflicted effective damage, gradually weakening his opponents. One guard bug opened its mouth to prepare acid, and a cold glint flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. He flung his left hand, and the alloy dagger was wrapped in mental power, shooting like lightning into its throat. The acid exploded in its mouth, corroding its internal tissues, and a painful wail erupted. The battle was incredibly fierce. Tang Yan relied on the mobility of his nanosuit and his own strength to maneuver, but the number of elite bugs was too great. Their coordination impeccable, and they fought without fear of death. The energy blade gradually dimmed under the continuous hacking, and the energy indicator on the nanosuit flickered yellow. The high-intensity mobility and invisibility consumed a significant amount of energy. What was even more terrifying was that the shadows within the egg sac below were writhing more violently, a heart-stopping energy gathering and rising. It seemed as if an even more terrifying existence was about to awaken. No more delays. Tang Yan's mind raced, and he suddenly pushed back against the swarm, using the force to retreat several meters, creating some distance. He glanced at the faintly glowing energy blade in his hand and sensed the terrifying aura about to erupt below. In the next second, he made a decision. The energy blade was retracted. He raised both hands, and the myriad Yin-Yang energy within him began to operate at an unprecedented speed, compressing. Buzz! The universe overturned. Yin and Yang extinguished. Seize your light, cut off your voice, return to silence and the void, eternally fall into the abyss. An invisible force field expanded, centered around him, as if the sound of a great mantra resonated in the air. The breath of utmost yang and utmost strength, which also contained vitality, erupted, causing the surrounding elite bugs to freeze in their movements, instinctively feeling the pressure and discomfort from the higher level. Between Tang Yan's hands, a visible, distorted light energy conglomerate was forming, neither black nor white. It appeared a chaotic gray, as if the yin and yang energies were flowing and colliding within, reaching a dangerous balance. This was the limit output of the myriad yin-yang energy he could currently mobilize. Go! He thrust his hands forward. The chaotic energy ball shot out silently, not fast, but carrying a heavy sense of locking onto everything, ignoring the elite bugs blocking its path, and shooting straight toward the massive egg sac below. A few elite bugs attempted to block it with their bodies, but upon contact with the energy ball, their shells did not shatter. Instead, they melted away rapidly as if hit by strong acid, decomposing and seemingly reverting to primordial life energy, turning to ash before they could even scream. The myriad yin-yang energy nourishes all things when aligned, and when reversed, it transforms all things into nourishment. The energy ball ultimately struck the pulsating massive egg sac with pinpoint accuracy. There was no explosion. Only a dull sound like tearing fabric erupted. A massive gap appeared at the point of impact on the egg sac, with the surrounding material rapidly dissolving and vaporizing. The thick, terrifyingly energetic biological liquid inside surged out like a dam breaking. Hiss! A scream far more piercing, painful, and containing endless rage and despair exploded from deep within the egg sac and throughout the entire ravine. The entire bug nest seemed to wail under the strike. All elite bugs froze in their movements for an instant, then fell into a frenzy of chaos. Tang Yan's strike succeeded, and without hesitation, he activated the full power of his nanosuit, turning and charging towards the top of the ravine. He knew this was just the beginning. The destruction caused by the energy ball of reversed Myriad Yin-Yang energy far exceeded a physical explosion. It was decomposing and assimilating the materials and energy of the egg sac. At the gap, the biological tissue of the egg sac rapidly melted as if facing the blazing sun. What gushed out was no longer biological liquid, but a chaotic torrent mixed with refined, pure life energy and a mother bug's painful mental imprint. The piercing scream, taken to the extreme, transformed from sound into a substantial mental shockwave, crazily sweeping upward from the valley floor like a tsunami. Though Tang Yan was rapidly ascending, he was still hit by this violent mental wave. Buzz! His brain sank heavily, as if struck by an invisible hammer, the scene before him blurring and distorting. Countless fragments filled with madness, resentment, and greedy were trying to surge into his conscious sea, attempting to assimilate him into a monster that knew only slaughter. Oof! Tang Yan grunted. The Myriad Yin-Yang Harmony Sutra activated spontaneously, his Tao heart like a rock, blocking most of the mental shock outside, rapidly refining and clearing away distractions. But this impact still made his blood surge, slightly reducing his speed. And below, the true apocalyptic scene began to unfold. The damage to the egg sac seemed to trigger an ultimate command. All remaining elite bugs, along with more units surging from the flesh wall caves, fell into extreme madness. They no longer had tactics, no longer avoided damage. Their only thought was to destroy the invader. Even if it meant self-destruction, they would drag him down with them. Acid projectiles poured upward like a torrential rain. Some elite bugs even directly detonated their internal energy cores, transforming into dark green corrosive energy orbs, charging suicidally towards Tang Yan. What was even more terrifying was that in the damaged egg sacs, the twisted shadows emitted an even sharper and more urgent shriek. At the bottom of the rift, a massive flesh carpet writhed violently, with thick biological cannon tubes as large as giant blood vessels lifting from beneath the flesh, their muzzles gathering a heart-pounding, eerie green energy. The light becoming more intense. This was the fixed defensive weapon of the bug nest, its power far surpassing that of individual equipment. Tang Yan's pupils constricted suddenly. The nanosuit's alarm blared wildly, indicating that multiple streams of terrifying energy capable of vaporizing him in an instant were locking onto him. Life and death hung in a balance. Without hesitation, he made the most correct choice to abandon the vertical ascent and violently crash sideways into the rift wall. Boom! The nanosuit's power surged to full capacity as he smashed into the wall covered with fungal blankets and biological tissues, creating a deep pit. Almost the instant he took refuge in the cave, whoosh, 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 several thick, eerie green energy beams shot up from the bottom of the rift, slamming down onto the spot he had just occupied and the upper edge of the rift. Boom! The entire rift shook violently, rocks melted, and the struck area was instantly turned to nothingness, not even allowing dust to rise. The terrifying energy dissipated, filling the surrounding air with a charred, ionized smell. The cave where Tang Yan was hiding trembled as stones fell down, the shockwave causing pain in his back. He couldn't stay. This place would soon be covered by more attacks. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. He not only did not go upwards, but instead fully activated the myriad subtle Yin-Yang energy, slamming his palms against the inner flesh wall of the cave. Myriad subtle returned to ruins, devouring heaven. Since the entire rift was a massive biological nest, these tissues themselves were the best energy sources. Although chaotic and mixed, the dominance of the myriad subtle Yin-Yang energy lay in its powerful assimilation and absorption capability. Buzz! A torrent of tumultuous yet chaotic life, energy, and biological mass surged into his body through his palms, impacting far beyond the previous devouring of scattered bugs. Pain like bursting and tearing surged through his meridians as countless bug gene fragments and frenzied wills attempted to corrupt his soul. Tang Yan gritted his teeth, his complexion flushed. operating the Myriad subtle Yin-Yang harmony classic to its utmost, combining with the mad refinement of this vast energy. The nanosuit's energy readings rapidly surged back up at an abnormal speed, even starting to give overload warnings, but he couldn't care less. At the same time, relying on this forcibly absorbed vast energy, his mental power erupted with an unprecedented intensity, no longer meticulously controlling it, but instead launching the most brutal impact. Get lost. With a low roar, a powerful mental storm violently expanded outward from him. Those elite bugs trying to burrow into the cave or attack the entrance from the outside froze in unison, the eerie light in their compound eyes dimming and becoming chaotic, as if their low-level nerve cords were forcibly interfered with or even torn apart. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Yan abruptly charged out of the cave, no longer relying on the nanosuit's own propulsion, but instead pouring the vast energy he had just devoured and refined into the nanosuit without reservation, even wrapping his entire body in a layer of faint, frenzied, grayish mist. Boom! He transformed into a meteor, no longer gliding or hovering, but shooting straight up nearly vertically at a crazy speed. The speed was so fast that it even left a brief sonic boom cloud behind. Below, more ghostly energy artillery and suicidal attacks followed one after another, but they could only futilely brush past the afterimage he left behind, turning the cave, where he had just hidden, and a large section of the rift wall into rubble. In just a few seconds, Tang Yan rocketed out of the edge of the rift like a rocket, crazily charging towards the outskirts of the forest without stopping. Behind him was the frenzied roar of the entire bug nest and the pursuit of countless enraged bugs. Chapter 60. Island of Death. At the moment he burst out of the rift, Tang Yan didn't look back at all. The engine of his nano-combat suit howled, already operating at overload, propelling him like a bolt of black lightning towards the dark edge of the forest. Behind him, the entire insect nest roared madly. The ghostly energy artillery fire in the rift flickered erratically, casting that area into an appearance reminiscent of a hellish opening. Countless insect units surged out like a flood breaching a dam, fiercely biting at his breath and energy traces as they pursued him. Above, flying insectoids also began to appear, emitting piercing screeches in an attempt to lock onto him from the air. Tang Yan's mind was stretched to its limits, his perception maximized. He no longer ran in a straight line. Instead, he used the forest's complex terrain to constantly change directions, sometimes plunging into the towering mushroom forest that blocked out the sun, sometimes burrowing into the winding old pipelines underground, and sometimes making sharp turns to take cover behind thick mutated tree trunks. Thoo, thoo, thoo. Acid projectiles and bone spikes whizzed past him, smashing into trees and the fungal carpet, creating holes. The energy beams fired by the flying insects plowed deep, blackened trenches into the ground. The pressure was immense. The energy of a nanosuit was rapidly depleting, although he had just forcefully absorbed some energy from the insect nest. That energy was too violent, most of it spent on explosive acceleration, making it hardly sustainable. The injuries on his body also throbbed faintly. Forcibly devouring and refining the nest energy placed a significant burden on his meridians, but fortunately, his self-healing ability was strong enough to allow for gradual recovery. He needed to shake off his pursuers quickly or redirect this disaster onto someone else. His mind raced, and the map on the tactical tablet unfolded in his mind. The Rhodes Assault Team's base was right at the edge of the forest, an abandoned mining station that was easy to defend but hard to attack. A plan formed instantly. He abruptly turned, no longer rushing outward, but instead carving an arc, leading the dark tide of insects behind him towards the flank of the Rhodes base. At the same time, he split off a thread of mental energy to simulate and amplify his own breath and energy fluctuations like the most conspicuous lighthouse, firmly drawing the hatred of the swarm. Boss, something's wrong. On the lookout tower of the base, the soldier on guard trembled, pointing towards the dark forest. Rhodes rushed up to the tower, grabbing the binoculars. In the depths of the forest, smoke billowed into the sky. Trees fell in clusters, and insect shadows surged like mad towards the black figure chased by them. It was all too familiar. It's him. He's leading the swarm over here. The sentinel's voice was shaky, mixed with fear and disbelief. Rhodes's expression darkened. He realized that Tang Yan wasn't escaping. He was deliberately guiding them. That torrent of insects was being led by Tang Yan, using an almost exquisite route towards the open unloading area at the northeast side of the base. The terrain there was flat, with no cover, making it an excellent location to leverage firepower, but also extremely dangerous. Once surrounded, they would all be doomed. He was creating an opportunity for us, and testing our courage. Rhodes immediately understood Tang Yan's intentions. Using the inertia of the swarm's pursuit, he was leading them into the firing zone, ready to reap them with the base's heavy firepower. But this required an extremely high level of coordination and courage to go all out. "Everyone, get in position." Rhodes abruptly turned, his shout echoing through the loudspeakers across the base. "Fire teams, get ready. Target the northeast unloading area. Heavy machine guns, mortars, all energy weapons, fire at will. Cover that gentleman. The rest, reinforce the front line. Don't let the swarm flank us." With the command given, the entire base began to operate like a wound-up clock. The soldiers suppressed their fear and rushed to their positions. Heavy weapons pushed to the firing points, their gun muzzles aimed squarely at the approaching smoke. Tang Yan saw the base's reaction and felt a sense of certainty. He exploded forward once more, bursting out of the edge of the forest and into the open unloading area. Just as he charged out, "Fire!" Rhodes roared, nearly losing his voice. "Tot, tot, tot, tot. Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." In an instant, all heavy firepower from the base roared to life. A metal storm, high explosive ammunition, and pulse energy beams poured down like a torrential rain onto the area behind Tang Yan. The leading insects were instantly torn apart. Explosions and flaming limbs flew everywhere. Tang Yan seized this wave of firepower as cover, his figure flickering as he rapidly approached the walls in a zigzag pattern while retracting his mental energy. Try to conceal his presence. The vanguard of the swarm suffered heavy hits, momentarily slowing their charge. But there were just too many of them. The subsequent insects were utterly fearless, still charging forward, madly colliding with the base's firepower. Finally, Tang Yan reached the wall, leaping up and nimbly vaulting over the several-meter-high barrier, landing inside the base. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Rhodes rushed over with his men. "Sir, you're not hurt, are you?" Rhodes saw new burn and corrosion marks on Tang Yan's nano-suit and asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Tang Yan panted slightly, his gaze still sharp. "I've located the mother nest in the center of the dark forest rift. I've heavily damaged its incubation core,